Welcome to the Manhwa world. I feel as though my veins are coursing with alcohol instead of blood. I can't breathe. Someone please help me. I'm nauseous, my heart is pounding. Is this how it ends? I don't want to die, gasped the girl, her voice trembling as she slipped into unconsciousness. Each word struggled to escape her lips, suffocated by the overwhelming panic gripping her. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself lying on a plush bed in a lavishly adorned palace room. Pink-hued furniture adorned the space, creating an ambience of delicate elegance. A grand dressing table stood beside a tall window, its frame draped with opulent red curtains that billowed gently in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the room. Confusion enveloped her senses as she took in her surroundings, her mind reeling with unanswered questions. Where am I? Am I still dreaming? Is this because I drank too much? She murmured, her voice barely audible amidst the silence of the room. Attempting to rise, she reached out her hand to steady herself, only to be met with a sudden realization of her own immobility. A surge of fear washed over her as her hand twitched involuntarily, her limbs refusing to obey her commands. I can't move, she whispered, her voice trembling with growing alarm. Meanwhile, a young woman, dressed in a crisp black uniform with a pristine white napkin tucked neatly at her waist, stood beside the bed, her expression one of genuine concern. My lady! You're awake! Are you all right? She inquired, her voice filled with relief at the sight of the girl stirring from her slumber. Simultaneously, a young man, his features etched with worry, hovered nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the girl's form. Has she awoken? He asked the lady servant, his voice tense with anticipation. The lady servant nodded in response, her eyes darting between the girl and the young man. Yes, she replied, her voice soft yet authoritative. But she hasn't fully come to her senses yet. The young man, meticulously dressed in a tailored suit, exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. His gaze softened as he turned towards the girl, his eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and relief. So she's alive, he murmured, his voice a blend of reassurance and disbelief. There's no need for such a commotion, he added, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of frustration. She only drank a trace amount of poison. She'll be fine, he assured, his words carrying a weight of experience and knowledge. As he approached, the light filtering through the window caught the sheen of his polished brown shoes, adding a subtle elegance to his demeanor. Did she truly believe she would garner attention by resorting to such drastic measures? He mused aloud, his brow furrowing in contemplation. How foolish, he continued, his words tinged with a hint of disappointment. They're all the same, he remarked, his voice tinged with a sense of resignation. Privileged young ladies enter the palace by the dozens, hoping to win the emperor's heart, he explained, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. The higher their expectations, however, the more disappointed they grow with time. In the end, he concluded, his tone tinged with a note of finality, they all meet the same fate. They put themselves at risk and test out their luck on the tightrope between life and death. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit chamber, the girl lay on the ornate bed, her simple white cord set contrasting sharply with the opulence of her surroundings. Her light purple hair cascaded around her face, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to her pale features. Lost in a haze of dizziness and confusion, she struggled to make sense of her surroundings. I'm so dizzy, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I can't hear what they're saying, she lamented, her words trailing off into the silence of the room. With a futile effort, she attempted to pry open her heavy eyelids, her mind reeling with disbelief. Am I dreaming? She wondered, her thoughts drifting into the murky depths of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the young man paced the room, his mind consumed with thoughts of her. I can't believe she would go to such lengths just to draw the emperor's attention, he muttered, his voice tinged with a mixture of frustration and concern. Placing a hand to his face, he sighed deeply, his thoughts racing as he grappled with the gravity of the situation. Listen carefully, he urged, his voice gentle yet firm. The Emperor is not interested in you, he stated, his words carrying a weight of truth. Turning his attention back to the girl, he regarded her with a mixture of pity and resolve. Most women die after drinking poison, he explained, his tone solemn. But a few, like you, manage to survive. With a note of urgency, he implored, do you know what happened to all the others? Once they realized nothing had changed, they poisoned themselves again. Pausing for a moment, he locked eyes with her, his gaze intense yet compassionate. Since you've managed to survive, he suggested, his voice softening, why don't you take this opportunity to change some things about yourself? In a tone dripping with rudeness and disregard for her feelings, the young man continued, oblivious to the impact of his words. Who knows? The Emperor might come around after he sees how you've changed. His arrogance reverberated in the air, adding to the girl's sense of discomfort and confusion. Struggling to open her heavy eyelids, she attempted to make sense of the situation. Who's that guy? She wondered, her thoughts muddled by the haze of poison-induced dizziness. And what's he going on about? She pondered, her irritation growing with each passing moment. Is he talking to me? She questioned, her frustration evident in the furrow of her brow. He sure is running his mouth, she concluded, her annoyance palpable. Despite her irritation, a flicker of curiosity danced in her mind. There's something beyond this, she mused, her thoughts swirling with questions. I wonder who he is. After a tense silence, the young man issued a command to the lady servant with authority laced in his voice. Don't let anyone in, including doctors and healers. Understood? With a brisk nod, he exited the room, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts. As the realization dawned upon her, she pieced together the puzzle of his identity. So his name is... she began, her thoughts trailing off as the pieces fell into place. Lord Chamberlain, she concluded, her voice barely above a whisper. As the first light of dawn gently kissed the Emperor's palace, casting a mesmerizing glow upon its grand facade, the morning unfolded in a symphony of tranquility and beauty. The melodious chirping of birds resonated through the air, their graceful movements adding to the ethereal ambience. Above, the skies stretched out in a canvas of azure, adorned with wisps of clouds that seemed to dance in the gentle breeze. Within the palace walls, every corner was adorned with the vibrant hues of orange flowers, their delicate petals adding a touch of whimsy to the majestic surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the windows, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow across the polished floors, infusing the palace with a sense of timeless elegance. Standing by the window, bathed in the warm embrace of the morning sun, she found herself enveloped in a sense of surreal wonder. This isn't a dream, she whispered softly to herself, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustle of curtains. I woke up in a totally different world. How is that even possible? Tears shimmered in her eyes, reflecting the kaleidoscope of emotions swirling within her. With a trembling hand, she brushed away the tears, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts and questions. This is the kind of thing that only happens in novels, she mused, her gaze drifting to the horizon. It's all too real to be a dream, she concluded, her heart heavy with the weight of her newfound reality. Stepping out of her room and into the living room, she was greeted by the opulence that surrounded her. Royal furniture adorned the space, each piece a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. The rich red carpet, woven with intricate patterns, added a regal touch to the room, its velvety texture inviting her to step forward. Her reverie was interrupted by the gentle voice of a lady servant, whose concern was evident in her every gesture. It's cold, my lady. You're still recovering from the poison. You need your rest, the servant advised, her words a soothing balm to her troubled soul. The mention of the word poison sent a shiver down her spine, as memories of her recent ordeal flooded back to her. Poison? Did the old owner of this body try to kill herself? She wondered aloud, her thoughts racing like a river in spate. And they keep calling me lady, she murmured, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and intrigue as she sought to unravel the mysteries of her new existence. The lady servant, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and concern, voiced her astonishment. "It's a miracle you're alive! Please don't strain yourself." Her genuine care for Lady Lucia was evident as she continued. "The roses in the garden are blooming beautifully. Would you care to take a walk and enjoy their splendor?" Despite the allure of the garden, Lady Lucia's weariness was apparent as she softly declined. I'd actually like to rest a little more." As Lady Lucia made to depart, the lady servant gently intercepted, her voice carrying a sense of maternal reassurance. "Then I'll help you freshen up. Shall I heat some water for you, Lady Lucia?" The mention of her name seemed to momentarily jolt Lady Lucia from her thoughts, prompting the servant's gentle inquiry. "Are you all right, my lady?" After a momentary lapse, Lucia's response, tinged with a hint of irritation, came forth. "Oh, yes, miss. I spaced out." With a soothing tone, the servant attempted to ease Lady Lucia's discomfort. "No need to be formal, my lady. I'll go heat some water." Lucia, appreciative of the gesture, murmured softly, Thank you." As Lady Lucia gracefully traversed the room in her pristine white frock and delicate pumpy shoes, the soft sound of her footsteps added a serene ambience to the space. Lost in her contemplations, she couldn't shake the feeling of disquiet, reflecting inwardly. "This is all kinds of weird, but the weirdest thing is this hair." Her gaze lingered on her reflection in the mirror, scrutinizing the unfamiliar hue of her hair, as she whispered to herself, "I just can't get used to it." Uncertainty danced in her eyes, casting shadows of doubt upon her otherwise composed demeanor. Upon scrutinizing her reflection further, Lucia couldn't help but notice the unusual color of her eyes, a mesmerizing shade of purple that seemed to defy logic. "How did I end up with this crazy color? These eyes too?" She pondered aloud, a tinge of incredulity coloring her voice. "I've never seen any race with such a color." With a heavy sigh, she confessed to herself, "I can't get over my appearance. Where am I?" As Lucia made to take her leave, the lady servant gracefully intervened, her tone both respectful and gently authoritative. "Have a seat over there, Your Majesty." Lucia, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected title, acquiesced with a hesitant, "All right." Holding a bowl of water with practiced ease, the servant inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling dizzy? You really must be careful." Lucia settled onto the sofa, offering a reassuring smile as she responded, "I'm fine, but thank you for asking." Seated opposite Lucia, the lady servant began to wring out a towel in the water, her movements fluid and purposeful. "I know you feel stifled here, but please try your best to bear it. You'll be back to your old self soon," she encouraged, her words laced with empathy. Lost in her own ruminations, Lucia couldn't shake the unsettling realization. "I can't believe they almost buried such a pretty girl alive. How awful." The lady servant's concern for Lucia was palpable as she continued, her voice soft yet filled with genuine empathy. "I don't know exactly what happened, but it sounds like this person poisoned herself. I know what it feels like to be at death's door." With a touch of sadness, she added, "I feel sorry for her, even though I had nothing to do with it." Lucia, heartened by the servant's compassion, offered a grateful smile. "Don't worry, I'm feeling fine." Despite her reassurance, Lucia couldn't suppress a soft sniffle as the servant expressed her concern, imploring, "My lady, I was so worried about you. Please get some more rest." Lucia's laughter, tinged with weariness, filled the room as she replied, "Haha, okay. I will." Immersed in her own thoughts, Lucia embarked on a journey of introspection, delving deep into the mysteries surrounding the original inhabitant of her current body. What happened to the original owner of this body? I want to find out more about who I am, about who this woman was. She contemplated silently, her mind a whirlwind of curiosity and confusion. Turning to the lady servant with a tentative expression, Lucia broached the topic with cautious hope. "Hey, you know that thing, Lucia, I always write in? The servant, attuned to Lucia's unspoken queries, responded with gentle understanding. You mean your diary? A flicker of recognition crossed Lucia's features as she eagerly affirmed. Why yes, my diary! With a sense of reverence, the servant retrieved a beautifully crafted blue diary adorned with delicate white designs, its pages holding the secrets of another's life. I kept it safe for you, she reassured Lucia, her tone imbued with a quiet sense of trust. With trembling hands, Lucia accepted the diary, its weight a tangible reminder of the mysteries it contained. As she began to leaf through its pages, each filled with the handwritten musings of another, Lucia's heart raced with anticipation. Who are you, Lucia? She whispered to herself, her voice barely audible in the quiet of the room. With each turn of the page, Lucia delved deeper into the enigmatic past of the woman whose identity she now inhabited, her mind a canvas upon which the story of another unfolded. After a time, Lucia gently set the diary aside, her thoughts consumed by the unanswered questions that lingered in the air. She didn't commit suicide. And she didn't accidentally die while trying to get the Emperor's attention. Then what happened to her? And how did I enter her body? Lucia's brow furrowed in deep contemplation as she grappled with the weight of the unknown, her determination to unravel the truth unwavering in the face of uncertainty. In a moment of poignant realization, Lucia added softly, Lucia wasn't after power. She just wanted to meet someone who would truly love her. With a heavy yet resolute heart, Lucia embarked on a quest to uncover the secrets of her own existence, and the woman whose identity she now shared, her journey fueled by a relentless pursuit of truth and understanding. Despite being born into an aristocratic lineage, Lucia maintained a pragmatic understanding of the imperial family's dynamics. As she stepped into the opulent halls of the Rose Palace, memories of her father's coercive words flooded her mind. Although she came from an aristocratic family, she didn't have any illusions about the imperial family. She muttered under her breath, a mantra to ground herself amidst the grandeur. It was her father's relentless pressure that propelled her here, his insistent voice echoing in her ears. Charm the Emperor with your beauty, he had urged, his tone laced with ambition. Grab his heart with your hands and his body with your legs, he added with a smirk, leaving Lucia unsettled by the implications of his words. In that moment of reflection, Lucia couldn't ignore the bitter truth. Her father had manipulated her for his own gain, sacrificing her well-being in the pursuit of social status. He sacrificed his own daughter in order to raise his social status. Then he never came to visit her even once. She acknowledged, a sting of betrayal lingering in her heart. Despite the weight of her realization, Lucia found herself trapped in a limbo of expectation, neither an empress nor a royal concubine, but a mere pawn in her father's game. As she navigated the lavish corridors of the palace, Lucia felt more like a caged bird than a prospective bride. Each passing moment intensified her sense of isolation, leaving her to confront the daunting reality of her situation. Alone with her thoughts, she couldn't shake off the cryptic warning that had been whispered to her. Beware the black rose floating in the water. Its enigmatic nature gnawed at her curiosity, compelling her to decipher its meaning amidst the uncertainty that loomed ahead. In the antechambers of power, where whispers carried weight and alliances were forged in shadows, the Lord Chamberlain led Lucia into the heart of intrigue. His demeanor, initially veiled in civility, betrayed an undercurrent of disdain towards the young woman entrusted to his care. As they navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the palace, his gaze bore into her with a silent reproach, hinting at a deeper antagonism simmering beneath the surface. Their path eventually led them to a secluded alcove where the Lord Chamberlain sought out a clandestine rendezvous with a figure of influence. Towering arches framed the scene, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls, imbuing the encounter with an aura of secrecy. Leaning in with an air of urgency, the Lord Chamberlain imparted his intentions with a solemn gravity. One who becomes the Emperor's eyes. One who conveys the Emperor's messages. One who tells the Emperor what he wants to hear. He is not to be crossed, and he is not to be interfered with. Amidst the hushed exchange, the Lord Chamberlain beseeched for a moment of access, his voice tinged with a subtle plea. "It will only take a moment. Please," he implored, his words hanging in the air like a delicate thread. However, met with steadfast resistance from the other party, his patience wore thin. A flicker of frustration flashed across his features as he tightened his grip, his resolve unyielding in the face of opposition. In a calculated gambit, the Lord Chamberlain subtly alluded to the repercussions of defiance, his veiled threats casting a pall of uncertainty over the exchange. "Sounds like you wouldn't show me even if your life depended on it. Well, nothing to be done. I'll just go directly to His Majesty then," he declared, his tone carrying a weight of finality. The sudden shift in demeanor left the other party visibly disconcerted, their resolve crumbling under the weight of the Lord Chamberlain's implicit authority. With a trembling hand, they relented, relinquishing the coveted papers that held sway over the palace's intricate machinations. "I'll just give it to you," they stammered, their capitulation a testament to the Lord Chamberlain's mastery of manipulation. As the echoes of their exchange faded into the recesses of the castle, the Lord Chamberlain emerged victorious, a silent puppeteer pulling the strings of power behind the throne. In the tense atmosphere of the secluded alcove, the figure of influence abruptly hurled the papers towards the Lord Chamberlain with a forceful gesture, causing them to flutter through the air like a flock of startled birds. "Here you are!" they exclaimed, their voice tinged with a mix of urgency and agitation. Startled by the unexpected action, the Lord Chamberlain staggered backward, his reflexes kicking in to catch the cascade of documents before they could scatter across the floor. "Ack! I'm sorry! Eek! I was just so eager to give them to you," the figure hastily apologized, their initial defiance giving way to a palpable sense of remorse. Surveying the scene with a mixture of exasperation and understanding, the Lord Chamberlain accepted the apology with a gracious nod, though a subtle tension still lingered in the air. "It's fine," he reassured, though the faintest hint of irritation flickered in his eyes. As he began to sift through the disarray of papers, the figure of influence seized the opportunity to interject, their voice trembling with a palpable sense of urgency. Sir? Hee. Cling. Please look at whatever you wish, Lord Chamberlain, but if anyone else were to find out, my word," they implored, their words laced with a mix of fear and desperation. Despite the gravity of the situation, the Lord Chamberlain remained steadfast in his resolve, his attention firmly fixed on the task at hand. "The budget for the Rose Palace is absurd," he remarked with a furrowed brow, his tone tinged with incredulity as he delved into the intricate details laid out before him. Sensing an opportunity to glean insight, he turned to the figure of influence with a pointed question. "Is it this much every month?" The weight of their clandestine conversation hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow over the dimly lit alcove as they delved deeper into the labyrinth of palace politics. As the figure of influence quivered with trepidation, their response to the Lord Chamberlain's inquiry came accompanied by a palpable sense of fear. Beads of perspiration adorned their furrowed brow, reflecting the weight of their confession. "Well, this month's budget was a bit below average. We usually spend much more than this," they admitted, their voice trembling with the burden of their words. Tears welled in their eyes, betraying the depths of their anxiety as they contemplated the potential repercussions of their revelation. The mere thought of the Emperor discovering the shortfall in funds filled them with a profound sense of dread, knowing all too well the dire consequences that awaited them. Turning to the Lord Chamberlain with a plea born of desperation, they implored him to spare them from the wrath of the Emperor. "Would you mind not telling the Emperor? You see, I have a wife like a bear and children like bunnies back home. I'm sure you're aware," they confessed, their thoughts drifting to the loved ones who depended on them for sustenance and security. The image of their wife, fierce yet tender like a bear, loomed large in their mind, a stark reminder of the responsibilities that weighed heavily upon their shoulders. "I must bring home money in order to placate the bear. Surely you understand? I beg of you, sir," they pleaded, their voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, amidst the backdrop of clandestine conversation, the Lord Chamberlain's attention momentarily wavered as his gaze fell upon a girl in a lavender frock gliding past him. A lady servant trailed in her wake, their presence a curious anomaly amidst the labyrinth of palace intrigue. "That's a first," he remarked under his breath, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected sight. Though his focus remained on the task at hand, the fleeting observation lingered in his mind, a subtle reminder of the ever-shifting dynamics within the palace walls and the intricate web of relationships that defined life within its confines. Amidst the backdrop of their clandestine conversation, the figure of influence offered a glimpse into the palace's social dynamics, their voice tinged with a hint of familiarity, as they identified the passing figure. "Oh, it's Lady Lucia," they remarked casually, their gaze tracking her progress with a mixture of recognition and curiosity. Sensing the Lord Chamberlain's interest, they anticipated his inquiry with a knowing smile. "Where's she going?" he queried, his curiosity piqued by her sudden departure. "I would presume she's on her way to tea time with the other ladies," came the response, accompanied by a nonchalant shrug. "The budget for the Rose Palace mostly goes towards tea time and the necessary dresses, accessories, and so on," they added, shedding light on the peculiarities of palace life. The Lord Chamberlain's shock was palpable as he absorbed the revelation, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "Dresses and accessories for tea time? Do they drink the dresses and eat jewelry for snacks?" he quipped incredulously, his tone laced with humor. Beside him, the figure of influence couldn't help but chuckle at the Lord Chamberlain's jest, their laughter echoing in the dimly lit alcove. "Your jokes, my lord!" they exclaimed, their amusement evident in the twinkle of their eye. Seizing the opportunity to enlighten the Lord Chamberlain, they offered an explanation for the seemingly extravagant customs of tea time. "The ladies use those things to show off their beauty. They dress more extravagantly when they meet other women compared to when they meet men," they elaborated, providing insight into the intricate social rituals that govern palace etiquette. Intrigued by the revelation, the Lord Chamberlain pressed further, his curiosity unabated. "You can tell she's going to tea time just by looking at her clothes?" he inquired, his interest piqued by the subtleties of palace protocol. With a knowing nod, the figure of influence affirmed his query, shedding light on the deeper significance of tea time within the palace walls. "Tea time isn't just a place for socializing. His Majesty made it mandatory to attend," they explained, unveiling the layers of tradition and obligation that underpin the palace's social hierarchy. Amidst the exchange, the figure of influence delved deeper into the intricacies of palace customs, shedding light on the fervent aspirations of the ladies who frequented tea time. "The ladies put their hearts and souls into dressing up in hopes that they'll see him there," they revealed, their voice tinged with a mixture of admiration and resignation as they spoke of the palpable longing that permeated the palace walls. Caught in the grip of skepticism, the Lord Chamberlain couldn't help but express his candid thoughts on the matter. "These ladies sound pathetic," he remarked with a sigh, his tone colored by a hint of disdain for what he perceived as frivolous pursuits. However, his words were met with a swift admonishment from the figure of influence, who interjected with a sense of urgency. "Eek! You must be careful with your words, my lord," they cautioned, their eyes widening in alarm at the potential repercussions of his indiscretion. Undeterred by the cautionary words, the Lord Chamberlain continued to voice his skepticism, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "Has any girl in the Rose Palace so much as spent the night with His Majesty? Why must we indulge them when His Majesty hasn't even accepted one as his wife?" he queried, his voice tinged with incredulity as he grappled with the disparity between palace tradition and reality. With a wry laugh, he gestured towards the figure of influence, seeking validation for his skepticism. In response, the figure of influence offered a resigned acknowledgement of the prevailing circumstances. "Well, we have no other choice. They do come here in the hopes of becoming the Empress," they conceded, their words carrying the weight of resignation as they acknowledged the enduring allure of power and prestige within the palace hierarchy. Despite their misgivings, they understood the complex interplay of ambition and tradition that governed life within the Rose Palace, where aspirations collided with harsh realities in the pursuit of imperial favor. Amidst the debate over the ladies' attire, the Lord Chamberlain relinquished the documents back into the hands of the figure of influence, acknowledging the necessity of their extravagant expenditures. "We can't just let them run around in rags," he conceded, his tone laced with a begrudging acceptance of the palace's peculiar customs. "Besides, they spend every night waiting up for His Majesty. Couldn't we at least let them have their fun as a consolation?" he proposed, seeking a measure of compassion amidst the rigidity of palace protocol. Yet the Lord Chamberlain offered no immediate response to the query, his silence serving as a tacit acknowledgement of the complexities at play. He murmured thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he turned his attention to the figure of influence. "What's your name?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued by the individual standing before him. However, instead of answering the question, the figure of influence was overcome with emotion, their facade crumbling as tears welled in their eyes. "Why do you ask?" they sobbed, their voice choked with fear and uncertainty. The sudden outburst sparked concern in the Lord Chamberlain, who immediately sought to allay their fears. "Are you planning to tell His Majesty about me?" they pleaded, their desperation palpable as they begged for clemency. "Please don't. You see, I have a wife like a bear at home." "Wha?" they implored, their distress laid bare in the dimly lit alcove. Meanwhile, in the serene confines of a beautiful white room adorned with light pink furniture, Lady Lucia sat upon a plush bed, attended to by two dutiful lady servants. With deference, they presented her with a selection of gowns for tea time, their voices soft and reverent. "Here is your gown for tea time, my lady," they intoned, offering a lavender creation that they believed would complement her beauty. "I think it'll suit you well. If you stand up, I can help you into it," one of them suggested, their demeanor reflecting the utmost care and attention lavished upon their mistress. In the tranquil confines of her chamber, Lucia basked in the attentive care of her lady servants, their deference evident as they attended to her every need. With a radiant smile, she rose from her seat, anticipation dancing in her eyes as the lady servants prepared to adorn her in the gown for tea time. As they gently draped the garment around her, Lucia marveled at its intricate beauty, the shimmering stones catching the light in a dazzling display. As she felt the weight of the gown settle upon her, Lucia couldn't help but feel a pang of awkwardness. "A real gown, huh? This is a bit awkward. I've only ever worn simple dresses," she mused, her thoughts drifting back to simpler times. Yet, as the lady servants meticulously dressed her, she couldn't shake the feeling of nostalgia. "This is like... I'm basically a paper doll. The dolls I used to dress up as a kid," she reflected, a hint of amusement coloring her words. Sensing her hesitation, one of the lady servants gently encouraged Lucia to behold her reflection in the ornate mirror. "Would you like to take a look?" she inquired, her voice filled with anticipation. Peering into the mirror, Lucia was momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted her. She couldn't believe that she was wearing such a resplendent gown, fit for royalty. It was truly a princess gown, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the transformation. Turning to the lady servant with a grateful smile, Lucia nodded in affirmation. "Is the dress to your liking?" the lady servant inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Yes, it's perfect," Lucia replied with genuine enthusiasm, her heart swelling with gratitude for the care and attention lavished upon her. With delicate precision, the lady servant proceeded to braid Lucia's hair, weaving intricate patterns with practiced skill. Beside her on the table, a vial of rose water glistened in the soft light, its fragrance filling the air with a subtle sweetness. "Allow me to braid your hair for you," the lady servant requested politely, her fingers working deftly as she transformed Lucia's locks into a work of art. As she worked, the lady servant shared the benefits of rose water, explaining its role in enhancing natural beauty. "This freshly prepared rose water will help make your lips redder, so they use rose petals instead of lipstick," she explained, her voice infused with warmth and sincerity. Lucia listened intently, grateful for the insights into the palace's beauty rituals as she surrendered herself to the pampering care of her attendants. With a delicate touch, Lucia placed a paper dipped in rose water between her lips, savoring the subtle fragrance that enveloped her as she completed her preparations. As the final touches were made, she emerged resplendent, the epitome of grace and beauty. As they prepared to depart from the castle, one of the lady servants inquired about Lucia's comfort, her concern evident in her gentle tone. "My lady, are your shoes comfortable?" she asked, her eyes filled with solicitude. Lucia offered a reassuring nod, her confidence unwavering. "Yes, they feel fine," she replied, her voice tinged with gratitude for the attention to detail lavished upon her. Following closely behind Lucia, the lady servant guided her towards their destination, her footsteps echoing softly in the grand halls of the palace. "It's the room at the end of the hall. I'll be waiting for you here," she informed Lucia, her words punctuated by a sense of duty and devotion. Before them loomed a towering blue door adorned with a cascade of red roses, a striking juxtaposition against the opulent surroundings. However, Lucia surprised the lady servant with her unexpected declaration. "There's no need to wait for me. Go get some rest," she insisted, her words carrying a note of firmness. The lady servant hesitated, disbelief registering in her features as she processed Lucia's words. "Really? But well, all right. I'll be back after tea time," she acquiesced, her voice tinged with a mixture of confusion and compliance. With a sense of resolve, the lady servant opened the door before her, venturing into the unknown depths of the Rose Palace. As she crossed the threshold, Lucia's thoughts turned inward, her mind drifting to the words she had penned in her diary. In her diary, Lucia said she was afraid of the women at the Rose Palace. "I wonder what they're like," she pondered, a sense of apprehension stirring within her as she prepared to face the enigmatic figures that awaited her beyond the imposing door. Fully adorned in her elegant attire, Lucia made her way to the Rose Garden, a sanctuary nestled within the expansive grounds of the palace. As she entered the garden, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of roses, their vibrant hues painting the landscape in a riot of color. The garden was abuzz with activity, a throng of people mingling amidst the lush foliage, their voices carrying on the gentle breeze. Taking a moment to survey her surroundings, Lucia found herself drawn to a pink sofa nestled along the wall, a solitary oasis amidst the bustling crowd. Seated upon the plush cushions, she felt a wave of unease wash over her, a sense of isolation creeping in as she grappled with the unfamiliarity of her surroundings. Her mind raced with questions, uncertainty clouding her thoughts as she struggled to find her place amidst the sea of unfamiliar faces. Her reverie was interrupted by the arrival of a girl, her presence a welcome distraction from Lucia's inner turmoil. "Allow me to pour you some tea, my lady," the girl offered, her voice soft and gentle as she extended a cup of steaming tea towards Lucia. Grateful for the gesture, Lucia accepted the tea with a nod of thanks, her fingers curling around the delicate porcelain as she savored its warmth. As the girl poured the tea, Lucia couldn't help but notice her simple attire, a stark contrast to the opulent gowns worn by the other ladies in attendance. Her curiosity piqued, Lucia found herself drawn to the girl's peculiar mannerisms, her thoughts drifting to the unusual way in which she referred to herself in third person. How are you feeling?" the girl inquired, her touch sending a shiver down Lucia's spine. "Your hands are so cold. Why don't you let Isla warm them up for you?" she suggested, her words laced with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue at the girl's enigmatic demeanor, her mind swirling with questions as she pondered the implications of her words. Did she just refer to herself in third person? That's peculiar. And a bit weird. Do the other girls do that here? Lucia wondered silently, her gaze lingering on the girl before her. Yet, despite her initial skepticism, Lucia couldn't deny the warmth and sincerity in the girl's demeanor, a flicker of connection sparking between them amidst the swirling currents of palace politics. With a smile, the girl continued to engage Lucia in conversation, her words a comforting presence in the midst of uncertainty. Isla was late because she was changing dresses. Did she miss anything? She asked, her tone playful as she sought to alleviate Lucia's anxieties. Come to think of it, Lucia wouldn't know either. Isla will ask some of the others later. If Isla had gotten here earlier, she wouldn't be sitting way at the end of the table. She added, her words tinged with a hint of self-awareness as she settled into the rhythm of their exchange. As Lucia observed the bustling scene before her, her attention was drawn to a group of girls gathered around one particularly striking figure dressed in red. Their laughter and chatter filled the air, a stark contrast to Lucia's own sense of isolation amidst the vibrant throng. Isla is so jealous of Swan and the many privileges she enjoys as the Grand Duke's granddaughter. She's almost guaranteed to spend a night with His Majesty, the girl in the red dress remarked, her words carrying a weight of bitterness and resentment. Lucia couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort at the mention of names she barely knew, the intricacies of palace politics unfolding before her eyes. Realizing her own outsider status, Lucia couldn't shake the feeling of alienation that gripped her. Ah, yes, this is all so unfamiliar. I don't fit in here, she admitted softly, her voice tinged with a note of resignation. Yet, even as she grappled with her own insecurities, Lucia found herself drawn deeper into the web of intrigue that surrounded her. But no one ever has, the girl continued cryptically, her words laced with a sense of mystery. Intrigued by the enigmatic statement, Lucia leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. Has what? She inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. With a conspiratorial glance, the girl revealed a startling revelation that sent a shiver down Lucia's spine. By the way, Isla was watching when Lucia collapsed, she whispered, her words landing like a thunderbolt in the midst of Lucia's confusion. Stunned by the implication of the girl's words, Lucia's mind raced as she pieced together the puzzle before her. She saw Lucia take the poison? That must be why everyone keeps staring at me but won't say anything, Lucia realized with a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. The weight of the revelation settled upon her, casting a shadow over the festivities unfolding around her. Turning her attention back to the girl before her, Lucia listened intently as she lamented the disparity of privilege within the palace walls. No one has ever had the honor of a night with His Majesty, but Isla is sure Swan will get her chance sooner or later, the girl remarked with a sigh, her voice tinged with resignation. Since it's come to this, Isla will just have to convince her father, she added, her tone heavy with defeat. As the gravity of the situation sank in, Lucia found herself grappling with a newfound sense of urgency. The mysteries of the Rose Palace seemed to unravel before her eyes, revealing a world fraught with intrigue and deception. With each revelation, Lucia's determination to uncover the truth grew stronger, propelling her deeper into the heart of palace intrigue. Perplexed by the girl's fervent declaration, Lucia could only muster a bewildered response. Huh! Convince your father? She echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion as she struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. Yet, before she could fully grasp the implications of the girl's words, she leapt to her feet, her voice filled with determination. Convince him to use his position to make His Majesty notice Isla when he's finished with Swan, the girl exclaimed, her fervor palpable as she spoke. Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity at the audacity of the proposal. Seriously? Isn't that a bit much? She mused, her laughter tinged with disbelief at the sheer audacity of the girl's scheme. As the girl continued to speak, Lucia found herself drawn into the whirlwind of palace intrigue, her mind spinning with the weight of the revelations before her. Lucia must feel the same way, the girl remarked with a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed Lucia's reaction. Taking a moment to collect herself, Lucia reached for her cup of tea, seeking solace in its familiar warmth. Phew! I just can't understand, she confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she struggled to make sense of the dizzying twists and turns of palace politics. Yet, even as she spoke, a nagging sense of unease lingered at the back of her mind, a whisper of doubt that refused to be silenced. Sensing Lucia's disquiet, the girl leaned in closer, her concern evident in her gaze. Pardon? Are you still feeling ill? She inquired, her voice filled with genuine concern. Lucia shook her head, her reply tinged with a hint of uncertainty. And no, I'm fine, she reassured the girl, though her words rang hollow in her own ears. As the conversation continued to unfold, Lucia couldn't shake the feeling of detachment that enveloped her, as if she were merely a spectator in her own life. It feels like I'm watching a play. I mean, I'm living out Lucia's life, but this can't be right. I'm not Lucia. She reflected silently, a sense of disquiet gnawing at the edges of her consciousness. Before she could dwell further on her existential crisis, a new figure approached, breaking the spell of introspection that had settled over her. A girl dressed in regal blue approached with a delicate hand fan in her grasp, gracefully folding it shut before speaking. It's been a while. I didn't know you were ill. If I had known, I would have brought you some soup. Beside her, another girl's surprise was evident as she queried. Huh! Isla told you at the last tea time. Did you forget? A hint of frustration colored her tone as she reopened her fan and retorted. Is that so? I don't remember. Lucia interjected with a calm demeanor. I'm fine now. However, the smirk on the girl's face persisted as she countered. Is that so? Well, you did only take the poison for attention. Naturally, you didn't take enough to kill yourself. Lucia's expression remained inscrutable as she sat absorbed in her thoughts. Meanwhile, the murmurs among the girls in the surrounding crowd grew, discussing the effects of the poison. I heard it feels like your throat is on fire when you drink it. One whispered, while another questioned. Is that true? Their chatter turned speculative. Did you do it on impulse? Surely you won't do it a second time, right? Lucia, closing her eyes momentarily, responded with poise. Thank you for your concern, but I seem to have trouble remembering what happened before I woke up. If it comes back to me, I'll be sure to let you know. With a resigned sigh, she contemplated. They're so rude. I have to be cautious. I still don't know who tried to kill Lucia. As the weight of the conversation settled on her, Lucia's decision was clear. She stood abruptly, her movements deliberate, and stepped forward, her mind racing with the need for clarity. I feel like I'm suffocating in here. I need some fresh air, she thought, determined to find solace away from the stifling atmosphere of suspicion. As she hurried forward, her foot collided with the edge of the table, causing a cup to topple over and shatter upon impact. Tea spilled across the table, eliciting concerned inquiries from those nearby. Oh no! Are you okay? Someone called out, their voice laced with concern. Yes, Lucia replied tersely, her gaze shifting to the girl in the red dress who addressed her by name. Are you all right, Lucia? Have you really lost your memory? The girl inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of skepticism. Lucia's response was curt. I think so, she muttered, her words lacking conviction as she struggled to make sense of the chaos unfolding around her. Observing Lucia's weary demeanor, the girl offered a sympathetic smile. You look fatigued. Why don't you go rest? She suggested kindly, her concern genuine as she sought to alleviate Lucia's apparent distress. As evening descended upon the palace, casting a somber pall over the grandeur of its surroundings, Lucia found herself lost in a maze of uncertainty. Perched upon the stairs, she gazed out at the tranquil beauty of the palace grounds, her mind awash with questions and doubts. It's so beautiful here, but I don't know how to talk to these people. Will I ever get used to this? How am I supposed to live like this? She wondered aloud, her voice a whisper against the backdrop of the gathering dusk. Meanwhile, the Lord Chamberlain made his presence known, his stern countenance a stark contrast to the serene ambience of the palace surroundings. Spotting Lucia seated on the stairs, he approached with a sense of purpose, his gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that made her nervous. What are you doing out here? The Lord Chamberlain inquired, his tone brusque yet not unkind. Lucia felt a twinge of unease at the directness of his question. I'm just getting some fresh air, sir, she replied, her voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. As she pondered the enigmatic figure before her, Lucia couldn't help but wonder about their relationship. Who is he? She mused silently, her thoughts racing as she sought to unravel the mysteries of her surroundings. Observing the Lord Chamberlain's stern demeanor, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had somehow misstepped in her interaction with him. He looks kind of grumpy. Should I not have called him sir? How did Lucia treat him? It looks like he knows me, she reflected, her mind buzzing with unanswered questions. Before she could delve further into her thoughts, the Lord Chamberlain interjected with another query, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. Why are you sitting there? He pressed, his tone expectant. Lucia hesitated, uncertain how to respond to his probing inquiries. She began, only to be interrupted by another question from the Lord Chamberlain. Weren't you at tea time? He inquired, his brow furrowing with suspicion as he scrutinized her attire. Lucia's heart raced as she sought to formulate a response, her mind racing to explain the stain upon her dress. It already ended, she replied hastily, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yet, as the Lord Chamberlain's gaze lingered upon her, Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding settle over her. What's that stain on your dress? He pressed, his scrutiny unrelenting. Lucia's mind raced as she searched for an explanation, her thoughts swirling with the weight of his scrutiny. I spilled some tea, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper as she braced herself for the repercussions of her admission. He responded with a simple, I see, while she engaged in a moment of introspection, realizing, it seems like he wants to tell me something. Despite her internal hesitation and lack of inclination for conversation at that moment, she contemplated whether she should inquire further. Leaning in towards her, Lord's demeanor conveyed a sense of gravity as he imparted. The food chain doesn't apply to only animals, it's the same for humans. Today, it's only a stain on your dress. Who knows what kind of torments they'll think up later? His words carried a weight that seemed to linger in the air, prompting Lucia to reiterate. I spilled the tea. In response, he offered a simple acknowledgement, saying, Let's assume that's true. The air around them suddenly felt charged with tension as Lucia, taken aback by Lord's demeanor, shot him a perplexed glance, silently wondering. What's his deal? Lord sighed audibly, as if the weight of his words bore down on him too, before advising. If you don't want it to happen a second time, you have to become stronger. Confusion clouded Lucia's thoughts as she processed his unexpected counsel. What? Is he giving me advice? Why is he telling me all this? She wondered silently, breaking the uneasy silence with a hesitant inquiry. Is there anything else you wanted to say? However, Lord's response was only another sigh, leaving Lucia increasingly frustrated. What's with all the sighing? If he has something he wants to complain about, he should just say it, she thought to herself. As Lord stepped closer, Lucia instinctively rose from her seat, the tension between them palpable. You haven't changed a bit, Lord remarked, his voice carrying a hint of both familiarity and admonition. Suddenly, Lucia's mind raced as she recognized his voice, a sense of realization dawning upon her. That voice. I've heard it somewhere before. Since you've managed to survive, why don't you take this opportunity to change some things about yourself? She thought, turning towards him with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. With a jolt of recognition, Lucia realized, he's the guy from before. After exchanging a few words with the Lord Chamberlain, Lucia's keen ears picked up on the familiar timbre of his voice, instantly reminding her that he was the same individual who had conversed earlier. With a swift turn, she addressed him, her tone urgent yet filled with uncertainty. Hey. Wait. The Lord Chamberlain, visibly perplexed by her sudden interruption, halted in his tracks, his expression betraying his confusion as Lucia stepped closer, her eyes wide with emotion. I've become someone else. Lucia's words spilled forth, a mixture of urgency and apprehension evident in her voice as she sought to convey her newfound reality. Grasping the Lord Chamberlain's arm for emphasis, she continued, I died and came back to life as another person. Isn't that reason enough to meet the Emperor? Her plea hung in the air, punctuated by the weight of her revelation. A furrow formed on the Lord Chamberlain's brow as he processed Lucia's words, his hand instinctively rising to his head in a gesture of concern. Attempting to gather his thoughts, he began. Well, that's... But before he could finish his sentence, Lucia interjected, her urgency unyielding. Has the Emperor ever met a woman who became someone else? Caught off guard by her query, the Lord Chamberlain's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. What are you trying to say? Lucia's mind raced with possibilities as she pondered the implications of her situation. Does he know everything that goes on in the world? She wondered aloud, her voice tinged with apprehension. Maybe the Emperor knows why this happened and can help. She mused, her hand trembling slightly as she contemplated her next move. I have to meet him, Lucia declared, her determination shining through despite her nerves. I need to know if there's a way to return to my original body. With each word, her resolve strengthened, propelling her forward on her quest for answers. Lost in her thoughts, Lucia was interrupted by the Lord's voice, pulling her attention back to the present moment. The Emperor is no sage. He doesn't know everything, he remarked, his tone tinged with a sense of realism. Clarifying further, he added, none of the other women have ever come back as someone else. Even those who were lucky enough to survive ended up killing themselves. With a solemn nod, he conveyed his inability to provide the answers Lucia sought, concluding, I'm sorry I can't give you the answer you want, before turning to leave. Watching the Lord depart, Lucia stood at the foot of the stairs, lost in contemplation. Before she could gather her thoughts, a voice called out to her, breaking the silence. My lady! The lady servant exclaimed, offering her apologies for not noticing Lucia's departure. With a casual dismissal, Lucia replied, It's fine. Let's go. Eager to move past the unsettling conversation. Concern etched on her features, the lady servant pressed further, inquiring, Did something happen? Directly addressing Lucia, she asked. My lady, is there perhaps? Lucia swiftly denied any occurrence, stating firmly, Nothing happened. Back in her room, the lady servants began the task of removing Lucia's gown as she sat in silence, still grappling with the weight of her revelation. With a heavy sigh, she murmured, I'm so tired. Sensing her distress, the lady servant offered a comforting gesture, suggesting, I'll unbraid your hair for you. As her hair was tended to, Lucia's gaze drifted to the mirror, her thoughts lingering on the encounter with the Lord Chamberlain. Softly, almost to herself, she uttered, Lord Chamberlain. The mention of his name sparked a glimmer of excitement in the lady servant's eyes, disbelief evident in her voice as she exclaimed, Pardon? Lord Chamberlain? You met the Lord Chamberlain? Confirming with a simple, Yeah, Lucia allowed herself a momentary smile, grateful for the brief distraction from her inner turmoil. The mention of the Lord Chamberlain's name elicited a blush from the lady servant, her admiration evident as she remarked, He grows more handsome by the day. Even in the short time since you've woken up. Intrigued, Lucia inquired, Really? So that was him. The lady servant confirmed, Yes, he came to check on you. He was quite glad to see you awake. Her eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement as she spoke. Recalling the commotion caused by the Lord Chamberlain's presence earlier in the day, the lady servant continued, Lots of chambermaids in the palace saw him today. I suppose you did too. Joining in, other servants chimed in agreement, exclaiming, He's so handsome. Lucia's thoughts turned inward as she pondered the juxtaposition of the chambermaid's admiration with her own encounters with the Lord Chamberlain. Chambermaids and Lord Chamberlain. I guess Lord Chamberlain isn't his actual name then, she mused aloud. The lady servant couldn't hide her smile as she remarked, I heard his deep, dark eyes and sharp jawline are as handsome as ever, prompting another servant to interject. That's enough, Spooky. For heaven's sake. Immediately apologizing, the lady servant explained, I just thought Lady Lucia might like to know. Her fellow servant interrupted with a teasing tone. Oh, please. We can all see you're smitten with him. Undeterred, the lady servant attempted to justify herself to Lucia, stuttering, Well, I've just never seen anyone so handsome. Curious to learn more about the enigmatic Lord Chamberlain, Lucia leaned in and asked, "Tell me everything you know about him." The lady servant's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly began to describe his physical attributes, saying, "He's tall with broad shoulders and a narrow torso, so he looks good in anything. He's even more attractive when he's focused on his work. His best feature is his face." Lost in her thoughts of the Lord Chamberlain's captivating appearance, the lady servant sighed dreamily. "Somehow his skin is whiter than snow, and his lips are so red even without makeup. I can't help staring." Lucia couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at the excessive praise being heaped upon him. "Are we talking about the same guy?" she interjected, her tone slightly incredulous. "I mean, he wasn't ugly, but he definitely wasn't all that." With a knowing smile, Lucia added, "Then again, he must look more attractive to her since she likes him." The lady servant choked on her words, caught off guard by Lucia's remark. Recovering quickly, she stammered, "He might even be more handsome than our reclusive emperor, eek. But the emperor is more handsome, of course." Lucia's curiosity piqued, she asked, "The emperor is a recluse?" The lady servant nodded in confirmation, explaining, "Yes, he never shows himself. That's why the Lord Chamberlain is so busy. He acts as the emperor's eyes and ears. People are even saying the Lord Chamberlain will become the future emperor." Lucia's astonishment was palpable as she repeated, "The future emperor? Do they really say that?" Adding to the intrigue, the lady servant continued, "They also say his black hair was inherited from the emperor's bloodline." Lucia pondered for a moment before inquiring further, "Is black hair special here? Does only the imperial family have it?" The lady servant clarified, "Not necessarily, but it is rare." Curiosity piqued, Lucia pressed on, "So what's he doing in the Rose Palace?" The lady servant revealed, "He only comes whenever a lady succumbs to poison or overcomes it. He visits whenever there are problems, though it's been a while since his last visit." Feeling overwhelmed by the flood of information, Lucia decided to retreat, stating, "I'd like to get some rest." Concern etched on her face, the lady servant offered, "Would you care for some soup before you sleep?" Lucia accepted the offer gratefully, replying, "That would be nice." As she sat at the dining table, enjoying the hearty vegetable soup, Lucia's mind raced with thoughts. Strange, the emperor never shows himself, so the Lord Chamberlain has to take care of everything for him, she mused. Then we have the ladies of the Rose Palace who poison themselves. Growing increasingly worried, she thought, "If I can find out what happened to Lucia, maybe I can figure out how to get back to my world." Setting her spoon aside, Lucia's thoughts turned to the Lord Chamberlain. Does the Lord Chamberlain know about the rumors? She wondered aloud. Wait. Should the Lord Chamberlain be giving advice to a lady of the Rose Palace? Questions swirled in her mind, but with nobody around to provide answers, she was left to ponder them on her own. The Emperor's palace stood as a resplendent jewel amid meticulously landscaped gardens, its architectural splendor a testament to centuries of opulence and power. As the Lord strolled through the verdant pathways, his gaze fell upon a clerk engrossed in his duties. Seizing the opportunity to address matters of fiscal concern, he initiated a conversation, his voice measured yet tinged with a hint of urgency. So there's no way to reduce the budget? The clerk, a figure of quiet diligence amidst the bustling bureaucracy, shook his head with a sigh, his expression conveying a sense of resignation. No, sir. As a mere clerk, it's beyond my power. The Lord, his memory flickering back to a previous encounter, sought to establish a personal connection. Are your bear-like wife and bunny-like children doing well? Caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry, the clerk's composure faltered momentarily as he struggled to comprehend the Lord's words. Pardon? Please overlook this matter, sir. Yet, his facade of professionalism crumbled as tears welled up in his eyes, his voice trembling with desperation. Please overlook this matter, sir. I don't want to lose my job. Why do you keep doing this to me? Sympathy softened the Lord's features as he extended a measure of understanding. There's nothing I can do, short of becoming the head steward of the Rose Palace. Contemplating the vast chasm between the palace's extravagance and the struggles of its servants, he remarked solemnly, I see. So it's because of your rank. Just a month of the palace's budget would be enough to run an entire estate for a year. The clerk, resigned to his fate yet acutely aware of the gulf between privilege and poverty, offered a muted acknowledgement. No estate can compare to the lavishness of the palace, sir. All the budget goes towards food and clothing. The exchange, though brief, laid bare the stark realities of class division within the palace walls, leaving the lord to contemplate the moral implications of such stark inequality amidst the splendor of the emperor's court. The lord's inquiry hung in the air as he sought to understand the exorbitant expenses incurred within the palace walls. The clerk, ever the picture of deference, offered his insight with a knowing smile. Well, they're all of noble birth, so naturally the cost is immense. Observing the clerk's demeanor, the lord couldn't help but acknowledge his astuteness, noting to himself, he may seem like a fool, but he knows how to hold his ground. Undeterred by the apparent challenge, the clerk continued to explain, his smile widening. Rather than trying to lower the budget, finding His Majesty a wife may be, haha. Irritation flickered across the lord's features at the clerk's joviality as he pressed. So you can't cut it at all? Confusion clouded the clerk's expression as he replied, I'd rather quit. A hint of amusement tugged at the corners of the lord's lips as he probed further. And what would your wife think of that? The clerk's response was laced with resignation. Well, she wouldn't kill me, although if I make her angry, she may break a few bones. Suddenly, panic seized him as he exclaimed, Then again, if I make the ladies angry. Oh dear. Offering a wry suggestion, the lord remarked, I suppose you could be sentenced to death for upsetting one of them. The clerk, visibly uncomfortable, quickly refuted the notion. And no. I just feel very uncomfortable. As the conversation veered towards the curious lack of recent poisonings, the lord's interest was piqued. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since any of them have tried to drink poison, he mused. The clerk, his concern evident, interjected. Well, they've probably given up, seeing as how His Majesty never bats an eye when they are poisoned. Is that so? Expressing sympathy for Lady Lucia, the clerk's voice softened. Indeed. I just feel bad for Lady Lucia. Providing insight into her condition, he added. I suppose it's affected her more than we first thought. She hasn't left her chambers for some time. She hasn't been eating much either. As the conversation drew to a close, the lord couldn't shake the feeling that the clerk knew more than he let on. He knows more than he's letting on. What he said makes it sound like someone else is poisoning them. He mused silently, his mind racing with possibilities. The lord, intrigued by the clerk's knowledge of Lady Lucia, couldn't help but remark, You know quite a lot about her. The clerk chuckled softly in response, dismissing his own insight with a wave of his hand. Haha, anyone who works in the palace could tell you that much. Before she collapsed, she used to smile and talk all the time. Now she doesn't even recognize me. Recounting a recent encounter, he added, When I called her my lady, Lucia didn't recognize me. They say she's suffering from memory loss due to the shock. She doesn't even remember where she was when she poisoned herself. The lord, intrigued by the clerk's evident concern for Lady Lucia, questioned him further. You seem to care so much for someone who isn't even your wife. With a thoughtful expression, the clerk replied, Well, she is kind and beautiful. She has an aura of mystery about her. Pausing to consider the clerk's words, the lord couldn't help but feel a sense of skepticism. Is that so? He pondered silently. Suddenly, the clerk's attention was diverted as he swatted at something unseen, exclaiming, I think that's why the other ladies poisoned Lady Lu, dear me, a bee. Amused by the clerk's reaction, the lord found himself chuckling softly. Charming! Undeniably charming, he remarked, a hint of amusement coloring his voice. The clerk, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. Lady Lucia is incredibly charming. However, the Lord, ever the astute observer, was quick to redirect the praise. Not her. You, he declared with a grin. Caught off guard by the unexpected compliment, the clerk stammered in disbelief. Pardon? With a hearty laugh, the Lord lightened the mood, teasing. From now on, you're mine. The clerk, realizing the jest, joined in the laughter, his earlier tension melting away as camaraderie replaced apprehension. The clerk's astonishment was palpable as he processed the Lord's words, his expression a mix of confusion and apprehension. Wait, what? So the reason you refused all those women was, dear me? He stammered, struggling to comprehend. Firmly, the Lord issued a warning, his voice carrying a weight of authority. If you refuse, I'll have you fired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the clerk began to plead earnestly. Lord Chamberlain, please. I was born into a lowly family and succeeded through my own blood, sweat, and tears. I spent my days in the fields and my evenings studying by moonlight. Later, as dusk settled over the rose garden, the Lord wandered amidst the fragrant blooms, his thoughts consumed by the mysteries that surrounded him. His hand reached out to pluck a vibrant red rose, fingers grazing the sharp thorns hidden beneath the delicate petals. The thorns beneath the petals resembled the ladies of the Rose Palace. He mused aloud, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Recollections of past encounters flooded his mind, particularly the moment when Lucia had grasped his arm and uttered those haunting words. I've become someone else. I've become someone else. Pondering the significance of her transformation, the Lord found himself contemplating the events that had unfolded. Perhaps congratulations are in order. She managed to get the attention she was after. He murmured to himself, a wry smirk playing at the corners of his lips. All the ladies who took the poison were found collapsed atop a thorn bush. With a sense of determination, he resolved. There's only one person left who can tell me the truth. All the other ladies committed suicide not long after the first time they collapsed. If she's hiding what happened to her before she took the poison while pretending to be someone else, she might be able to give me an answer. Then no one else in the palace will have to die. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of the rose, the Lord's smirk widened, a silent promise of resolve and determination. As he made his exit, the Lord's words carried a tone of resignation. All right. Go ahead and do as you will. However, his departure was abruptly halted by a sight that caught his attention: a white cloth fluttering along the terrace. He murmured, stepping closer to inspect. What's that? It doesn't look like a curtain. His eyes widened in realization as he recognized the fabric. It was a skirt. Panic surged through him as he pieced together the implications. She jumped. Did she climb through the window to kill herself? He muttered, his heart pounding with urgency. With a surge of determination, he rushed towards the tree where the skirt had originated, frustration evident in his voice. Damn it! Does she really think she'll die if she falls from that height? He muttered under his breath, his movements swift and purposeful. Reaching the tree, he wasted no time in scaling its branches, his mind racing with worry. It's not your time yet. You can't die, he admonished silently, his grip firm as he climbed higher. However, as he reached the height of the terrace, he was met with a surprising sight: Lucia standing calmly before him, clad in a flowing white gown and holding a wine glass. Annoyance flickered across his features as he demanded, "What are you doing here?" In response, Lucia simply laughed, her demeanor surprisingly carefree. I couldn't sleep, she confessed, her gaze fixed on the full moon above. Everything else has changed, but at least the moon is still the same. The view's quite nice from up here. Without hesitation, she dragged a nearby table closer, her actions casual as she poured herself a glass of wine. I think I'll have a glass of wine, she remarked, the fluttering of her frock against the terrace wall adding to the surreal scene. And that's what happened, she concluded with a smile, extending the offer of wine to the perplexed lord. Would you care for a glass? She inquired, her demeanor serene despite the unexpected turn of events. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone, The Lord could only manage a bemused chuckle in response. Ha! I didn't realize, he admitted, his earlier concerns momentarily forgotten in the face of Lucia's unexpected presence. The Lord Chamberlain and Lucia find themselves poised for the anticipated rendezvous. Within the grandeur of the Emperor's palace, the dining table stands adorned, each element meticulously arranged. A symphony of culinary delights graces the table, from the gleaming wine bottle and crystal glasses to the captivating main dish that commands attention. A delicate plate of cookies adds a whimsical touch to the setting. As they settle into their seats, the Lord Chamberlain inquires with a hint of curiosity. Is this a snack or dinner? His gaze sweeps over the spread, admiring the vibrant array of vegetables that glisten under the soft glow of the room's lighting. Lucia, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment, replies with a playful tone. Well, it's kind of both. A light-hearted laugh escapes her lips before she adds, Are you planning to stay here? I'm eager to indulge in this feast. The Lord Chamberlain, maintaining his composed demeanor, responds with a gentle smile. Just for a little while. However, beneath his outward calm, a subtle furrow creases his brow as he silently ponders. How did she end up drinking poison? Meanwhile, Lucia maintains her facade of contentment, though inwardly her stomach grumbles with hunger. Her thoughts echo with frustration. Ugh, I'm starving. Why won't he leave? Despite her inner turmoil, she keeps her smile firmly in place, concealing any trace of impatience from her companion. With a scoop in hand, Lucia's thoughts drift momentarily as she contemplates her next move. Oh, whatever, she mutters under her breath before plunging the scoop into the dish and taking a hearty bite. The Lord Chamberlain watches in astonishment as she proceeds to devour the entire mouthful in one swift motion. She put the whole thing in her mouth, he exclaims, his surprise evident in his tone. Meanwhile, as Lucia continues to eat with gusto, the Lord Chamberlain finds himself absorbed in his own musings. I need to figure out if it was suicide or murder, he reflects, his mind already racing ahead to unravel the mystery. Observing Lucia's enthusiastic consumption of the meal, he interjects. Does it suit your tastes? His inquiry punctuated by the sight of her filling her mouth with food. In response, Lucia offers a nonchalant, kinda, her focus still fixed on the meal before her. As the Lord Chamberlain observes Lucia's less than refined table manners, a flicker of frustration crosses his features. Did she not study court etiquette before coming to the palace? He wonders inwardly, a hint of exasperation coloring his thoughts. Despite his mild annoyance, he exhales a resigned sigh and extends a gracious invitation. Do help yourself, conceding to the situation at hand. The Lord Chamberlain recollects the clerk's words, his brow furrowing slightly as he recalls. Well, she is kind and beautiful, and she has an aura of mystery about her. I think that's why the other ladies poisoned Lady Lu, dear me. Glancing briefly at the clerk, he muses inwardly. It'd be such a pity if she was poisoned because of her beauty. Although there's nothing beautiful or mysterious about her right now. Meanwhile, as Lucia continues to relish her meal, the Lord Chamberlain's thoughts drift, interrupted only by a lingering sensation in his chest. But that tight feeling in my chest has disappeared. He acknowledges silently, his gaze fixated on Lucia. Sensing his gaze upon her, Lucia looks up and inquires, Would you like some? The Lord Chamberlain hesitates momentarily before replying, Would you mind? With a gracious smile, Lucia nods and swiftly serves him a portion of food onto a plate. Here you go, she offers, her actions conveying warmth and hospitality. Taking the initiative, she uncorks the wine bottle and pours a generous amount into a glass. Have some wine too, she suggests kindly. Oh, thank you, the Lord Chamberlain responds, accepting the gesture with gratitude. They clink their glasses together in a toast. A toast to the moon! Seated on the terrace, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, they share a moment of tranquility. Curiosity tugs at the Lord Chamberlain's thoughts as he turns to Lucia and asks, Why are you dining in here? In response, Lucia offers a serene smile, explaining, Seeing the moon helps me calm down and think better. Intrigued, the Lord Chamberlain presses further. Is there something on your mind? Without missing a beat, Lucia begins to elucidate. Just things like what I did today, what I'll do tomorrow, what I'll do in the future. However, before she can delve further, the Lord Chamberlain interjects. What things specifically? Lucia responds with a hint of resignation. Just, after a day spent dressing up, drinking tea, and gossiping, what else is there? I wonder if there's anything for me to do here. That's all. The Lord Chamberlain nods in understanding, acknowledging her perspective with a thoughtful expression. I see, he murmurs, taking in her words. Meanwhile, in the palace, the Emperor sits regally upon his throne, clad in a resplendent black and red royal attire. His voice carries authority as he addresses his court. I had intended to lower the budget, but there's another way. The clerk, standing attentively before him, inquires, Have you come up with a good solution then, Your Majesty? With a decisive air, the Emperor declares, They'll have to start earning their keep. Perplexed, the clerk seeks clarification. You mean the ladies, Your Majesty? The Emperor reaffirms his stance, prompting the clerk to remark, I see someone has presented His Majesty with a wonderful idea. I wonder who it was. Internally, the clerk grapples with the implications of the Emperor's decree. But those ladies have never worked a day in their lives. What could they possibly do? He wonders, his thoughts filled with uncertainty. The Emperor's voice reverberates with authority as he declares, I have no patience for those who leech off of others. There's someone I'd like you to meet, Halo. He'll be of help to you. Following the Emperor's directive, the clerk proceeds to the designated room, his demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness as he approaches. With a deep breath, he steadies himself, scanning his surroundings with apprehension. As he hesitantly knocks on the door, his eyes dart around the hallway, searching for any signs of disturbance. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a man in the corridor, who marvels aloud. I didn't think places like this really existed. It's incredible. Upon spotting the clerk, the man startles and instinctively begins to flee. Reacting quickly, the clerk intercepts him, halting his escape. What's your name? The clerk inquires, his tone firm yet composed. Startled, the man stammers, Oh, I'm Felix, sir. With a nod of approval, the clerk responds, Great. You've passed. Confusion clouds Felix's expression as he queries, Pardon? Passed what? Uncertain of the clerk's intentions, he awaits an explanation, his curiosity piqued. The clerk extends his appreciation, acknowledging Felix's respectful demeanor and cautious approach. You greeted me respectfully without knowing my station, and I appreciate your caution in asking questions, he commends. With a touch of sarcasm, the clerk continues, Not to mention your sunken eyes, piggish nose, and humped back are all perfect. Indeed, everyone likes an ugly, servile fellow. Why, I've taken to you already. Felix's reaction is one of confusion and distress as he fights back tears, uncertain whether the clerk's remarks are meant to be complimentary. I can't tell if that's supposed to be a compliment. He reflects, his emotions roiling within him. Undeterred, the clerk presses on. We'll be working together from now on. Follow me. With that, he strides purposefully ahead, leaving Felix to gather his wits and muster a shaky response. Why, yes, sir. Despite his apprehension, Felix resolves to follow the clerk's lead, bracing himself for the unknown challenges that lie ahead. Accompanied by the clerk, Felix enters the clerk's office, where shelves lined with books and an ink bottle resting on the table greet them. As the clerk begins to enlighten Felix about the Lord Chamberlain, Felix's astonishment is palpable. Pardon? The Lord Chamberlain is the Emperor? Felix stammers, seeking confirmation of what he's just heard. The clerk affirms with a nod. That is correct. Felix's mind races as he grapples with this revelation. You mean that grumpy Lord Chamberlain who sticks his nose in everyone's business is the Emperor? He mutters incredulously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Desperate to clarify his understanding, he adds, But I heard the Emperor is a fierce warrior who's spent years in battle. Acknowledging Felix's confusion, the clerk responds, "That is also correct. He is indeed a skilled warrior." However, Felix's bewilderment persists as he voices another discrepancy. "The Emperor is said to have black hair that glimmers with gold, but the Lord Chamberlain's hair is just black." The clerk offers a reassuring smile, understanding Felix's need for clarification. "Appearances can be deceiving," he muses, hinting at the complexities of palace life. "There's much more to the Lord Chamberlain than meets the eye." With that, he gestures for Felix to take a seat, ready to further illuminate the intricacies of court politics and hierarchy. With a composed demeanor, the clerk folds his hands neatly and offers a measured response. "He may not be able to change his hair color, but he can hide the way it shines," he explains calmly, alluding to the intricacies of perception and presentation. Listening intently, Felix interjects with a hint of incredulity. "They say he drinks blood instead of wine and dines on human flesh. And wahaha! Oh ho!" Unfazed, the clerk reaches for an ink pen from the pot, maintaining his composure. "Is that so? What else have you heard?" he prompts, his tone suggesting a willingness to address Felix's concerns. Felix hesitates for a moment before continuing. "And I could have sworn the Lord Chamberlain's measurements are different from His Majesty's." As the clerk scribbles something on a piece of paper, he poses a probing question. "Have you ever compared them yourself?" Felix's response is hesitant, tinged with doubt. "Well, no. I'm just finding all of this so hard to believe," he admits, his uncertainty laid bare. With a decisive motion, the clerk rises from his seat, pushing his chair back as he commands, "Then don't believe it." Turning towards the window, he issues a firm directive. "Just do as I tell you." Feeling a lump form in his throat, Felix nervously swallows and ventures to ask, "Is it really true?" The clerk, now facing Felix with a smile, reassures him. "No, I was lying." Felix's mind reels with confusion as he tries to make sense of the revelation. "Huh! If the truth is a lie, then that means the lie is actually the truth. I'm so confused," he exclaims inwardly, his thoughts swirling with uncertainty. As the clerk settles back into his chair, he redirects the conversation. "How many ladies are staying in the Rose Palace?" Felix responds promptly. "There were originally 78, sir." The clerk sighs, his expression betraying a hint of concern. "That's quite a lot. There shouldn't be more than a handful by now." Perplexed by the palace's intrigue, Felix poses a question that weighs heavily on his mind. But why is His Majesty pretending to be the Lord Chamberlain? Uncertainty lingers in his voice as he seeks answers in the midst of palace politics and deception. The clerk counters Felix's query with a pointed question. "I thought you didn't believe me?" Undeterred, Felix voices his concern. "If he walked around wearing a crown, everyone would immediately know who he was." The clerk nods in understanding, adding, "I suppose he finds that uncomfortable. In fact, I believe he hasn't felt comfortable in the palace ever since he returned." Felix releases a heavy sigh, unable to contain his distress as he blurts out, "Naturally, seeing as how he killed everyone." His words trail off as he realizes the gravity of his statement. Quick to admonish him, the clerk issues a warning. "You'd best watch your tongue." Caught off guard by the clerk's reprimand, Felix offers a swift apology. "Yes, sir. I beg your pardon." However, the incident prompts Felix to reflect further. "But surely everyone's heard the rumors by now," he continues, his voice tinged with unease. "As the story goes, a devil returned from battle, covered in blood, only to kill his own family so that he might ascend the throne." The weight of the palace's dark history hangs heavily in the air as Felix grapples with the unsettling truths that lie beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Lucia steps out of the room and makes her way towards the terrace, her gaze fixed on the expansive sky above. As she ascends, a lady servant approaches and remarks, "It's quite hot out, my lady." Undeterred by the heat, Lucia proposes a diversion. "Let's play a game, Serena." The lady servant's surprise is evident as she inquires, "A game, my lady?" Nonetheless, she follows Lucia upstairs, intrigued by the prospect. Lucia outlines the rules of the game, dubbing it Odd Questions. I'm going to ask you some odd questions, and all you have to do is answer with a straight face, she explains. If I run out of questions first, I lose, but if you can't keep a straight face, you lose. If you win, you can all take the day off, but if you lose, you'll have to stay up all night. With a nod of understanding, the lady servant agrees. All right. Without hesitation, Lucia kicks off the game, posing her first question. What is the purpose of the Rose Palace? The lady servant responds with a matter-of-fact tone. The court officials insist that His Majesty must take a queen in order to establish his bloodline. They brought it up every day for 2 years until His Majesty finally relented. At first, there were only 1 or 2 ladies, but more and more began to arrive, and now they've taken over the palace. Of course, only those who meet the requirements are permitted entry. Lucia listens intently as Serena responds to her question with a steady voice. The emperor was originally second in line for the throne. While fighting for succession, he killed his older brother and became emperor. A shiver runs down Lucia's spine as she absorbs the weight of Serena's words. The air feels heavy with the gravity of the revelation. When rumor got around that he had killed the king and queen as well, opposition from the court officials began to grow. Serena continues, her voice unwavering. After that, he entered the palace and was never seen again. Lucia's heart races with a mix of disbelief and apprehension. She wipes the sweat from her brow, the revelation leaving her unsettled. That's quite the story, she murmurs, her mind whirling with the implications of what she has just learned. Intrigued by the palace's secrets, Lucia presses on with her questioning. Is it true that the Lord Chamberlain relays the Emperor's messages? She asks, her curiosity piqued. Serena nods in affirmation. Yes, my lady, she confirms. Lucia's thoughts drift as she contemplates this new piece of information. What's he like? She inquires, her voice tinged with curiosity. I heard he was the Emperor's right-hand man in battle. Serena replies, her tone tinged with reverence for the Lord Chamberlain's role. As Serena's words sink in, Lucia's mind races with possibilities. Did he get there by climbing the social ladder? She wonders silently, her thoughts swirling with intrigue. Lucia furrows her brow, processing the implications of Serena's response. Is attending tea time a must? She inquires, seeking further clarification. Yes, my lady, Serena confirms, her tone solemn. Lucia's eyes widen in disbelief. It's mandatory? So it's basically like a company dinner, she exclaims, her frustration evident. The act of attending tea time in itself is significant, Serena explains patiently, attempting to assuage Lucia's concerns. Interrupting her, Lucia interjects. You mean sitting there by myself like an idiot is significant? What if I want to stop going to tea time? Serena hesitates for a moment before responding. You'd have to tell the Lord Chamberlain. But their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the sight of the clerk shouting and frantically searching for the Lord Chamberlain. Lord Chamberlain! Where are you? He calls out, his voice echoing through the corridors. Serena shakes her head in resignation. You can never predict where the Lord Chamberlain will be at any given moment, she explains. It's nearly impossible to find him. He rarely shows himself unless there's something special going on. Seated on the sofa, Lucia's mind races with possibilities. What is he, a ninja? She muses aloud, her voice tinged with amusement. Who's closest to him? Serena's response is solemn. No one, at least not in the palace. As the Emperor's eyes and ears, there are many who'd like to get close to him, but he's really hard to track down. A mischievous glint enters Lucia's eyes as she looks up, a smirk playing on her lips. I have an idea, she declares, her tone conspiratorial. Serena's expression turns to one of shock as Lucia's words sink in. I'll just drink some poison, Lucia concludes, her smirk widening at the stunned reaction of her companion. Serena and Lucia found themselves immersed in a deep conversation, with Lucia throwing a hypothetical scenario into the mix. What if I were to ingest poison? Serena, taken aback by the sudden turn, replied with a hint of urgency. Then he would definitely come. Lucia's expression shifted to one of contemplation as she processed Serena's words. So he comes whenever someone's life is hanging in the balance. She let out a heavy sigh, her thoughts seemingly drifting into the realm of introspection. So, how do I leave the Rose Palace? She queried, her voice carrying a mixture of curiosity and resignation. Serena's eyebrows furrowed in confusion at Lucia's mention of the Rose Palace. Palace? She echoed, a hint of disbelief creeping into her tone. Lucia paused, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. I want to get out and see some other flowers for a change. Her laughter filled the room, momentarily lifting the weight of their conversation. Serena, her expression softening but still tinged with sadness, replied, Well, if you get permission, you can leave whenever you'd like. Her words were gentle, carrying an underlying sense of understanding. Lucia, noticing Serena's subdued demeanor, rose from her seat, a gesture of apology. I'm sorry, Serena. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with all these questions. Her voice was sincere, laced with genuine regret. Serena offered a reassuring smile. It's quite all right, she said, her tone warm and comforting. As Lucia continued to laugh, Serena couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the back of her mind. The doctor said the effects of the poison could make her unstable. She thought, a sense of concern creeping into her thoughts. The weather boasted a tranquil charm, with clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Lucia sat poised at her study table, engrossed in a sea of documents, her mind a whirlwind of contemplation. There were at least a dozen ladies at tea time. They all came here for the slightest chance of becoming empress. She mused, her thoughts drifting towards the recent social gathering. I wonder, why did Serena get so upset? There are still so many questions I didn't get to ask her. Interrupting her reverie, a soft knock echoed through the room. My lady, came the gentle voice from beyond the door. It was Serena, bearing a pot of vibrant red roses in her hands. With a tender smile, she offered, You said you'd like to see different flowers, so I prepared some for you. Behind her, other servants stood, each holding pots adorned with an array of colorful blooms. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her, a spark of joy igniting within her. Oh, huh? She stammered, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. She leaned forward, inhaling the sweet fragrance of the roses, and exclaimed, Thank you, Serena. How did you manage all this in such a short time? Her voice was filled with genuine appreciation and curiosity. With a thoughtful expression gracing her features, Lucia began. Well, but her words were interrupted by the sudden entrance of the Lord Chamberlain, causing a collective stir of surprise among the assembled servants. It was nice to see your servants picking flowers for you. I thought I'd help, he remarked, his presence casting an unexpected aura of formality over the room. As Lucia observed the Lord Chamberlain's rare appearance, a sense of intrigue blossomed within her. Strange. I thought he rarely made appearances. She mused silently, her thoughts drifting back to a recent encounter on the stairs. If I'm not mistaken, multiple times. Breaking the silence, the Lord Chamberlain spoke, his voice carrying an air of polite inquiry. May I have a seat? Lucia nodded in assent, gesturing towards a nearby chair. As a servant poured tea for them, they settled into their seats, facing each other across the table. How are you feeling? The Lord Chamberlain inquired, his gaze gentle yet probing. I'm all better, thank you, Lucia replied, her response tinged with a hint of relief. Pausing for a moment, she hesitated before adding, did someone else faint? A nervous flutter danced in her stomach as she pondered the possibility of another mysterious incident. Gulping nervously, Lucia couldn't shake the unsettling thought that perhaps there was another individual who had succumbed to the effects of the poison. However, the Lord Chamberlain's response allayed her fears as he assured her, No one else has fainted recently. As the servant clerk entered the room, A sense of anticipation filled the air, his presence heralding a shift in the atmosphere. With a respectful bow, he presented a letter to the Lord Chamberlain, stating, "I came here on other business." Accepting the letter with a curious expression, the Lord Chamberlain's eyes scanned its contents as he began to read aloud. "What's that?" His voice echoed through the room as he articulated each word. "A scroll has been sent to all the other ladies, but I came to deliver the message to you in person. Every living thing on earth spends a fruitful day under the sun. The seeds in the earth unfurl into sprouts, and the flowers bloom in spite of the wind. Such is the way of the world." As the monotonous drone of the message filled the room, Lucia couldn't help but feel a wave of drowsiness wash over her. "I'm falling asleep. It's like listening to the principal talk," she thought, stifling a yawn as she struggled to maintain her focus. Undeterred by Lucia's internal boredom, the Lord Chamberlain continued, his voice unwavering. "Thus, every lady in the Rose Palace must use her talents to benefit the Empire." His words carried a weight of expectation, emphasizing the importance of each lady's contribution to the greater good. As Lucia mulled over her thoughts, a sense of introspection washed over her. "Just things like what I did today, what I'll do tomorrow, what I'll do in the future, what I'll do in the future." Her voice trailed off as she confided in Serena, her words tinged with a hint of uncertainty. "After a day spent dressing up, drinking tea, and gossiping, I wonder, what else is there? I wonder if there's anything for me to do here. That's all." Intrigued by Lucia's musings, the Lord Chamberlain listened attentively, his demeanor composed yet observant. "I see," he acknowledged, his tone measured. Lucia's surprise was palpable as she exclaimed, "I can't believe the Emperor was thinking the same thing." "Wait." Before she could finish her sentence, the Lord Chamberlain interjected. "Told His Majesty what you said?" A moment of disbelief flickered across Lucia's features as she contemplated how the Lord Chamberlain could have known her thoughts. "Did he just read my mind?" she wondered aloud, her eyes widening in astonishment. With a conspiratorial gesture, the Lord Chamberlain leaned in closer, his voice lowered to a hushed tone. "There are going to be lots of changes in the Rose Palace. It might make some people uncomfortable if they find out you're the one behind some of them. This will be our little secret," he disclosed, placing a finger to his lips as a sign of discretion. As he prepared to take his leave, the Lord Chamberlain passed an envelope towards Lucia, his words laden with implicit understanding. "I'll assume you've agreed, so I will relay His Majesty's message," he stated, his gaze unwavering. With a nod of acknowledgement, the Lord Chamberlain made his exit, leaving Lucia to ponder the contents of the letter in her hands. Opening it with a sense of anticipation, she read the words inscribed within. "I'll give you time to think. A clerk will come around for your answer. If you are unsure of what to do, I will make a decision on your behalf." The weight of the decision ahead hung heavy in the air as Lucia contemplated the path that lay before her. In the bustling hallway of the palace, a figure clad in a vivid green dress made a dramatic entrance. With tousled blonde hair and an air of confidence, the individual began to shout, their voice echoing off the grandeur of the walls. "Your Majesty! Can you hear me from up there?" From his elevated perch on the upstairs chair, the Emperor's curiosity was piqued. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of suspicion. Undeterred, the person in the green dress chuckled heartily before responding. "Please take me under your wing, Your Majesty." The Emperor's brow furrowed in perplexity as he pressed for an explanation. "Why would I?" With a self-assured grin, the individual offered their rationale. "I may have been a knight of the enemy, but I saved your life, didn't I? If I hadn't killed your brother, someone else would be sitting on that throne right now." The Lord Chamberlain's patience wore thin as he interjected, his voice booming with indignation. "Silence! Do you have any idea how many of my men you slaughtered?" His fury was palpable, the tension in the air thick with the weight of past grievances. Amidst the grandeur of the palace, a striking figure with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes made an unexpected entrance, his demeanor exuding a blend of confidence and desperation. With a boldness that bordered on audacity, he began to plead his case for employment within the palace walls. The Lord Chamberlain's fury was palpable as he confronted the newcomer, his voice laced with indignation. "Do you have any idea how many of my men you've slaughtered?" he demanded, his gaze unwavering. Undeterred by the accusation, the man paused for a moment, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. How many was it again? Thousands? There were so many I've lost count," he replied casually, as if discussing the weather. As he launched into an explanation, the Lord Chamberlain remained steadfast, his gaze fixed firmly upon the intruder. "I was only doing my duty as a knight and protecting my king, but now the king is out to get me. I saved your life once. I'm only asking you to return the favor," the man pleaded, his words tinged with desperation. After a moment of contemplation, the Lord Chamberlain relented, his tone begrudging yet resigned. "All right, fine," he conceded, acknowledging the debt owed. The man's face lit up with gratitude at the unexpected acquiescence. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he exclaimed, his relief evident. With a stern yet magnanimous gesture, the Lord Chamberlain issued his decree. "I'll allow you to stay at the Rose Palace," he declared, his decision final. However, before he could finish speaking, the man's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Your Majesty, I know I have a pretty face, but dressing up as a woman is a bit weight," he stuttered, his words trailing off as he came to a startling realization. In the midst of the unfolding drama, a servant stepped forward, his demeanor stern as he moved to intervene. With a firm grip, he began to usher the intruder towards the exit, his voice tinged with a mix of authority and warning. "Those awful rumors about you are still going around, you know," he remarked pointedly, his gaze unwavering. As the tension in the room reached a crescendo, the Lord Chamberlain's expression hardened, his patience wearing thin. "How much longer will you keep hiding like this?" he demanded, his voice edged with frustration. In a sudden burst of anger, the clerk seized the intruder by the collar, his actions fueled by a combination of indignation and impatience. "Come along now!" he barked, his tone leaving no room for argument. Confusion washed over the intruder as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. What?" he stammered, his words faltering in the face of the servant's forceful insistence. Meanwhile, the Lord Chamberlain, taken aback by the intruder's accusations, sought clarification. "Hiding? Who do you think you are?" he demanded, his voice tinged with disbelief. As the servant escorted the intruder out of the Lord's presence, he offered a parting admonition, his words laden with a sense of caution. "You must be mindful of what you say to His Majesty," he cautioned sternly, his grip firm as he guided the intruder towards the door. Undeterred by the servant's warning, the intruder offered a disarming smile as he introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Please call me Jace," he remarked casually, his tone brimming with confidence. "It seems like we'll be seeing a lot of each other." With that cryptic statement hanging in the air, he disappeared from view, leaving behind a trail of intrigue and uncertainty. As Jace stood there, a picture of composure despite the circumstances, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself adorned in a delicate pink dress, a whimsical image that elicited a wry smile from him. Seizing the opportunity to engage in banter, the clerk couldn't resist a teasing remark. "Do you think I'll look good in a dress?" he quipped, his tone playful yet tinged with curiosity. Unfazed by the clerk's jest, Jace replied with a hint of mischief. "Perhaps, if you were able to hide that physique of yours." His words were laced with humor, a subtle jab at the clerk's sturdy frame. Seeking to shift the conversation away from jests, Jace inquired, "I heard only the most beautiful ladies come to live in the palace. Is that true?" His curiosity piqued, he awaited the clerk's response with eager anticipation. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, the clerk let out a resigned sigh before responding. "Just as the world is filled with different types of flowers, every lady in the palace is unique in her own way. If you don't find a way to restrain that curiosity of yours, you will be evicted." His words carried a weight of warning, a reminder of the strict protocols that governed life within the palace walls. Observing Jace's demeanor, the clerk couldn't help but find him to be a curious anomaly. How peculiar, he thought to himself, noting the contrast between Jace's relaxed confidence and the apprehension typically displayed by visitors to the palace. Despite his misgivings, the clerk couldn't deny that Jace's intentions appeared to be honorable enough. As Jace continued to muse aloud, the clerk couldn't suppress a lingering doubt. However, I do question his sanity, he added quietly, his voice tinged with a hint of skepticism. In the midst of the palace's intricate web of intrigue, Jace remained an enigmatic figure, his true motives shrouded in uncertainty. As Halo and Jace arrived at the gaming archive, they were greeted by a young boy clad in the distinctive attire of the archive staff. "Master Halo!" the boy exclaimed, his voice filled with reverence and excitement. Maintaining an air of authority, Halo responded with a calm assurance. "At ease. I brought you a new recruit." His gaze shifted towards Jace as he added, "This fellow?" From the terrace above, another voice called out, "Wild! We've got fresh meat. Bring a uniform." The boy named Wild turned his attention back to Jace, his expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "Do you know how to handle a spear?" he inquired, his tone brimming with anticipation. Jace hesitated for a moment before responding, "A little." Before he could say more, Wild's voice echoed once again, this time with a hint of mischievous excitement. "Fresh meat, you said?" he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As Jace donned the archive outfit, joining the ranks of the gaming archive staff, his companions couldn't help but tease him with good-natured laughter. "That suits you better than a dress, wouldn't you say?" they jested, their playful banter echoing through the archive. Wild, ever the instigator, couldn't resist adding to the jovial atmosphere. "You're in for one hell of a welcome party," he declared, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. With Jace now fully immersed in the world of the gaming archive, the stage was set for a new chapter of adventure and camaraderie to unfold. Meanwhile, Felix made his way to Lucia's room, a stack of documents in hand. "Hello? I'm Felix." He greeted her warmly. "Have you decided what work you'd like to do?" Lucia's expression turned thoughtful as she replied, "Not yet. I'm not sure what I can do." Felix placed the documents on the table and began to search for something, his demeanor casual yet focused. "Is that so? Well then." He trailed off, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Let me know if an idea presents itself. In the meantime, I'll just stay here and do some work." As Felix chuckled, Lucia couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "I thought he was going to give me a list of ideas," she thought to herself, her brow furrowing in confusion. Curious about the decisions made by the other ladies, Lucia ventured to ask, What did the other ladies decide on?" Felix paused in his task, his pen hovering over the documents as he considered her question. "Most have settled on making clothes or jewelry," he explained. Lucia's shoulders slumped slightly at the response. "I'm not really good at that sort of stuff," she admitted hesitantly. Undeterred, Felix continued to scribble notes, his voice reassuring. "The other ladies are in the same position. They'll probably have a servant or family member make it for them," he remarked matter-of-factly. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment at the revelation. "What?" she exclaimed, taken aback by the notion. Glancing over at Felix, who appeared slightly confused as he scratched his head, Lucia couldn't help but wonder what other surprises lay in store as she navigated life within the palace walls. Concern etched across Lucia's face as she observed Felix's distressed state. "What's the matter with him? What's wrong?" she inquired, her voice tinged with worry. Felix wiped his brow, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he struggled to compose himself. "Men aren't normally allowed in the Rose Palace. Even when we are allowed to enter, we must keep our distance from the ladies," he explained, his tone strained. Surprised by this revelation, Lucia took hold of the document that Felix had been working on and examined it with interest. "What's this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Felix's shoulders slumped as he prepared to divulge the details of his task. "I've been tasked with recording the palace's budget and reporting it to the Lord Chamberlain each month," he began, his voice heavy with resignation. "I tried to make it as straightforward as possible, but he keeps making me rewrite it." A deep sigh escaped Felix's lips as he confessed. "Every time I look at these papers, I get so angry I could snap." His distress was palpable, and tears welled in his eyes as he struggled to contain his emotions. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to vent my frustration," he apologized, his voice choked with emotion. Lucia offered a sympathetic smile as she gently patted Felix's arm in reassurance. "It is a bit dense," she conceded, her gaze returning to the document. "It'd be much simpler if you used charts or pictures." In that moment, Felix's eyes lit up with hope as he leaned towards Lucia, his expression eager. "Do you perhaps have a solution, Lady Lucia? Would you like me to help?" he asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. In the elegant dining room of the palace, the Lord Chamberlain sat at the table, accompanied by a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to a lord in the making. Their meal consisted of succulent cuts of meat, the aroma filling the room as they dined. As the Lord Chamberlain finished his meal and dabbed at his mouth with a napkin, the boy continued to eat, methodically cutting into his meat with a fork and knife. Seizing the opportunity to impart some news, the Lord Chamberlain cleared his throat before addressing the boy. "Ahem. Count Jarnus said he will no longer be able to teach you," he informed him, his tone serious yet measured. Curious about the implications of this announcement, the boy looked up from his plate and inquired, "Do you know how many people are lining up to become his pupil?" His lips curved into a knowing smile as he awaited a response. However, before the Lord Chamberlain could reply, he was interrupted by a sudden outburst. "Alvis!" he called out sharply, his voice echoing through the room. Startled, the boy flinched involuntarily, his attention snapped back to the Lord Chamberlain. With a hint of defiance in his eyes, Alvis met the Lord Chamberlain's gaze and uttered a bold statement. "Count Jarnus is a coward," he declared, his words ringing out with conviction. Lord's curiosity piqued, he inquired further. "How so?" Alvis, undeterred by the Lord's probing, continued to voice his grievances. "He said I had to attend class on the day of Mother's memorial ceremony," he explained, his frustration evident. Lord, however, remained steadfast in his defense of Count Jarnus. "I told him that. He was following my orders," he clarified, his tone firm. But Alvis wasn't convinced, his words dripping with disdain. "More like he was trying to save his own skin by pandering to you. It seems like he's still scared of dying even though he's lived for so long," he retorted, his frustration palpable. As he mulled over his predicament, Alvis couldn't shake the desire to honor his mother's memory. "I might not remember what she looks like, but I still want to attend Mother's memorial service," he admitted, his voice tinged with longing. With a heavy sigh, he turned to Lord with a plea in his eyes. "As my brother, you have to let me go," he implored, his desperation evident. But Lord's patience wore thin, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "Enough. It's time for you to take rest," he commanded, his voice laced with authority, as he abruptly rose from the table and began to leave the room, leaving Alvis in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Serena entered the room, a pot of fragrant roses in hand. "The roses are in full bloom today, my lady," she announced cheerfully, a warm smile gracing her features as she approached Lucia. Placing the pot of flowers on the table, Serena leaned in closer, her voice filled with kindness. "I will add some petals to your bath tonight. It will surely cheer you up," she offered gently. "Not to mention, everyone knows the fragrance captivates men," she added with a playful wink, attempting to lift Lucia's spirits with a touch of humor. As the red roses shimmered with breathtaking beauty, a thought crossed Lucia's mind. Maybe that's why men use roses when proposing to a girl? The idea lingered in her thoughts, prompting Serena to offer a suggestion. "You can use roses as well as other kinds of flowers to tint the lips," Serena proposed with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Intrigued by the idea, Lucia's curiosity was piqued. Really? Other flowers as well? She inquired, her interest evident as she plucked a rose petal and delicately placed it against her lips, rubbing it in with gentle strokes. Serena couldn't help but chuckle at Lucia's adorable antics, her laughter ringing out melodiously in the room. My lady, you have to crush it first in order to get a nice hue, she explained patiently, her amusement evident. Astonished by the revelation, Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief. Crush it? Can I crush it with my teeth? She asked, her voice tinged with excitement and nervousness. Before Serena could respond, the sudden appearance of Lord interrupted their conversation, causing Lucia to startle in surprise. Huh? What? How long has he been standing there? She wondered, her heart racing with apprehension. Observing Lucia rubbing the rose petal against her lips, Lord's gaze softened, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Does it suit your tastes? He inquired, his voice gentle as he watched her with a curious expression. As Lucia felt annoyance prickling within her, she silently lamented. Ugh! He's so annoying! However, she composed herself and began to offer an explanation to Lord, hoping to clarify the situation. I wasn't trying to eat it, she started, her voice faltering slightly under Lord's amused gaze. Serena, ever the loyal companion, chimed in with a supportive affirmation. That is correct. She was chewing on it in the hopes of making herself more attractive. She interjected, her tone earnest. Interrupting Serena with a frustrated sigh, Lucia exclaimed, Why would you tell him that? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized the extent of her predicament. To her dismay, Lord's amusement only seemed to intensify, his smile growing wider. Lucia's irritation bubbled to the surface as she retorted. Are you done? Her voice carried a hint of exasperation as she attempted to regain control of the situation. However, Lord's laughter persisted, much to Lucia's chagrin. Is it that funny? She demanded, her irritation palpable. It's not like I ate dirt or something. Unfazed by Lucia's protests, Lord continued to chuckle, prompting her to vent her frustration. Is your life so boring that you'll laugh at anything? How about a leaf blowing by? Is that funny too? She quipped sarcastically, her words laced with annoyance. Amidst Lucia's tirade, Lord offered an unexpected observation, his tone light-hearted. I think that's the most I've ever heard you speak. You have quite a way with words, he remarked, his laughter subsiding as he regarded her with newfound admiration. However, his next comment struck a nerve, causing Lucia to take action. It must have been hard for you to hold all that in. Not only your words, but your appetite too, considering the size of your midnight snack, he began, but before he could finish, Lucia swiftly placed her hand over his mouth, silencing him mid-sentence. As Serena departed to fetch the requested glass of rose tea. Lucia seized the opportunity to confide in Lord. Oh my, I'm rather thirsty all of a sudden. Serena, would you fetch me a glass of rose tea? She requested, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. With Serena gone and the door closed behind her, Lord couldn't help but notice Lucia's apprehension. What's the matter? You don't want her to know? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yeah, Lucia admitted quietly, her gaze fixed on the closed door. Lord pressed further, his brow furrowing with concern. Why not? He prodded gently. Drawing closer to Lord, Lucia leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice barely above a murmur. I don't have much of an appetite during the day. I just pretend to eat so she doesn't worry. I eat later at night. She confessed, her words tinged with vulnerability. Lord's expression softened as he processed Lucia's revelation. So you eat food that has been sitting out all? He began, but Lucia cut him off with a firm rebuttal. It doesn't go bad that fast. The problem is the Rose Palace's policy, she explained, her frustration evident. Perplexed by her statement, Lord sought clarification. Huh? What policy? He inquired, his confusion apparent. Lucia drew closer to him, her voice barely above a whisper as she divulged the palace's strict rules. I heard that the ladies in the palace aren't allowed to eat with other men, she revealed, her tone tinged with disbelief. Surprised by this revelation, Lord shook his head in bewilderment. Is that so? I had no idea, he admitted, his expression reflecting his genuine surprise. Unaware that Lord shared her ignorance, Lucia couldn't hide her astonishment. You didn't know either? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Surprised by Lord's admission of ignorance, Lucia couldn't help but wonder. How could he not know? Lord, however, brushed off her incredulity with a nonchalant response. Ah, well. I've been so busy these days. I might have forgotten. Then us dining together will be our little secret, he suggested, his tone casual as he offered a plausible explanation. As he retreated into his thoughts, Lord's demeanor grew contemplative. I would prefer not to get close to any of the women in the palace. I am well aware that those who want to seize the throne send their daughters here. He mused inwardly, his expression unreadable. Is an empty-headed fool who spends her days playing dress-up. In the end, she's no different from the rest of them. I only came here to find out the truth behind the recent poisoning. Nothing more, nothing less. I must maintain my distance, he resolved, his resolve unwavering. With a courteous nod, Lord turned away and began to take his leave, apologizing for the intrusion. My apologies for the intrusion. I should be on my way, he announced, his voice carrying a note of finality. Accepting his departure with a resigned sigh, Lucia bid him farewell. Okay. I'll go get some rest then, she replied, her weariness evident as she turned away, thoughts of fatigue creeping into her mind. However, just as she was about to retire for some much-needed rest, Lord called out to her, prompting her to turn back in surprise. My lady, he addressed her, his tone softer now. Yes? What? Lucia responded, her curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, Lord made an unexpected request, catching Lucia off guard. Eric, he stated simply, a faint smile playing at his lips. Confused by his sudden familiarity, Lucia stumbled over her words. Who's Dash? She began, before Lord clarified. No need to call me Lord Chamberlain. Call me Eric, he requested, his tone gentle yet firm. Fatigue creeping into her mind. The Lord Chamberlain, a figure of authority, took a moment to convey a personal request to Lucia. Call me Eric. Lucia's surprise was evident in her response, a hesitant. Okay. As he exited her room, Eric couldn't help but muse. Was she expecting me to say something else? His thoughts drifted to introspection, wondering, is my name perhaps too old-fashioned in this modern era? In another corner of the chamber, Felix, an assistant, entered discreetly, bearing a stack of important documents. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Eric, prompting him to swiftly seek refuge behind a nearby pillar. Despite Felix's attempt to remain unnoticed, Eric's keen perception caught sight of him, prompting a subtle gesture to beckon him forth. With a nervous gulp, Felix cautiously approached, addressing Eric with a slight stumble. What's the matter, Your Maj? I mean, Lord Chamberlain. Eric, with a stack of papers in hand, glanced inquisitively at Felix's burden, inquiring with authority. What's that you have there? With a swift motion, he retrieved a document, his eyes scanning its contents intently. Felix, recognizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to explain. It's the budget report for last. However, his words were interrupted by Eric's sudden realization. The palace expenses don't show any signs of dropping. These women seem to relish the mere act of spending money. He observed the colorful diagrams and inquired, What are these drawings? His colleague responded, Oh, those? The circle has been divided according to each item's proportion. It's like sharing a pie. It makes complex information easier to understand. After dividing up the circle, I discovered that more money is spent on cultivating roses than on purchasing dresses and accessories. Eric then asked, Was this your idea? Felix, visibly nervous, leaned in and whispered, Can you keep a secret? Try not to be surprised, but it was Lady Lucia who taught me all about it. After her near-death experience, it truly seems like she's become a completely different person. It's like a long-hidden part of her has finally emerged. Eric, intrigued, remarked, "Because of this?" Felix explained, "Not just that. Struggling with these numbers usually takes me weeks. Thanks to her, this only took me a day." He began contemplating. Perhaps this could be how Lucia contributes. Then, he inquired, "Setting that aside, do you think my name is outdated?" Felix promptly responded, "No, not at all. Your name is splendid, truly remarkable." Eric interjected, "Then why didn't she react?" Returning his documents, he started to depart. Attempting to detain him, Felix exclaimed, "Excuse me?" As Eric turned, he simply replied, "Ahem. It's nothing." In the dimly lit archive, rows of empty drums were arranged. It appeared deserted until a shirtless figure emerged, flexing his wrists and questioning, "Do you expect me to remain in this form? What am I supposed to do in this state?" Facing him was another shirtless individual, who explained, "As planned, the moonlight, charged with the energy of countless days, did penetrate an uninhabited vessel. However, it seems another soul inhabited it before you. We have failed." He furrowed his brow in frustration, his fingers instinctively scratching at his neck with an air of agitation. "And? I'm being driven mad by this flesh. The hair you stuck on this scalp is inches away from falling off," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with exasperation. With a resigned sigh, he continued, "I can't exactly go around holding it in place." His frustration boiled over into a torrent of screams, echoing through the dimly lit chamber. "I thought the time had finally come for my revenge." Meanwhile, cloaked in a somber black veil, another figure stood, their presence imposing yet enigmatic. Without turning to face him, they offered a solemn reassurance. "Patience. You must wait until the moon has recharged itself anew." However, his patience wore thin, his anger mounting with each passing moment. "My heart has stopped, and my body is rotting. I cannot wait another 1,000 days," he roared, his voice echoing off the cold stone walls. In response, the enigmatic figure turned slightly, their gaze piercing through the darkness as they uttered cryptic words of hope. "There might be another way." Eager for a solution, he implored, "What is it?" With a measured tone, the figure revealed a glimmer of possibility. "The soul that now holds the energy of the moonlight has not yet fully become one with its new body. If that soul were to stab someone else in the heart, the freshly killed body would be yours to take." His fist clenched in a mixture of rage and anticipation, he demanded confirmation. "As long as it gets stabbed in the heart, I can take any body I want." "Sounds like you have someone in mind." A sinister smirk played across his lips as he added, "Eric. My brother who killed me. I want his body." On the other hand, amidst a meticulously chosen ensemble of a pristine white shirt and a skirt adorned with intricate floral patterns, Lucia found herself immersed in contemplation. "Anyway, I can't just stay here walking on eggshells. If I'm in the running for Empress, I must have a pretty high rank. That means I shouldn't have to bow to anyone besides the Emperor, who I've never even met." She mused, her thoughts weaving through the complexities of her newfound status. As her fingers subconsciously tightened into clenched fists, she reminded herself, "Okay, think, you've just woken up in a new world as a nobleman's daughter. You should be enjoying this." Meanwhile, Serena's gentle voice pierced through Lucia's reverie. "My lady?" Turning towards her faithful attendant, Lucia discovered Serena gracefully balancing a delicate tea tray. With a hint of concern, Serena inquired, "I couldn't find you in your room. Where were you?" Lucia's realization struck her swiftly. "Right. I asked her to bring me some tea. I totally forgot." Offering a polite apology, Lucia began, "I'm sorry, no," before swiftly correcting herself, mindful of her noble station. Straightening her posture, she turned back to Serena, asserting, "I wish to go for a walk." "Let's go." Serena, ever dutiful, replied with a deferential, "Yes, my lady." With Serena in tow, Lucia made her way to the sprawling rose garden, the vibrant blooms providing a stark contrast to her swirling thoughts. Delicately plucking a rose, Lucia brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply as she reveled in its sweet fragrance. However, the tranquility of the moment was shattered when an imposing figure clad in an archive outfit emerged, casting a formidable shadow over the serene surroundings. Startled, both Lucia and Serena froze in apprehension, their hearts pounding in unison at the unexpected intrusion. In the tranquil expanse of the rose garden, Serena and Lucia were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure clad in an archive outfit. Reacting swiftly to protect Lucia, Serena cried out in alarm, "My lady!" The figure, sensing their fear, quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, exclaiming, "Wait! I'm not here to hurt you!" With an earnest tone, he added, "It's my first day as a palace guard. I'm afraid I've gotten lost. Could you point me in the direction of the east gate?" Lucia, though initially taken aback, composed herself with an air of aristocratic poise. "It's over there," she replied, gesturing confidently towards the indicated direction. However, inwardly, she felt a surge of trepidation. "Wait! This is my chance to act like a real aristocrat!" She realized, the weight of her decision evident in the beads of sweat forming on her brow. Summoning her courage, she hesitantly continued, "May be?" The guard, intrigued by Lucia's response, questioned her further. "Don't you live here?" In a deft display of wit, Lucia countered with a question of her own. "Who's to say?" Emboldened by her newfound sense of agency, Lucia held her ground, her demeanor reflecting a newfound sense of confidence amidst the uncertainty of the moment. He added, "Oh, so you've come from outside dash." Lucia, visibly annoyed, interjected, "I said I haven't the foggiest." An awkward silence hung between them, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the garden. Sensing the need to depart from the uncomfortable exchange, Lucia began to make her exit, declaring, "Let's go." Serena, ever obedient, replied with a respectful, "Yes, my lady." As they moved away from the scene, Lucia couldn't shake the lingering doubt in her mind. "Did that make me look aristocratic?" she pondered, her steps adorned with the grace of her beautiful blue heels. With each stride forward, she couldn't help but question if she had projected enough strength in her response. Resolute in her determination to assert her noble status, she silently vowed, "One more word out of your mouth, and I'll have you beheaded." Lost in her thoughts, she mumbled to herself, "Would that have sounded more natural?" Suddenly, Serena's voice broke through her contemplation. "My lady?" Startled from her reverie, Lucia refocused her attention, ready to continue navigating the delicate dance of nobility with poise and precision. She responded with a dismissive wave of her hand, accompanied by a forced smile. "Oh, don't mind me. I'm fine." Her attempt at reassurance was met with a polite nod from Serena, who replied, "That's good to hear." Internally, however, Lucia's thoughts churned with uncertainty. "This sure ain't easy," she admitted to herself, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "I hope that guard found his way," she mused, a tinge of concern evident in her voice as she scanned the surroundings for any sign of the lost sentry. As her gaze drifted, she noticed the guard in question approaching, his steps accompanied by an unusual creaking sound. "Why is he walking like that? Does he have a limp or something?" Lucia pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued by the unexpected sight. Unbeknownst to her, the guard she observed was none other than Jace, whose thoughts strayed to his own assessment of Lucia's demeanor. She appears fine, but she's actually a bit daft, isn't she?" he mused, a hint of superiority creeping into his tone. "Perhaps she's not right in the head," he speculated, his gaze lingering on Lucia with a mixture of skepticism and amusement. With a wry smirk, he added, Maybe she's just a beautiful moron." Eric sat in his office, hunched over a desk cluttered with papers, diligently scribbling away with a feather pen. His attire, a sophisticated blend of gray and blue, exuded an air of professionalism befitting his status. Across from him stood his younger brother, Alvis, engaged in conversation. "So, one of the ladies of the Rose Palace will become my tutor?" Alvis inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Eric nodded solemnly in response, confirming, "Yes." Alvis raised a skeptical eyebrow, his expression betraying a hint of cynicism. "But those women only care about impressing you," he remarked astutely. "Indeed, they all came here in the hopes of marrying me. But we shouldn't forget their background." A smirk played at the corner of Alvis's lips as he continued. "Background? You mean their families who would do anything to claw their way up the ranks? That is why they sent their daughters here, after all." The implication of Alvis's words struck a nerve with Eric, his temper flaring in response. With a sudden burst of frustration, he slammed his hand down on the table, the sound reverberating through the room. "Alvis!" Eric snapped, his voice tinged with indignation. "Those ladies are all of good blood and have received a fine education. Each of them is qualified to become empress." His words carried a note of defiance, a staunch defense of the women whose capabilities he refused to undermine. "They are more than qualified to be your tutor," Eric asserted firmly, his tone unwavering. However, Alvis, ever the provocateur, interjected with a pointed question. "Even the one who drank poison and went a bit crazy? I heard her father's a greedy baron." Surprised by the revelation, Eric countered. "Who told you that?" Alvis shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "It's common knowledge in the palace." Eric took a deep breath, attempting to quell the rising frustration within him. "That's enough. You may leave," he instructed, his voice clipped with irritation. Unfazed, Alvis pressed on, seeking answers. "Is this my punishment for talking back to Count Jarnus?" In a measured tone, Eric responded, "There will be an announcement soon. That's all you need to know." Unsatisfied with the vague response, Alvis persisted. "You didn't answer my question." Lingering in the room despite Eric's dismissal. With a hint of exasperation, Eric retorted, "Are you really going to make me say it?" Alvis recoiled slightly at the rebuke before conceding, "I'll be waiting," and finally exiting the room. As he departed, Alvis couldn't help but ponder. What could I possibly have to learn from those women? Besides, he's the one who said they were all a bunch of greedy cows in the first place. His thoughts swirled with skepticism as he contemplated the true intentions behind Eric's decision. He stepped forward, his voice laced with skepticism. If they're all qualified to become empress, why does he never meet any of them? Lost in his own thoughts, he speculated. He's trying to get leverage on the nobility by holding their daughters hostage. A mischievous grin spread across his face as a plan formed in his mind. "He said my new teacher's name is Lucia. I'm gonna get her kicked out of the palace," he declared triumphantly. "And if there's another teacher after that, I'll get her kicked out too. He'll eventually learn to stop assigning me teachers." Lost in his scheming, he found himself standing in the midst of a bustling hallway, his voice ringing out with determination. "If someone wants to teach me, I'll just teach them a lesson instead." His outburst drew the attention of nearby servants, who cast curious glances in his direction. As he continued on his way, his mind consumed by plots and schemes, he was interrupted by the voice of a palace guard. "Prince Alvis!" Halo called out, prompting Alvis to turn back with a disarming smile. "Halo!" he greeted the guard warmly. Halo, ever dutiful, reminded him. "You cannot enter the Rose Palace without His Majesty's permission." Alvis waved off the concern with a casual flick of his hand. "Don't worry. It's not like I'm here to steal one of the ladies. I'm just going for a look. Don't follow me," he reassured, his smile masking his true intentions as he continued on his way. Ignoring Halo's pleas, Prince Alvis continued on his determined path towards the Rose Palace. Inside, he found Lucia and Serena awaiting him, their presence an unexpected interruption to his plans. With a nonchalant flourish, he twisted his arms and remarked, "I guess you're qualified to be here. You're as pretty as a doll." Lucia, taken aback by the sudden intrusion and the peculiar compliment, furrowed her brow in confusion. She uttered, unable to comprehend Alvis's intentions. Internally, Lucia wrestled with conflicting emotions. Am I supposed to thank him? No, he's being rude. I should lecture him, she reasoned, her thoughts racing. Undeterred by Lucia's bewilderment, Alvis pointed his finger accusingly, doubling down on his brash assertion. Still, you're not good enough to be my teacher, he declared with a hint of superiority. Lucia's astonishment was palpable as she processed Alvis's audacious statement, her mind racing to formulate a response to his blatant provocation. When Alvis brazenly remarked to Luciano that she wasn't a competent teacher, her initial reaction was one of pure astonishment. Caught off guard by his audacity, she found herself plunged into a whirlwind of conjecture. Judging by the way he's acting, she mused internally, he must hail from nobility. No, perhaps even higher than that. Could he be the Emperor's son? But then why isn't he even married? Am I expected to impart knowledge to this young man? Midway through her mental gymnastics, Alvis's interruption shattered her reverie. Look here, doll, he declared, his tone dripping with disdain. I have nothing to learn from someone who attempted to poison herself. I had intended to reduce you to tears, but I deemed it fitting to offer a forewarning. You're welcome. The bombshell of his accusation left Lucia reeling in disbelief. The shock of his words reverberated through her, leaving her momentarily speechless as she struggled to process the audacity of his accusations. He added with a tone of finality, his words slicing through the tension like a knife. There's only one thing you need to do. With an accusatory finger pointed directly at her, his voice crescendoed into a deafening scream. Say you can't be my teacher. You'd better. Lucia, feeling a mixture of resignation and relief, acquiesced, her voice tinged with a hint of surrender. All right. I think that's for the best. Alvis, taken aback by her unexpected compliance, found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? He managed to stammer out, his confidence momentarily shaken by her unexpected concession. Undeterred, Lucia continued to unravel her thoughts, her words pouring forth in a torrent of uncertainty and confusion. I didn't even know I was supposed to teach anyone, she confessed, her brow furrowed in bewilderment. Who do I need to speak with? I've never seen the Emperor, and the Lord Chamberlain is as stealthy as a ninja. A desperate note crept into her voice as she added, Have you seen him? I heard the sound of him rushing past. Alvis couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lucia's bewildered inquiries, his amusement ringing out through the room like peals of mocking thunder. As the realization dawned upon her, Lucia's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, her earlier confusion giving way to a steely resolve. Well, she retorted with a wry smile, her words laced with a hint of defiance. He's like the wind. Who can say where the wind is? I don't feel comfortable teaching anyone. Can you find whoever's in charge and tell them I can't? Lucia implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Alvis, taken aback by her sudden request, stammered out a hesitant response. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Serena and Lucia found themselves engaged in a light-hearted game in one of the opulent rooms. Here I go, remember that game I taught you before? Serena prompted with a mischievous grin. I'll start, okay? Lucia agreed, her competitive spirit rising to the challenge. With playful banter they counted. 29, 30, 31, got ya! Serena exclaimed triumphantly. But Lucia wasn't about to let her off easy. You lose. Penalty time. Will it be fruits or vegetables today? She teased, gesturing towards the array of fresh produce laid out on the table. Serena, opting for fruit, reached for a piece of apple and took a bite. However, as Lucia observed her friend's actions, a pang of concern washed over her. Serena is wasting away from looking after me all day. The same goes for all the other servants, she thought solemnly. Turning to Serena, she voiced her worries. She won't eat even if I offer her food, so I basically have to force her. The weight of responsibility for her friend's well-being weighed heavily on Lucia's shoulders as she grappled with the complexities of their intertwined lives within the palace walls. Alvis strode into the room with an air of authority, addressing Serena with a respectful tone. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Serena, caught off guard by his sudden appearance, replied with a hint of sheepishness. "I was playing a game with Lady Lucia." But Lucia couldn't help but interject with a wry thought. "More like having snack time." Undeterred by Serena's response, Alvis's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he proposed. I'd like to try." Clenching his hand with determination, he declared. "Whoever says 31 loses, right?" Serena attempted to protest, but Alvis pressed on eagerly. "What? You don't want to play with me?" Seizing the opportunity to inject a bit of mischief into the game, Lucia chimed in. "The loser has to take a penalty. Are you sure you can handle it?" Undaunted by the challenge, Alvis nodded resolutely. "So she was eating that apple because she lost?" he deduced, turning to Serena for confirmation. Serena nodded in agreement, and Alvis's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. "Then if I lose," he proclaimed with gusto, "I'll have the chef cook up a grand meal for every servant in the palace." Outside the Rose Palace, Halo and the other servants grew increasingly restless as they awaited Alvis's return. Pacing back and forth, they wondered, "What is taking His Highness so long?" Just then, Eric arrived on the scene, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What are you all doing here?" Halo scrambled to compose himself before addressing Eric, his voice trembling with deference. "Oh, your mage, I mean, Lord Chamberlain. You see." Before he could explain further, Alvis's commanding voice rang out, calling for Halo's attention. "Halo!" he bellowed. Startled, Halo responded immediately. "Yes, Your Highness." Eric, curious about the commotion, peered into the Rose Palace, only to have the door slammed shut in his face by Halo, who exclaimed, "For goodness sake! How are we to prepare so much food on such short notice?" With a heavy sigh, he lamented. "And for the servants, no less." Perplexed by Halo's agitation, Eric inquired, "What's wrong with him?" Undeterred by the chaos outside, Eric decided to enter the Rose Palace. Inside, Serena spotted him and inquired, "Lord Chamberlain? Are you here to see Lady Lucia?" Eric shook his head, replying, "No, I came for Prince Alvis." Serena, hoping to buy some time, implored him to wait for a moment, saying, "One moment, please." Meanwhile, inside the palace, Alvis and Lucia were engaged in their intense game. Alvis slammed his hand on the table in frustration, questioning aloud, Why? Why do I keep losing?" As Lucia chuckled at his vexation, she sipped her drink and quipped, "I'm the master of drinking Giahem." Fed up with his losing streak, Alvis declared, "Arg! I'm sick of this game." Amused by his frustration, Lucia affectionately placed her hand on his head and chuckled. "Haha, how cute!" With a mischievous glint in her eye, she offered, "Want me to teach you how to win?" Alvis, his eyes bright with anticipation, eagerly exclaimed, "Yes, tell me." Just then, Eric arrived on the scene, his authoritative presence commanding attention. "Prince Alvis," he called out, his voice resonating with authority. Alvis turned to see the Lord Chamberlain, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Lord Chamberlain," he acknowledged. With a tone of finality, Eric ordered, "It's time for you to go back now." But Alvis, determined to continue the game, protested, "But I still haven't won yet. She was just about to teach me how." Eric, unmoved by Alvis's plea, added firmly, "The sun has already set." Alvis, feeling defeated, held his head in frustration, letting out a frustrated scream. "Arg! Just let her tell me first." Sensing the tension in the air, Lucia intervened, addressing Eric respectfully. "Lord Chamberlain." Eric turned his attention to Lucia, responding with a curt, "Yes, my lady." Seizing the opportunity to involve Eric in the game, Lucia proposed, "Would you like to try?" Eric, after a moment's consideration, conceded. All right. Turning to Alvis with a playful grin, Lucia teased. Hey! All this time you just wanted to play too! Serena, ever the mediator, interrupted with a clear explanation of the rules. The rules are simple, my lord, she began. You take turns counting, and you can say up to 3 numbers at a time. 31, whoever says 31 loses. It's called Baskin-Robbins 31. Alvis, eager to understand the origins of the game, interjected. Baskin? What does that mean? Lucia, still chuckling at the absurdity of the name, replied with a shake of her head. I have no idea. Meanwhile, she began to strategize silently, pondering her next move. If I don't want to say 31, all I have to do is say 30. She thought to herself. The first time I go, I count to 2. Then I just have to make sure my opponent, and I count 4 numbers per turn. With a sly smirk, she realized. If the other person doesn't know the trick, then I can win regardless of who starts. Eric, seeking to keep the game moving, turned to Lucia and inquired, Would you like to go first? Without hesitation, Lucia accepted the challenge. Sure, she replied confidently. 1, she began, and as Eric closed his eyes to count, she continued. 2, 27, 28, 29, 30. To her shock, Eric's counting strategy had caught her off guard. Huh! I can't believe I lost, she exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Eric, ever the gracious victor, added, Come to think of it, we didn't decide on the punishment. So, what will it be? Caught off guard by her defeat, Lucia hesitated before responding. I think I need some time to think about it. Eric, respecting her decision, agreed. All right. Then His Highness and I will take our leave. As Eric began to leave, Lucia couldn't help but voice her bewilderment. I never lose. What just happened? Is he just good at everything? She mused aloud, her competitive spirit momentarily dampened by her unexpected defeat. Eric gracefully escorted Alvis out of the Rose Palace, their footsteps echoing in the opulent hallway adorned with intricate tapestries and gilded fixtures. As they walked, Eric turned to Alvis with a thoughtful expression. Did you feel it? He inquired, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Alvis glanced at him quizzically. Feel what? He asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just because she's proficient at a few games, that doesn't necessarily mean she possesses the ability to teach, Eric explained, noticing Alvis's misunderstanding and wanting to clarify his point. Realization dawned on Alvis's face as he processed Eric's words. That's not what I meant, Eric clarified, his tone shifting to one of pride. Did you feel the power of the Emperor effortlessly triumphing while you sulked like a child? His words resonated with confidence, emphasizing the significance of their recent experience. Alvis's expression brightened, a sense of validation washing over him at Eric's acknowledgement. The Rose Palace, with its walls enveloped in vibrant red roses, exuded an air of regal splendor. At the center of the hallway, a meticulously arranged table awaited them, adorned with an assortment of delicacies. The aroma of freshly brewed tea mingled with the sweet scent of cookies and cakes, tantalizing their senses and adding to the allure of the surroundings. Seated gracefully on a plush sofa, a blonde-headed girl, adorned in a flowing blue dress, delicately cradled her teacup, her gaze thoughtful as she engaged in conversation with her friend. Across from her, draped in a vibrant red dress, sat her companion, attentive to the blonde's musings. Why would the Emperor order such a thing? The blonde queried, her tone a mixture of confusion and frustration. Isn't it enough that we spend every day looking good for him? Now we have to work too? Her friend, Swan, exuded an air of serenity as she listened, her expression calm and composed. I think I'll cook, she replied, her voice soft but resolute. Cook? The blonde echoed, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise. As she scrutinized Swan's delicate hands, doubts flickered across her mind. With those hands? She looks like she's never even washed a dish before. Taking note of Swan's hands, which appeared as soft and smooth as silk, the blonde couldn't help but speculate. Is she planning to make her servant do this? The possibility seemed incredulous, yet the evidence before her eyes left her momentarily speechless. Observing Swan with a calculating gaze, the blonde, her smirk betraying a hint of mischief, mused internally. Like all the other ladies. Yet a subtle shift in her demeanor hinted at a deeper contemplation. Still, keeping her close might not be so bad. Just in case I don't end up as empress, she reasoned silently. Turning her attention back to Swan, she inquired, "Did His Majesty choose that for you?" Swan's response was firm and unwavering. "No, I decided myself." Interjecting hastily, the blonde voiced her concern. "But if you cook too much, you'll ruin your beautiful hands." Swan's gentle rebuttal was filled with determination. "I want to cook a nice meal for His Majesty all by myself." The blonde's eyes widened in realization, a sudden epiphany striking her. "Oh, I didn't even consider that. If I had, I would have chosen cooking too," she confessed, her surprise palpable. Swan, taken aback by the admission, choked on her words as she questioned, "Wouldn't you just make your servant do it? I know she does your sewing for you." The blonde, caught off guard by the blunt observation, found herself at a loss for words, her shock evident in her silence. Meanwhile, within the confines of her palace, Lucia, enveloped in regal elegance, fervently searched for a particular letter. Its azure hue stood out amidst the sea of parchment. With careful anticipation, she unsealed the missive, absorbing its contents with growing apprehension. "You have been appointed as Prince Alvis's teacher. You are to give him 1 lesson per week." Beside her, Serena, ever the stalwart companion, stood poised and attentive. Lucia turned to her, her expression fraught with uncertainty. "Any chance of this getting changed?" she implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Serena's response was measured and somber. "His Majesty rarely revokes his commands unless the one who received the order dies or commits a grave sin," she conveyed with a solemn tone, her words resonating with finality. Caught in the throes of indecision, Lucia found herself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Teach or kill, 2 divergent paths stretched before her, each laden with its own weighty implications. As she grappled with the magnitude of her dilemma, a single thought crystallized in her mind. The answer is clear. In the midst of their deliberations, Prince Alvis made his grand entrance, his presence commanding attention. Serena, ever astute, addressed him with a query about his arrival. "Prince Alvis?" With a mischievous glint in his eye, Alvis extended a hand towards both women, his laughter ringing out. "Ha ha! The game! You were trying to make me curious, weren't you?" he exclaimed, his jovial demeanor unmistakable. Serena's response was sharp, cutting through the playful banter with precision. "You were trying to prove that you're different from all the other ladies here who just humor me. Don't bother denying it," she asserted, her tone laced with a hint of challenge. Lucia, taken aback by Alvis's sudden appearance, stood frozen in shock, her mind reeling with a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, before she could gather her thoughts, Alvis interjected with a casual remark, his hand absent-mindedly scratching his head. "Oh, and did you know? If you lay a hand on a member of the imperial family without permission, you'll be beheaded," he quipped, his words carrying a weighty implication. A bead of sweat formed on Lucia's brow as she realized her inadvertent transgression. In a moment of impulse, she reached out, her fingers brushing against Alvis's head as she offered a strained smile. "Oh, right," she murmured, her regret immediate and palpable. As Alvis demanded a repeat of the action, Lucia's heart sank, her mind racing with the repercussions of her actions. "Crap," she muttered under her breath, her realization dawning too late to salvage the situation. Lucia's confusion was palpable as she voiced her query. "Excuse me?" Alvis, ever the enigmatic figure, bowed his head before her, prompting Lucia to extend her hand tentatively, her thoughts racing with uncertainty. "Is this really okay?" she wondered silently as her palm made contact with his head, her touch hesitant yet yielding. Alvis, seemingly satisfied, turned away with a cryptic remark. I knew it. Lucia, caught off guard by his cryptic response, pressed for clarification. Knew what? With a dismissive wave, Alvis began to make his departure, his demeanor veiled in a shroud of mystery. Nothing. I have to go, he muttered tersely before abruptly exiting the palace, the door slamming shut behind him. Yet, in a moment of unexpected sincerity, he paused and turned back, his laughter echoing through the halls as he called out. Hey, I'll behave the next time we meet. Bye, teacher. As Lucia watched him depart, a heavy sigh escaped her lips, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Teacher, she repeated softly, her mind grappling with the weight of her newfound responsibility. What am I supposed to teach him? I've only barely adjusted to this place. It's lucky enough that I can somehow speak the language. Turning to her trusted companion, Serena, Lucia sought solace in the comfort of literature. Serena, I'd like something to read. Do you have a book by any chance? She requested, her voice tinged with a hint of longing for distraction amidst the chaos of her thoughts. Serena's admission brought a tinge of disappointment to Lucia's hopes for literary escape. Oh, I'm afraid books are a bit beyond my capabilities, she confessed with a sheepish smile. However, there is a library in the palace. Each floor requires a special pass, she continued, offering a glimmer of hope. Servants aren't allowed in the library, so I don't know much more than that. I've yet to see the other ladies go in there. As they deliberated, a timely interruption broke their conversation. A lady servant entered, her announcement cutting through the air with precision. My lady, the Lord Chamberlain is here to see you, she relayed. Lucia's mind raced with opportunity as Eric, the Lord Chamberlain, entered the palace. Seizing the moment, she approached him with urgency. Lord Chamberlain, I need a pass, she implored, her tone urgent yet composed. Eric, ever the epitome of grace, inquired. A pass for what? Lucia wasted no time in clarifying her request. I'd like to go to the library, she explained earnestly. Without hesitation, Eric provided her with the necessary pass, his demeanor accommodating and poised. Certainly. One moment, please. This will give you access to the first 3 floors, he informed her, his voice steady and reassuring. The 4th and 5th floors are reserved for the imperial family and nobles who have acquired special permission, he added, his words carrying a note of distinction. It's not far from the palace. A guard can escort you, Eric suggested, his tone accommodating as he outlined the logistics. Lucia sought clarification. So I'm allowed to leave the palace? Eric affirmed with a nod. Yes. If you're just going to the library, you have my permission. Grateful for the opportunity, Lucia expressed her gratitude. Thank you. As they settled at the tea table, their conversation took a more serious turn. Have you thought of a penalty yet? Eric inquired, his gaze thoughtful. Lucia pondered for a moment before responding. Oh, unlike Prince Alvis, I don't really have anything to offer. Before she could finish, Eric interjected with a surprising revelation. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask of you, he confessed, leaning in closer. His cryptic words caught Lucia off guard, prompting her to recoil in astonishment. Huh! She exclaimed, her mind racing with wild conjectures. Inside? Inside my clothes? Does he want me to get naked? The nerve of him! She thought incredulously. Summoning her resolve, Lucia rebuffed his audacious request with a hint of indignation. That's a bit rude, don't you think? Do I look that easy to you? She retorted, her words laced with disdain. Eric quickly dispelled Lucia's misinterpretation with a dismissive wave of his hands. No! That's not what I meant, he clarified, his tone earnest. Leaning in closer, he elaborated. I meant show me the truth inside your heart. Lucia, relieved by his clarification, took a moment to collect herself before responding. Oh, what truth? She echoed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Eric's gaze bore into her, his expression probing as he posed a question that cut to the core of her identity. Do you really not remember anything from before you took the poison? Have you really become someone else? He inquired, his words laden with concern. Lucia's mind raced with conflicting emotions as she grappled with the weight of Eric's inquiry. Should she reveal her innermost thoughts? The uncertainty of Eric's intentions clouded her judgment, leaving her hesitant to divulge too much. In a gesture of defiance, Lucia responded with a brusque dismissal. No, I really don't remember. I need some time to get my thoughts in order, she asserted, her tone sharp with frustration. Eric, resigned to her reluctance, rose from his seat with a sigh. All right, he conceded, his demeanor sullen as he made his exit. As Lucia watched him depart, a sense of unease settled over her, the lingering questions swirling in her mind like a tempestuous storm. In the tranquility of the Rose Palace, Lucia reclined on the sofa, her mind set on her upcoming excursion to the library. Serena, I'm going to the library. Please call a guard to escort me, she instructed, her tone firm yet composed. Serena, ever dutiful, acknowledged her request with a deferential nod. Yes, my lady, she affirmed as she summoned a guard to attend to Lucia's needs. As the door swung open, a figure emerged, bearing a knight's helmet in hand. My name is Jace, he announced, his voice resonant with familiarity. With a graceful bow, he greeted Lucia once more. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Lucia's mind raced as she registered the familiarity of his voice. That voice. Is he the man from before? She wondered silently, her curiosity piqued. Seizing the opportunity to confirm her suspicions, she inquired. Did you find your way to the East Gate? Jace's response was affirmative, albeit tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. Yes, after a bit of wandering, he admitted with a sheepish grin. However, Lucia's attention was drawn to a new detail as she scrutinized his face. What happened to your face? She questioned, her concern evident in her voice. Jace's smile remained affable as he offered an explanation. I was in such a hurry to get here that I tripped. His laughter filled the air as he continued. A passing tree tried to catch me, and I scratched my face on one of its branches. Lucia couldn't help but find his explanation peculiar. A passing tree? That's a weird way of putting it. But more importantly, why is he carrying that helmet around if he's not going to use it? She pondered silently, her brow furrowing with suspicion. Unaware of Lucia's internal musings, Jace turned his attention away, only to be met with a stern reprimand from Serena. Do not show such discourtesy to Lady Lucia, she warned sharply, her tone conveying no room for argument. Caught off guard by Serena's admonishment, Jace flinched, his expression sheepish as he sought to defend himself. What do you mean? I was only, he began, but Serena cut him off with a firm interjection. Don't you dare make her feel uncomfortable. Do you understand? She demanded, her gaze unwavering. Lucia, albeit surprised by the sudden exchange, remained a silent observer, her thoughts swirling with questions and uncertainties. Resigned to his fate, Jace acquiesced with a nod, his demeanor chastened. I'll wait for you here, my lady, he declared, his voice subdued as he stood guard outside the library, his helmet held at his side, a silent sentinel in his duty to Lucia. Lucia assured Jace with a nod. I don't know how long I'll be. Go on ahead, and I'll call for you when I'm done. With that, she crossed the threshold of the library, the soft clanking of her pink heels echoing in the hallowed halls. As she took in the sight of shelves laden with books, Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Wow! That's a lot of books, she remarked, her astonishment evident in her voice. Reflecting on her priorities, she chastised herself inwardly. Learning about this place should have been my priority. I've been slacking off this whole time. I need to find out as much as I can about this world. Meanwhile, back at the Rose Palace, a lady servant's concern for Lucia's well-being was palpable. Is Lady Lucia still in the library? She inquired anxiously, her worry etched across her features. Serena, ever the beacon of reassurance, provided an update. It's been 3 whole days now. I hope she's eating. I told the librarian to check in on her." Moved by Lucia's plight, the lady servant expressed her concern. "It must be cold at night." Serena nodded in agreement, her resolve unwavering. "I sent a warm blanket as well," she assured, her voice imbued with compassion for her mistress's well-being. A solemn knock interrupted the tranquility of the Rose Palace, heralding the arrival of the Lord Chamberlain. "I'm here to see Lady Lucia," he announced with concern etched in his features. Serena's response conveyed the gravity of the situation. "She hasn't come out of the library for 3 days now." Eric's brow furrowed with worry as he absorbed this revelation. "Ever since I gave her the pass?" he mused aloud, his voice tinged with apprehension. The lady servant, sharing in their concern, interjected with a plea for assistance. "We can't go check on her since we're not allowed inside. Could you perhaps find out how she's doing for us?" Eric's initial response fell short of reassurance as he turned away, his words tinged with resignation. "Well, she'll come out eventually," he remarked callously. Appalled by his indifference, the lady servant couldn't contain her indignation. "What a mean thing to say," she rebuked, her voice laced with reproach. With a sigh, Eric stepped forward, his demeanor softened by the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the library, Lucia navigated the dimly lit aisles with a hand candle in hand. Her determination undeterred, she sifted through the shelves, her thoughts a whirlwind of contemplation. "Considering the fact that I've been reincarnated into another person's body, it wouldn't even surprise me if I learned the people of this world worshipped magical unicorns," she mused wryly to herself. Despite the uncertainty that surrounded her, Lucia resolved to stay positive, her spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. As Lucia settled into her makeshift reading nook amidst the dimly lit expanse of the library, a wry smile tugged at her lips. "This is still better than what happened to Alice in Wonderland," she remarked to herself, her voice filled with a touch of amusement. Seating herself comfortably, she adjusted the chair with a gentle push, her mind abuzz with the myriad possibilities of her new reality. "I just have to keep an open mind. Even if I run into a talking caterpillar, I have to take it in stride. I mean, if that kind of thing is normal here," she reasoned aloud, her tone tinged with a hint of skepticism. Perusing the shelves, Lucia's eyes fell upon a book titled Registry of Titles, Angels, Demons, Wizards. Intrigued, she reached for it, her fingers tracing the embossed letters on the cover. "Is this a fantasy novel?" she mused, her curiosity piqued. Opening the book, she flipped through its pages, absorbing the intricate details of the world it described. As she delved deeper, her brow furrowed with each revelation. "And what's with all the limitations for each title?" she pondered, her thoughts racing. "The wife shares in the power of her husband. Only the emperor's sons may inherit the throne," she read aloud, her voice trailing off in contemplation. A dawning realization swept over her as she connected the dots. "I guess that's why everyone is scrambling to marry the emperor," she surmised, her gaze lingering on the text before her. Her attention captured by the words on the page, Lucia continued to read, her mind racing with the implications of the knowledge she sought. "Demons can enter the human world by making a deal, and only oracles can stop them. But there are some demons that oracles cannot stop," she read, her voice trailing off as a shiver ran down her spine. As Lucia immersed herself in the labyrinth of knowledge within the library, a sudden pang of pain pierced through her thoughts, causing her to cry out in distress. "Ugh, my head hurts! Wah! It's not like I'll ever run into a demon." Before she could dwell further on her discomfort, a disembodied voice echoed through the aisles, its words cryptic yet intriguing. "A flower only needs to look beautiful." Startled by the unexpected interruption, Lucia turned to face the source of the sound, only to find a figure standing before her, curiosity evident in their gaze. "What are you doing in the library?" they inquired, their tone gentle yet probing. Drawing upon her newfound resolve, Lucia responded with a metaphorical flourish. "Flowers don't bloom easily. They need the right amount of sunlight, water, and heat. With a determined air, she rose from her seat, her resolve unwavering. I have to do my best at the task I was assigned. That way, no one will think they've wasted water on me, she declared, her voice tinged with determination. Her words resonated with the stranger, who nodded in agreement. I see. You are correct. Flowers don't bloom easily. They acknowledged, their voice echoing with quiet understanding. As the encounter drew to a close, Lucia found herself alone once more, her mind reeling with unanswered questions. Is he gone? That startled me. Who was that? She wondered silently, her thoughts swirling in confusion. I need to get some air, she resolved, her fingers fumbling as she attempted to return the book to its rightful place on the shelf. Yet, in her haste, disaster struck, and a cascade of books came tumbling down around her, leaving her bewildered and flustered. Huh! Why is it? She trailed off, her gaze falling upon the chaotic scene before her. As Lucia struggled to maintain her balance amidst the falling books, a sense of panic threatened to overwhelm her. Just as a book teetered precariously above her, poised to collide with her head, a strong hand reached out, catching it midair. Startled by the sudden intervention, Lucia looked up to find Eric standing before her, his presence both reassuring and enigmatic. As she attempted to adjust the position of the book, Lucia felt Eric's grip tighten around her, his voice a whisper in her ear. Could you let go? She asked tentatively, her curiosity piqued. Eric's response was cryptic, his words laden with hidden meaning. If I let go and you see my face, that'll be the end of you, he murmured, his tone grave. Intrigued yet wary, Lucia pressed for answers. Who are you? She demanded, her voice trembling slightly with uncertainty. Do you really wish to know? Eric countered, his voice a mere whisper in the stillness of the library. I'm the only one you need, the only one who can help you bloom, he added, his words tinged with a sense of urgency. Caught off guard by his declaration, Lucia's mind raced with possibilities. No way. Is this the Emperor? Is this some kind of test? She wondered silently, her heart pounding in her chest. Seeking clarification, she posed a question that cut to the heart of her predicament. If I see your face, will I be able to stay in the palace? She inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Eric's response was cryptic yet affirmative. You're quick to catch on, he remarked, his hands slipping from her waist as he withdrew, his form disappearing into the shadows. Left alone once more, Lucia's senses were heightened, her ears attuned to the slightest sound. I heard a noise! This way! She exclaimed, her gaze darting around the dimly lit library, but no one was to be found. As a concerned servant approached her, inquiring about her well-being, Lucia's mind raced with unanswered questions. Where did he go? She wondered, her thoughts consumed by the enigma that was Eric, the Lord Chamberlain. With a sense of urgency driving him, Eric embarked on his search for Lucia, who had been ensconced in the library for 3 days without respite. Serena's update had only fueled his concern, leaving him determined to locate her and ensure her well-being. Silently pushing open the door to the library, Eric entered, his gaze scanning the dimly lit expanse in search of the elusive Lady Lucia. As he traversed the labyrinthine aisles, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished floors, his thoughts were consumed by the enigmatic woman he sought. There she is, he murmured to himself as he caught sight of her form amidst the towering shelves, her presence casting an aura of mystery that both intrigued and perplexed him. Drawing closer, Eric couldn't help but marvel at Lucia's unwavering dedication to her task, even in the face of uncertainty and solitude. She has an aura of mystery about her, he thought, his admiration mingling with a twinge of concern. Taking a moment to collect himself, Eric cleared his throat, his voice breaking the silence of the library. I must be out of my mind, he muttered under his breath, his words a quiet admission of his own vulnerability in the face of the unknown. Meanwhile, in the hallowed halls of the palace, 2 figures clad in uniform stepped forward, their demeanor respectful yet resolute. Your Majesty, They addressed with deference, their voices echoing in the stillness of the corridor, a silent reminder of the weight of their duty. Seated upon his imperial throne, Eric regarded the two figures before him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What brings you here, Sir Romeo?" he inquired, his voice measured yet tinged with urgency. Romeo, his fiery red hair a stark contrast against the solemn expression on his face, responded with a somber tone. "An ogre has attacked the castle gates," he revealed, his words hanging heavily in the air. Eric's surprise was palpable as he absorbed this unexpected news. "Really? I thought there weren't any monster dwellings nearby," he remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. Romeo nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the floor as he continued. "We're currently investigating. Even as it was dying, it managed to get one leg inside the gate." Turning his attention to the other figure in the room, Eric's tone turned stern as he addressed Sir Walter. "So you let the monster into the palace?" "You've been neglecting your duties, Sir Walter," he admonished, his voice betraying his disappointment. Sir Walter, his demeanor contrite, bowed his head in acknowledgement of his failure. "My apologies, Your Majesty," he murmured, his voice tinged with regret. Offering an explanation for the creature's inexplicable behavior, Sir Walter continued. "A monster's ability to reason declines at night as its instincts take over, but this happened in broad daylight." "What was it thinking?" Eric pondered this revelation, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the arm of his chair. "It doesn't appear to have been looking for food. It seems to have been headed for the Rose Palace," he observed, his mind already racing with plans to address this newfound threat to his kingdom. As Lucia emerged from the confines of the library, she was met by the concerned gaze of Serena, who wasted no time in relaying the distressing news. "My lady," Serena addressed her with urgency, her tone conveying the gravity of the situation. Startled by Serena's sudden appearance, Lucia's brow furrowed with concern as she posed the question. "Serena? Have you been waiting here for me this whole time?" she inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Serena shook her head in response, her expression grim. "No, I only just arrived," she explained hastily, her focus fixed on the task at hand. With a sense of foreboding settling over her, Lucia listened intently as Serena continued to recount the events that had unfolded at the Rose Palace. "There's trouble at the Rose Palace. An ogre nearly got inside the gates," Serena revealed, her words punctuated by a note of urgency. Lucia's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. "An ogre?" she echoed, her mind racing to comprehend the magnitude of the threat. Serena nodded gravely, her voice tinged with concern. "Fortunately, the soldiers were able to stop it, but part of the castle wall collapsed," she added, her words painting a vivid picture of the chaos that had ensued. Lucia's confusion was evident as she struggled to grasp the concept of such a formidable adversary. "You mean that massive brick wall? And, what's an ogre?" she inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. With patience, Serena proceeded to enlighten her mistress about the nature of ogres, her words carrying the weight of experience. "Ogres are twice the size of normal men. They're strong enough to uproot trees," she explained, her voice tinged with solemnity as she imparted her knowledge of the formidable creatures that now threatened their realm. Observing the two ogres clad in night suits, Lucia couldn't help but marvel at the heightened state of security evident throughout the palace grounds. "Wow! I do see a lot more soldiers around than usual," she remarked, her voice filled with awe and a touch of apprehension. Serena, ever the bearer of news, confirmed Lucia's observation with a solemn nod. "His Majesty has issued emergency orders due to the attack," she revealed, her words carrying the weight of urgency. As they made their way back to the palace, Lucia's mind was fraught with concern for the safety of those within its walls. "I thought it'd be safe inside the castle, but I guess not. I hope everyone's okay," she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with worry. Meanwhile, within the confines of the palace, Eric, the Emperor, was engaged in a tense discussion with the ogres who stood before him. "How are the ladies in the palace?" he inquired, his voice a blend of authority and concern. Halo, one of the ogres, stepped forward to provide a report, his expression grave. We told them there wouldn't be another attack, but they still seem unnerved, he admitted, his words carrying the weight of the task entrusted to him. Turning his attention to Sir Walter, Eric posed another question, his brow furrowed with concern. Did you find any traces of ogres outside the castle, Sir Walter? He inquired, his voice tinged with urgency as he sought to assess the extent of the threat looming beyond their walls. Walter's confirmation of another ogre's proximity to the Rose Palace's outer gate prompted a furrowed brow from Eric, who wasted no time in seeking answers. How was it able to get so close? Did someone summon it? He inquired, his tone laced with a sense of urgency. Romeo, ever steadfast in his duty, offered reassurance. We'll get to the bottom of this as soon as possible, he pledged, his words carrying a note of determination. As Halo voiced concerns about how to address the palace ladies, Eric's thoughts momentarily drifted to Lucia, his mind wrestling with conflicting emotions. That doesn't concern me, or maybe it does, he mused aloud, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. With a sudden resolve, Eric's gaze hardened as he formulated a plan. Set up a stage, he instructed, his tone decisive. Halo, taken aback by the unexpected directive, sought clarification. Pardon? He inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Eric wasted no time in elaborating on his command. Call the theatrical troupe and have them perform for the ladies, he ordered, his words leaving no room for argument. As the ogres moved to carry out his orders, Eric found himself grappling with unfamiliar sensations, his thoughts consumed by the enigmatic woman who had captured his attention. Why can't I stop thinking about her? Her scent must have intoxicated my heart, he pondered, his heart heavy with the weight of newfound emotions. As Eric recalled the moment he had inadvertently clenched Lucia's hand, his thoughts were consumed by the memory, his emotions in turmoil. Meanwhile, Lucia stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the world outside as she wrestled with her own inner turmoil. Ugh, get out of my head, she muttered under her breath, frustration evident in her tone. Just thinking about it makes me feel like my head's gonna explode. Interrupted from her reverie by the arrival of two lady servants, Lucia turned her attention to them, her demeanor casual yet guarded. Hey, Spooky! What's up? She greeted them, her voice tinged with a hint of skepticism. The lady servant wasted no time in delivering her message, her tone eager with excitement. His Majesty has ordered the theatrical troupe to put on a performance for you, she announced, her words carrying a note of anticipation. Lucia's thoughts immediately went into overdrive as she processed the news. She means for all the ladies here, not just me, she reasoned silently, her mind working to quell any unwarranted speculation. We just bumped into each other at the library. Don't go reading too much into it, she cautioned herself, her thoughts a mixture of skepticism and self-restraint. Spooky's excitement bubbled over as she shared the news, her eyes shining with anticipation. They've brought a theatrical troupe to the palace, she exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Lucia couldn't help but smile at Spooky's infectious enthusiasm. Ah, you're pretty excited, huh? She remarked, her tone warm and amused. Spooky nodded eagerly, her imagination already running wild with possibilities. I've never seen a play before. I wonder what it'll be, she exclaimed, her voice alive with curiosity. Perhaps a love story between a poet and a noblewoman? Or a love story between a vagrant and a woman of high birth? She speculated, her thoughts racing ahead to the potential dramas that awaited. She paused, her expression thoughtful as she added, Love stories between a king and a common girl are popular these days. Lucia couldn't help but be amused by Spooky's musings. I guess the girls in this world are just as obsessed with romance, she mused silently, her thoughts drifting momentarily to her own tangled feelings. Turning her attention back to Spooky, Lucia posed a question of her own. Where's the performance being held? She inquired, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of experiencing a theatrical production within the confines of the palace. Spooky's eyes lit up with excitement as she divulged the location of the upcoming performance. In the central garden. They're building a huge stage, she exclaimed, her voice alive with anticipation. Just as the excitement of the evening's event began to settle, Serena entered the room, her presence commanding attention as she approached Lucia with a graceful bow. "My lady, I brought a cloak for you to wear to the performance tomorrow," she announced, presenting a stunning green gown for Lucia's inspection. The lady servant chimed in with her own words of encouragement, her voice brimming with admiration. "It'll be perfect for the special day. You'll look stunning," she assured Lucia, her sincerity evident in her tone. Lucia's fingers traced the intricate details of the gown as she considered its suitability. With a sense of anticipation, she slipped into the garment, her reflection in the mirror eliciting a smile of satisfaction. Turning to Serena for validation, Lucia sought her opinion. "What do you think?" she inquired, her gaze meeting Serena's with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. Serena's response was immediate and genuine. "You look splendid," she affirmed, her words a testament to Lucia's effortless elegance. With her attire confirmed and her spirits lifted, Lucia's excitement reached its peak. "Then, shall we?" she proposed, her voice laced with anticipation as she prepared to embark on the evening's festivities. The Rose Palace has been meticulously adorned in preparation for the upcoming event. Every corner is meticulously attended to, with tables draped in pristine white cloths, serving as the canvas for the vibrant contrast of red roses scattered around the room. The delicate fragrance of the flowers permeates the air, adding an ethereal touch to the ambience. Upon each table, wine glasses stand poised, catching the light in their crystal clarity, while trays of delectable cookies tempt guests with their irresistible allure. The clinking of glasses and the gentle hum of conversation fill the room as the impeccably attired ladies mingle and engage in animated discussion. As the evening unfolds, anticipation mounts as guests make their way to the grand stage, a focal point of the evening's entertainment. The stage is a masterpiece in itself, adorned with intricate designs and shimmering lights, promising an unforgettable experience for all in attendance. As the ladies step out into the garden, they are greeted by a scene of breathtaking beauty. The once familiar landscape has been transformed into a wonderland of elegance and sophistication. They stand in awe, scarcely believing that this is the same garden they know so well. Among the guests, a graceful swan glides serenely across the water, adding a touch of natural beauty to the scene. Its presence serves as a reminder of the harmony between man-made splendor and the beauty of nature, creating a truly magical atmosphere that captivates all who behold it. One of the ladies, visibly stunned by the transformation, remarks, "Is this truly the same garden?" Her companions share in her amazement, their voices hushed in reverence for the splendor before them. Another lady, astounded by the transformation, chimed in, "They've completely transformed it." A lady adorned in a pink dress turned to the swan and said, "Let's sit near the front, Swan, where there's a nice view of the stage." The swan nodded in agreement as they made their way to a table. Observing the spectacle before them, one of the ladies remarked, "It looks like the Emperor is finally starting to show interest in the Rose Palace." A girl dressed in blue added, "I'm sure you'll be the first to win his heart." With a hint of playful banter, another lady teased, "Isn't that obvious? Why, were you planning to take him first?" The girl in blue, flustered, quickly responded, "Eek, that's not what I meant. Please don't get the wrong idea." The group shared a laugh, enjoying the camaraderie amidst the enchanting atmosphere. The swan, a silent observer, listened attentively to the conversation, her demeanor inscrutable amidst the lively exchange of words. Meanwhile, the anticipation in the air heightened as Lucia made her grand entrance. Draped in a magnificent green gown adorned with an array of sparkling stones, each facet catching the light and casting a mesmerizing glow, she exuded an aura of effortless elegance. As Lucia graced the gathering with her presence, whispers rippled through the room, praising her innate grace and beauty. "She's so elegant," the murmurs spread. Even without lots of makeup and jewels, she's practically glowing. Accompanied by her companions Spooky and Serena, Lucia moved gracefully through the crowd, drawing admiring glances with every step. However, as they approached the seating area, Spooky's voice held a hint of regret as she informed Lucia. "All the seats near the front are taken, my lady. I'm afraid you'll have to sit in the back." Serena, echoing the sentiment, expressed her disappointment. "It would have been nice to watch from up front." Despite the slight change in plans, Lucia maintained her composure with characteristic grace. "That's okay," she reassured them, her tone calm and composed. "I can still see from here." Though her view may have shifted, Lucia's presence remained a focal point of the evening, her regal demeanor and unwavering poise captivating all who beheld her. As Spooky expressed her disappointment, her voice tinged with sadness, she sighed. "Ah, too bad. I really wanted a better view." Soon after, Eric made his entrance, his presence commanding attention as he approached Lucia. With a gentle but firm gesture, he guided Serena away from Lucia, prompting a momentary flutter of fear from Serena, who recognized him as the Lord Chamberlain. The Swan, eager to convey her appreciation, hurried towards Eric, exclaiming, "The stage is marvelous. Please relay my gratitude to His Majesty." Eric nodded in acknowledgement, replying with a respectful, "Of course, my lady." With a warm smile, the Swan extended an invitation. "You've worked so hard today. Sit and watch with us." However, Eric, ever dutiful, politely declined, stating, "Thank you, but I must decline." The Swan clarified her intent, explaining, "I didn't mean you should enjoy the show with us. You should stay to make sure everything goes smoothly since you're in charge." Eric nodded in understanding, acknowledging the responsibility entrusted to him. "There are no empty seats, my lady," he replied, reaffirming his commitment to his duties. Taking a quick survey of her surroundings, the Swan suggested, "Oh, then perhaps one of you would be gracious enough to offer yours." The other ladies discreetly observed the unfolding conversation. However, Eric seemed determined to carry on with his duties, ignoring the Swan's request as he briskly stepped forward. The Swan called out to him, but he pressed on, his attention fully absorbed by his task. "Lord Chamberlain!" she called out in a futile attempt to regain his attention. Meanwhile, Lucia, in the midst of sipping her tea, was taken aback by the unexpected interruption. As Eric approached her, she registered his presence with surprise. "Huh! Lord Chamberlain?" she echoed, her confusion evident. With a graceful bow, Eric addressed Lucia, his focus unwavering. "Is the stage visible from here? Allow me to check." "I won't be but just a moment," he declared, pushing back a chair as he prepared to assess the view. Observing the exchange, the Swan's expression shifted to one of disappointment as Eric once again declined her offer. Approaching him, she inquired softly, "Do you have a clear view from here?" However, Eric's response was curt and dismissive. "Excuse me, I'm trying to focus," he retorted, his attention fully absorbed by his task at hand. Fuming with offense, the Swan turned away in a whirl of rage, her hands clenched tightly as she seethed with indignation. "The arrogance of him! He'll pay for that!" she vowed silently, her resolve firm. Meanwhile, a girl dressed in a brown gown made her entrance, her gaze locking onto Lucia seated beside Eric. She was visibly astonished by the unexpected sight, her thoughts racing as she whispered incredulously, "Lucia?" Turning towards her, she called out, "Lucy!" Simultaneously, the Swan beckoned to her, calling out, "Isla, come here!" Lucia, quick to react, responded with a click of acknowledgement. "Isla?" she repeated, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, a bell rang, signaling the imminent start of the performance. A voice boomed through the room, making an announcement. "The performance will begin momentarily," setting the stage for the evening's entertainment. On the other side of the room, Jace stood with a lady dressed in pink, holding her hand tenderly as he spoke. "Accompany me to the palace. I will protect you. As long as I have your love, I can endure anything." His words were filled with sincerity and devotion, casting a romantic aura amidst the bustling atmosphere of the event. As Lucia savored her tea, she remarked, "It looks like a love story between a prince and a common girl. Kinda reminds me of a musical I once saw." Eric, drawn to the aroma of the tea, inquired, "Mind if I have a cup?" Lucia, caught off guard by his sudden interest, realized. "What? Was he watching me?" Choking slightly, she replied, Sure." Concern etched on his features, Eric asked, "Are you all right?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Lucia's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "You look flushed. Do you have a fever?" Moving to take action, Eric suggested, "I'll go call for a doctor." However, Lucia, eager to dispel any concern, grabbed his arm and insisted, No. Have a seat. Didn't you want something to drink?" She slid a cup of tea towards him, urging him to try it. Eric took a hesitant sip and remarked, "Huh! This isn't tea." Uncertain of its contents, he added, "It's so sweet and delicious." Observing him lost in thought, Lucia asked, "Would you like some more?" In response, Eric slid his cup towards her, replying, Just a little bit." Pouring more tea into his cup, Lucia watched as Eric eagerly gulped it down within a minute. He exclaimed, "This is amazing," his appreciation evident in his enthusiastic response. As Lucia poured more tea, she couldn't help but wonder, "More? Is he trying to take all of it?" With a slight smile, she remarked, "I thought you were just gonna check on things and then go." Eric, realizing his oversight, reassured her, "Oh, right. One more cup and I'll be off." Curiosity piqued, he finally inquired, "What is this?" Lucia replied, "It's apple wine," revealing the true nature of the beverage. Surprised by the revelation, Eric nodded, processing the information. "Apple wine," he repeated, his initial misconception corrected. When Lucia offered him more, he graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you." Shifting the conversation, Eric brought up Lucia's recent stay in the library. "I heard you stayed in the library for several days. Did you find what you were looking for?" he inquired. Lucia nodded, replying simply, "I found enough." Pleased by her response, Eric remarked, "That's good. You seem to like books." Lucia's thoughts drifted back to the day when Eric had saved her from the falling books. "Yeah," she admitted softly, recalling the incident vividly. Feeling a surge of emotion, Lucia squeezed her eyes shut, unable to shake the memory from her mind. "Why can't I stop thinking about that?" she wondered aloud, the events of that day lingering in her thoughts despite her best efforts to move on. Amidst the bustling ambience of the event, Eric leaned in towards Lucia, his voice a soft murmur amidst the lively chatter. "Your first lesson with Prince Alvis is tomorrow, my lady. Do you have everything you need?" he inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of concern. Lucia, her gaze meeting Eric's with unwavering confidence, offered a reassuring nod. "Yeah, I'll be okay," she affirmed, her demeanor exuding a quiet assurance. Eric, ever attentive to detail, pressed further, his brows furrowed slightly in thought. "Have you decided what you're going to teach him?" he inquired, his voice a gentle prodding. Lucia's response came swiftly, tinged with a hint of impatience as she snapped, "It should probably be something basic since it's our first time meeting." Her words, though sharp, betrayed a sense of practicality, tempered by the weight of responsibility that rested upon her shoulders. Yet, in an instant, Lucia's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. The tension that had briefly flickered in her eyes melted away, replaced by a radiant smile that illuminated her features. "Honestly," she confessed, her voice alive with excitement, "this all came about so fast. I have no idea what to do." Her words carried with them a sense of exhilaration, a testament to the whirlwind of emotions that swirled within her. Despite the uncertainty that loomed on the horizon, Lucia's spirit remained undaunted, fueled by the prospect of the challenges that lay ahead. Eric's demeanor tensed at Lucia's sharp retort, a subtle twitch betraying his inner reaction. Later, in the grandeur of the Emperor's palace, Eric turned his attention to Jace, seeking an update on the recent ogre attack. "Any news on the ogre front?" he inquired, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Jace, ever composed, replied, "The damage from the attack has been repaired." However, before he could elaborate further, Eric interjected, his tone laced with a touch of skepticism. "Shouldn't killing a single ogre be child's play for you?" he questioned, his expectations clear. In response, Jace's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained, "Me? I'm just a normal foot soldier now. I didn't want to draw attention by killing it single-handedly. I just made sure no one got hurt." A hint of amusement danced in his eyes as he added, "I'll bet you're glad you let me stay." Walter, standing beside them, joined the conversation, his voice carrying a note of concern. "Did you find out where it came from?" he inquired, his brow furrowing with worry. Jace shook his head, replying, "We weren't able to figure that out, but we believe it was targeting the Rose Palace." The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air, each word exchanged between them laden with the weight of responsibility, as they grappled with the aftermath of the attack. Eric's expression grew solemn as he continued, "It didn't show interest in anything else. I have a feeling there might be more." Jace, ever observant, changed the subject, turning his attention to Eric's role within the palace. "By the way," he began, "I've seen you playing around the palace." His curiosity piqued, he pressed Eric further, asking, "Why choose to be a Lord Chamberlain? You could be anyone you want." Eric hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. After a brief pause, he reached into his pocket, rummaging around before withdrawing a bag of coins. Jace caught it effortlessly, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected offering. Eric's intent remained unclear as he ordered, "Go buy me some apple wine." Jace, taken aback by the sudden request, hesitated before asking, "Right now?" Eric's response was firm and unwavering, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Yes, right now," he affirmed, his gaze fixed ahead as he turned to leave. As Eric departed, Jace couldn't help but wonder about the sudden urge for wine. Why does he suddenly want to drink? He mused, the mystery of Eric's actions lingering in his thoughts as he prepared to fulfill the unexpected request. As Eric strode through the palace hallway, his thoughts drifted to the ongoing class at the Rose Palace. Class must have started by now. He speculated, his curiosity piqued. I wonder what she's teaching him. He paused, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. What a peculiar girl, he mused inwardly. She eats and drinks alone in the middle of the night, and while everyone else drinks tea, only she chooses wine. Taking a moment to reflect, Eric inhaled deeply, a sense of contentment washing over him. Well, I had a good time thanks to her, he acknowledged, his appreciation evident in his tone. Maybe I should go check in on them, he suggested, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Rose Palace, Lucia and Alvis sat together, the air tinged with anticipation as the class commenced. With a hint of impatience, Alvis turned to Lucia, prompting her with a pointed, Well? You're the teacher. Teach something. The challenge hung in the air, awaiting Lucia's response as she prepared to impart her knowledge to the eager prince. Lucia's response was unexpected yet firm as she turned the tables on Alvis. What about you? You're the student, she challenged, her tone laced with determination. Alvis, taken aback by her reversal, could only manage a surprise. What? Unfazed, Lucia elaborated. If I don't know what my student wants to learn, how am I supposed to teach? Her logic resonated with Alvis, who pondered her words carefully before responding. What I want to learn? A mischievous glint sparked in his eyes as he added. You're not going to regret saying that, are you? With a confident smile, Lucia shook her head. Nope. As long as it's nothing dangerous, she assured him, her resolve unwavering. Alvis, energized by the prospect of learning something new, rose from his seat, determination evident in his every step. His gaze fell upon a nearby box filled with accessories, containing charts, scissors, and tape. With purposeful strides, he approached the box, his mind already racing with ideas. "I'd like to make flowers," he declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Lucia raised an eyebrow in amusement, questioning, "Are there not enough for you outside?" Undeterred, Alvis seized a sheet of red paper and began to manipulate it with skillful hands, the paper rustling softly beneath his touch. "Real flowers wilt too quickly. I want some that won't," he explained, his focus unwavering. Intrigued by his choice, Lucia pressed further, asking, "What kind of flower?" The stage was set for a unique and creative lesson, with Alvis leading the way as he embarked on a journey of discovery under Lucia's guidance. Alvis hesitated, uncertain of his creative direction. "Well, I haven't decided yet," he admitted, his tone tinged with indecision. Lucia, ever supportive, offered reassurance. "Okay. I'm sure you'll figure something out," she encouraged, her voice gentle and comforting. Observing Alvis's struggle, Lucia couldn't help but approach him, her steps deliberate as she closed the distance between them. However, inwardly, she couldn't help but muse. "I mean, I'll give him points for effort, but I don't really think he set out to make a weird lump." As Alvis's frustration grew, he found himself unable to form the desired flower, his irritation mounting with each failed attempt. With a frustrated sigh, he crumpled the paper in his hands, declaring, "I'm going to start over." Before he could act, Lucia intervened, her actions catching him off guard. She gently took the paper from his grasp, causing him to look up in surprise. "Hold on," she instructed softly, her expression calm yet determined. With a swift motion, Lucia crumpled the paper once more, eliciting a bewildered reaction from Alvis. "Huh? Wha?" he sputtered in confusion. Unfazed by his reaction, Lucia proceeded with purpose, her hands deftly snipping the paper to form delicate petals. "Ms. Lucia, if you're upset with me, just say so," Alvis protested, his confusion evident in his tone. Lucia simply smiled, her focus on the task at hand. "Watch closely," she instructed, her movements precise as she demonstrated the art of crafting paper flowers. With delicate precision, Lucia skillfully crafted a rose from the paper petals, presenting it to Alvis with a flourish. "Ta-da!" she exclaimed proudly, her eyes alight with satisfaction. "You get this beautiful texture when you unfold crumpled paper. It's like a real flower." Alvis's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the paper rose before him, his disbelief evident in his wide-eyed expression. Lucia, undeterred by his reaction, turned to Serena with a request. "It still needs some finishing touches. Serena, some rose water, please," she instructed, her voice calm and composed. Serena, ever dutiful, bowed before Lucia and swiftly returned with a bowl of rose water. With practiced grace, Lucia dipped the paper petals into the fragrant liquid, transforming them into a vibrant red rose. Turning back to Alvis, she presented the completed creation with a smile. "What do you think?" she inquired, awaiting his verdict. Alvis's response was immediate and enthusiastic. "It's perfect!" he exclaimed, his eyes shining with newfound admiration for Lucia's skill. With a gentle chuckle, Lucia offered a profound insight. "You see? Flowers can bloom even from wrinkled paper. In fact, everything in life is like making paper flowers," she reflected, her voice carrying a wisdom beyond her years. Sniffing the paper rose appreciatively, she continued, "Sometimes you fold the wrong way, and sometimes the paper gets wrinkled, but if you take things step by step, soon you'll have a bouquet." As the lesson drew to a close, Lucia turned to Alvis with a final question, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Did you enjoy class today?" she inquired warmly. Alvis's response was simple but heartfelt. "Yeah," he replied, a genuine smile gracing his features as he realized the beauty in the art of paper flower making and the lessons it held for life. As Alvis held the meticulously crafted paper flower in his hands, he marveled at its lifelike appearance, each delicate petal a testament to Lucia's skill and patience. Surprised by the quality of her work, A sense of wonder and gratitude washed over him, his eyes sparkling with happiness as he realized the depth of Lucia's talent. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Alvis turned to Lucia with a look of earnest curiosity. "Can I ask you something?" he ventured, his tone infused with a blend of intrigue and admiration. Lucia, ever attentive, offered a reassuring smile. "Of course," she replied, her voice warm and inviting. Lost in contemplation, Alvis directed his gaze towards the paper rose, his mind racing with questions. "Imagine there was someone who never missed his parents. Why would you think that is?" He mused aloud, his words carrying a weight of introspection. The mention of parents stirred a twinge of discomfort within Lucia, her thoughts momentarily drifting to her own past. Suppressing a pang of emotion, she cleared her throat, her composure faltering for a fleeting moment. "Could we maybe focus on class?" she managed to choke out, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Regaining her composure, Lucia redirected the conversation with a gentle yet firm resolve. "Well, why don't you try thinking about it for a minute?" she suggested, her tone encouraging as she guided Alvis back to the task at hand, steering the discussion away from the complexities of personal matters and towards the realm of creative exploration. Lucia's question hung in the air, a thought-provoking challenge for Alvis to consider. "Can you imagine His Majesty missing his parents? What would it look like?" she asked, her voice gentle yet probing. Alvis felt a surge of emotion welling within him at the mere thought of such vulnerability. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he struggled to find the words. "I can't picture it," he confessed, his voice choked with emotion. Interrupting his distress, Lucia offered a suggestion. "What if you try pretending you're him?" she proposed, her words a lifeline amidst the tumult of emotions. Closing his eyes, Alvis allowed himself to envision the scene, imagining himself seated upon the Emperor's throne. His breath caught in his throat as he considered the weight of such a responsibility. "I think I'd want a hug, and he faltered, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Opening up about his deepest concerns, Alvis confided. "I'd worry that my people wouldn't want to follow me since I don't know how to be a real emperor." Lucia nodded in understanding, her empathy palpable as she reassured him. "That's right. It's not a question of right or wrong. It's about understanding other people and their situations." As they continued to craft paper roses together, Alvis's thoughts turned inward. "I know, he probably doesn't want to look weak in front of anyone," he speculated, his words laden with empathy and insight. In that moment of shared vulnerability, Alvis and Lucia found solace in each other's understanding, forging a deeper connection amidst the delicate artistry of their paper flowers. Sensing Alvis's emotional state, Lucia made a quick decision to lighten the mood. With a determined spark in her eyes, she reached for a stack of white papers nearby. "How about dyeing the paper before we make flowers?" she suggested, her voice infused with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the faint sound of a door creaking open echoed through the palace halls. Eric cautiously peeked inside, his curiosity piqued by the sight before him. Alvis's laughter filled the room as he enthusiastically crafted paper flowers, a stark contrast to his earlier emotional turmoil. "It's only his first class, and he's already goofing off," Eric mused, a hint of amusement tugging at his lips. As his gaze shifted to Lucia, Eric couldn't help but admire her transformation into the role of a teacher. "She's certainly dressed up like a teacher," he observed with a sense of pride, reassured by the sight of Alvis engaged in the learning process. With a contented smile, Eric quietly retreated from view, leaving the students to their creative endeavors. Meanwhile, in the tranquil garden of the Rose Palace, Spooky was immersed in her own activities, her focus directed towards the vibrant blooms that surrounded her. Her presence added a sense of serenity to the lush surroundings, her silent contemplation a testament to the beauty of nature's creations. Feeling a sudden urge to check on Spooky, Lucia ventured into the garden and called out her name. Startled by the unexpected interruption, Spooky turned abruptly, her hand instinctively going to her lips where she had been rubbing a rose petal. "Mom. My lady!" she exclaimed, a blush coloring her cheeks as she realized Lucia's presence. Curious about Spooky's peculiar activity, Lucia couldn't help but inquire. "What are you doing?" Spooky, feeling a bit flustered, explained. "I heard the Lord Chamberlain appeared when you had a petal in your mouth." Her words trailed off as she realized the absurdity of her actions. With a sheepish laugh, she added, "That was just a coincidence." Unable to contain her amusement, Lucia gently chided Spooky, saying, "Come on. Either swallow it or spit it out." Spooky's eyes widened in shock as she suddenly remembered the petals still resting upon her lips. Hastily, she gulped it down and replied, "Okay." Concern flickered across Lucia's features as she realized what had just transpired. "What? Did you actually just swallow that?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief and worry. The unexpected turn of events left both women feeling slightly bemused, their brief exchange adding a touch of light-heartedness to the serene atmosphere of the garden. As Serena observed the scene unfolding before her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of reassurance wash over her. "It's all right, my lady. That species of rose is safe to eat," she assured Lucia, her voice carrying a note of authority laced with compassion. Taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of the garden, Serena continued, her tone infused with a wealth of knowledge. "There are over 50 kinds of roses around the palace. Some have a remarkable fragrance, and some, like this one, are edible." Intrigued by Serena's insight, Lucia's curiosity was piqued further. Eager to explore the diverse offerings of the garden, she eagerly reached for the basket offered by Serena. With a glint of excitement in her eyes, Lucia posed her question, her voice filled with anticipation. "Can I pick whichever ones I want?" Serena met Lucia's enthusiasm with a nod of approval, her expression serious as she issued a word of caution. "Yes, except for the ones in the front and rear gardens." Despite the restriction, Lucia's excitement remained palpable as she contemplated the vast array of roses at her disposal. As Serena's narrative unfolded, Lucia listened intently, her curiosity piqued by the mention of a lady who once indulged in the beauty of the roses for her own pleasure. However, Serena's somber tone hinted at a darker truth lingering beneath the surface. "There was a lady who used to pick rose petals to put in her bathwater, but ever since she poisoned herself." Serena's words trailed off, leaving a sense of foreboding in their wake. "Anyway, we've been ordered to get rid of all the roses here," she concluded solemnly, her tone reflective of the gravity of the situation. In that moment, amidst the tranquil beauty of the garden, Serena's cautionary tale served as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between beauty and danger that permeated the palace grounds. Lucia's brows furrowed in confusion at the news. "What? Why?" she questioned, her voice tinged with disbelief at the sudden decision to remove the roses. Serena sighed softly before responding. "They said it was to prepare for the next tea time." An air of disappointment settled over Lucia as she contemplated the unnecessary loss. "What a waste," she murmured, her thoughts turning to the beauty that would soon be discarded. Determined to salvage what she could, Lucia turned to Serena with a request. "Could you bring all these roses to my room?" she inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. Serena nodded in acquiescence, though she couldn't hide her concern. "Yes, my lady. But there are quite a lot. It'll take us some time," she cautioned, gesturing towards the abundant blooms that surrounded them. Before Lucia could respond, a new voice interjected, breaking the solemn silence of the garden. It was Jace, holding a spear with a confident demeanor. "I'll do it," he declared, his expression earnest as he offered his assistance. With a bow, he introduced himself to Lucia. "Greetings, Lady Lucia. It is I, Jace," he announced, his tone respectful. Surprised by his sudden appearance, Lucia hesitated for a moment before responding. "That's very thoughtful of you, but—" she began, only to be interrupted by Jace's earnest plea. "What do I need to do?" he asked eagerly, his determination clear in his eyes. Realizing his genuine desire to help, Lucia relented, offering him a task. "Carefully cut the stems so you don't damage any of the petals." she instructed, her voice soft yet firm as she outlined the delicate task ahead. With Jace's offer of assistance, the daunting task of transporting the roses to Lucia's room suddenly seemed more manageable, infused with a newfound sense of camaraderie and purpose. As Jace readily accepted Lucia's request, he bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes, my lady." His eagerness to assist was evident as he prepared to undertake the task at hand. Meanwhile, Serena's curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire about Lucia's intentions with the roses. "What are you planning to do with all these roses, my lady?" she asked, her tone filled with genuine interest. Before Lucia could respond, Jace couldn't resist the urge to satisfy his curiosity. Peeking out from behind Lucia, he glanced in Serena's direction, inadvertently catching her attention. Startled by his sudden appearance, Serena's reaction was swift and sharp. "Are you eavesdropping? How dare you disrespect my lady?" she exclaimed, her voice ringing with indignation. Quick to diffuse the tension, Jace protested his innocence. No, I was simply stretching my neck," he explained, his tone earnest as he attempted to allay Serena's suspicions. Realizing that their conversation had attracted unwanted attention, Serena swiftly redirected her focus. "Let's go inside, my lady. Quickly," she urged, guiding Lucia and Spooky towards the safety of the palace walls. With Serena and Spooky leading the way, Lucia followed, her mind swirling with thoughts of the roses and their potential purpose. Meanwhile, Jace lingered for a moment, his thoughts drifting to the task bestowed upon him by Eric. "Keep an eye on Lady Lucia and help her if it looks like she needs it." Eric's orders echoed in his mind, prompting him to remain vigilant even as he watched them depart. In the opulent dining hall of the palace, a grand feast awaited, its array of delectable dishes shimmering under the soft glow of candlelight. Eric, accompanied by Halo, surveyed the spread with a mixture of surprise and admiration. "The ladies made all of this?" he inquired, his tone tinged with genuine astonishment. Halo nodded in affirmation, pride evident in his voice as he confirmed, "Yes, Your Majesty. Every last item." Eric's mind raced with the possibilities as he considered the potential financial benefits. "Impressive. If we sell all this, it'll more than cover the palace expenses." "I see there's food as well," he remarked, his thoughts already turning towards practical matters. As Eric sampled one of the dishes prepared by Lady Swan, Romeo, standing nearby, couldn't resist the temptation to indulge as well. "Why don't you have a taste?" Eric suggested, encouraging him to partake in the culinary delights. With a spoonful of the savory dip, Romeo's eyes widened in surprise. This brings back memories. May I have some more?" he exclaimed, his expression reflecting his newfound delight. With a gracious nod from Eric, Romeo eagerly helped himself to another serving, savoring the familiar flavors that evoked fond recollections of times past. Meanwhile, Halo, observing the exchange, felt compelled to join in the tasting. Tentatively, he dipped his finger into the dip, anticipation mingling with uncertainty as he brought it to his lips. However, Halo's hopes for a culinary revelation were swiftly dashed as the taste failed to meet his expectations. Disappointment clouded his features as he forced a polite smile, masking his true feelings. "Thank God His Majesty has found something to his liking. Perhaps I should give it a try," he thought to himself, his resolve to please his sovereign overriding his personal distaste for the dish. With a hesitant lick of his finger, Halo's suspicions were confirmed. The flavor fell short of his palate's discerning standards, leaving him longing for a more satisfying culinary experience. Halo's initial taste of Lady Swan's culinary creation left him reeling, his taste buds recoiling in shock at the unexpected flavor. "Is it supposed to taste like this?" he exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. Romeo, ever the seasoned connoisseur, offered his perspective with a knowing smile. "You've probably never tasted anything like it, Halo. It's made with blood," he explained, his tone matter-of-fact. Halo's astonishment only deepened at the revelation. "Blood?" he echoed, his mind struggling to comprehend the unconventional ingredient. As Walter, Another diner at the table sampled the dish. He too recognized its familiar taste. "Oh, this tastes just like the soup they used to give us on the battlefield," he remarked, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Halo's curiosity piqued. He sought further clarification. "It appears your army soup includes a special ingredient," he observed, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Walter nodded in agreement, his expression serious as he elaborated. "Special, yes, but not expensive. The only area we spare no expense is with weapons. It's important for soldiers to get proper nutrients." Halo's mind raced with questions as he sought to understand the nature of the dish before him. "You mean meat?" he ventured, seeking confirmation. "Exactly," Walter affirmed, his tone resolute. With a determined resolve, he lifted a spoon filled with soup, examining it closely before posing a question of his own. "Do you know what kind of meat this is?" he inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Halo as they delved deeper into the culinary mystery before them. Halo's curiosity piqued. He couldn't resist asking, "What is it?" His voice betrayed a mix of intrigue and apprehension as he awaited an explanation. Romeo's laughter rang out across the table as he recounted the unconventional origins of the dish. "During the war, we had to make soup from dead horses. The ones that had been dead for a while were the best, since their blood had turned nice and solid," he explained matter-of-factly. Halo's hand flew to his mouth in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and revulsion at the grisly revelation. Romeo continued, undeterred by Halo's reaction. "The flavors really come out when you boil it for a long time. Yeah, if you boil heart and blood, it tastes just like meat," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm for the culinary experiment evident. Blushing furiously, Halo turned away, his regret over tasting the soup evident. "Heavens!" he muttered under his breath, grappling with the unsettling knowledge of the dish's origins. As the conversation shifted, Romeo turned to Eric, seeking his insight. "Why do you think she chose to make this soup from our war days?" he inquired, his curiosity mirrored by the others at the table. Eric pondered the question for a moment before responding, his tone contemplative. "I suppose we'll have to wait to find out," he mused, his gaze drifting towards Lady Swan, whose culinary creation had sparked such unexpected revelations. With each passing moment, the mystery surrounding the soup deepened, leaving the diners to speculate on its significance and Lady Swan's intentions. As Eric inquired about the whereabouts of a particular girl, Romeo provided an update, stating, "She hasn't left her chambers all day." Eric's mind raced with possibilities, pondering what schemes she might be hatching behind closed doors. Meanwhile, in the archive gymnasium, Lady Swan was fully immersed in her practice regimen, delivering precise strikes to a steel target with unwavering focus. With each powerful blow, she honed her skills, her determination evident in every movement. After a particularly fierce onslaught, she paused to catch her breath, wiping away the sweat with a handkerchief. Unbeknownst to her, her brother Romeo had arrived, silently observing her practice with admiration. He applauded her efforts, a proud smile gracing his features as he remarked, "You've improved, little sister." Startled by his presence, Swan turned to face him, a mixture of surprise and delight crossing her features. "Romeo!" she exclaimed, genuinely pleased by his unexpected visit. "When did you get here?" she inquired, eager for his company. Romeo shrugged nonchalantly, his easygoing demeanor contrasting with Swan's earnestness. "I came over as soon as I got home," he replied casually. Swan couldn't help but express her longing for more frequent visits, her tone tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "You know we don't live that far from the palace. Why don't you visit more often?" she queried, hoping to persuade him to spend more time with her. Swan, undeterred by his excuses, shared her plans for the following day. "I'm going to the palace with father tomorrow," she revealed, her excitement palpable. Romeo's interest was piqued as he inquired, "The palace? Why?" His mind immediately began to speculate on the possible reasons for their visit, wondering if the emperor had some significant announcement in store. Swan's laughter rang out as she clarified. My friend Isla's staying there. I wanted to visit her. Romeo breathed a sigh of relief, his mind set at ease by the innocuous reason for their trip. Meanwhile, in the opulent surroundings of the Rose Palace, the air was filled with the sound of laughter and chatter as the ladies mingled in their exquisite dresses. Swan and Lucia, amidst the lively conversation, shared a moment together, their friendship evident in their easy rapport. His words were sincere, reflecting the warmth of their bond as they enjoyed each other's company amidst the splendor of the palace gardens. Eric's response was blunt and to the point. It's not for you. Observing the scene below, Romeo contemplated the dynamics at play among the ladies, his keen eye noting the subtle power struggles amidst the chatter and laughter. The idea of making all the ladies work must have come from one of those women down there. Should I try to guess which one? He mused, turning to Eric for confirmation. With a subtle nod, Eric silently encouraged Romeo to continue his speculation. Romeo's gaze fell upon a girl in a maroon gown, and he remarked, That's the Grand Duke's granddaughter, isn't it? I see the family resemblance. She has the other ladies in an iron grip. As the ladies below giggled among themselves, Romeo reflected on the inherent hierarchy present even among their ranks. Funny, isn't it? Even amongst themselves, they all hold different ranks. The world is naturally divided into people who are above and below. I'm grateful that at least this empire is ruled by a man who won't abuse his powers, he remarked, his tone thoughtful. Eric, however, dismissed Romeo's sentiment with a hint of exasperation. Don't be ridiculous. What do you think of the ladies? He inquired, redirecting the conversation back to the present company. Romeo considered his words carefully before responding diplomatically. I believe your officials are very loyal, acknowledging the role of the ladies in maintaining order and decorum within the palace walls. The tea table exuded an air of elegance, adorned with delicate macarons and steaming pots of tea. Eric's comments sparked a debate on the loyalty of the palace officials, prompting him to question Romeo's assessment. You're saying the officials who forced their daughters to come here are loyal? He challenged, his tone laced with skepticism. As they continued their discussion, Eric mused on the diverse personalities among the ladies present, each one distinct in their own right. There are sweet ladies, sensual ladies, even a handful of naive ones. They each have their own color. In other words, each of them is unique in their own way. He observed, his gaze drifting towards a lady in a striking red gown, noting the aura of confidence she exuded. Turning his attention to Lucia, Eric speculated on her aura, jesting about her supposed invisibility. What about her? White, since she's invisible? It's fine for babies, but for her. I think she has a black aura. Plain black, like the night sky, he remarked, a playful glint in his eye as he teased Lucia. His laughter filled the air as he concluded. Aha! I see it now. The one who came up with the idea was... The sentence hung in the air, teasingly unfinished as Eric left the identity of the idea's originator to the imagination of his companions. Eric denied, indicating that the girl in the red gown was not the one who had conceived the idea. Meanwhile, Serena made a cheerful entrance, donned in a vibrant green gown, her demeanor brimming with happiness. Isla's friend is coming to visit today, she exclaimed, sharing the news with Lucia. Serena disclosed that Isla's friend had declined to enter the palace previously, out of concern for Isla's well-being. She sounds like a good friend, Lucia remarked, intrigued by the depth of their bond. Serena affirmed, describing Isla's friend as kind-hearted, though more inclined to wield a sword than pursue marriage. If Isla becomes empress, she'll set her up with someone nice, Serena revealed, though she expressed uncertainty about the likelihood of such an outcome. Reflecting on Isla's aspirations, Serena noted that while Isla might not consider herself the most beautiful among them, she harbored ambitions of becoming empress. Leaning in closer to Lucia, Serena whispered, Lucia's very pretty. She'll need to be very careful, Lucia remarked, her astonishment evident in her expression as she processed the statement. She added with a contemplative hum, Lucia smells like roses. When Isla goes back, she'll take a bath with rose petals too. You're going too, aren't you, Lucia? Confusion flickered across Lucia's features as she asked. Going where? Her mind raced to catch up, realizing she had been engrossed in conversation with Isla and had missed the context entirely. The garden buzzed with the voices of other ladies, their chatter filling the air. We're trusting you, Swan. Hee hee. I believe in you, Swan, they exclaimed in a mixture of amusement and encouragement. Baffled by the conversation, Lucia inquired, What are they talking about? She shrugged, feeling a bit out of the loop. Lost in thought, Lucia mused to herself. Huh? Where did Spooky go? Her curiosity piqued by the sudden absence of someone in the garden. Meanwhile, Eric, the Lord Chamberlain, approached her with a formal yet warm demeanor. Lady Lucia, he addressed her respectfully. Surprised by his presence, Lucia responded, Lord Chamberlain? Unsure of his intentions, but willing to entertain them. With a courteous tone, Eric requested, Allow me to escort you to your chambers, offering his assistance in a gesture reminiscent of their interactions during the recent play. Observing the exchange, the girl in the red gown couldn't help but note that Lord Chamberlain is attending to her again, just like he did during the play. Recognizing a familiar dynamic between the two, she said, Do you think they're... Lucia's words trailed off as she glanced around the room, her thoughts interrupted by the sudden hush that fell over the other ladies. Whispers began to circulate among them, the air thick with speculation. Oh my word! Is she fooling around with the Lord Chamberlain? I suppose she fell for his looks. They murmured, casting furtive glances in Lucia's direction. Eric, attuned to the shifting dynamics, stepped forward and interjected. Your servant fell in the mud and began crying. Surprised by the news, Lucia responded. Really? Why doesn't she just change her clothes and come back? Another lady chimed in. She seemed more upset by the teasing than by her dirty clothes. I told her to go take a rest. Curious about Eric's involvement, the girl in the red gown asked. My, aren't you thoughtful of that servant girl? Eric replied with a hint of resolve. So, I intend to do the same thing to the servant who harassed her. His tone conveying a sense of justice and protection. The girl, feeling slighted by Eric's implication, bristled at his words, her expression betraying a mix of indignation and offense. In the elegant ambience of the rose garden, an event unfolded. Following the captivating performances, Eric, with a gallant demeanor, turned to Lucia and uttered, Let's go, my lady, prompting the attention of all the other ladies present, including Serena, who observed the interaction with keen interest. Serena, known for her astute observations, voiced her concern, stating, The Lord Chamberlain is closest to His Majesty. No good will come of provoking him. Her words carried a weight of caution, hinting at the potential consequences of Eric's bold approach. Swan, a figure of grace amidst the gathering, interjected with her own perspective, remarking, He thinks he's something just because the Emperor is in his corner. He's nothing but a speck of dust. With a composed demeanor, she took a leisurely sip of tea before continuing. No need to get upset. A little gold will settle the matter, suggesting a diplomatic solution to the brewing tension. Meanwhile, Serena, betraying a hint of unease, found herself contemplating the situation. The Lord Chamberlain doesn't seem like the type to be swayed by gold, she thought, her mind racing with the implications of Eric's actions and the potential repercussions they might entail. As Lucia and Eric departed from the rose garden together, a conversation ensued. Sensing a shift in Eric's demeanor, Lucia questioned, Is it because of me? Perplexed, Eric inquired, What do you mean? Lucia, her voice tinged with concern, referred to Spooky's unfortunate incident, stating, Spooky falling in the mud. Expressing her frustration, she continued, I don't have any power, so whenever they attack me during tea time, I always just let it slide. I understand what they're trying to do. They all think I'm soft, and now Spooky is suffering because of it. Eric, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts, remained silent, steadily moving forward. Nearby, Arnoa observed the exchange with a mixture of surprise and indignation. Clenching her hands in frustration, she reflected. Now that I think about it, the Lord Chamberlain speaks his mind, and he's not afraid of Swan. I know I shouldn't just complain. I have to pull myself together so I can take care of my people, recognizing the need for resilience and determination in the face of adversity. Amidst the delicate atmosphere of the palace, Eric's voice resonated with a tone of deference as he addressed Lucia with the honorific, "My lady." Outside the door, Spooky, adorned in her crisp uniform, stood patiently, her presence signaling an interruption in the conversation unfolding within. With a gentle knock, she sought permission to enter. Inside the chamber, Lucia's demeanor momentarily wavered, a flicker of emotion crossing her features before she regained her composure. "Thank you. You may go now," she directed Spooky, granting her leave with a gracious nod. Seizing the moment to impart a lesson, Eric turned his attention back to Lucia, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. "Do you know who the most powerful person in the palace is?" he inquired, prompting Lucia to pause, her mind grappling with the question. After a moment's contemplation, she ventured, Swan." Eric's response was firm, dispelling any misconceptions. "No. No one is stronger, and no one is weaker. Have you forgotten? This is the Rose Palace. You're all equals here," he declared, emphasizing the principle of egalitarianism that governed their domain. "Don't bother trying to figure out who has the most power. Strength comes from will alone." Grateful for his insight, Lucia acknowledged. "Thank you for the advice." As Eric prepared to resume his duties, his departure momentarily delayed by Lucia's sudden request. "Wait!" she called out, her gaze shifting to Serena. "Serena, can you bring me a bottle?" Serena, ever obedient, responded with a deferential, "Yes, my lady," while Eric, intrigued by Lucia's seemingly incongruous command, lingered for a moment longer, his curiosity piqued by the unfolding dynamics within the chamber. Taking a step closer to Eric, Lucia's observant gaze met his, her words carrying a note of intrigue. "Come to think of it, I've seen you around the palace quite often, even though I haven't heard about any poisonings," she remarked, her tone laced with subtle curiosity. Eric, caught off guard by the unexpected scrutiny, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow as he struggled to compose a response. I had to prepare for the play and, a new lady is coming soon, so there are things I have to take care of," he stammered, his explanation faltering slightly under Lucia's penetrating gaze. Meanwhile, Serena appeared with a golden, transparent jug filled with a vibrant red liquid, presenting it to Eric with a gesture of generosity. "Here. It's made from roses. I just made it for fun, but I wanted to give you some as a thank you," she explained, her offering imbued with sincerity. Accepting the jug, Eric retreated to his office, the weight of Lucia's words lingering in his mind. Gazing at the jug before him, he mused, "Let me know how it is. So this is what she did with all those roses. She must really love drinking." With a hint of anticipation, he uncorked the jug and took a sip, the essence of roses flooding his senses with a sensation akin to blooming petals unfurling within him. After draining the jug in one swift gulp, Eric found himself pleasantly surprised by the experience. "I quite like this. It feels as though roses are blooming inside of me," he reflected, savoring the lingering taste of the floral concoction as it suffused him with a sense of vitality and renewal. Impressed by the unexpected delight of the floral concoction, Eric found himself acknowledging the taste, on the other hand. Meanwhile, as Eric savored the lingering essence of Rose's halo, the messenger made his arrival, delivering news of the esteemed guest's presence. "Grand Duke Bahamut is here to see you, Your Majesty," he announced, his voice carrying a sense of formality. Grand Duke Bahamut, known for his insatiable greed and the recent placement of his granddaughter within the palace, was ushered in wearing a resplendent royal green outfit. With a deep bow, he greeted Eric, expressing admiration for the palace's fragrance. "What a pleasant fragrance! Have you been to the Rose Palace recently?" he inquired, his tone oozing with feigned charm. Eric, maintaining his composure, responded with a subtle hint of skepticism. I hear you normally stay holed up in here, practicing your swordsmanship," he remarked, his words tinged with a note of observation, hinting at Bahamut's reputation for seclusion and martial pursuits. With Bahamut's words lingering in the air, Eric observed the Grand Duke's demeanor closely, noting the underlying tension beneath his seemingly benevolent facade. "Personally, I'd love nothing more than to give her wings to fly free," Bahamut expressed, his voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "I thought perhaps a hunting tournament might give them a change of pace. We can't expose them to dangerous animals, but rabbits and deer should do just fine," he suggested, his tone betraying a calculated intent. Eric, absorbing Bahamut's proposal, weighed the implications carefully before conceding with a measured tone. "Do as you please." Bahamut, visibly pleased by the acquiescence, bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he acknowledged before taking his leave, the echo of his departure reverberating in the chamber. Left alone, Eric found himself blinking, a faint wave of drowsiness washing over him. Reflecting on the effects of the rose-infused drink, he couldn't help but wonder. "Phew, maybe I had too much to drink. I'm getting a bit drowsy. But my headache is gone." As he reclined in his seat, the subtle aroma of roses permeating the air, Eric contemplated the flower's significance. "Roses express passion and desire," he mused, recalling the timeless symbolism associated with the bloom. "Their subtle scent encourages people to open up," he added, recognizing the soothing influence of their fragrance on the human psyche. With a sense of tranquility settling over him, Eric anticipated a restful night's sleep, the calming properties of the roses promising respite from the day's intrigues. As the door creaked open, Felix entered the room, his voice hushed with urgency. "Mr. Halo, there's someone here to see His Majesty," he announced, only to be swiftly silenced by Halo's gesture. "Shh! His Majesty is asleep. Please leave. I'm terribly sorry, but could you come back later?" Halo interjected, his tone apologetic yet firm as he ushered Felix out of the room, ensuring Eric's undisturbed rest. Unbeknownst to them, Swan had arrived, her keen eyes capturing the sight of Eric's tranquil form. "It's as if he's glowing," she murmured, her thoughts drifting as she observed the serene aura enveloping him. Puzzled by Swan's comment, Halo inquired, "Pardon?" Meanwhile, Eric stirred from his slumber, his body stiff from sleeping in the uncomfortable chair. With a groan, he rose from his seat, his movements accompanied by the creaking of his joints. "My whole body is stiff from sleeping in that chair," Eric confessed, his voice tinged with discomfort. "And my head hurts from the wine," he added, acknowledging the aftermath of indulging in the rose-infused drink earlier. Upon seeing Swan's unexpected presence, Eric was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of deference as he bowed before her. "My lady," he greeted respectfully. Swan, her expression serene yet perceptive, acknowledged Eric's gesture with a nod before addressing him. "I see you've grown close with Lucia," she remarked, her words carrying a subtle hint of inquiry. In response, Eric offered a diplomatic explanation. "I'm only taking precautions," he replied, his tone measured. Swan's gaze softened as she spoke again, her words laden with a sense of hope. "If we're lucky, there will be no more incidents for you to take precautions against," she suggested, extending a gesture of goodwill. With a graceful motion, Swan presented Eric with a small box, her intentions clear. "I think there was a little misunderstanding during the last tea time. I hope this will help clear the air," she explained before turning to depart. Intrigued by the unexpected gift, Eric hesitated before inquiring, "What's this?" Opening the box, he revealed a stunning diamond necklace, its centerpiece a large yellow stone. Astonishment washed over him as he realized the significance of the gesture. "Is this?" he began, his voice trailing off in disbelief. In the dimly lit corridor, Lucia's footsteps echoed softly against the polished marble floor as she paced with purpose toward her room. Her brow furrowed with concern, her mind swirling with the weight of the recent events. Each step seemed to echo her internal turmoil as she grappled with the daunting responsibility resting upon her shoulders. "I don't want anyone to get hurt or die because of me," she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustle of her gown. "Even if this world isn't real, this is my reality now. I have to protect myself and those around me so that no one will think they can look down on me," she vowed, her fingers clenching into fists as she solidified her resolve. With each passing moment, Lucia's determination only seemed to intensify. "I'll show them I'm not a pushover," she declared silently, her eyes glinting with a fierce resolve as she envisioned herself rising above the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, as Lucia's thoughts consumed her, Eric, ever the silent observer, made his entrance. Stepping into the corridor with an almost imperceptible grace, he regarded Lucia with a quizzical expression. "What are you doing?" he queried, his voice breaking through the silence like a gentle ripple in a pond. Startled from her reverie, Lucia's heart leaped in her chest as she whirled around to face Eric, her breath catching in her throat. "Geez, you scared me!" she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of relief and exasperation. "No wonder they call you a ninja!" Her words tumbled out in a rush, a testament to the lingering adrenaline coursing through her veins in the wake of Eric's stealthy arrival. In the hushed ambience of the corridor, Lucia's startled exclamation hung in the air like a startled bird taking flight. "Don't just sneak up on people like that," she admonished, her voice tinged with a mixture of surprise and reproach. Eric, seemingly unperturbed by Lucia's outburst, regarded her with a bemused expression. "A ninja? I announced myself when I came in," he protested mildly, his tone betraying a hint of amusement. Waving off his explanation with a dismissive gesture, Lucia pressed on with her inquiry, her brow furrowed in thought. "Anyway, do I look fierce to you? Would you be scared of me?" she queried, her words tinged with a touch of uncertainty. Eric paused, considering her question with a thoughtful expression. "Not even a little," he admitted candidly, his gaze meeting hers with unwavering sincerity. "Are you planning to hunt with your fists instead of a bow and arrow?" he teased gently, a playful glint in his eye. Perplexed by Eric's response, Lucia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fumbled for a reply. "Hunt?" she echoed, her voice tinged with incredulity. Eric, sensing her confusion, proceeded to enlighten her. "Swan's grandfather, the Grand Duke Bahamut, is holding a hunting tournament. I came to prepare weapons for the ladies before the hunt," he explained, his words punctuated by a note of practicality. Caught off guard by the revelation, Lucia's mind raced as she processed the information. "If you would like to look fiercer, I can have your armor specially tailored for you," Eric offered, his voice tinged with genuine concern. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, Lucia interjected hastily, her words tumbling out in a flurry of emotion. "Wait. I don't want to join a hunting tournament," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with apprehension. Eric, ever the attentive aide, nodded understandingly. "Then I'll let them know you won't be participating," he assured her, his tone conveying reassurance amidst the unexpected turmoil. Eric's expression softened as he choked out his gratitude. "Oh, and thank you for the drink. I quite enjoyed it," his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "Not just drinks," Lucia responded with a hint of pride. "I've been trying to make different dishes out of roses too. It's a lot harder than I thought. The scent of the roses tends to overpower everything else," she admitted, her determination shining through despite the challenges she faced. With a warm smile, Lucia presented Eric with a piece of her latest creation, a rose apple pie. Its surface gleamed enticingly, the delicate shade of golden brown hinting at its deliciousness. Taking a bite, Eric savored the flavor, his taste buds tingling with anticipation. "It's not sweet," he remarked after a moment, his brow furrowing in thought. Lucia's enthusiasm dimmed slightly at his response. "You don't like it?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Everyone else said it was okay." Her words trailed off, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone as she awaited his verdict. Eric deftly devoured the entire slice of pie within a mere minute, savoring each bite as if it were a delicately crafted apple pie-shaped rose. It feels like eating an apple pie-shaped rose. It's still good, he remarked with a hint of satisfaction, lifting his plate slightly in appreciation. Lucia, noticing Eric's enjoyment, inquired with a hint of hospitality. Oh, you want more? One sec, her mind already planning to offer him another generous slice. As Lucia contemplated her next move, a fleeting thought of relief crossed her mind. I'm glad he likes it. I'll give him another slice, she decided, her anticipation causing her to move forward hastily. However, in her rush, her foot became entangled in the folds of her frock, causing her to lose her balance and teeter dangerously on the edge of a fall. With lightning reflexes, Eric sprang into action, reaching out to steady Lucia before she could tumble to the ground. You really must be careful, he cautioned, his voice filled with genuine concern for her well-being. Grateful for Eric's timely intervention, Lucia quickly regained her composure and offered a heartfelt expression of thanks. Thank you, her voice tinged with a mix of relief and embarrassment. Despite the immediate danger passing, Lucia couldn't shake the lingering sense of déjà vu that washed over her. Yikes, that scared me. Why am I getting a sense of déjà vu? She mused, her mind wandering back to a similar incident in the library where someone named Eric had also come to her rescue. Reflecting on the uncanny familiarity of the situation, Lucia couldn't help but wonder. That was a completely different person, but why does it feel the same? Her thoughts lingering on the strange coincidence, she couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue and curiosity. As Serena made her entrance, she addressed Lucia with reverence, exclaiming, My lady! However, Eric's tone turned stern as he reprimanded Serena. Why did you give her such a long dress? She could trip and injure herself at any moment. Serena, acknowledging her mistake, responded with contrition. Apologies, my lord. I'll take full responsibility. Eric's frustration was palpable as he continued to admonish Serena. You failed to take care of your lady properly. You're no longer needed. Despite Eric's insistence on dismissing Serena, Lucia interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. I'm okay. You don't have to. But Eric remained steadfast, disregarding Lucia's plea as he reiterated. If we let this slide, it'll only happen again. Resigned to Eric's uncompromising stance, Lucia let out a sigh and reassured him. It's okay, really. However, inwardly, she couldn't help but feel that Eric was overreacting. After all, she hadn't even fallen. Nevertheless, Eric persisted, declaring, Still, she should be punished. Well, if it happens again, you can catch me like you just did. Please, just let it slide, all right? Please be more careful, Lucia implored, hoping to ease the tension between her and Eric. I will, she assured him. As Eric made his departure from the Rose Palace, a lady approached him in the hallway, initiating a conversation. Oh, I didn't realize you were here, Lord Chamberlain. When will Isla be able to get her weapon? She inquired eagerly. Eric responded, We're still making preparations, tempering her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lucia noticed the solemn expressions on the faces of Serena and the lady conversing with Eric. Concerned, she asked. What's with the long faces? Did something happen? Serena quickly dismissed any notion of trouble, replying, No, nothing at all. However, Lucia's attention was soon diverted as she requested a change of clothes from Serena, to which Serena dutifully agreed. Yes, my lady. Just then, the other lady entered the Rose Palace and noticed Lucia's flushed complexion. Your face is all red. Do you have a fever? Let Isla take a look. Isla studied healing, you know, she suggested, her concern evident. Lucia, feeling a bit flustered, shook her head and reassured her. I'm okay. I'm not sick. Undeterred, the lady examined Lucia closely, noting, I can still smell the roses. Your eyes look clear and in focus. Oh, Lucia's lips are redder than Isla's. Lucia's cheeks reddened at the observation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lucia turned to face the other lady and expressed, I told the Lord Chamberlain I wasn't going to participate. However, Serena interjected with surprising news. Huh! The Lord Chamberlain just left. He went to order Lady Isla's weapon. Dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, Lucia exclaimed. What? Her mind racing with thoughts, she couldn't help but wonder. Hunting? I've only ever seen it in documentaries. Do I have to? Meanwhile, the lady continued to speak with excitement. Isla can't wait to leave the palace. It's been so long. Oh, right. Isla came to tell you about the friend she met yesterday. Curious, Lucia inquired. The one you told me about? The lady nodded enthusiastically, remarking, She's so much prettier than when Isla last saw her. Whoever marries her will be the luckiest man in the empire. She then added with a playful shake of her hands, No, the luckiest man will be His Majesty when he marries Isla. Whoever marries Trudy will be second. Surprised by the revelation, Lucia asked, So you met her in the palace? The lady confirmed. Yes, she came with the Duke, her father. It was only for a few hours, but it felt like the good old days. Isla also wishes to smell like roses. Can you help her? Lucia readily agreed. Sure. Meanwhile, Swan and her brother Romeo found themselves seated in a horse carriage, the regal vehicle adorned in white and red hues. The rhythmic sound of rattling filled the air, prompting Romeo to inquire. Did something happen? Swan, lost in thought, replied. No, I was just thinking about how magnificent the palace is. Curious, Romeo pressed further. Did you meet your friend? Swan nodded, confirming. I did. Unsatisfied, Romeo asked once more. Did something happen to her? Swan reassured him. No, Isla's doing well. She's as bright and cheerful as ever. Perplexed by Swan's demeanor, Romeo remarked. Then why do you look so glum? Swan hesitated before confiding. Well, I actually went to the palace to see the Emperor. Amused, Romeo chuckled. The Emperor doesn't agree to meet just anyone. Is that why you look so disappointed? Swan nodded, explaining. I didn't get the chance to meet him, but I did catch a glimpse of his face. I was talking to Master Halo when the door opened slightly. Intrigued, Romeo asked. You know Halo? Swan nodded, sharing. Yes, he's the man who sweats profusely whenever he sees me. He disappeared when I told him you're my brother. That's him, all right. She repeated, emphasizing the point. He disappeared when I told him you're my brother. Romeo nodded in understanding, acknowledging. That's him, all right. Swan then revealed her desire. I want to enter the Rose Palace. Romeo. I want to marry the Emperor. Shocked by her declaration, Romeo exclaimed. What? Swan bared her soul to Romeo amidst the rhythmic clip-clop of the horse-drawn carriage, their departure from the opulent Rose Palace marking the backdrop to her confession. With a mix of apprehension and determination, she disclosed her fervent desire to wed Eric, her words hanging heavy in the air. Romeo's reaction was immediate, his astonishment palpable as he gently placed his hand against his face, his voice a mixture of disbelief and pleading. No, Trudy, don't do this to me. Before he could finish, Swan interjected, her tone tinged with a knowing sadness. I know. You and Father had a falling out because you opposed his wishes and chose to serve His Majesty. Then you followed His Majesty off to war without even telling me. There was a weighty pause, filled only by the steady rhythm of the carriage wheels on the cobbled streets. Romeo, unable to meet Swan's gaze, spoke softly, his words laden with resignation. The Count has already disowned me. You shouldn't disappoint him too. It's different this time, he continued. Now he's the Emperor and is writing a new chapter in history. Besides, Father came to the palace with me to help me become Empress. Meanwhile, in his office within the palace, Eric sat immersed in paperwork, a contemplative expression on his face. Recalling the encounter with the girl from the previous day, he mused to himself. Were you thinking about someone you like? Lost in thought, Eric reflected. There's no way Lucia was thinking about the Emperor. She doesn't even know she's seen his face before. Unlike the other ladies, she's not clinging to the hope of meeting me. As the ornate doors of Eric's office swung open, Walter entered with a demeanor of deference, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished marble floors. Your Majesty, he began, his voice carrying a blend of respect and urgency. Eric, seated at his desk amidst a sea of documents, turned his attention to Walter, his eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and concern. Have you anything to report on the Grand Duke's whereabouts, Walter? He inquired, his voice calm yet tinged with an underlying sense of gravity. Walter, standing tall in his uniform, delivered his report with meticulous precision. Grand Duke Bahamut visited the treasury before he left, he stated, his words hanging in the air like a heavy veil. Eric's mind raced with possibilities as he processed the information, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. It seems someone left the door open on purpose, he murmured thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the window where shafts of sunlight danced across the room. Sounds like the palace still isn't completely mine yet. With a sudden realization, Eric's expression hardened as he pieced together the puzzle before him. It seems as though he took the pendant necklace, he remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of incredulity. The necklace Swan brought me was taken from the treasury? Turning to Walter with a determined glint in his eyes, Eric issued a command that resonated with authority. Bring me Jace, he instructed, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. Leaving the confines of his office behind, Eric made his way to the palace garden, the scent of blooming roses permeating the air. Felix, the stalwart sentinel of the palace, stood at attention, awaiting his orders. With a sense of urgency, Eric addressed Felix, his voice firm and unwavering. We're doubling the security around the Rose Palace, he declared, his words echoing through the tranquil garden as a testament to his unwavering determination. Felix, his brow furrowed with concern, voiced his apprehension to Eric, his tone laced with unease. But my lord, how am I supposed to keep Lady Swan under surveillance? He questioned, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. I'm not a maid. If I get too close to her, she'll notice right away. However, Eric remained resolute, dismissing Felix's concerns with a wave of his hand. You'll figure something out, he asserted firmly, his tone brooking no argument. Undeterred, Felix acknowledged Eric's orders with a solemn nod. I'll do my best since they're your orders, but this is beyond me, he admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Eric's response was curt, his impatience evident in his tone. Still, do what you can, he retorted brusquely, his gaze fixed on Felix's form. Felix stood in silence, his mind racing with thoughts. Eric's inquiry broke the stillness, prompting Felix to scratch his head nervously. No, my lord, he stammered, his words tinged with a hint of nervous laughter. In the expansive archives ground, where the echoes of history reverberated through the halls, rows of army weapons gleamed under the soft glow of torchlight. Among the array of martial arts equipment stood a blonde-headed girl, her nimble fingers expertly notching an arrow onto her bowstring. Lucia, standing beside her, observed with a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. The blonde girl grinned, her enthusiasm palpable as she released the arrow with precision. Isla has never fired a bow before. This is fun. What do you think, Lucia? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lucia, however, hesitated, carefully placing her bow back on the table. I don't think it suits me. I'm gonna stop here, she admitted, her tone tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. With a light laugh, she added, All right. Isla will practice a little longer. As Lucia and Serena made their way back towards the palace, the weight of the archery practice lingered in Lucia's mind. Serena, ever the attentive companion, inquired, How was archery practice, my lady? Lucia sighed deeply, her shoulders sagging with the weight of uncertainty. It's really hard. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, she confessed, her voice laced with a hint of doubt. With Serena's words of encouragement still lingering in the air, Lucia felt a glimmer of hope stirring within her. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Serena exclaimed, her voice filled with unwavering support. As they proceeded forward, Serena's laughter drew Lucia's attention, prompting her to glance to the side. A smile tugged at Lucia's lips as she beheld the sight of Jace, seated on the floor with a knight's spear in hand, his eyes heavy with sleep. Startled by their arrival, Jace quickly roused himself from his drowsiness. Lady Lucia! When did you get here? Jace exclaimed, his surprise evident in his voice. Just now, Lucia replied with a warm smile, extending a basket filled with goodies and a bottle of wine towards him. This is to thank you for helping me with the roses, Jace, she explained graciously. It's wine and cookies. There's plenty, so feel free to share with the other soldiers, Lucia added, her tone filled with genuine gratitude. Jace's eyes lit up with delight as he accepted the offerings. It smells delicious. Thank you, he exclaimed gratefully, his expression reflecting genuine appreciation for Lucia's gesture of kindness. Meanwhile, Swan found herself engrossed in a conversation with her friend, who approached her with a mix of curiosity and concern. Is it true, Swan? Bad luck comes to whoever wears this necklace? Her friend inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Swan paused for a moment, considering her response carefully. Well, it was originally meant to protect the wearer, she explained, her tone reflective. Her friend's curiosity only seemed to deepen. Why would you have such a thing? She pressed, her gaze fixed intently on Swan. In a sudden outburst of frustration, Swan's demeanor shifted, her voice rising in anger. It was a gift. I was told to use it well, she declared vehemently, brandishing the necklace before her friend. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Swan teased, Well? Want a closer look? Before erupting into laughter. Her friend, taken aback by the sudden change in tone, recoiled in fear. You scared me, she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. Swan's laughter subsided as she revealed the truth behind the necklace's intended recipient. It was actually meant for someone else. Lucia, she confessed, her expression sobering. Her friend's apprehension only grew at the mention of Lucia's name. They already say she's not right in the head. Do you have to make it worse? She murmured, her tone filled with a mix of worry and exasperation. As Swan's friend mulled over the situation, her mind raced with possibilities. Did Lucia do something to her? Don't tell me, is it because of the Lord Chamberlain? She speculated, her voice filled with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Swan, ever the strategist, reassured her friend with a calm demeanor. What if she recognizes it? Her friend pressed, seeking reassurance. In response, Swan outlined her carefully crafted plan. I prepared several similar necklaces just in case. If every lady participating in the hunt wears one, she won't suspect a thing, she explained, her tone confident. The necklaces will simply indicate that they are ladies of the palace. She won't notice a difference unless she looks carefully. Swan reiterated, emphasizing the meticulous attention to detail in her plan. With a sly smirk, Swan added, I also gave an identical necklace to the Lord Chamberlain. Her friend's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation. But this is all just between you and me, Swan concluded, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper, cementing their pact of secrecy. Understood. She was overwhelmed by a sense of apprehension in the presence of her commanding demeanor. A lady servant, carrying the resplendent necklace, proceeded to the Rose Palace, the jewels glistening with an enchanting allure. With authority, she informed Livia, these are to be worn by the ladies participating in the hunt. Lucia's mind pondered, a necklace? Why does she phrase it as if it's a command? Diplomatically, she replied, I don't think it complements my outfit. I'll think about it. Undeterred, the servant insisted, but Lady Swan said Lucia sighed and responded, I know. You can just leave it there. The servant acknowledged, Yes, my lady. Lucia then tasked Spooky with an inquiry, her tone decisive. Spooky, can you ask around and find out if the other ladies were given necklaces too? I need to know if it's safe to wear. Spooky affirmed, yes, my lady. Lucia's mind was resolute. Whatever Swan is planning, I have no intention of going along with it. She donned her gray dress, expressing her incredulity. I have to hunt in a dress? Serena offered her advice in a composed tone. When mounting a horse, it's advisable to don multiple layers to maintain modesty and ensure undergarments remain concealed. Lucia, with a hint of frustration, countered. But won't these layers just become soiled the moment I set foot outside? Serena reiterated, her tone firm yet diplomatic. Remember, the Lord Chamberlain specifically requested vibrant attire for the occasion. Observing the exchange, Spooky, Lucia's attentive attendant, hastened to her side with urgency evident in her voice. My lady! Lucia, noting Spooky's rapid approach, remarked with a touch of surprise. That was swift. Seizing the moment, Spooky divulged. All the other ladies have been bestowed with necklaces. It seems safe for you to adorn yours. Lucia, momentarily lost in thought, subtly adjusted her necklace, contemplating. Was I perhaps overly cautious? Seeking to reassure her mistress, Spooky interjected. Fear not, my lady. We shall travel in a separate carriage, ensuring your safety. Meanwhile, a discreet lady servant, entrusted with overseeing Lucia's preparations, stealthily approached Swan, another member of the household, and whispered, My lady, Lady Lucia has indeed chosen to wear the necklace. Swan, her expression betraying a hint of amusement, quipped in response. Is that so? As the grand procession of elegant ladies from the palace embarked on their much-anticipated hunting expedition, Lucia found herself nestled within the confines of the luxurious royal carriage. The rhythmic symphony of hooves echoed throughout the carriage, mingling with the rustle of skirts and the occasional clink of jewelry. Yet, amidst the opulence and excitement, Lucia couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of claustrophobia engulfing her. Her discomfort only intensified with each passing moment, manifesting in a cascade of unsettling sensations. I'm suffocating, she lamented internally, her breath coming in short, strained gasps. The relentless clatter of hooves seemed to reverberate within her skull, setting her ears ringing and her head spinning. What's happening to me? She wondered, her stomach churning with an alarming queasiness. In the midst of her distress, Lucia's keen senses caught snippets of conversation drifting through the carriage. Whose voice was that? Could it be mine? She pondered, her thoughts clouded by a growing sense of unease. With mounting suspicion, her gaze drifted towards the delicate necklace adorning her neck, a gift bestowed upon her with assurances of its safety by none other than Spooky. Yet, despite Spooky's assurances, Lucia couldn't shake the nagging feeling of apprehension gnawing at her. Is it because of this necklace? She questioned, her mind racing with uncertainty. As the carriage finally rolled to a stop at their destination, Lucia was greeted by the familiar presence of Serena, whose concerned inquiry cut through the tumult of her thoughts. Are you all right, my lady? You look rather pale, Serena remarked with genuine concern as Lucia emerged from the carriage, her complexion noticeably drained of color. Struggling to maintain her composure, Lucia reassured Serena with a weak smile. I'll be fine after a little rest. Could you assist me down? Responding to Lucia's plea, Serena moved swiftly to support her, but Lucia's vision swam with a disorienting blur, making each step a precarious endeavor. Despite her best efforts, Lucia's coordination faltered, and she stumbled, her foot slipping on the uneven ground. In a heartbeat, Serena's steady hand reached out to catch her, preventing a potentially disastrous fall. My lady, are you sure you're all right? Serena inquired, her voice laced with concern. Struggling to compose herself, Lucia stammered out an apology. Sorry. Her mind whirled with confusion and apprehension as Serena tenderly suggested. Why don't you take some rest? Yet, even as concern for her well-being surrounded her, Lucia couldn't shake the growing sense of unease gnawing at her. I'm feeling worse by the second. What's wrong with me? She wondered, her thoughts consumed by uncertainty and fear. As Swan and her companion approached Lucia, their concern was palpable in the furrow of their brows and the furrowed lines on their foreheads. Swan's voice was laced with worry as she addressed Lucia. Lucia? You don't look well. Lucia, her discomfort evident in the strained lines of her face, responded with a weak voice. My chest feels tight. I don't think I can partake in the hunt like this. Swan's concern deepened as she nodded in understanding, acknowledging Lucia's predicament with empathy. You do look rather ill. I suppose there's nothing to be done. Sensing the impending flurry of activity that would accompany the commencement of the hunt, Swan made a pragmatic suggestion. It'll get quite noisy once the hunt starts. Why don't you go have a seat over there? Before Lucia could respond, Serena, the ever-diligent attendant, arrived on the scene, her presence a calming presence amidst the uncertainty. Allow me to escort you, my lady, Serena offered, her voice gentle and soothing. However, Swan, always astute, seized the opportunity to address Serena with a pointed inquiry. Don't you have work to attend to? Serena's expression flickered with momentary confusion as she sought clarification. Pardon? What dash? Before she could finish her sentence, Swan cut in with a decisive tone, outlining Serena's tasks with precision. There are weapons to be fetched and horses to be tended to. Go and lend a hand with the preparations. Realization dawned on Serena as she nodded in understanding, acknowledging Swan's directive with a sense of duty. With a final glance at Lucia, Serena turned to attend to her assigned tasks, her steps purposeful as she set about assisting with the necessary arrangements for the upcoming hunt. As Serena attempted to interject with genuine concern for Lucia's well-being, Swan's patience wore thin, her brow furrowing slightly with irritation. But Lady Lucia Serena began, her voice filled with apprehension, but Swan cut her off sharply, her tone laced with authority and a hint of frustration. If you talk back to me one more time, I will not let it pass, she warned sternly, her gaze unwavering. Sensing the tension in the air, Lucia intervened softly, her voice a soothing balm amidst the brewing storm. I'm okay, Serena. I'll just go sit down, she reassured, her tone gentle yet resolute. Serena, ever dutiful, offered a quick nod of acknowledgement, her concern etched in the furrow of her brow. Yes, my lady, she replied, her voice tinged with a note of relief as Lucia began to navigate her way forward, her steps cautious and unsteady. Meanwhile, Swan's companion, attuned to the undercurrents of the conversation, posed a thoughtful question, her voice laced with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. If something were to happen to Lucia, do you think the Lord Chamberlain would stand by idly? She inquired, her gaze flickering between Swan and Serena, awaiting their response. Swan's reply was measured, her expression guarded as she considered the implications of the inquiry. I can't say for certain, she admitted cautiously, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Pausing to reflect further, she continued, there might be an investigation if he reports to the Emperor. With a grimace, Swan added, however, given the upcoming anniversary of the late Emperor and Empress's deaths, the Lord Chamberlain will likely be preoccupied with accompanying His Majesty, leaving little attention for other matters. Swan's smirk widened as she added a chilling remark, her voice dripping with sinister implication. I imagine it'd be quite difficult to find her body if she were to fall off a cliff. Despite Swan's ominous words, Lucia pressed on, her movements still staggered as she navigated the uneven terrain. Lost in a whirlwind of frustration and self-reproach, Lucia's mind became a battleground of conflicting thoughts. How frustrating! You're never going to get there at this pace. Your body and head are going in different directions, you fool. She scolded herself internally, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Clutching her hands tightly, Lucia grimaced in pain as she continued to struggle forward, her determination warring against the suffocating discomfort that threatened to overwhelm her. If it's so suffocating, quit whining and just get out already. Shall I? She muttered to herself, her voice tinged with defiance. Yet, as Lucia grappled with her inner turmoil, an unexpected sensation rippled through her body, causing her to startle in astonishment. Her necklace, the source of her discomfort, began to stir, its movements erratic and unsettling. And then, in a sudden, dramatic turn of events, the necklace broke free from her neck, shattering into pieces before her eyes. A triumphant laugh bubbled up from within Lucia as she beheld the shattered remnants of the necklace, a wicked grin spreading across her lips. "Mwahaha!" she exclaimed victoriously, a sense of liberation washing over her as she realized the source of her torment had been vanquished. A low, menacing growl reverberated through the air as a massive tiger emerged before Lucia, its imposing presence sending a shiver of fear down her spine. Paralyzed by terror, Lucia instinctively raised her arms to shield herself as the tiger drew nearer, its piercing roar echoing in her ears. Amidst the chaos, a voice cut through the tension, filled with urgency and recognition. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" That voice. The words sent a chill down Lucia's spine, her body drenched in a cold sweat as she struggled to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. As the tiger closed the distance, Lucia sank to the ground, her mind racing with disbelief and awe. "I can't believe it actually came out. And it's a tiger. I'm impressed," she mused, her thoughts a jumble of fear and fascination. To her surprise, the tiger addressed her directly, its voice surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. "You don't seem scared of me," it observed, its golden eyes fixed intently on Lucia. Internally, Lucia recoiled, her mind screaming with fear even as she maintained a facade of composure. "Who's not scared? I'm terrified," she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. Undeterred by Lucia's apparent calm, the tiger sniffed the air, its gaze penetrating. "What's your deal? I thought you were just an idiot, but I guess not," it remarked, its tone laced with curiosity. Lucia's mind reeled at the unexpected turn of events. "What?" she whispered incredulously, her thoughts spinning as she struggled to make sense of the surreal encounter. As the towering figure of the tiger loomed ever closer, Lucia couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. "He's even scarier up close," she thought, her pulse racing with fear and uncertainty. Summoning her courage, Lucia mustered the strength to address the imposing creature before her. "Why is it your body and soul don't match? What are you?" she ventured, her voice trembling slightly with apprehension. To her surprise, the tiger seemed unfazed by her inquiry, its demeanor shifting as it settled down before her. "Let me stretch for a moment. I haven't been out in ages," it remarked casually, its voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. Yet, beneath its nonchalant facade, Lucia sensed a simmering undercurrent of anticipation. As the tiger stretched, a sense of liberation washed over him, his thoughts filled with the exhilaration of newfound freedom. "I'm finally free! Pay attention when someone's talking to you," he chided himself, his voice tinged with self-amusement. However, his moment of reverie was short-lived as he abruptly stood up, his growl reverberating through the air. I think that's enough, sir," Lucia interjected tentatively, her voice tinged with uncertainty. As the tension mounted, the arrival of soldiers on the scene prompted a shift in the tiger's demeanor. "Speaking respectfully is probably the way to go. The soldiers are approaching." "Humph," he grumbled, his posture straightening instinctively in the presence of authority. Beside him, Lucia heaved a sigh of relief, her mind racing as she pondered the implications of their encounter. "How am I supposed to explain this?" she wondered, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Suddenly, in a startling display of transformation, the tiger's massive form began to shrink and shift until it morphed into that of a sleek cat. "We still have much to talk about," the cat declared, its gaze fixed on Lucia with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. Lucia's eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Oh my God! You're so cute!" The pendant, slightly taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, responded with a confused, "What?" Meanwhile, Eric, appearing on the scene, greeted Lucia with a concerned tone. "How are you, my lady? I heard you were ill." Lucia, her attention momentarily diverted by the adorable creature in her arms, absent-mindedly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." However, Eric, ever the observant one, couldn't help but notice her less than convincing demeanor. "You don't look fine," he remarked, a hint of worry lacing his words. Lucia, realizing her slip, quickly amended. I was just petting this cat. The cat, evidently not pleased with being referred to in such a manner, interrupted with a disdainful, that creature. Lucia, undeterred, turned back to Eric, her eyes pleading as she made her request. I found it here all alone. Can I keep it? Eric, ever the voice of reason, hesitated, cautioning her. That's a wild animal. It might not hurt you now, but when it grows up. Lucia, however, wasn't ready to give up just yet. With a soft, pleading tone, she implored, just for a while, please. After a moment's consideration, Eric relented, his expression softening as he agreed. Just for a while, then. Lucia's face lit up with gratitude as she stepped forward, cradling the cat gently. Turning her attention back to the cat, she asked, her voice gentle and soothing. What's your name? Can I call you Fluffy? Lependon, displaying a surprising amount of attitude for a cat, retorted. Don't go giving me weird names. My name's Lependon. After a long and exhilarating hunting expedition in the dense jungle, the royal entourage was making its way back to the Grand Palace. Lucia, resplendent in her elegant attire, was riding in the luxurious royal carriage, accompanied by a mysterious feline companion. The tiger, which had been by her side during the hunt, had transformed into a sleek and agile cat, its appearance altered to avoid recognition by the prying eyes of the palace guards and courtiers. As the royal carriage ride progressed, the sound of hooves on the cobblestone streets and the soft rustling of the cat's fur filled the air. Lucia sat comfortably inside, her eyes fixed on the transformed feline, which was gazing out the window, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling palace grounds. The world sure has changed since I last came out, the cat remarked, its voice low and introspective, as it gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. Lucia's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, What were you doing inside that necklace? The cat's eyes narrowed slightly as it replied, That's where I live. Lucia's brow furrowed in confusion, and she pressed for more information. Then why didn't you stay in there? The cat's tail twitched slightly as it responded. You told me to come out. Lucia's expression turned thoughtful, and she nodded in recollection. Well, true, but do you need permission to come out? The cat's gaze locked onto Lucia's, its eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief, as it pondered her question, leaving Lucia wondering what secrets this enigmatic feline might hold. As the royal carriage continued on its journey, the cute cat turned to Lucia with a charming mew and said, Once my master gives me permission, I can come and go as I please. At least until a new master comes along. Lucia's eyes widened in wonder, and she thought to herself, What a strange world. Did everyone else's necklace come with a tiger? She couldn't help but feel a little curious and concerned, so she asked the cat, Are you going to kill me? The cat turned back to face her, its whiskers twitching in surprise, and said, What? Why would I do that? Its voice was laced with a hint of indignation, as if the mere suggestion was absurd. Lucia's fear was understandable, given the cat's former tiger form, and she explained, Tigers do eat people. The cat let out a gentle chuckle and said, Don't you remember? I'm the one who saved you from taking a dive off that cliff. Its eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, as if recalling a fond memory. Lucia's expression softened, and she felt a sense of gratitude towards the cat. The cat continued, Plus, I never eat my own master. Actually, I don't like eating people in general. Lucia's mind wandered, and she became indulged in thoughts. Does that mean you've eaten them before? She didn't finish her question. Instead, she extended her hand towards the cat, saying, Anyway, it's nice to meet you. Please call me Lucia. The cat, however, didn't reciprocate with a handshake. Instead, it slapped at her hand with its paw, as if swatting at an invisible fly. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked, What is it? The cat's expression turned serious, and it said, You died and came back to life. Lucia's eyes startled, and she took a step back, her mind reeling with the revelation. How did you? She began to ask, but the cat cut her off. Sometimes people's souls aren't completely attached to their bodies when they're born, the cat explained. But since you seem to be doing just fine, in those cases, they usually die at an early age. That means you must have died and come back to life. Lucia's eyes widened further, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. She couldn't comprehend what the cat was telling her. Died and come back to life? It sounded like a fantastical tale, but the cat's serious expression told her otherwise. The cat added, "Unless another soul took over your body." Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment, and she asked, "You can see all that?" The cat replied, "Of course, I possess the eye of truth. Be careful, you'll die if your soul stays detached like this." His warning sent a shiver down Lucia's spine, and she flinched immediately, her mind racing with the implications. Meanwhile, Eric was holding the necklace in his hand, staring at it with a calculating gaze. He thought to himself, "This is definitely the Lependon necklace. It's just as I thought. Swan sent it to Lucia. She must have tricked her into wearing it by making several copies and giving them to the others." Eric's eyes narrowed as he continued to think. If someone wears this necklace, it either shows their deepest, darkest thoughts or becomes their shield. Although it wouldn't be so awful if Lucia's true self were revealed. The scene ends with Eric's sinister thoughts, hinting at a larger conspiracy and a mysterious connection between the necklace, Swan, and Lucia's true identity. As Eric was indulged in thoughts, someone burst into his office, their voice echoing through the room. "Don't act innocent!" they shouted, making Eric startle for a moment. The intruder continued, "You want a mystical creature to appear before her, don't you?" They sneered. "You're not fooling anyone." The stranger snickered and laughed. "Don't even try. I can read your thoughts." The mysterious figure sauntered over to the office table and sat down, their eyes fixed on Eric. "You're hoping that white tiger is a mystical creature. Don't deny it. Then again, you've always been like this. You even pretended you weren't interested in the throne." Eric's face turned red with annoyance, and he slammed his fist on the desk. "Enough with this nonsense. Leave!" he bellowed, trying to assert his authority. The stranger's words had struck a nerve, and Eric's composure was beginning to unravel. The stranger replied, laughing out loud. "What a telling response!" he asked Eric, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Don't you know? That date is drawing near again. The day you cut my head off. The day you murdered me and took the throne. The day you committed treason." Eric's face turned pale, and he squirmed in his seat, clearly uncomfortable. The stranger continued to taunt him. "Ah, is that so?" Eric snapped. "Stop laughing. It's making me sick." But the stranger didn't stop. He couldn't help it. This was how he remembered Eric, a man consumed by power and greed. He snickered. "I can't help it. This is how you remember me. While I may appear different, I'll always be 9-year-old Harry to you, won't I? You feign indifference, and yet here you are, wearing the crown. How does it feel?" Eric's face was drenched in sweat, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He spat out, "You should know. You've worn it before." His voice was laced with venom, and he continued, "Only for a second. Right before you dragged me down and killed me." He screamed at Eric. "If you had sat still and played innocent, I would have let you have the throne. Remember how you acted when they dragged you off to war? Father! You were crying, shouting that they were sentencing you to death." Eric took a deep breath, his face red with anger, and said, "Enough." He added, "Nin. I think that's enough for today. I'll be back." But his brother just snickered at him. "Oh no. This is the only way I can still torment you." Eric's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "Why don't you just show up as a rotting corpse instead?" His brother's grin grew wider, and he replied, "You don't think I can? Just wait." With that, he vanished from the office, leaving Eric feeling uneasy and disturbed. Eric let out a sigh and said, "That was eerie. A glass of rose wine would be nice right about now." He poured himself a glass, trying to calm his nerves after the unsettling encounter with his brother's ghost. As Lucia sat down to enjoy her meal, her mind wandered back to her conversation with Lependon. The cat's ominous warning echoed in her thoughts. If your soul stays detached like that, you'll die. She gazed at the steaming plate of spaghetti in front of her, the savory aroma of the sauce and veggies filling the air. But her appetite was dampened by the weight of Lependon's words. She sighed, her thoughts drifting to her past. I never wanted to become Lucia. Entering this body wasn't exactly my choice. But I'm gonna die. The moon shone brightly outside her window, and Lucia's eyes welled up with tears as she missed her parents. This is too much. I miss my parents. As she held her fork, a wry thought crossed her mind. Well, they say people who love to eat make the best ghosts. Ugh, better eat as much as I can while I'm still alive. With a hint of determination, Lucia took a bite of her spaghetti. The flavors danced on her tongue, and she savored the moment. It's so good. Maybe 'cause I'm eating so late. As Lucia continued to enjoy her meal on the terrace, she noticed a familiar figure approaching the palace. She squinted, recognizing the Lord Chamberlain, Eric. Huh! Isn't that the Lord Chamberlain? It is him, she thought to herself. She wondered, why do I always see him wandering around at night? Is he out taking a walk? Why does he look so serious? Why does he look so serious? More so than usual, I mean. Lucia's curiosity got the better of her as she watched Eric from the terrace. Just then, Eric looked up and turned towards her. What are you doing at this hour? He asked, his voice firm but curious. Lucia startled. Jesus! She laughed, trying to play it cool. Just having a light snack, she thought to herself. Does he have eyes on the top of his head? Eric asked again. How is it? Lucia replied. Not bad. Don't let me interrupt your walk. But instead of continuing his stroll, Eric suddenly jumped up onto the tree branch above Lucia, his movements graceful and agile. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment. What? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The Lord Chamberlain, known for his stern demeanor, was now perched in a tree, gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. As Lucia watched Eric settle into the tree branch, she realized. He never listens. But then, his gaze fell upon the cat sleeping on the sofa, and he asked, Is Tiger asleep? Lucia replied, Yeah. To her surprise, Eric leaned towards her and asked, Is it all right if I sit with you for a while? Lucia hesitated, thinking for a moment before responding. As long as you can keep it a secret. The Lord Chamberlain's request was unexpected, but Lucia found herself agreeing, perhaps seeking companionship in the quiet night. They both started staring at the moon, the silence between them growing thicker than the night air. Lucia looked at Eric, thinking, Why isn't he saying anything? This is so awkward. She fidgeted, her eyes darting back to the moon, hoping to find some comfort in its gentle light. Just as she thought the silence would last forever, Eric turned and looked at her, his eyes piercing through the darkness. Lucia's heart skipped a beat, wondering what he would say next, her mind racing with possibilities. Eric and Lucia stood side by side, gazing out the window at the moon's gentle glow. The silence between them was palpable, a heavy stillness that seemed to stretch on forever. Finally, Lucia broke the silence, her voice a gentle breeze on a summer day. Oh! I came up with a new dish. Would you like to try it? Eric's response was tinged with a hint of curiosity. Is this one made with roses as well? He likely recalled the rose petal sauce from their previous encounter. They sat down at the table where Lucia had been enjoying her meal earlier. Her plate still held the remnants of her spaghetti, a reminder of the simple pleasures in life. Lucia smiled. No, it's made with milk and cheese. Actually, it might be a bit too heavy for your tastes. If you'd like something else, just let me know. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind working overtime. Do you think I'll feel less stressed if I eat this? He seemed to be searching for a reprieve from his worries, a temporary escape from the weight of his responsibilities. Lucia's response was warm and reassuring. You'll feel a lot calmer and have a clearer head if you have a meal without worrying about anything. Her words were a gentle embrace, a reminder that sometimes, all we need is a moment of peace to find our footing again. Eric took a tentative scoop of the dish, his face contorting in distaste. Yuck! There's so much butter. Lucia's eyes sparkled with amusement. Looks like you're not a fan. She chuckled, her voice like a gentle brook. As they sat together, Lucia's expression turned wistful, her thoughts drifting to her family. I miss my family a lot. Eric's eyes flinched, his gaze softening with empathy. Do you wish to leave the Rose Palace? He asked, his voice gentle. Lucia's thoughts swirled, her mind a maelstrom of emotions. Even if I did, I still couldn't go home. Plus, Lucia's dad is pushing her to capture the Emperor's heart. She sighed, her shoulders slumping under the weight of her responsibilities. Thinking for a moment, she continued, Even if I leave, I'll only end up back here. Eric's eyes narrowed, his voice interrupting her thoughts. In order to become Empress? Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? What? No, I wasn't planning on that at all. Her thoughts raced, her mind rebelling against the fate that seemed to be laid out for her. Are Lucia and I both fated to be trapped here until we die? Just thinking about it makes me depressed. Her hand clenched into a fist, determination etched on her face. I have to be more proactive. I can't die like this. There's still so much I want to do. Lucia's hands fluttered as she laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm thinking about making rose kebabs. You just skewer some roses, meat, and fruit, slap on some sauce, and grill them. Sounds good, huh? Eric's gaze was fixed on her, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke, his voice low and smooth. You're the same as always, my lady. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile. But you seem a bit different today. Eric's eyes narrowed, his curiosity piqued. I do? How so? Lucia's words tumbled out in a rush, her thoughts unguarded. At night you're even more attractive. She stopped abruptly, her face flushing with realization. Eek. Ack. What am I doing? Have I lost it? She recovered quickly, her voice steady once more. I meant to say, you seem a little more emotionally distant than usual. Did something happen? Eric's expression turned guarded, his voice laced with caution. I was taught that showing your emotions in front of someone is a sign of weakness. If someone were to find out what I'm afraid of, I could die. Lucia's thoughts wandered, her mind filled with empathy. Well, he did put his life on the line every day during the war. Poor guy. Thinking. Her expression softened, her voice gentle. I don't know what kind of life you've lived until now, but I can give you some advice. She offered him a warm smile, her words encouraging. Don't just wait for happiness to come to you. Go find it yourself. If there's something you want, just come out and say it. She added, eating good food helps when you're stressed. Try to find a way that's right for you. Eric's face was blank, his mind processing her words. Then, a hint of shyness crept into his voice. Then, as per your advice, I'd like to ask you something. He paused, his eyes darting around the room before settling on Lucia. Do you perhaps have any rose wine left? Lucia burst into laughter, her voice echoing through the room. Haha, cute. Eric's eyes narrowed, his curiosity piqued. Why are you laughing? He asked, his tone gentle. She chuckled, her eyes sparkling. Okay, I'll put some in a bottle for you. Will 2 be enough? She teased, her voice playful. Eric's response was quick, his smile growing. I'll be stuck inside for a while, so I'd like a few more. Lucia's thoughts whispered. I'm getting the feeling he likes to drink. Her eyes twinkled with amusement as Eric brought a new plate of spaghetti, the aroma mouth-watering. He took a fork, twirling the pasta with a flourish. As he tasted it, his face contorted, his voice dramatic. It tastes like death. He stood up from his chair, his thoughts unfolding. I don't think this is the right method for me. What if I kept her by my side? It might not be such a bad idea. Having her around does help put my mind at ease. That day is approaching. Eric sat on the sofa, cradling the wine bottle in his hands, his thoughts consumed by the upcoming anniversary. Will this wine soothe the nightmare of this upcoming anniversary? He wondered, his eyes lost in the depths of the bottle. Meanwhile, Lucia emerged from the palace, her green frock fluttering in the breeze. She strolled alongside Serena, her mind wandering back to the enigmatic Lord Chamberlain. I shouldn't have looked at him so closely that night. His wide eyes, so deep and mysterious, his long lashes. He's so beautiful. She sighed, her thoughts longing. I hope I run into him again soon. I'm sure my mind would clear up if I were to look into his eyes again. As they re-entered the palace, Lucia noticed the eerie silence. It's so quiet today, she remarked to Serena. The latter's expression turned solemn. Probably because the anniversary of the king and queen's death is approaching. Lucia's eyes widened in understanding. Ah, yes. Serena's voice took on a cautionary tone. You must take care not to upset the emperor or the prince. Lucia nodded, her mind aware of the delicate balance of palace politics. Lucia nodded in agreement with Serena, her mind already shifting to her tutoring session with Alvis. Alvis' tuition time has started. She held up the green book, its title, The History of the Empire, embossed in gold letters. Alvis eyed the book skeptically. Is this book any good? Lucia shrugged, her expression apologetic. Well, it's too late to go to the library to get another one. Alvis' frustration was palpable. Out of all books, you had to bring that one? Lucia's response was calm, her voice encouraging. I think there's a lot you can learn from it. As Alvis struggled to begin, Lucia searched the book's contents, her fingers tracing the page. If a book's title is its face, the table of contents is its clothes. It's easier to understand the rest of the book if you read this first. Alvis sighed, his eyes scanning the pages. You said you wanted me to write down my first impression of the book? He hesitated, his thoughts unclear. This is hard. Lucia observed Alvis' nervous demeanor, her thoughts filled with empathy. He seems to have a lot on his mind. He must be sad since the anniversary of his parents' death is coming up. She wondered if the weight of his family's history was bearing down on him. Alvis' question broke the silence, his voice laced with a hint of curiosity. When the current emperor was still the second prince, all sorts of things happened in the palace. Lucia's expression showed her confusion, her mind struggling to understand the connection. Alvis' eyes took on a faraway look, his voice barely above a whisper. A baby died not long after it was born, and you could hear the screams of maids being murdered all night. The floor of the palace was always stained with blood. Someone started a rumor about the palace being cursed, and many people started going crazy for no reason. He paused, his gaze intense. The queen said it was all because of the second prince. An oracle told her that the curse would only be lifted if he were sent far away. Lucia's thoughts raced, her mind reeling from the dark tale. That's why the king sent him off to war. Alvis concluded, his voice heavy with the weight of his family's secrets. Lucia thought, that seems a bit extreme. Her mind wondering about the truth behind the rumors and the fate of the second prince. Alvis' voice dropped to a whisper, his words painting a vivid picture of a tragic past. He was only a boy back then, so sending him to war was essentially sending him to his death. As they were dragging him away, he screamed that he would never forgive them. He paused, his eyes clouding over. He survived the war, killed his parents, and ascended the throne. Lucia's gaze was transfixed, her mind reeling from the dark tale. Alvis' words dripped with a sense of foreboding. They say he was grinning while he cut out the king's heart and decapitated the queen. You must have heard the rumors. Since the only witness from that day refuses to speak, nobody knows the truth. He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Do you believe the things people say? Lucia stood up, her movements graceful as she began to pace the room. If he had taken the throne by force, surely someone would have raised the question of legitimacy, but no one ever did. Her thoughts were a jumble of confusion and curiosity. I think the emperor is incredible. He strengthened his power and brought the aristocracy in line, all without ever showing himself. She turned to Alvis, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. I think I just learned more from you than you ever have from me, Alvis. That's enough for today. Her words were a gentle dismissal, her mind still reeling from the secrets and rumors that shrouded the palace. Meanwhile, Eric was indulging in a relaxing bath, his mind wandering to the past. His thoughts were consumed by the haunting words of his brother Yuri. Are you enjoying the blood of those you've killed? No matter how much time passes, the fact that you killed me will never change. You turned against the imperial family. You killed both of your brothers. Who will it be next? Eric's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. He slammed his fist on the edge of the bathtub, water splashing everywhere. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his sword and stood up, holding it tightly while still wearing his white bathrobe. The contrast between the serene bath scene and his fierce demeanor was jarring, his thoughts consumed by the ghosts of his past. As Lucia made her way towards the Rose Palace, Jace arrived, spear in hand, and greeted her with a bow. My lady, I'm here to escort you to the Rose Palace. Lucia smiled and fell into step beside him, her pace graceful and effortless. Jace continued, his voice filled with gratitude. I also wanted to say thank you for the food you gave me. It was incredibly delicious. Lucia's response was humble, her voice gentle. It was nothing, really. I'm just glad you enjoyed it. Jace's smile broadened, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I shared it with the other soldiers. They all enjoyed it immensely. Lucia's face lit up with pleasure. I'm glad to hear that. It warms my heart to know that my cooking brought joy to others. Jace's insistence was palpable, his voice filled with a desire to repay her kindness. Fantastic! I'd like to repay you, my lady. Is there anything I can do for you? Lucia's response was swift, her hand raised in a gentle gesture. Don't worry about it, Jace. It was merely a small token of appreciation for picking the roses. Jace's chuckle was low and husky, his spear bobbing up and down as he walked. Ah, that was nothing, my lady. I just swung my spear around, and they fell off the bushes. It was rather pathetic, actually. His self-deprecating humor was charming, putting Lucia at ease as they continued their stroll towards the Rose Palace. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her voice tinged with amusement. Is he bragging? She asked, her gaze flicking to Jace. Jace's grin broadened, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I'll bring you some snacks the next time I make some, my lady. Lucia's brow furrowed, her confusion evident. What kind of snacks? Jace's response was cryptic, his tone playful. I'm still working on the recipe, but I'll let you know when they're ready. Just then, a lady servant arrived, carrying a delicate dish. Jace bowed, his spear swishing aside. I look forward to it, my lady. As the servant stepped forward, her foot caught on the hem of her dress, and the dish rattled ominously. Jace sprang into action, his reflexes lightning fast. Oh dear, are you okay? He exclaimed, grabbing the servant's arm to steady her. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment as Jace's spear swished precariously close to the servant's head, its tip mere inches from her face. But Jace's quick thinking saved the day, his hand closing around the spear's shaft just in time. Lucia's thoughts racing, her mind whirling with questions. Who the hell is this guy? He's like a cat. She pondered, her eyes fixed on Jace with a newfound curiosity. He's definitely not normal. I wonder what his deal is. Maybe I should test him out. Lucia's finger shot out, poking Jace squarely in the eye. He let out a loud yelp, his voice echoing through the corridor. My lady, we should GARGH! Jace clutched at his eye, his spear clattering to the ground. Lucia didn't hesitate, her skirts flying as she turned and ran. Jace's voice followed her, his words laced with pain and confusion. My lady? What was that for, my lady? As Lucia fled, Jace's thoughts raced. Why did she stab me in the eye? Did I scare her or something? Either way, she's going the wrong way. He squinted through his good eye, watching as Lucia disappeared around a corner. Lucia herself was disoriented, her breath coming in short gasps. She looked around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? She wondered, her eyes scanning the strange architecture and ornate decorations. As Lucia stepped forward, her thoughts raced. I didn't know this kind of place existed in the palace. I was trying to follow that suspicious-looking servant, but I guess I lost her. She navigated through the unfamiliar space, her eyes scanning for any sign of direction. As she passed by a pillar, she spotted someone sitting with their face turned away. The person wore a black and golden royal dress, and Lucia's heart skipped a beat. There's someone here! She exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper. She approached the figure, her words polite and cautious. Excuse me, I'm lost. Could you please point the way? I'm trying to get to the library. But the person didn't turn around, their response rude and curt. Who gave you permission to enter my garden? Lucia's worry deepened, her thoughts racing. No way. Is that? She lowered her head, her voice trembling. I am terribly sorry. I got lost. She feared for her safety, thinking, he might kill me if I see his face. The person stood up from their chair, their movements fluid and menacing. So you're wandering the palace alone? You're quite brave. Their words dripped with sarcasm, their tone icy. Are you here to find out for yourself what the Emperor looks like? Or did someone tell you to keep an eye on me? Lucia flinched immediately, her heart racing with fear. She realized she had stumbled into a dangerous situation, and her thoughts scrambled for a way to escape. Lucia's voice trembled as she replied, It's nothing like that, Your Majesty. Please believe me. But Eric's expression remained skeptical, his eyes narrowing as he stepped closer to her. This is why all of you are supposed to stay in the Rose Palace. If you're given any freedom, you simply roam around my palace and gardens as you please. Now what should I do with you? Lucia's fear escalated as she watched Eric's shoes approaching her. She stammered, Oh no. I will receive whatever punishment you see fit. Her mind raced with thoughts of escape, thinking, he's not gonna sentence me to death, is he? Since he hasn't seen my face, maybe I can just run away. She took a few steps back, turning to flee, but Eric's grip on her arm was swift and firm. Wait, he commanded, his voice low and menacing. How is it that you weren't driven mad by the necklace of truth? Tell me. Eric's thoughts were a jumble of confusion and curiosity. I've been having nightmares ever since I received it, but they all go away when she's nearby. Does that mean I need to keep her by my side? His gaze bore into Lucia's, his eyes searching for answers. Lucia braved herself to meet Eric's gaze, his eyes piercing as he reminded her of his earlier advice. Don't just wait for happiness to come to you. Go find it yourself. If there's something you want, just come out and say it. But Lucia was trapped in a difficult situation, her thoughts racing. I can't look at his face. What do I do? In desperation, she started screaming. Why, Your Majesty, please forgive me. But Eric's response was unexpected. He grabbed her by the waist and slid her close to him, his thoughts revealing a hidden desire. What I want is for her to stay by my side. Without warning, he kissed her, leaving Lucia stunned and flustered. She pushed him away, her voice barely above a whisper. Wait, Your Majesty. Then, she turned and ran from the garden, leaving Eric standing alone. Eric's thoughts lingered on the encounter, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. She was eating rose-flavored candy. I wonder how she ended up in my garden. I feel much better now. Lucia stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. She was panting, her chest heaving with anxiety. Then, she thought, did he see my face? I mean, he must have. He kissed me. She couldn't help but relive the moment, her mind replaying the kiss. She uttered a despairing cry. I've lost it! Indulging in thoughts, she lamented. I can't believe I ended up pushing the candy into his mouth. Is this how it ends? I can't believe I did the candy kiss. I'm such a cliché. Her anxiety spiked, her thoughts racing. But seriously, why did he kiss me out of the blue like that? In a state of panic, she thought. Ugh. That's not what's important. Surely he didn't see my face? Ag. What do I do? Taking a deep sigh, she resigned herself to her fate. Maybe I should run away while I still can. I never imagined I'd become a fugitive. Flopping onto her bed, she thought, oh, whatever. I should at least try to avoid attracting the Emperor's attention. Her mind whirled with plans and escape routes, her heart still racing from the encounter. The scene ends with Lucia in a state of turmoil, her thoughts a jumble of fear, anxiety, and desperation, as she tries to navigate the treacherous waters of the palace and her own feelings. In the palace hallway, a dignified figure entered, clad in a black royal attire with a long shawl draped over his shoulders. As he made his entrance, Halo greeted him with a bow, saying, Welcome, Your Highness. I trust you had a safe journey. The noble visitor inquired, How are you, Halo? Turning back, he added with a hint of humor, Long time no see. I'm glad at least someone is happy to see me home. Halo's eyes welled up, and he wiped away his tears, saying, His Majesty has given me a hard time while you were away. I've missed you, Your Highness. The royal figure replied, I made sure to return in time for the anniversary. I hope I'm not late. As he took in his surroundings, he remarked, It's rather quiet around here. Where's Alvis? He inquired. Halo replied, Prince Alvis is in his room. As he stepped forward, he chuckled and said, He is? That's odd. That little troublemaker never used to stay put. After a moment, his expression turned solemn when he asked, I heard there was an ogre invasion. Halo confirmed. Yes, we found it climbing the inner wall before we slayed it. He furrowed his brow, thinking aloud. Strange. Why didn't the guards on the outer wall spot it? Upon entering the palace living room, they were met with a flurry of activity. He asked Halo, Everyone looks so busy. What's going on? Halo hesitated before responding. As they took in the scene, he noticed lady servants carrying baskets and wondered, What are all those baskets for? Halo explained, It was Prince Alvis's orders. He's been quite insistent on preparing something special for the anniversary of the king and queen's passing. He chuckled. Alvis? Halo also burst into laughter, his eyes twinkling with amusement, then continued. He's recently taken an interest in crafting. He's tried his hand at all sorts of things, woodworking, pottery, even weaving. He said he plans to stay in his room crafting until the anniversary, determined to create something truly remarkable. He let out a sigh, thinking to himself, What's that little rascal up to? I hope he's not getting into too much mischief. As he approached Alvis's room, Halo requested, I'll be waiting here, Your Highness. Please take your time. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of Alvis busily working on an intricate wooden carving. He looked up, his face lighting up with joy, and exclaimed, Damien! You're back! Alvis rushed over, embracing him tightly, saying, I've missed you so much, Damien. I've got so much to show you. Damien replied with a warm smile. Good to see you're still as lively as ever, Alvis. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've been working on. As he entered Alvis's room, he was struck by the sight of countless paper flowers adorning the space. He asked, What's all this? Alvis beamed with pride. Flowers to plant near the graves. I made them myself. The intricate details and lifelike appearance of the paper flowers left him impressed. Damien indulged in thoughts. I could have sworn they were real. Alvis's sparkling eyes and enthusiastic grin were infectious, and he asked, Do you want to make one? Damien agreed. Sure. As they began crafting, Halo entered the room, his expression solemn. Prince Damien, His Majesty has sent for you. Damien nodded, setting aside the paper flowers, and followed Halo to the throne room. Upon entering, he bowed before the majestic figure seated on the Emperor's chair. I've returned, Your Majesty. Eric's piercing gaze met his, and he inquired, Any word on Marquis Marshall? Damien began to report. He's busy trying to help his people survive a drought. There's no chance of him attacking the palace for the time being. Eric's expression remained stern, his eyes never leaving Damien's face. Eric's expression turned stern, his voice firm. Didn't you promise to bring me his head? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Damien replied, Your Majesty, the Marshals have always been loyal to the imperial family. Sparing his life would be a wise decision. He offered a suggestion. Rather than killing him, why don't you invite him to the palace? It would be a gesture of goodwill and potentially forge a stronger alliance. Eric's face darkened, clearly unimpressed by the suggestion. I'll bring you something else to replace his head. All I ask for is a little more time. His voice was laced with a menacing tone, leaving no room for negotiation. After the tense meeting with Eric, Damien turned to Halo, seeking his counsel. For now, he has his hands full, Halo. Halo agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. However, Eric's next command left Damien astonished. Make sure no aid reaches Marshall's estate. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and started protesting. Your Majesty! But Eric's resolve was unwavering. You have 1 month, he declared, his words hanging in the air like a threat. Figure something out by then. Eric commanded, his voice firm. Damien replied, Yes, Your Majesty, his tone respectful. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself, 1 month. I shouldn't just be grateful he's not demanding the Marquis's head right now. He reflected on Eric's behavior. After nearly 10 years on the battlefield, he was like a beast lying in wait, ready to drive out those disloyal to him at a moment's notice. He wondered, I wonder what's changed? Damien stepped forward towards Eric, his curiosity getting the better of him. Eric's eyes narrowed. When did I say you could approach the throne? He asked, his voice stern. Damien leaned forward, his eyes locked on Eric's, and replied, Strange, Your Majesty. He asked, What's going on, Your Majesty? You seem different somehow. Eric's expression turned somber, his voice laced with pain. That day, I was completely powerless. I could only watch as the king and queen died. You were in tears, begging for Harry's life. Eric's words trailed off, the memory still raw. Damien's eyes widened, his face flinching in shock. The mention of that fateful day brought back a flood of emotions. He quickly composed himself, his tone formal. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Eric's gaze never wavered, his command clear. I want you to organize everything in the treasury. See if you can uncover anything strange. His eyes seemed to bore into Damien's soul, as if searching for something more. After their conversation, Eric became lost in thought. The white tail I saw in the garden, it definitely belonged to Lucia's white tiger. The necklace vanished right after I saw it. He pondered, his mind racing with connections. As he touched his brooch, he murmured to himself, I only had it for a short time, but it suffocated me. Damien noticed his quiet remark and asked, What? Eric took a deep sigh and replied, Never mind. Damien changed the subject. Oh, I heard something interesting. Sounds like you've been visiting the Rose Palace often? Eric's grip on the chair arm tightened, his eyes twitching. Damien pressed on. Could it be a young lady has caught your attention? Eric's response was a subtle, As he reminisced about his encounter with the mysterious woman, a soft blush crept onto his cheeks. His face, usually a mask of cold composure, revealed a hint of warmth. Damien felt a shiver run down his spine. Huh! Did he just smile? He thought. His smiles have always been mocking and cold. I had no idea his face could move like that. It's completely different from anything I've ever seen. Meanwhile, Lucia sat on a plush sofa beside Lependon, who was yawning widely, his eyes heavy with sleep. Lucia's mind wandered, her thoughts consumed by the recent encounter with Eric. I was so worried the Emperor was gonna come for me, but I guess not. I won't be surprised if I get gray hairs over this, she mused. She turned to Lependon, her curiosity piqued. Do you know what I did yesterday? I slipped a piece of candy into the Emperor's mouth. She let out a sigh, her expression a mix of confusion and amusement. I have no idea what I was thinking. Lependon's eyes sparkled with interest, and Lucia continued. Speaking of which, I have no idea why you live in that necklace either. And I still don't know how you came to me, Lucia said, her thoughts trailing off as she gazed at Lependon. She noticed his unusual silence and asked, Why aren't you answering? But Lependon simply started rubbing himself on the carpet, his eyes closed in contentment. Lucia thought to herself, He's sleeping again? She poked at him with her finger, trying to rouse him. Lovely, wake up! I still have more to ask you. But Lependon didn't respond, even when she booped him again and again. Are you sleepy? Wake up! Wake up! She asked, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. But when she added, You're just pretending, aren't you? Lependon's demeanor suddenly changed. He let out a mighty roar, his tiny body trembling with a fierce energy. Lucia was taken aback, her eyes wide with fear. Ah! Lucia continued to poke at Lependon, who was pretending to sleep, his eyes shut tight. But when she wouldn't let up, he finally snapped, his tiny voice screaming. Don't call me lovely! I'm not your pet! Lucia chuckled, her smile mischievous. What's wrong with lovely? It sounds so cute! She laughed out loud, teasing him further. If you prefer, I can call you Lazy Lovely. Lependon's face turned red with annoyance, and he roared at her. Stop making fun of me! He sat back on the sofa, his tiny arms crossed, looking quite put out. Lucia's grin faded, and she asked, You're a guardian? Lependon's expression turned serious, and he replied, Yes, my main duty is to protect whoever wears the necklace. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. That's why I exist, Lependon said, his voice filled with a sense of purpose. Lucia's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, How many people have you guarded before me? Lependon's response was simple. 1. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. Only one? She asked, her voice soft. Who was it? She pressed, her curiosity getting the better of her. Lependon's gaze locked onto hers, and he replied, The very first Empress, Empress Elena. His words were laced with a deep respect and admiration. Just then, a knock at the door broke the silence. Serena entered, her eyes deferential. The kitchen fireplace is ready, my lady, she announced. Lucia nodded, her mind still on Lependon's revelation. Okay, great, she replied, her voice a little distracted. Lucia made her way to the palace kitchen, where Serena had prepared the fireplace as promised. A large pot sat atop the crackling flames, filled with a vibrant red liquid that bubbled and steamed. Serena stirred the concoction with a wooden spoon, her movements gentle and deliberate. Lucia, dressed in a lovely orange and blue gown that seemed a touch casual for palace attire, watched with interest as Serena worked. The air was filled with the sweet scent of fresh flowers, which were arranged in vases nearby. Both women added rose petals to the pot, their hands moving in tandem. Lependon, still holding his mini basket of roses, looked on with curiosity. What are you making? He asked, his tiny voice full of wonder. Lucia's eyes sparkled with creativity. I'm experimenting with rose jam, she explained. I want to put it in cute little jars and sell it. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and Serena smiled as she continued stirring the pot. What do you think? Lependon asked, his tiny brow furrowed in concern. You want to sell it? You don't seem very nervous for someone who just found out she might die, he added, his voice tinged with curiosity. What a strange human. The pendant thought to himself. Wait, is she trying to distract herself from the fear of dying? But Lucia was too focused on stirring the pot to notice his scrutiny. She continued, her voice resolute. There's nothing I can do about it, but I can't just sit around and wait. I heard my servants would be buried alive with me once I die. Her words were laced with a sense of determination and defiance. Le pendant's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, he breathed, his tiny body language conveying his shock at the harsh reality Lucia faced. That's horrible, Le pendant said, his tiny face contorted in distress. Lucia's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke, her voice trembling. I'm going to ask the Lord Chamberlain to make sure they can get away if anything ever happens to me. That way, they don't have to die. I'm going to open up a store for them so they can make a living. Her words were laced with a sense of responsibility and compassion. Just then, the pot filled with rose jam crackled, and Le pendant stepped forward to investigate. So they can sell this? He asked, his tone skeptical. You're not that bright, are you? Shouldn't you be trying to save yourself first? His words were harsh, but his intentions seemed genuine. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. I can. Save my life? She repeated, her voice filled with a glimmer of hope. Then, a realization dawned on Lucia. He does have the power to come and go from the necklace. Can he use his magic to help me start a family? She looked at Le pendant with disbelief, her eyes wide with wonder. But before she could finish her thought, she blurted out. What? You know the only option I have is to join the imperial family. Her words were laced with a sense of resignation. Le pendant's response was enthusiastic, his tiny voice filled with excitement. That's it. All you have to do is marry the emperor. Piece of cake. His words seemed to mock her, and Lucia's thoughts echoed her skepticism. Is he for real? She shook her head, her expression incredulous. I can't exactly make that happen, she said, her voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. As she savored the rose jam, Lucia thought to herself, I don't even know what the emperor looks like. She licked some jam off her finger and declared, I think it's done. She spread a layer of jam on a bagel and took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. It's so good, she exclaimed, enjoying the sweet and tangy flavor. As she sat at the dining table, Le pendant gazed at her with interest, his tiny eyes sparkling. New Epsilon Tau Omicron, he chimed in. I want to try. Lucia raised an eyebrow, surprised by his request. You want a bagel? Don't tigers eat raw meat? She asked, her tone playful. Le pendant retorted with a hint of rudeness. I prefer cooked meat myself. Lucia chuckled and turned to Serena, who was standing nearby. Serena, can you bring me some meat? She requested, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Serena replied, Yes, my lady, and hastened to fetch the meat. Lucia expertly placed the meat on a sizzling pan and began to heat it, the aroma filling the kitchen. Le pendant watched with curiosity, asking, Why are you grilling it like that? Lucia smiled. This is the best way to cook it. As she sizzled the meat for Le pendant, she thought to herself, What I wouldn't give for a cold beer to go with it. Just then, someone entered the kitchen, drawn by the savory scent. Something smells good. It was Eric, his eyes scanning the kitchen until they landed on Lucia, and he smiled. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile as she offered, Oh, perfect timing! Come and eat with us. Eric's gaze fell on the sizzling pan, and his eyes widened in astonishment. I've never seen meat grilled like this, he said, his tone filled with wonder. Lucia assured him, Trust me, this is the best way to eat it. The smoky flavor from the grill brings out the tenderness of the meat. She skillfully took a piece out of the pan, saying, I think it's almost done. Just a few more seconds. Holding the meat with chopsticks, she teased, Okay, Eric, open wide. Don't be shy. I promise it's worth it. Eric's face flushed bright red as he started blushing, his eyes darting around the kitchen as if searching for an escape. He stammered, No, I can eat it by myself. Waving his hands in protest, his voice barely above a whisper. Lucia playfully insisted. It'll be hard to eat with a fork since it's sliced so thin. Don't be shy. Eric hesitated for a moment, his eyes locked on the meat, before finally opening his mouth, allowing Lucia to feed him the tender meat. As he chewed, his eyes widened in surprise and a satisfied escaped his lips. After a few moments of savoring the flavors, Lucia asked, How is it? Good? I told you it was the best way to eat it. Eric nodded enthusiastically, his eyes closed in appreciation, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It's excellent. Your way of cooking meat is quite delicious. He added, The rose wine and apple pie weren't too bad either. He sat down at the dining table, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile, her eyes shining with delight. I'm glad to hear that, she said, her voice filled with pleasure. She sat down beside him in the chair, her movements graceful and fluid. As she slid her chair closer to his, her skirts rustled softly. Eric, I have a favor to ask you, she said, her voice low and conspiratorial. I want to sell my rose-based foods outside the palace, she continued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Eric's brow furrowed in curiosity. You mean this food? He asked, gesturing towards the jam and cookies arranged on the table before them. Lucia nodded enthusiastically, her hair bobbing with emotion. This jam is made with roses, she explained. I want to make some kind of snack to go with it. We can make it ahead of time and display it all on a shelf. And put some bread and cookies out on a table to sell. She paused, her eyes locked on Eric's, her expression pleading. But to do that, I need help from someone who can leave the palace, she said, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. Eric asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Do you want to leave the palace? He offered a suggestion. Why not just send it to His Majesty as part of your monthly contribution? Lucia stood up from her chair, her movements sudden and graceful. Oh no, I don't want to embarrass myself, she said, her voice laced with a hint of self-deprecation. This isn't good enough for the Emperor. Besides, I'm already teaching Prince Alvis. I don't want to add this too. Eric pointed out, his voice filled with reason. If you use the roses in the palace for your personal gain, the other ladies might think it's unfair, Lucia replied, her eyes shining with determination. It's not for me. I want to open a store for my servants. Eric's expression turned puzzled. It's not for you, he repeated, his tone filled with confusion. Why would you go to such lengths to help them? Why do you care so much about them? Lucia's gaze drifted off, her eyes clouding over with memories. Well, she began, her voice trailing off into silence. She stood there for a moment, lost in thought, the only sound the soft crackling of the fireplace. When Lucia asked permission from Eric to sell her recipes, so that she could help her servants, Eric asked her, his curiosity piqued. Why are you so worried about them? Lucia's response was heartfelt, her voice filled with conviction. It's what my heart is telling me to do. Eric raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Is that so? He asked, his tone playful. Lucia stood up from her chair, her movements graceful, and said with a smile, You know, my opinion has really changed about you. Eric's eyes sparkled with amusement, his face lighting up with a warm smile. Ha ha, were you afraid of me? He asked, his laughter echoing through the room. While spreading jam on her bagel, Lucia added, her voice laced with a hint of teasing. I thought you were heartless after saying all those harsh things to me when I was seriously ill. And you used to look at me kind of scary, like you were waiting to pounce. Eric's laughter grew louder, his eyes crinkling at the corners. As he shook his head, his expression filled with mirth. She munched on her bagel and said, her voice filled with a hint of playful accusation. Then you embarrassed me for sitting on the stairs. I thought you were the kind of person who hurts others for no reason. Eric's laughter echoed through the room, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Lucia stopped eating, her expression curious. Eric said, his voice filled with a hint of surprise. Plenty of people have thought those things about me, but you're the first to ever say them aloud. Lucia interrupted him, her words laced with a hint of sass. Naturally. Who's gonna talk trash about you when the Emperor has your back? Eric chuckled, his expression good-natured. There's no need to put it so bluntly, he said, his tone playful. Lucia asked him, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Doesn't it feel like we've grown closer after sharing some food together? Her words hung in the air, a gentle invitation to deepen their connection. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. Does it? Lucia's face fell, her expression saddened. You don't think so? Eric's smile returned, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Ah, no, my lady. I do indeed feel closer to you. Lucia's hand extended, offering a rose candy, her voice gentle. Would you like a piece of candy? Eric's response was hesitant, his eyes cast downward. And no, that's all right, my lady. He seemed a bit shy of her, a rare display of vulnerability. Lucia's brow furrowed, her expectations unmet. Eric explained, his voice soft. I'm not very fond of sweets. He added, his words laced with sincerity. I'd like to apologize for acting so rudely before. Lucia's curiosity piqued, she asked, her tone playful. Which time? You're gonna have to be more specific. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, her gaze teasing him to reveal more. Eric burst into laughter, his eyes shining with mirth. Lucia's curiosity was piqued. What's so funny? She asked, her tone playful. While still chuckling, Eric replied, Your brutal honesty was simply a bit unexpected. Lucia pressed on, her voice gentle but persistent. Then will you do what I asked? Meanwhile, Lependon sat at the table, his tiny face scrunched up in annoyance, clearly exasperated by the exchange between Eric and Lucia. At the main gate of the palace, Jace and Felix stood guard, their spears at the ready. Jace's eyes scanned the horizon before landing on a small figure walking along the palace walls. That must be the tiger cub Lady Lucia took in, he said, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Lependon's gaze snapped towards Jace, his eyes fixed on the guard with an unblinking stare. Jace smirked at Lependon, his voice playful. Here, kitty kitty! Who's a good boy? But Lependon's response was far from playful. He growled, his eyes blazing with rage, before jumping down from the wall. Jace's smile faltered, his thoughts racing. Oh, why do I have the feeling he was just looking down on me? If I were a white tiger, I'd be able to get close to Lady Lucia much more easily. Just then, a rustling sound broke the tension. Spooky emerged, a basket in hand, her steps purposeful. Jace's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. Isn't that one of her servants? He stepped forward, his voice firm. Wait! Where are you going? Spooky's reply was polite. I'm running an errand for Lady Lucia. Jace's response was hesitant. Well? His eyes darted around, his hand on the hilt of his spear, ever vigilant. Spooky's expression turned puzzled, clearly not understanding Jace's intentions. Then, her face flushed with anger, she began screaming at him. I've got my heart set on someone else, so don't even think about it. Jace's smile grew wider, his eyes sparkling with amusement. What? He asked, his tone playful. Spooky's words were laced with venom. Don't try cozying up to me by pretending to care about Lady Lucia so much. Are we clear? Jace's awkwardness was palpable, his reply stammering. Oh, okay. Spooky stormed into the palace, leaving Jace looking sheepish. Felix burst into laughter, his teasing merciless. That was quite the rejection. Jace's denial was swift. It was not. But his flinching expression betrayed him. He thought to himself, his mind racing. This feeling. I had it right before the last ogre attack. A sense of rejection, of being dismissed. Jace muttered to himself. I'll be right back. Felix let out a sigh, his voice laced with exasperation. Huh! I told him not to talk to her, but there he goes. Women really don't like that. He shook his head, his eyes rolling in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jace climbed the wall of the palace, his movements swift and agile. As he entered the palace, his thoughts grew increasingly uneasy. I have a bad feeling about this. Show yourself. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his spear, his senses on high alert, prepared for any unexpected danger that might lurk within. On the other hand, Swan and Isla strolled through the grand hallway of the palace, their footsteps echoing off the ornate walls. Isla's curiosity got the better of her. So why didn't anything happen? Maybe the necklaces were switched around. Swan's confidence was unwavering. No, I know I sent her the right one. I double-checked before handing it over. Isla's mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was a different necklace all along? Swan's response was firm. No, that's not possible. Grandfather got it from the treasury, so it must be the necklace of ill fortune. Her eyes narrowed, her thoughts consumed by the mystery. So then why hasn't anything happened? The silence that followed was palpable, their footsteps the only sound as they continued down the hall, lost in thought. She reminded her grandfather, recalling the moment he held her shoulders, his eyes filled with determination. Use this necklace to divert the Emperor's attention to the Rose Palace. If you become its owner, he will take you as Empress. Swan's voice was laced with concern. But you know what happened to the women who wore this necklace before. You promised to find a way for me to meet the Emperor. Her grandfather's expression turned solemn, his reply measured. That's easier said than done. His Majesty hasn't yet opened up to anyone. We don't know what might happen if we try to force your way into his bedroom. Swan's thoughts raced, her mind filled with doubts. I thought my grandfather was only going to arrange a meeting between the Emperor and me. I've already wasted 2 years here. Isla's voice broke the silence, her words gentle. Perhaps something happened that we don't know about. Swan's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on her grandfather, her thoughts urging him to reveal more. Swan smirked, her voice laced with sarcasm. Then why don't we ask her? Just then, Spooky was seen rushing towards the Rose Palace, her movements frantic. Inside the palace, Lucia paced back and forth, her worry evident on her face. Serena burst in, her words tumbling out in a rush. My lady! Spooky went out to pick roses, but now she's getting a beating. Lucia's astonishment was palpable, her voice incredulous. What? Where? Show me! Just then, Eric arrived, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos around them. No, he said firmly, his eyes locked on Lucia. She demanded, her voice forceful. Move, please! Eric's response was unwavering. You must wait, my lady. Lucia's scream echoed through the hall, her desperation evident. Didn't you hear? Spooky is getting beaten up. Eric's reply was measured. If a lady feels bold enough to do so, it must mean she has someone powerful behind her. Lucia's rage was palpable, her voice laced with anger. So? Are you saying I should just look the other way? When Lucia learned about Spooky's beating at the hands of Swan, her expression turned worried and she became extremely agitated. She began questioning Eric with a sense of urgency, her voice trembling with anger. You said everyone in the Rose Palace was equal, she exclaimed. Eric replied calmly. That is correct. He added, but don't forget, this is still a place for highborns. Lucia was taken aback by his response, her eyes widening in disbelief. She thought to herself, is he worried I'll get worked up and make a mistake? Is that why he's trying to stop me? The scene unfolded against the backdrop of the opulent Rose Palace, its grandeur and beauty starkly contrasting with the cruel incident that had just occurred. The air was heavy with tension as Lucia struggled to comprehend the apparent inequality and injustice within the palace walls. Meanwhile, in the Rose Garden, Swan was brutally beating Spooky with a wooden stick, each blow landing with a sickening thud. Spooky stumbled immediately, helpless against the onslaught. The once peaceful garden was now a scene of brutal violence, its tranquility shattered by the cruel assault. Meanwhile, Serena intervened, her voice laced with urgency. "My lady, please stop!" Swan's expression turned icy as she twisted Serena's arms and sneered. "You dare interfere without my permission?" Serena attempted to reason. But was cut off by Lucia's arrival and her thunderous scream. "What gives you the right to hit Spooky?" Swan's gaze turned condescending as she addressed Lucia. "Do you have any idea who you're raising your voice to, Lucia?" Lucia's anger only intensified as she demanded. "Why are you hitting her?" Swan's smirk was infuriating as she laughed. "Must I really explain it to you? She was putting on airs. I needed to educate her." Swan continued, her tone dripping with disdain. "You see, she tried to act clever and answer my question with another. This is all your fault for not training your servants properly. It's rather rude of you to shout at me without knowing the whole story." Lucia's response was firm and assertive. "I can handle my own servants. I'd appreciate it if you'd mind your own business." Swan's glare was uncertain, her voice laced with a hint of defensiveness. "Do you have an issue with the way I teach things?" Lucia interrupted Swan, her voice piercing the air as she screamed. "That wasn't teaching. That was just being violent." Swan's eyes widened, her face pale, as she stammered. What did you say?" But Lucia didn't bother responding. Instead, she turned her attention to Spooky, her expression a mix of concern and compassion. She ordered Serena, "Let's get her to a doctor." Swan's shock was palpable, her eyes frozen in disbelief. She hadn't expected Lucia to stand up to her like this. Swan's face contorted in rage as she screamed. "Since you're here at the Rose Palace, Lucia, you should at least play the part. No matter how pitiful your family is, you should still have some class." But Lucia was unfazed. She reached for a nearby basket, her hands moving with a sense of purpose. She rummaged through it, her fingers closing around a pair of scissors. With a swift motion, she began cutting Swan's hair, the blades slicing through the strands with a soft snick-snick sound. Swan's eyes went wide, her face trembling with rage and humiliation, as Lucia cut her hair from one side. My lady," she stammered, her voice barely audible. Then, her anger boiling over, she shouted, "Don't you know who I am? How dare you?" Lucia replied calmly, her voice a stark contrast to Swan's rage. "You're Swan, granddaughter of the Grand Duke and favored to become Empress." But Swan didn't let her finish, interrupting with a screech. "You know all of that, and yet you still dare to touch me?" Lucia's expression remained serene as she asked, "Is being related to a Grand Duke such a big deal?" She paused, her eyes locked on Swan's, before adding, "Even with all the advantages you have thanks to your family, you've still never seen His Majesty's face. You're not as important as you think you are." Swan's face turned red with fury as she spat. "My grandfather could obliterate your pathetic family in the blink of an eye." Lucia's response was unwavering. "So you admit that you rely on the power of others?" Swan's eyes flashed with anger. "What? I don't need my grandfather's power to get rid of someone like you." The air was thick with tension, the two women locked in a battle of wills, their words hanging like a challenge between them. Lucia snipped her scissors with a sharp snap, her voice dripping with defiance. "Then why don't you come show me just how powerful you are? Though it probably won't be anything worth seeing." Swan's face trembled with rage, her eyes blazing with fury, as she stammered, "Why you dare insult me?" Her hand tightened around the stick, her arm cocked back, ready to strike Lucia with a vicious blow. "Why you?" she growled, but before she could unleash her wrath, Eric arrived, his strong hand closing around her arm like a vice. Swan's gaze flashed towards him, her eyes still burning with anger, as Eric demanded, "What is all this?" Swan's response was laced with venom. "Lord Chamberlain?" Eric's expression remained firm, his voice calm. "I'd rather not have to report scuffles like these to His Majesty." Swan's anger boiled over, her words spilling out in a torrent. "Look at you, always taking Lucia's side," Eric said firmly. You're the one who started all this, my lady. Swan's smirk grew wider as she taunted. You don't just take her side, you like her, don't you? Her voice dripped with malice as she continued. The Lord Chamberlain, the eyes and ears of the Emperor, has fallen in love with a woman in the Rose Palace. Just imagine what would happen if His Majesty were to find out. Eric's expression remained stern, his voice unwavering. You'll no longer be welcome here if you continue to cause trouble. Swan took a deep sigh, her eyes flashing with anger, and spat. What has the world come to when a Lord Chamberlain is giving me advice? Her mind seethed with resentment as she thought to herself. Just wait and see. I'll take care of you both. Just then, Rachel arrived on the scene, her eyes widening in shock as she took in Swan's disheveled appearance. Swan! What happened? She exclaimed. Swan's response was laced with cunning. Rachel, I need you to do me a favor. Rachel's eyes grew wide with astonishment. Me? Swan's voice was sweet as honey. If you do as I say, I'll help you become Empress in return. I need you to spread a rumor. On the other hand, Spooky lay unconscious on the bed, her fragile form a stark reminder of the cruelty she had suffered. Lucia's eyes welled up with tears as she thought. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that because of me. I have to open a store for them as soon as I can. There's no telling what Swan will do next. She sat beside Spooky, her hand gently stroking the servant's pale cheek. Swan, meanwhile, sat in her chambers, her mind consumed by thoughts of Lucia and the impending revenge she sought. She took a deep sigh and muttered, All I did was cut her hair, and here I am worrying about how she's going to get her revenge. I'm still pretty pathetic, huh? Just then, Serena arrived with a tray of steaming hot tea and delicate pastries. Please don't say that, my lady, she said, her voice soft and soothing. You treat us like human beings. You always give us good things to eat and take care of us. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile, her eyes shining with emotion. That's nothing. I couldn't possibly finish all the food here by myself. Serena's expression turned serious, her voice laced with concern. The other ladies don't even think about what their servants eat. But now you've fallen out with Lady Swan because of us, Lucia said, her voice still laced with anger. I just gave her a trim. That's nothing compared to what she did to Spooky. She left the room, her mind racing with thoughts of Swan's cruelty and her own desire for justice. As she walked outside the palace, she wondered, what should I do now? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the wall, and Diamant appeared, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He waved his hand in a graceful gesture, saying, Oh, excuse me. Could I ask you a question? Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment as she took in Diamant's striking appearance. It was the first time she had seen him, and she couldn't help but stare. Diamant's expression turned serious, his voice low and mysterious. I heard someone's been stirring things up in the Rose Palace. Do you know who it is? Lucia shook her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. I dunno. I'm certainly not doing any stirring. You could try looking for Swan or Isla. Diamond's eyes sparkled with excitement as he heard the names Swan and Isla, his mind racing with possibilities. Swan and Isla? There are two, he thought to himself, his expression gleeful. He replied, his voice dripping with enthusiasm. All right then. On the other side of the wall, Diamant stood on the back of Halo, who trembled in pain, his face contorted in agony. My back! Your Highness! He stammered. Diamant took a step back, his eyes gleaming with triumph, and said, Those ladies are the reason the Lord Chamberlain frequents the Rose Palace, correct? Halo sprang up immediately, his eyes wide with fear. I couldn't say, he stammered. Diamant made a victory sign with his hand, his grin widening. I thought he was only interested in one woman, but it turns out there are two. His voice was laced with glee, his mind already spinning with schemes and plans. Jace stood guard outside the Emperor's palace, his spear at the ready, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a practiced air of vigilance. He felt a sudden presence and snapped to attention, his gaze darting back and forth in search of the source. I'm sure it was around here somewhere, he thought to himself, his mind racing with possibilities. Just then, he spotted Lependon roaming in the distance, his eyes fixed intently on the tiger cub. Jace's thoughts turned skeptical. Huh! That tiger cub, is that the one Lucia took in? I think I heard the maids call him lovely. Lependon began staring back at Jace, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Jace's expression turned puzzled. But the tiger I saw looked pretty vicious. This can't be the same one. Is this some sort of prank? His grip on his spear tightened, his senses on high alert, as he tried to make sense of the unexpected encounter. Jace sat down beside Lependon, his eyes still fixed on the tiger cub, and asked, Did you see anyone else here a minute ago? Lependon toddled a bit forward, his tail twitching, and Jace realized, with a start, that he was having a conversation with the tiger. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, And now I'm talking to a tiger. Was I expecting a reply? That would be weird. He shook his head, chuckling at his own foolishness, and stood up to turn back to his post. But before he could take a step, he felt a sudden presence behind him, and his instincts kicked in. He grabbed his spear firmly and spun back around, his voice ringing out across the palace grounds. Who goes there? Lependon was still standing there, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, and Jace's heart raced as he tried to process what was happening. Lependon moved forward, his voice low and commanding. I always thought you looked like an idiot. Jace stumbled backward, his eyes wide with shock, and stammered. Did it just talk? Lependon's expression turned regal, his tail swishing behind him, as he declared, I'm no ordinary tiger. Kneel before me, human. The air was electric with tension, Jace's mind reeling with the impossibility of it all, as he tried to decide whether to obey the talking tiger or defend himself with his spear. He squeaked his legs, his voice firm and authoritative. I am a guardian, the bearer of the Eye of Truth. Jace's eyes widened in surprise, his mind racing with questions, as he thought. A guardian? What does that even mean? He asked, his voice cautious. Were you the one who lured me here? Lependon's expression turned sly, his whiskers twitching, as he replied. Correct. I'm planning to make you my lackey. Jace shook his head, his hand instinctively reaching for his spear, as he said, Thanks, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I'll be in big trouble if anyone were to see me here. I should go. Lependon's eyes narrowed, his tail lashing behind him, as he threatened. Don't worry. I'll make sure nobody sees you. Jace strapped back, his voice firm. Look, I'm flattered, but you'll have to find someone else. Lependon's face turned cold, his voice dripping with menace, as he growled. Do you really think you can just leave? You've already seen me. I'll have no choice but to kill you. Jace's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling with shock, as he asked. What? You? Kill me? Lependon's expression turned cold, his voice devoid of emotion, as he replied. Yes, if you refuse my offer. Jace's face twisted in a smirk, his hand instinctively reaching for his spear, as he sneered. Is that so? I'd like to see you try. In the next moment, Jace was lying on his bed, his body racked with pain, his face bandaged and bruised. He growled, his voice hoarse, as Felix poked him, asking, How'd this happen? Who the hell did you pick a fight with? Jace screamed, his eyes flashing with anger. Oh! Please don't touch me! He blinked, his mind racing with thoughts, as he thought. There's no way anyone will believe a talking tiger did this to me. I'm so good at fighting. I can't believe I lost to a baby animal. And now I have to be its errand boy. This is absurd. Felix's voice broke through Jace's reverie, his words snapping him back to attention. You know that servant girl you were after? I heard she might get kicked out of the palace. Jace's eyes widened, his body tense, as he sat up straight and asked, What? Why? Felix's expression turned sympathetic, his voice soft, as he replied, I heard she crossed Lady Swan and got beaten up. Jace's face contorted in shock, his mind racing with thoughts of Lucia's safety. Meanwhile, Lucia walked alongside the doctor in the palace hallway, her steps quiet on the marble floor. The doctor had come to check on Spooky's condition, and Lucia thanked him, her voice sincere. Thank you for coming today. The doctor nodded, his eyes kind, as he replied, Of course. Please ensure she gets plenty of rest. Lucia's brow furrowed, her concern for Spooky evident, as she asked, Why hasn't Spooky regained consciousness yet? The doctor's expression turned thoughtful, his voice measured, as he explained, I believe the shock is preventing her from coming to her senses. Until then, all that can be done is to treat her wounds and change her bandages regularly. Lucia nodded, her eyes somber, as she replied, All right. Thank you. The doctor nodded and took his leave, leaving Lucia to her worries. She was very worried for Spooky, her thoughts consumed by the servant girl's condition, as she thought, Will she ever wake up? Meanwhile, Jace arrived at the scene, his presence sudden and unexpected. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise as she saw him, and she asked, While you're here, do you mind seeing one more person? Her gaze fell upon his injuries, and her expression turned concerned, as she thought, What happened to him? Then she asked, her voice soft, How are your injuries? Jace rubbed his arms confusingly, his eyes avoiding hers, as he said, Much better now. Thank you for asking the doctor to take a look. I wasn't in pain much though. He added, his tone casual. I'm pretty used to getting hurt. I'm a soldier from the old Gracia Empire. I fought in a battalion with a bunch of other orphans who'd been trained in battle. He quickly hid his arm, full of scars, as he said, All of these are old war scars. His eyes met Lucia's, and he added, his voice laced with empathy, Sounds like you've had it rough. Lucia started laughing, her eyes sparkling with amusement, as she said, To be honest, I thought you were an assassin at first. There's no way an ordinary person can move as fast as you do. Jace's eyes widened, his face flinching in surprise as he stammered, No way. Meanwhile, Damien, dressed in his signature green and gold outfit, strolled through the garden, his footsteps quiet on the stone path. He spotted Alvis beside the fountain, plucking flowers with a gentle touch. Alvis! He called out, his voice warm and friendly. Alvis looked up, his eyes lighting up with a smile, as he exclaimed, Damien! You made it! Damien approached him, his long strides eating up the distance, as he asked, Did you go plant flowers on Mother's grave? Alvis nodded, his eyes slightly downcast, as he replied, Yeah. I also decorated it with the flowers I made, but I don't know if she'll like them. Damien's expression turned soft, his voice filled with comfort, as he said, I'm sure she's looking down and smiling. Alvis rolled his eyes, his face flushing with a hint of embarrassment, as he said, I'm not a little kid anymore. You don't have to keep trying to comfort me. Besides, I have you here to keep me company. Damien chuckled, his hand ruffling Alvis's hair, as he said, when did you get all grown up? As they strolled away from the garden, Alvis and Damien noticed two girls emerging from the palace. One wore a vibrant red dress, her long hair cascading like a fiery waterfall down her back. The other wore a soft pink frock, her delicate fingers grasping a hand fan that fluttered like a butterfly as she greeted them with a curtsy. Greetings, your highnesses. It's such a lovely day, they chimed in unison. Alvis's expression turned sour, his voice laced with disdain, as he grumbled, I'd love to see their faces when they find out who the Lord Chamberlain really is. You think they'll still line up to marry His Majesty once they learn what he's like? Damien's eyes narrowed, his voice low and cautionary, as he warned, Watch what you say, Alvis. The walls have ears. Alvis snorted, his hands clasped behind his head, as he replied, It's the truth. They're all a bunch of dolts. He shook his head, his eyes gazing upwards as he mused. It's strange how he's always at the Rose Palace, but no one suspects him. After saying this, Alvis started leaving, his voice casual. Oops, look at the time. I have to get to class. See you later. Damien's eyes widened, his voice rising in surprise as he called out. Alvis! Wait, your teacher is at the Rose Palace? He started thinking to himself, his mind racing with possibilities. Does that mean he's taking lessons from someone who's staying there? There's no way that troublemaker can sit through class quietly. Maybe I should follow him. Swan and Isla, wasn't it? His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Swan passing by, accompanied by a lady servant. Oh, isn't that Swan? Or maybe not. He squinted, his eyes unsure, due to her bob cut. That's an unusual hairstyle. The girl I'm thinking of would only cut her hair to follow the latest trends. He thought, his brow furrowed in confusion. Strange. I wonder what happened. His musings ended with a conclusion. So a lady named Lucia did that to her hair. Because she beat her servant girl? Meanwhile, Halo arrived, his fingers snapping with a sharp crack, as he exclaimed, Yes, she grabbed it and cut it right off. Damien's eyes widened, his mind racing with the implications, as he added, Then the whole palace should be in an uproar. Halo's expression turned serious, his voice filled with relief, as he told Damien. Luckily the Lord Chamberlain showed up just in time. Damien's thoughts turned dark, his eyes narrowing, as he thought, Swan isn't going to just let this go. She'll want revenge. He asked, his voice firm. Where can I find this Lucia? Halo's reply was swift. She's currently in a lesson with Prince Alvis. Damien's face contorted in shock, his voice disbelieving. Huh? What? She's his tutor? What does she teach him? Halo shrugged, his hands spread wide. I'm not sure. I haven't been to a lesson. Without another word, they made their way to the Rose Palace, Halo leading the way. As they arrived, Halo dropped him at the main door, saying, Here we are. Class must still be in progress. Sounds of giggling are coming out. Damien said to himself. Like this? As he listened in on the conversation inside the room. They were talking, their voices warm and engaged. Watch out, Your Highness. It's hot. Here, I'll do it. No, I want to try it myself. Damien's curiosity was piqued, his mind wondering. What are they doing? As he peeked inside, he saw Alvis holding a large stir, his face focused on the task at hand, while Lucia and Serena stood beside him, their eyes watchful. Alvis said, his voice confident. You think I can't handle this? It's not even that hot. Lucia replied, her voice gentle. If you say so. Just be careful. As Alvis continued to stir, Lucia nodded in approval. You're doing great, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Damien stood outside the door, his thoughts racing. That woman, she's the one who told me to look for Swan and Isla. His eyes narrowed, his mind connecting the dots, as he realized Lucia's involvement in the mysterious events unfolding in the palace. Lucia was teaching Alvis the art of making rose jam, their hands moving in tandem as they stirred the large pot. The sweet aroma of roses and sugar filled the air, entrancing Alvis, who stopped stirring and said, It's weird to think about someone else eating something I cooked. Lucia's smile was warm and encouraging, her eyes sparkling with amusement, as she replied, You're putting a lot of effort into this. I'm sure they'll like it. Alvis's expression turned hopeful, his voice filled with longing, as he added, I hope so. Lucia's hands moved deftly, her focus on the task at hand, as she interrupted him, saying, Let's get a bottle ready. It's best to choose one with a large mouth so it's easier to pour. Alvis's excitement was palpable, his eyes shining with enthusiasm, as he exclaimed, I'll ask His Majesty for permission to leave the palace for a day. I don't know if he'll agree though. The room was filled with the sweet scent of roses, the sound of stirring and laughter, as Lucia and Alvis worked together, their bond growing stronger with each passing moment. Lucia's hand gently stopped Alvis, her voice soothing. There's no need to rush. Alvis's enthusiasm was palpable, his eyes shining with excitement, As he carefully poured the jam into the glass jar, the sweet liquid dripping slowly. As he worked, he spoke, his words filled with conviction. Ms. Lucia, you said that giving a single meal to a child could make the difference between life and death for them. His gaze locked onto Lucia's, his expression sincere, as he added, there must be a lot of kids who've never tasted things like this. I want them to try it as soon as possible. As they were engrossed in a deep conversation, the tranquility of the room was disrupted by the sudden entrance of Damien, his voice booming. Are you honestly thinking of leaving the palace just to hand out some food? I thought you knew better. His words were laced with disapproval, his eyes narrowed in scrutiny. Alvis and Lucia were taken aback, their faces reflecting their surprise, as they turned to face the intruder. Alvis's voice was laced with a mix of surprise and annoyance. Damien! Damien's voice was firm, his eyes fixed on Alvis. Do you know how many people would have to escort you if you left? Alvis's face glistened with sweat, his words stuttering. That's why I said there's no hurry. He hesitated, his eyes darting to Lucia. This was all my idea. I asked Ms. Lucia to help me. She didn't do anything wrong. Alvis's gaze locked onto Lucia's, his expression determined, as he rushed towards her. Well, if you insist on leaving, then I'm going with you. I want to find out what kind of person she is. Lucia's brow furrowed, her eyes clouded with confusion. Beg your pardon? Alvis's eye twitched, his hand rising to his forehead. Don't worry, I didn't mean anything by it. He gave a thumbs up, his smile awkward. I'll go let His Majesty know I'm coming with you. Lucia's expression remained perplexed, her mind struggling to comprehend Alvis's sudden outburst. On the other hand, Eric was exuding an air of authority, his emperor's outfit immaculate, adorned with a gleaming brooch. He sat regally in his throne, his dark attire a stark contrast to the opulence of the palace. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Walter and Damien to his presence, his voice firm. Walter, Damien. I'm sure you've heard about the recent incident. Many people suffered because of it. Don't you think it's time we closed the Rose Palace? Damien and Walter stood side by side, their expressions serious, as Damien replied, It is still very important, Your Highness. I'm afraid closing it down isn't an option. Many people suffered because of it. Eric's eyes narrowed, his curiosity piqued, as he asked, And why is that? Damien's hand rose to his chest, a gesture of respect, as he explained. The Rose Palace is a tool for us to monitor the interests of the various noble families. We get information from the ladies staying there, and their presence keeps the aristocracy in check. They're almost like willing hostages. Eric's hand drummed a rhythmic pattern on the chair, his mind lost in thought. In spite of my doubts, the nobility talked me into allowing them to come here, but it was all done in a way that would strengthen my power and prevent treason. I don't want there to be any more problems there. His thoughts turned to Lucia, her involvement in the last incident still fresh in his mind. Lucia was involved in the last incident, and there's no way that the Grand Duke's granddaughter is just going to let it slide. He recalled her concern for Spooky in the past days. Lucia's concern for her servant seemed genuine. During the war, there were a rare few who put others before themselves. The look I saw on their faces was the same look Lucia had on hers. She treats her servants as equals and isn't afraid to stand up to Swan. Would she have done the same for me if I were the one being assaulted? A spark of curiosity ignited within him. What if I could become someone special to Lucia? His thoughts raced with the possibility, as he turned to Damien, his voice decisive. I need you to prepare a shop in the capital. There's something I need it for. Damien's response was immediate. Yes, Your Majesty. Eric's mind whispered a secret wish. I want to become someone special to her. Alvis and Lucia had prepared a veritable feast, the table in the Rose Palace groaning under the weight of cookies, pastries, and steaming teacups. The delicate china sparkled in the light, the aroma of freshly baked goods wafting through the air. Alvis's eyes lingered on the spread, his sigh heavy with worry. Damien said he was going to go ask His Majesty for permission. What's taking him so long? His mind raced with worst-case scenarios. What if he yells at me after I already prepared all this food? I just wanted to help other people by sharing what I have, but this is starting to get out of hand. If I don't get permission. His thoughts swirled in a vortex of anxiety, until Lucia's gentle voice broke the spell. You must be bored waiting around for your brother. I'm sure there'll be some good news soon. Hang in there. Alvis's gaze met hers, his eyes clouded with emotion. Well, there's that too, but just making all this food gave me a lot to think about. You told me to imagine someone I love while cooking. I tried thinking about my mother, but I couldn't remember her face and now I feel sad. Alvis's compliment was sincere, his eyes shining with genuine appreciation. You're really good at cooking, Ms. Lucia. Your food always looks so pretty, like it was made by a real chef. Lucia's thoughts turned introspective, her mind reevaluating her perception of the young prince. All this time, I thought of him as a wild little troublemaker, but at the end of the day, he's just a kid who needs his mom. Her voice was gentle, her words probing. Are you lonely, Prince Alvis? Alvis's response was hesitant, his eyes dropping. What? Lucia's explanation was soft. Do you feel like your mother left you all alone in this world? Alvis's gaze faltered, his voice barely above a whisper. No, but I do miss her a lot. Lucia's hand extended, her gift wrapped in brown paper and adorned with orange flowers. Then I want you to think of someone else who's important to you. Alvis's thoughts were a jumbled mix of emotions. I'm okay. Lucia's words were encouraging. Now I want you to take this and give it to the person you thought of. Here, I wrapped up the pudding you made. Alvis's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh. But I don't think he'll like it. Lucia's touch was reassuring, her eyes sparkling with conviction. Impossible. You poured your heart into this. I'm sure he'll love it. In the very next moment, Alvis eagerly presented the pudding to Eric, his eyes shining with excitement. The pudding was placed in front of Eric, who raised an eyebrow in inquiry. What's this? Eric took a bite, his expression unreadable. Alvis's voice was filled with hope. I made it. I wanted you to try it. Eric's initial reaction was unenthusiastic. It's so squishy. Doesn't like desserts. But then, his face softened, and he took another bite. It's so sweet. Alvis sat beside him, his eyes lighting up with pride. I made it with Ms. Lucia. It's called pudding. It was my first time, so it doesn't look very good, but I'm going to keep practicing until I can make them look nice. Alvis's face lit up with determination. I can take some nights with me, Dash. But Eric's response was firm. No. Something bad might happen. Alvis's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice choked with emotion. Are you saying I can't help others? Eric's expression softened, his question gentle. Do you really want to go that badly? Alvis's enthusiasm was palpable, his face sparkling with excitement. Your Majesty! Eric's concession was gradual. Well, since you have class in 2 days, I suppose you can use that as an excuse. Alvis's happiness was uncontained, his words tumbling out in excitement. Who will be in my escort? I want Damien to go with me. Eric's interruption was swift. Damien's busy with something else. Alvis's mind raced with alternatives. Since you'll be with Lucia, I think 20 to 30 nights should do. Eric's smile was wide, his hands gesturing expansively. We'll work out the details later. Alvis's determination was unwavering, his promise sincere. I'll make sure to choose only the most trustworthy people in the palace. Lucia was getting ready with Serena, her orange dress rustling as she moved. She took a deep breath and exclaimed, Wow! I thought he didn't get permission since I didn't hear anything about it for so long. Alvis's eyes widened in admiration. You look so pretty, Ms. Lucia! Lucia's smile was radiant, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ready to go, Your Highness? You look even more excited than usual. Alvis's enthusiasm was palpable, his words tumbling out in eagerness. Of course. I've been preparing everything just for today. Felix's arrival was timely, his announcement brief. The carriage is ready, Your Highness. Lucia's response was swift. Okay, I'll be right there. Alvis's urgency was infectious, his words encouraging. Let's go, Ms. Lucia. We should hurry so we don't come home too late. Lucia's question was practical. Okay. Will we be going far? Alvis's reassurance was soothing. It'll get dangerous after dark, so probably not. His Majesty said he'll assign us the most trustworthy escorts in the palace. The horse carriage arrived at the palace gate, its wheels creaking on the cobblestones. Alvis settled into the plush seat, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw Eric already seated inside. Lord Chamberlain. He stuttered, his voice laced with shock. Eric's gaze was piercing, his question direct. Does my presence make you uncomfortable, Your Highness? Alvis's response was hesitant, his words tumbling out in a nervous rush. I was told only the most trustworthy people would be coming. Eric's interruption was smooth, his smile enigmatic. I suppose that would be me. He added, his eyes glinting with amusement. I'm here for Prince Alvis, but I also came because of the favor you asked me. Lucia, seated across from them, her hands clasped together in excitement, thought to herself. Is he talking about the store? I was wondering when I'd be able to open it. I had no idea it would be so soon. As the horse carriage navigated through the bustling streets, Lucia's eyes widened with wonder, her gaze drinking in the vibrant scene before her. The carriage's wheels creaked and groaned, echoing off the surrounding buildings, while the horse's hooves clip-clopped against the cobblestone pavement. Eric and Alvis accompanied her, witnessing her unbridled enthusiasm, their faces etched with amusement. The market was alive with people haggling over fresh produce, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of sounds. Vendors held up their wares, extolling the virtues of their goods, while customers haggled over prices, their hands gesticulating in emphasis. The air was thick with the smells of fresh bread, ripe fruits, and roasting meats, enticing Lucia's senses and drawing her in. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Lucia exclaimed in surprise, Wow, street life is so amazing! Her voice was barely audible over the din of the market, but Eric and Alvis caught her words, their faces creasing into smiles. Eric observed her enthusiasm, his eyes crinkling at the corners, and remarked, It must seem new to you after staying cooped up in the palace for so long. His voice was low and smooth, his words dripping with understanding. You're acting like this is your first time here, Ms. Lucia, he added, his tone teasing. The carriage continued to make its way through the crowded streets, the sounds of the market growing louder and more intense. Lucia's thoughts were a jumble of excitement and wonder, her mind struggling to process the sheer sensory overload. She thought to herself, It all looks like a play. Her eyes darting from one fascinating scene to the next, her heart pounding with excitement. Meanwhile, a rock clanked beneath the wheel of the carriage, causing it to lurch violently to one side. Lucia's balance was disrupted, and she stumbled, her body tilting precariously. Eric's reflexes were swift, his hand extending to grasp her waist, steadying her. Careful, my lady, he cautioned, his voice low and urgent. As the carriage righted itself, Eric's hand remained on her waist, his fingers wrapping gently around her slender form. Lucia's cheeks flushed, her heart racing from the sudden jolt. The street is very narrow here, so please stay inside the carriage, Eric advised, his eyes locked on hers. Lucia nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Okay, I'll be more careful. Her gaze drifted down to his hand, still encircling her waist, and her cheeks deepened to a soft pink. And you can let go now, she murmured, her words hesitant. Eric replied, Oh, right, his voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Alvis, sitting beside him, burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Eric scoffed at his laugh, his face feigning annoyance. The carriage rattled and creaked, finally coming to a stop. We're here, Eric announced, his voice firm. The destination was an old archive building, its stone facade weathered and worn. Jay stood outside, his voice booming. Attention! We'll be giving out free food. Please form a line. The students' faces lit up with excitement, their voices filled with joy. Alvis, holding a basket filled with bread and cookies, stepped out of the carriage. The students' eyes widened, their whispers filled with admiration. Yay! Prince Alvis looks very focused. He's put a lot of thought into today. This'll help him grow into a fine young man. Eric stood beside Lucia, his eyes scanning the scene before them. He murmured, "This isn't a real solution to their problem. He can't come out like this all the time." Lucia's response was soft yet firm. "It's worth it if he saves even one child from starving tonight. A loaf of bread can turn into a sign of hope." As Eric stepped forward, his words cut through the air. The greater the hope, the greater the despair. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her thoughts flashing with insight. The Lord Chamberlain has at least as much power as a count. Why is he always so negative? She felt a flicker of irritation, her brow furrowing slightly. Then, her expression softened, her voice gentle. Isn't it enough for His Highness to give them a little hope and fill their bellies? She took a step forward, her eyes locked on Eric's. Eric's response was swift, his words laced with caution. One of those children could one day hold a sword that will attack Prince Alvis in the future. Lucia's interruption was swift, her voice firm. But still, saying he shouldn't help because he might get hurt is a bit miserly. Eric's eyes widened, his mind reeling with the implications of her words. He felt a sting of rebuke, his thoughts flashing with defensiveness. Miserly? The word hung in the air, a challenge to his perspective. Lucia sought to change the subject, her voice laced with a hint of finality. Well, anyway. Does His Majesty know that I asked about opening a store? Eric's response was casual, his tone almost flippant. Of course. His Majesty's eyes and ears are everywhere. Lucia's concern was palpable, her words tinged with uncertainty. But he hasn't said anything yet. Is that a yes? Eric's sigh was audible, his eyes gazing elsewhere. I told him it wasn't for your own gain, so he granted permission. Lucia's confusion was evident, her voice laced with disbelief. She implored him to meet her gaze, her words firm. Look someone in the eye when you're talking to them. Are you upset because I called you miserly? Eric's denial was swift, but his evasion of her gaze betrayed his true emotions. Upset. Lucia's interruption was swift, her words piercing. Wait, you didn't want Prince Alvis to come here, did you? Eric's embarrassment was manifest, his head nodding slightly, his eyes darting away. Lucia's thoughts raced, her mind concluding. He still seems kinda mad. I should try to smooth things over. Lucia offered him a candy, her voice cheerful. Hey, I made some candy. Do you want to try a piece? Eric's response was hesitant, his tone skeptical. Candy. He didn't take it, his eyes gazing elsewhere. Lucia's hand retreated, her words laced with apology. I guess I made it worse. She added with a chuckle. Haha, sorry. I know you're not a kid. You just seem to be in a bad mood, and eating sweet things always helps me feel better. Eric's gesture was sudden, his hand grasping hers, his words firm. No, I'm not in a bad mood. I just don't like sweets. He released her hand, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. Let's go back to the carriage. There's something I want to show you. I found a place for your store. Eric turned to leave, but Lucia remained still, her cheeks flushed with excitement. What? Already? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric's eyes widened in realization. I'm such a fool. He chuckled and gestured for her to follow him. Together, they walked through the street, arriving outside a grand building that sparkled in the light. Eric announced, It's this building. Lucia's eyes widened. Did you say building? She thought to herself. It's bigger than I imagined. It'll cost quite a bit to open up a store here. As they entered the building, Lucia's eyes widened in wonder. Wow! It's so much more beautiful than I was expecting. Her gaze fell upon the antique tea accessories arranged on the table, and she couldn't resist reaching out to touch the intricately carved surface. Eric explained. I prepared it as you requested, but due to limited space, a few tables had to be removed. Lucia's face lit up with delight. The number of tables looks fine to me. It's wonderful. This is the perfect place to sell my rose foods. I'm so glad I asked you. Eric's cheeks flushed a deep red as he smiled, clearly pleased with himself. Meanwhile, in the archive gymnasium, Jace stretched out his arms and exclaimed, "Ah, finally finished! Boy, they sure made a lot of food." The pendant stepped forward, his long strides eating up the distance, his hand extended to grab Jace's shoulder. Jace, sensing his approach, waved him away, his eyes fixed on whatever had captured his attention. But Le Pendant's grip was firm, his fingers closing around Jace's shoulder like a vice. As Jace covered his ears, Le Pendant's voice dropped to a whisper, his breath hot against Jace's ear. "I need you to go find out what rumors are going around these days." Jace protested, his voice laced with irritation. "I'm kind of in the middle of something right now." But Le Pendant's response was a scratch on the shoulder, his fingernails digging into the fabric of Jace's tunic. The hint of menace in his tone was unmistakable. "Would you like another smack?" Jace sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "I'll be off then." Meanwhile, Lucia's face radiated joy, her eyes shining with excitement as she gazed upon the building. "This would be the perfect place for some bottles of jam," she exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "And if we display it with some freshly baked bread, people will want to buy them together." Eric nodded in agreement, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "I quite enjoyed your rose apple pie. What if you made small ones?" Lucia's eyes lit up, her mind racing with the possibilities. "Not a bad idea," she murmured, her voice filled with excitement. "If we throw some juice in there too, we'd have a full shelf." A sudden noise came from outside, interrupting Lucia's train of thought. Eric excused himself. "There must be someone outside. I'll be right back." Lucia nodded, her focus returning to the space. "Okay." She began to pace, her mind racing with ideas. Where should I put my candy? Wait, kids love candy. If I put it up on a shelf, it might be too high for them." Her thoughts trailed off as she visualized the layout. Just then, Alvis appeared, a hint of a smile on his face. "What if we put my pudding over here?" Lucia's eyes lit up, her excitement palpable. She turned to him, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Are you going to make pudding every day?" The possibility of a daily pudding supply seemed to thrill her. Alvis's eyes widened in astonishment. "Every day?" Lucia's plan was unfolding. "The plan is for Serena and the other girls to run this store. They'll make breakfast every day and serve it to the local kids," she added, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "We're going to pick a few kids and give them jobs at the store too." Alvis's skepticism was evident. "Do you really think little kids can work and earn money?" Lucia's response was a smile. "Figuring out the answer to that will be your homework." Alvis's hands clenched in mock frustration. "What? But that's so hard." Lucia's words were encouraging. "The harder the problem, the more rewarding it is when you solve it." Just then, a man in a white shirt burst into the room without permission, his urgency palpable. "Prince Alvis! You must return to the palace. I'll escort you." The sudden interruption seemed to jolt Alvis back to his royal responsibilities. Alvis asked, his voice laced with urgency. "Right now?" The man in the white shirt whispered in his ear, his words inaudible to the others. Alvis's eyes widened in shock, his face pale, as he began to sweat profusely. Lucia's curiosity was piqued. "What's going on?" she wondered, her eyes darting between Alvis and the man in white. Outside, a horse carriage awaited, Eric already seated, his eyes fixed on Lucia. "I should be getting back," he said, his voice calm. "You can take your time, my lady. Take good care of her, Jace." Jace, standing beside Luck, nodded, his expression serious. Yes, sir. Lucia's concern was evident. He doesn't look so good. She approached Jace, her voice low. Did something happen? Jace sighed, his eyes hesitant. Well, we caught wind of a rumor. Lucia's curiosity was piqued. What kind of rumor? Jace's words were hesitant. Well, to put it simply, the Lord Chamberlain has fallen in love with a woman in the Rose Palace. Lucia's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, as she struggled to process the bombshell. Eric burst into his office, his face set in a determined expression, his eyes blazing with a sense of urgency. Halo, already seated, looked up from the documents in front of him, a hint of curiosity etched on his face. Shortly, Walter and Romeo entered, their nervousness palpable, their footsteps echoing through the room. Eric's sigh was heavy, his eyes fixed on the pair, his mind racing with the implications of the news they brought. Tell me everything from the beginning, Eric commanded, his voice firm but controlled, his hands clasped together in a tight knot. Walter's voice trembled slightly, his words spilling out in a rush. We heard a rumor, Your Majesty, that the Lord Chamberlain has fallen for a woman in Rose Palace. He hesitated, his eyes darting nervously to Halo, then back to Eric, before adding, They say someone close to Your Majesty has raised a fuss, and that a group of aristocrats led by Count Taegon are trying to find out if it's true. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with the implications, his thoughts whirling with the potential consequences. So he still hasn't given up on the throne, he muttered, his voice barely audible, his eyes fixed on some distant point. His thoughts turned to the political intrigue, the web of alliances and rivalries that shaped the palace. Count Taegon was a supporter of the first prince, whom Jace killed. After staying quiet for so long, was he finally making his move? Walter's nod was solemn, his eyes grave. Several noblemen have gathered at the Count's manor, Your Majesty. It seems they're planning something, but we don't know what. The air was thick with tension, the weight of the situation settling heavy on their shoulders, as they awaited Eric's response, his decision, and the fate that would befall the palace. Eric's voice was firm. Call a meeting. I plan to attend. Walter's expression was cautious. If you hold a meeting in order to hush up the rumors, it'll only make things worse. Romeo's eyes widened. Do you plan to show your face? Eric's response was thoughtful. What if we meet under the pretext of discussing Marquis Marshall? Walter's interruption was swift. Leave that traitor to me, Your Majesty. Eric's denial was quick. That's not what I meant. I have an idea. The tension in the room was palpable, the air thick with anticipation. Meanwhile, at the Count's manor, a flurry of activity was underway. Tables and chairs were being arranged, and a red-headed man, Count Jarnus, approached Count Taegon, a sly smile spreading across his face. It's been a while, Count Taegon. Taegon's response was curt. Count Jarnus. Jarnus' words were laced with venom. Every prince you support ends up dying. You must be getting rather frustrated. Taegon's voice crackled with tension. You've been doing quite well for yourself lately. All thanks to your son, of course. The room was filled with the murmur of noblemen, their eyes fixed on the two counts. Every time those two meet, the sparks start flying. Sure. Just pretend not to notice. Just then, the curtains flapped open, and the announcement rang out. Announcing His Majesty, the Emperor. Eric entered, his presence commanding attention. Let us begin. I now call this meeting to order. The reason I summoned you all here. Jarnus and Taegon exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligning. It's obviously because of the rumors about the Lord Chamberlain. But Eric's next words surprised them. Is to discuss the Marshall estate. Taegon's eyes widened in astonishment. The Marshall estate is run by a marquis who's notoriously disloyal to the Emperor. The room fell silent, the noblemen exchanging curious glances. The room was filled with whispers. But the Marquis has his hands full with the drought. Exactly, he hasn't made any threatening movements for a while now. Eric's voice rose above the murmurs. Send food and water to the Marshall estate. A nobleman spoke up. Your Majesty, does that mean you're willing to overlook everything he's done? Eric's response was calm. I'm only trying to help those in need. The nobleman pressed on. But he's trying to overthrow your Majesty. If you send water and food, you'll only be feeding his soldiers. Eric's reply was firm. That doesn't matter. Just then, another nobleman spoke up. Your Majesty, there's a rumor going around about the Lord Chamberlain. They say he's been meeting a woman from Rose Palace. Eric's expression remained neutral. I don't know anything about those women, Romeo suggested. I could send a female knight to find out more. Eric's response was decisive. No, I want to go myself. Romeo's eyes widened. You mean you want to visit Rose Palace? Eric's tone was sharp. Is there a problem with that? Romeo cowered. And no, of course not. Romeo's eyes gleamed with ambition. If His Majesty takes a liking to one of the ladies there, that could be a good thing. I want nothing more than for my daughter to become empress. Eric's command was swift. Have portraits of the ladies drawn and bring them to me. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Swan's grandfather was lost in thought, gazing out into the distance. Swan's voice broke the silence. Grandfather! He turned to face her, his expression stern. Swan's words were laced with excitement. What a surprise! Why didn't you tell me you were coming? But her grandfather's response was fierce. It was you, wasn't it? You started that rumor. Swan's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Her grandfather's accusation was direct. You did, didn't you? Swan's reply was bold. Yes, I did, she added, a sly smile spreading across her face. I have a plan, grandfather. He stepped forward, his face red with anger, and scolded her. Enough! I always adored you for your quick wit, but you still weren't good enough to introduce to the Emperor directly, so I had you enter Rose Palace. I thought His Majesty could look past your imperfections and possibly make you Empress, but now you've ruined it all with this reckless prank. Swan's eyes welled up with tears, her voice trembling. I did it so that the woman who insulted me would get thrown out. Her grandfather's anger only intensified. Do you have any idea what you've done? And all for your worthless hair. The Emperor is no fool. He may have spent years on the battlefield, but that doesn't mean he's just some brainless soldier. He turned to leave, his parting words a stern warning. Stay quiet and don't make things any worse for yourself, understood? Swan thought to herself. That ship has sailed, grandfather. If I back off now, I won't be happy even if I become Empress. Just then, she heard the sound of rustling leaves. She became attentive, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Who's there? She asked, her voice firm. Isla emerged from the shadows, her eyes apologetic. Oh, Isla just happened to be passing by. Isla's sorry. She didn't mean to eavesdrop. Swan's eyes narrowed. How much did you hear? Isla's reply was hesitant. Well, Isla might have heard everything from the beginning. Swan's expression turned stern. Forget what you saw and heard here, understood? But before Isla could respond, Lucia appeared, her eyes fixed on Swan. Swan's eyes widened in shock, her mind racing with the implications. Isla added, while laughing, Ayla has something important to do, so she'll be off. Ayla didn't see or hear anything today. But Lucia interrupted her, her voice firm. Isla! How can you just pretend to know nothing? The tension was palpable, the air thick with secrets and deceit. Isla's eyes widened, her face pale, as Swan's words struck her like a dagger. You don't have a real reason to leave, do you? Lucia's gaze was piercing, her voice firm. Isla's stutter was evident. Oh, well, I suppose. Swan's snicker was mocking. I'm sure you've heard by now. How you came here to marry the Emperor, but since he never showed up, you got tired of waiting and seduced the Lord Chamberlain instead. I started that rumor. Isla's sweat was visible, her eyes darting between Swan and Lucia. How could you make that sort of thing up, Swan? Isla can't understand. Swan's reply was venomous. But Isla, only the people involved can tell us if it was made up or not. It's a fact that the Lord Chamberlain is in Rose Palace often, and that Lucia is usually with him. Swan's eyes narrowed, her voice dripping with malice. What was it like meeting him at night? Did he greet you with open arms? She turned to Lucia, her words laced with accusation. I heard he tends to the Emperor in the evenings, but it sounds like he has time for women too. I can't believe she's admitting to it so openly. Could she be the reason Lucia drank poison too? Swan's thoughts were sinister. Wicked women usually meet a miserable end for their misdeeds. But seeing how fast she got caught, she must not be that important. Lucia's eyes blazed with anger, her voice firm. You tried to hurt me with that necklace at the hunting tournament, didn't you? The air was thick with tension, the accusations and rumors swirling like a deadly storm. Swan's confession was bold. Yes, I gave you the necklace of misfortune, hoping you'd fall off a cliff and die. She waved her hands in the air, her scream piercing. Did you really think I'd just sit back after you did this to my hair? If you want my forgiveness, kneel before me. Lucia's eyes widened, her grip on Swan's hand tightening. What? What do I need your forgiveness for? Swan's struggles intensified, her voice shrill. Let go of me. Lucia sat serenely in a stunning sky blue gown, her beauty radiating as she sparkled with an effortless elegance. Her loose pink hair cascaded down her back, complementing her appearance with a soft, feminine touch. She remained perfectly still in her chair, her poise a testament to her refined demeanor. A skilled painter, dressed in a crisp green outfit with a side cap, worked diligently to capture her likeness on canvas, his brushstrokes swift and precise. Eric stood beside him, his presence exuding an air of quiet authority, having seemingly commissioned the portrait to immortalize Lucia's beauty. As Lucia shifted slightly, her eyes flickering with a hint of restlessness, Eric cautioned gently. Hold still, please, he then asked, his tone inquiring and laced with a hint of curiosity. I heard that you and Swan would have torn each other's hair out if your servants hadn't intervened. What sparked the altercation this time? Lucia responded nonchalantly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Yeah, it just kind of happened. Eric's thoughts turned introspective, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered the enigmatic woman before him. I always thought of her as quiet and calm, although she can be unpredictable at times. Like a storm brewing beneath a serene surface. He pressed for details, asking with a raised eyebrow, What did you fight about this time, Lucia? Lucia replied, her voice trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. I knew she always had it in for me, but this time it went beyond just cattiness. She started a rumor that you and I were in love. Her voice cracked as she continued. And she said she tried to kill me with that necklace. Fear and vulnerability flickered across her face, and Eric noticed her worried expression. He offered reassurance, his tone gentle. Relax your face, my lady. And please stop moving. Lucia apologetically replied, her voice sweet and endearing. Oh, sorry. I just got all worked up. Eric encouraged her. You have to smile for the prettiest picture. Now give me your best smile. Lucia forced a smile, asking, Like this? The painter focused intently on capturing her likeness, his pencil scratching against the paper. Lucia turned to Eric, curiosity getting the better of her. But wait, why am I even getting my portrait drawn? Eric explained, his tone matter-of-fact. It's an order from the Emperor himself. He stood beside the painter, his arms crossed as he observed the artist's progress. The painter worked diligently, assuring Lucia, I'm working as quickly as I can, my lady. Please bear with it a little longer. As the sitting continued, Lucia grew increasingly restless, her thoughts turning rebellious. Somehow, it feels like I'm getting punished for fighting. Eric seemed to sense her frustration, offering reassurance. Now that I know what happened between you two, I'll take care of it. His words were laced with a promise of protection and support, and Lucia's expression softened slightly, her smile more natural this time. Don't worry. Eric said with a reassuring smile. Lucia replied, her voice filled with gratitude. You're always so helpful. Thank you, Eric added, his tone laced with amusement. I was surprised to hear that such a beautiful lady would resort to violence. Lucia's face flushed with embarrassment, and she clenched her hand, responding quickly. Oh, it wasn't violence. I didn't have any other choice. I couldn't just let her get away with it. Eric chuckled, his laughter warm and gentle. That's true. How nice. Seeing him laugh, Lucia thought, her mind racing. Is he teasing me? Why does he keep laughing? She closed her eyes, trying to focus, and began counting animals in her mind. 1 monkey, 2 monkeys, 3. Meanwhile, the painter interrupted her thoughts, asking, My lady, how would you like to appear in the portrait? Shall I make you look elegant? Or feminine? Without opening her eyes, Lucia uttered, her voice distracted. Monkey. The painter replied, confused. What? Understood. The next day, the sound of the door opening broke the silence, signaling a new arrival. Felix entered the palace, accompanied by lady servants who carried a large painting draped in red cloth. My lady, your portrait is here, he announced, his voice formal. As the red cloth slipped down, revealing the portrait, Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment. That's Pfeff, she stuttered, her face flushing with disbelief. She thought to herself, this just looks like a monkey. Is that really what I look like? Felix explained, his tone matter-of-fact. More precisely, it's you with a monkey aura. The artist said he worked the hardest on your portrait. Lucia's irritation grew and she snapped. Oh well. Before stopping herself, realizing that the portrait was already finished, and nothing could be done to change it. Felix added, his voice cheerful. All right, then it will be delivered to His Majesty. Serena and the other lady servants burst into laughter at the sight of the portrait, and Lucia approached Serena, her voice laced with annoyance. You're still smiling, Serena. Serena struggled to suppress her smile, apologizing. Apologies, my lady. Lucia became lost in thought, pondering the sudden interest in portraits. Why did the Emperor suddenly order portraits of all the ladies? Is he only now starting to take an interest in us? She wondered about the Emperor's appearance. Now that I think about it, I wonder what he looks like. If he's not married yet, he must still be young. Everyone in the imperial family has black hair with a hint of gold. And I know Prince Damien and Prince Alvis look pretty similar. Maybe His Majesty will look like Prince Alvis all grown up. As she imagined the Emperor's appearance, Lucia's thoughts unexpectedly drifted to Eric, picturing him in imperial attire. She quickly dismissed the notion. No, wait. Why did I just think of Eric? I mean, he does kind of look like Prince Alvis. I think Serena said he could be a distant relative. Serena interrupted her musings. My lady, a new lady is coming to live in the palace today, the daughter of a count. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, really? She thought to herself. The daughter of a count? That's not a huge deal, since the Grand Duke's granddaughter is here, but Swan still won't like it. Her brother, Earl Romeo, is a close associate of His Majesty, so there's already been quite a stir. Lucia asked Serena, her curiosity piqued. People think she has a leg up since her brother is close to the Emperor? Serena nodded, holding a tray. Yes, that's right. Lucia's thoughts turned contemplative. Does that make her a better candidate than Swan? She chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, right. Did Eric see my portrait by any chance? She sighed, her voice laced with resignation. He would have, wouldn't he? Serena replied, her tone matter-of-fact. Oh, yes, I believe he would have. Lucia's mind wandered back to the portrait, her thoughts still reeling from the unexpected likeness to a monkey. She wondered what Eric's impression would be, her heart skipping a beat at the possibility of his gaze upon her likeness. The arrival of the new lady, the daughter of a count, seemed to fade into the background as Lucia's thoughts became increasingly consumed by Eric and the portrait. Meanwhile, Eric lounged on his bed, donning a comfortable robe, and savored a glass of rose wine. He thought to himself, I don't even need sleeping pills. This rose wine alone keeps me from having nightmares. I can even take naps sometimes. This stuff is truly remarkable. As he poured himself another glass, he gazed at Lucia's portrait, which sat on a nearby table. I didn't expect her to ask for a monkey portrait. He chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Good thing I asked the artist to paint me another one. Seeing her portrait makes it feel like she's actually here. In a separate part of the palace, Romeo and Walter entered the Emperor's chambers. Romeo reminisced. Do you remember what Prince Harry was like? Walter's expression turned thoughtful. Prince Harry? He always liked to plan everything out, whether it was studying or practicing swordsmanship. Romeo nodded, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Romeo continued. Unlike His Majesty, who does what he wants when he wants, Prince Harry always had a schedule. Even when that fantastical creature appeared in the palace, he stuck to his schedule. He stayed in the library until his allotted reading time was over, then went to see it. Romeo's expression turned thoughtful. If that over-attack on Rose Palace was Harry's doing, I think now would be the time. His voice trailed off, and Walter's curiosity was piqued. What do you mean? Prince Harry died? Walter asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Romeo's face flushed slightly. Geez, you're right. I suppose I just worry too much. He began to depart. I'll see you later. My sister is moving into the palace today. Walter called out. Trudy? Romeo laughed. Yes. Somehow I have to hide from her the fact that His Majesty is already interested in someone. I could sure use a drink today. He shook his head, chuckling, and continued on his way, leaving Walter to wonder about the intricacies of palace politics. In the jungle, a monster growled menacingly. A figure in a black outfit commanded, Silence! Stop making that racket! There's your target. Go tear it to pieces. The figure sighed. Ugh, I'm so bored. Meanwhile, Jace lay on his bed, his mind wandering to Lucia. I wonder what Lady Lucia is doing. Something doesn't feel right. He heard voices outside and rose from bed saying, I'm going outside for a minute. A guard replied. What? Your watch is about to begin. Make it quick. In the Rose Palace, Serena rushed to Lucia's side, excitement in her voice. My lady! Spooky wakes up. Lucia's face lit up with joy. Lua, Dahlia, wait here. I'm going to go see Spooky. Lua replied. Yes, my lady. As Lucia opened the door, she was surprised to see Lepnin standing there. She leaned on the balcony, and the android exclaimed, Lovely! A sense of urgency filled the air as all the authorities of the palace scrambled to search for the monster, their faces set with determination. Knights stood at attention, clad in their crisp uniforms, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Two soldiers conversed in hushed tones. Deputy Captain, the monsters are inside Rose Palace. The deputy captain's expression turned grave. There are plenty of soldiers in the palace gardens. Lure the monsters there. Meanwhile, the monster, injured and battered with arrows, yet still relentless, charged towards the palace. Soldiers valiantly tried to stop it, their efforts seeming futile against the beast's sheer strength. Eric, his brow furrowed with concern, asked, Did they appear from the same place as last time? The tension mounted as the palace authorities raced against time to contain the threat and protect the royal family. Romeo stood beside Eric, his expression resolute. Yes, sir, he replied, his voice firm. There's no way monsters could get through the outer wall of the palace. Eric tucked his shawl away, his eyes narrowing in thought. Whoever was behind the last attack is behind this one too. Romeo's eyes widened in understanding. It must be someone who knows the palace well. Eric's thoughts turned to Lucia, his heart racing with concern. All the monsters are headed in the same direction, the wing where Lucia is staying. I still haven't figured out how she feels about me. If something were to happen to her now, He couldn't bear the thought. Please be safe, Lucia. Please! Eric rushed towards the Rose Palace, his feet pounding the ground. He frantically searched for Lucia, his voice echoing through the halls. Lucia! But there was only silence. He turned a corner and saw the monster lying injured, blood spread across the floor, surrounded by damaged property. Eric sat down beside it, his eyes fixed on the beast, his mind racing with questions. Meanwhile, Walter arrived, his face etched with concern. Your Majesty, are you all right? Eric turned to him, his eyes still fixed on the monster. Find Lucia, he ordered urgently. If she's dead, then find her body at least. Lucia, determined to reach Spooky, pushed forward despite the danger. Serena tried to stop her, grasping her arm. It's too dangerous, my lady. Please stay back. But Lucia's worry for Spooky overrode her caution. What's going on? She demanded, her voice firm. A knight rushed past, his armor battered. Monsters have invaded the palace. You must evacuate. Lucia's heart raced as she finally found Spooky, her voice rising in distress. Spooky, we have to get Spooky. In her condition, she's awake, but she can't move yet. She turned to Serena, her eyes pleading. Serena, help me get Spooky out of here. Serena nodded, her face set with determination. Yes, my lady. Together, they carefully lifted Spooky, trying to stand her up. Lucia asked anxiously, Can you stand? Spooky nodded, her voice weak. Yes, I'm all right, my lady. Lucia rushed forward, her voice urgent. Lua and Dahlia must be in my room still. I'll go get them. While holding Spooky, Serena cautioned. Be careful, my lady. But Lucia's concern for her friends outweighed her caution. As she stepped forward, a monster emerged, its massive body looming over her. Jace arrived just in time, his spear thrust out to stop the beast. Lucia stumbled back, her heart racing. Jace's eyes locked onto hers, his face etched with concern. Lady Lucia, are you okay? Lucia nodded, still trying to catch her breath. Yes, thanks to you. Jace's gaze narrowed. Did you just run all the way over here? Lucia laughed, a hint of humor in her voice. Haha, I was actually thrown by a troll. Jace's eyes widened in surprise, and he showed her his injured finger, wincing in pain. Lucia's eyes widened with concern. How's your wrist? Jace's expression turned stoic, his thoughts flashing back to a previous battle. It's really nothing compared to that time I fought with the tiger. But Lucia's sharp eyes caught the hint of pain in his gaze. Hold on, she said, her voice firm. Your wrist needs attention. Jace looked down, his eyes following hers to his injured wrist. Huh! My lady, your dress. Lucia's dress was ripped, her legs exposed. Just trust me, it'll be easier to move this way, she explained, her voice practical. That'll make your wrist more stable. Jace nodded, his face set with gratitude. Thank you, my lady? He asked, his eyes narrowing. But what are you doing out here? Lucia's expression turned determined. Lua and Dahlia are waiting in my room. I have to go get them. She pushed open the door, her eyes widening in shock. The room was in disarray, property damaged, and Eric stood by the window, his eyes fixed on her. Eric! She exclaimed, her voice laced with relief. Eric turned, his face etched with worry. My lady, you're safe. I was so worried when I couldn't find you here. Lucia's words tumbled out without thought. I'm okay, but I don't know about Lua and Dahlia. Her eyes scanned the room, her heart racing with concern. Then she thought, Maybe it's because of the moonlight, but I could have sworn his hair shone gold for a moment. Eric's voice broke into her musings. I'm okay, but unfortunately your rose candies were ruined. He held out his hand, showing her a crushed candy. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. They were a bit too sweet for me, but I did enjoy the rose flavor. She sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. What a shame. It was a kind of surprise for me. Her mind raced with thoughts. Eric never ate my rose candy. That was just an experiment. I never showed it to anybody, except for that time I accidentally pushed one into the Emperor's mouth. Why didn't I realize until now? The mysterious Lord Chamberlain who never visits the palace under his charge. The Emperor's right-hand man who does his business for him. Her eyes narrowed, a suspicion forming. Someone who looks just like Prince Alvis, as the Emperor. Eric gazed at her, his eyes intense. He sat on the floor, his movements fluid. Lucia's voice was laced with curiosity. Do you think he'll put on another play for us? Eric's expression turned serious. Right now, rebuilding the palace is the top priority. There won't be any plays for the time being. Lucia's mind raced with thoughts. Did he already get orders from the Emperor? She added, her voice soft. Then can you give him a message for me? Eric nodded, his eyes never leaving hers. Yes, of course. She spoke, her words barely above a whisper. Tell him I wish I'd hugged him back that day. Eric turned, his eyes locking onto hers, his gaze piercing. He stepped closer, his hands grasping her waist, pulling her near. Lucia's eyes widened, her voice caught in her throat. Oh! Eric, wait! But he continued, his voice low and husky. I'm the only one who can help you bloom. In the jungle, a mysterious boy shrouded in black cloth stood before Lependin, his voice laced with sarcasm. Well, I certainly didn't plan on you interfering. I did bring more than I needed, just to show Eric how much stronger his big brother has grown. Lependin's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. You smell like a Eurasian. The boy snickered, his voice dripping with amusement. How'd you know? And you're Lependin, the guardian? I read a book about you so-called guardians. Either way, wasn't that a bit overkill? Do you even know how hard it was to drag all those monsters here? How many did you even kill? Lependin's expression turned thoughtful, his mind racing with questions. He studied the boy, his eyes scanning for any signs of life. But there were none. He's clearly had his throat cut, Lependin thought. But more importantly, I can't feel any signs of life coming from him. Lependin's eyes narrowed, his voice firm. The dead should stay in their graves. Why are you here? The boy's expression turned mocking, his voice laced with amusement. I was ready to come out of my grave anyway, although I wasn't supposed to wake up in this body. There's been a little mix-up, you see. He snickered, his eyes glinting with mischief. It was a close call. I made a deal with a demon, who wanted my blood, naturally. He paused, his smile growing wider. Our deal was sealed when my throat was slit. I found what I came for today, so I'll be off now. I'll see you later. With a mocking bow, he vanished into the jungle, leaving Lependin to ponder the strange encounter. Eric's hands grasped Lucia's waist, pulling her close, his eyes burning with intensity. This ripped dress doesn't suit you, my lady, he whispered, his voice low and husky. Lucia's eyes locked onto his, her voice steady. That's okay. Just please pass my message on to His Majesty. I'm curious what he thinks about living a double life. Eric's expression turned serious, his sigh heavy. I'll relay your message, but don't expect an answer. He turned, his movements fluid, and began to leave. You can't stay in this room. I'll escort you to another one. Lucia's voice was barely above a whisper. Okay. If, by some chance, you really are the Emperor, things can never go back to the way they were before. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with thoughts. He entered his office, donning his Emperor's attire, his expression stern. When did she figure it out? He thought. I can't remember doing anything that would have attracted her attention. A knock at the door broke the silence, and Felix and Halo entered, their expressions solemn. Felix bowed, his voice formal. Your Majesty, Felix has brought a report regarding the recent attacks. Eric nodded, his eyes intent. Go ahead. Felix began to relay the report, his words crisp. 5 ogres and 3 trolls were captured at the scene, and Rose Palace is under renovations. There have been 47 casualties and over 100 injured. Eric's expression turned thoughtful, his mind processing the information. He rose from his throne, his movements fluid. I'll go to the attack site. I need to see it for myself. Walter greeted him at the scene, his eyes grave. Your Majesty, we found the body of a monster in the forest behind Rose Palace. There's no sign of forced entry at the outer wall, so it seems the monster invaded from inside. We don't know for certain, but we believe we may have discovered how the monsters entered the palace. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with theories and questions. As they approached the entrance to the tunnel, Walter's voice was low and mysterious. This is a secret tunnel. It seems the monsters came in this way. He gestured towards the dark passageway, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. It was used during the late king's reign, but not many people know about it now. We found that this tunnel is connected to the forest outside. He pointed down the pathway, his expression serious. It's rather eerie down here. Romeo turned towards him, his eyes narrowed. This tunnel is the only way into the castle that doesn't involve passing the main gate. His voice was laced with understanding. So you believe the ogres invaded the castle by coming through here? Walter's nod was solemn. It's the most likely explanation. Eric's voice was firm, his eyes commanding. Continue your investigation. The tunnel was very deep and dark, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and mold. On the other hand, at the place where the monster was laying injured, a person who covered himself with black cloth arrived, his presence seemingly out of nowhere. Serena and Lucia were also rushing towards that place, their footsteps echoing off the cold stone walls. Serena exclaimed, her voice urgent. It's over here, my lady. Lucia's eyes widened as she caught sight of the mysterious figure, her heart skipping a beat. He gazed at her, his eyes gleaming with an unspoken warning, his finger raised to his lips to remain silent. Serena stood in front of Lucia, her eyes concerned. My lady? Lucia was lost in thoughts, her mind racing. Geez, that scared me. Black hair and golden eyes, who was that? And what was he trying to tell me? The ward room was filled with the groans of the injured, the air thick with the scent of blood and sweat. Many people lay on makeshift beds, their bodies bandaged and bruised. Serena's voice was laced with concern. Please be careful, my lady. There are many injured here. Lucia's eyes widened as she took in the scene, her mind reeling with shock and grief. She thought, her heart heavy with regret. Oh my God, I can't believe all these people got hurt in the attack. Lua must be here too. If only I hadn't told her to wait inside that day. It's all my fault. Tears streamed down her face as she thought of her dear friend. Serena moved a curtain, her eyes somber. Over here, my lady. Spooky lay on the bed, her eyes closed, her face pale. Serena's sobbing was heart-wrenching. Hick, she was so excited to make jam for her siblings. I left her alone for 1 second and... In another room, Felix arrived, his expression grim. Tell Serena to prepare for her funeral. I'll cover the costs. A lady with long red hair and a green dress stood beside him, her eyes solemn. Everyone here died while working for the palace. The lady's voice rose in frustration. Why can't I pay their funeral expenses? Felix tried to explain, his tone calm but firm. I can't allow any funerals without getting my supervisor's permission first. The Lord Chamberlain said our top priority is gathering bodies and notifying the families. She shouted, her eyes flashing with anger. Then go get him. We can't just leave all these bodies here. Felix's expression was apologetic. He's very busy, you see. I don't know where he is. She added, her voice heavy with disbelief. I don't care. Is he so busy that he can't spare 5 minutes to come down here? Her disappointment was palpable. Unbelievable. Well, I'll start with the funerals for my maids then. I can do that much, can I? Lucia's voice was soft, her eyes sad. Felix, I'd like to have a funeral for Lua as well. Felix replied politely, his eyes deferential. Oh, Lady Lucia! Of course that's all right. The lady's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp. How come she gets to do it, but I can't? This is discrimination. Felix's response was hesitant. Oh, well, the Lord Chamberlain told me to take extra good care of Lady Lucia. The lady sighed, her expression exasperated. Where does that Lord Chamberlain get the nerve? She shook her head, her long red hair rustling. Outside, Lucia and the lady walked side by side, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The lady's voice was laced with surprise. I'm surprised, actually. I didn't expect anyone else would be thinking the same thing as me. The women here don't seem to care about their servants whatsoever. She introduced herself, her eyes gleaming with determination. That's Trudy, Count Jarnus' daughter. Lucia started thinking, her eyes gazing off into the distance. I expected her to be like Swan, since she's so high-born. She was lost in thought, her mind processing their unexpected conversation. Trudy's voice interrupted her thoughts, her tone knowing. Ha! I know what you're thinking. You're surprised to see this side of a count's daughter. Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued, her voice cracking. Actually, my beloved brother went off to battle when I was young. It was quite a shock for me. I was so sad, thinking that my brother might actually die. All those servants must have someone who thinks of them that way. She added, her voice filled with emotion. I just wanted to help, hee. You know, you're the first person I've talked to since I got here. I used to have a friend, but we're not really on good terms right now. Lucia listened quietly, her eyes attentive. She replied softly, Oh, I see. Trudy continued, her voice dreamy. But I actually came to Rose Palace because I fell in love. The moment I saw him, I got goosebumps all over. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed as she spoke. My heart started pounding, and I couldn't breathe. His Majesty shines even without a light. Lucia's mind raced with questions. How does she know what the Emperor looks like? She thought. Trudy's voice was filled with longing. I really wanted to take his hand. That's why I decided to come here. Meanwhile, Serena's voice interrupted their conversation. Lady Lucia, someone's looking for you. Lucia replied, her voice distracted. Oh, okay. I'll be right there. She started leaving, her eyes smiling at Trudy. It was nice to meet you, Trudy. Let's talk again soon. Trudy's goodbye was happy, her hand waving enthusiastically. All right, see you soon. Lucia's thoughts lingered on the mysterious person looking for her. I wonder who's looking for me. It's probably him, right? Lucia thought to herself, her mind wondering about the mysterious person looking for her. I wonder if he's going to answer my question. Meanwhile, Eric was changing his clothes from royal dresses to casual attire, his expression annoyed. What a hassle, changing clothes every time I go to the palace, he thought. Swan appeared, her eyes flashing with anger. If you're still going to Rose Palace with all those rumors floating around, you must have some very important reason for going. Her voice was accusatory. I know you've been digging up information about me. Where do you get the nerve? You know my grandfather won't overlook this. She sneered, her tone condescending. I'll give you one last chance. If you get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Eric understood her behavior, his eyes knowing. He started leaving without saying anything, his back straight. He realized. The Grand Duke must have told her to lay low. What a pain, Eric thought, his expression unyielding. Swan tried to stop him, her voice shrill. Lord Chamberlain! You're just like Lucia. I'll never forgive either of you. You'll see what happens when you cross me. Her eyes blazed with anger, her face red. Eric stopped for a second, his eyes cold. Do as you please. He turned to leave, his back straight. Swan's eyes widened in shock. Why you? She seemed speechless, her face twisted in rage. After a while, a lady approached her, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Swan. I'll help you get what you want. If you want to make the Lord Chamberlain pay, it's better to go about it indirectly. Her voice was smooth, her eyes knowing. You've done it once already. It won't be hard to do again. Eric stepped outside the palace, his mind deep in thought. He took a sigh, his shoulders sagging. What should I say to Lucia? I wonder how she'd react if I told her I was the emperor. He was heading towards Rose Palace, his feet carrying him towards the woman who had captured his heart. At the gate of Rose Palace, Jace was standing guard, his spear at the ready. His arm was injured, and he had tied a sling around it. Eric saw him and asked, his voice firm. Who tied your sling? Jace got panicked for a while, his eyes darting around before answering. Your mage, I mean, Lord Chamberlain. It's been a while. I sprained my wrist while battling the ogres. He seemed nervous, his eyes avoiding Eric's gaze. Eric's expression was stern. I didn't ask how you got injured. Jace passed a weak smile, his thoughts racing. Oh, he looks like he wants to kill me. He spoke, his voice awkward. It seems you know already. She just happened to be there when I got hurt. Jace added, his voice eager to escape. Oh, it's time to change the watch already. I'll be off then. He quickly departed, leaving Eric alone. Eric took a sigh, his mind lost in thought. I can't believe how kind she is, even to mere servants and soldiers. She's not interested in the Emperor. He pondered, his heart searching for answers. Then who am I to her, if not the Emperor? If I reveal my true identity, will that change anything? He yearned to be someone special to her, to be seen beyond his title. Meanwhile, Lucia and Serena walked together, their footsteps echoing through the palace halls. When Serena told her someone was looking for her, Lucia's heart skipped a beat. It's got to be Eric. Who else would be looking for me? Is he going to answer my question? She wondered, her mind racing with possibilities. He may not want to talk if Serena is hanging around. Serena offered, her eyes understanding. He's in the garden. Would you like me to accompany you? Lucia's excitement was palpable. Phew, that worked out. She smiled, her eyes shining. That's okay, I can go alone. Go get some rest. She started rushing towards the garden, her heart beating with anticipation. Will I finally get the answer to my question today? She thought, her mind racing. No, Lua's funeral comes first. I should talk to Eric and see what he can do for her and the others. The evening sun cast a warm glow over the garden, everything looking calm and serene. The sky was a brilliant blue, with birds flying overhead, their songs filling the air. Eric stood beside the roses, their delicate petals swaying gently in the breeze. Lucia saw him and called out, her voice soft. Eric! Eric rustled the roses with his hands, his eyes locked on hers. I've been waiting. Lucia approached him, her footsteps quiet on the path. So have I. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Lua's gone. I was just on my way back from seeing her. Eric's expression was somber, his eyes filled with compassion. He plucked a rose from the bush and offered it to her, his hand brushing against hers. The gesture was gentle, the rose a symbol of his condolences. He asked, his voice soft with concern. Oh, you mean your servant girl? Lucia's eyes welled up with tears. It wasn't just her. That room was packed with beds full of the bodies of soldiers and servants. I heard almost 50 people died in the attack. Eric's expression turned solemn, his eyes filled with regret. My lady, there was something I wanted to ask about your message for His Majesty. But Lucia waved her hand, her priorities clear. I'd rather put that aside for now. I was hoping you could help Lua and everyone else who was killed. Her voice cracked with emotion. She was saving money so her little brothers could go to school. But I heard her family won't even get compensation after what happened to her. Eric's eyes dropped, his guilt evident. I relayed your message to His Majesty. Have you forgotten? Lucia's gaze remained fixed on the rose in her hand, her voice firm. No, I haven't. But Lua's family is waiting. So I was hoping to talk to you about that today. The rose seemed to symbolize her hope for justice, her determination to ensure Lua's sacrifice was not in vain. Eric clenched his hand in rage, his voice laced with frustration. Why? He shook his head, his eyes narrowing. Ever since we met today, all you've talked about is your servants. He asked, his tone accusatory. Is the Emperor less important to you than they are? Lucia's eyes flashed, her face set in a determined expression. Of course not. She took a deep breath, her voice cracking. But I just saw Lua's body. All I can think of is helping her family somehow. She added, her voice heavy with guilt. Lua comes first, before my curiosity about the Emperor. She died because of me. Eric interrupted her, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Then why did you say you suspected me of being the Emperor? Lucia's eyes dropped, her cheeks flushing. Because you knew about the candy. Eric's expression turned serious. That's all? He pressed, his voice gentle. Lucia hesitated, her eyes darting around before she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Well, to be honest, it wasn't just that. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I couldn't help wondering if you were the Emperor. I just wanted to check. Eric's laughter boomed, his eyes shining with mirth. Haha, he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Do you know why Rose Palace was built? He answered himself, his eyes gleaming with knowledge. At first, the ladies were only supposed to live there for the comfort of the Emperor who'd spent years on the battlefield. But the nobility saw it as an opportunity to marry their daughters off to the Emperor, and thus gain the strength to oppose him. Eric's eyes gleamed with knowledge, his voice filled with intrigue. More and more aristocrats tried to gain power by locking their daughters away in Rose Palace. So that's why people send their daughters here. And in turn, the Emperor used their daughters to control their greed. He paused, his expression serious. As marriage ties between noble families became more rare, he was able to stop them from growing and gaining power. He wanted to keep in check everyone who might pose a threat. Eric's voice dropped, his eyes clouding over. The Emperor showed no interest in any of the ladies. He would only enter the palace on 2 occasions. When someone in the palace died, or when it seemed they were about to die. The air was heavy with the weight of Eric's words, the secrets and intrigue of Rose Palace hanging like a shadow over them. Lucia's eyes were wide with understanding, her mind racing with the implications of Eric's revelation. Me if I'm the Emperor. Eric's eyes gleamed with intensity, his voice low and husky. What have you been thinking ever since that thought first crossed your mind? He stepped forward, his presence commanding. If I really were the Emperor, would that change anything? Lucia hesitated, her eyes searching his face. Eric? She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Strange. It feels like a completely different person standing in front of me. Eric's smile was enigmatic. You asked me if there would be another play, and you said you regretted not embracing the Emperor back. What kind of reaction were you hoping to see? He slid his hand over the roses, his fingers brushing against the delicate petals. You even taunted me, saying I could call you anytime. His eyes locked onto hers, his gaze piercing. Do you really want to know who I am? He plucked a rose and clenched it in his hand, his voice dripping with drama. A double life, do you want to hear the Emperor's answer? I'm the only one who can live as 2 people. That's the Emperor's power and privilege. Lucia's eyes widened in shock, her voice barely above a whisper. Your Majesty. Eric's eyes burned with intensity as he stepped closer to her. At first, I just wanted to know if you tried to kill yourself or if someone else tried to kill you. His voice was low and husky, his words dripping with emotion. I don't know when it started, but now I can't get you off my mind. All you've done so far is turn my world upside down. What should I do about you? Lucia's eyes dropped, her voice trembling. Please let me go, Eric. Your Majesty. But Eric's words cut her off, his voice firm. Edric Eurasian? He asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. So, how does it feel to see the Emperor's face? When Eric revealed his true identity, Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind reeling with the implications. She stuttered, her voice barely audible. Your Majesty. But Eric's interruption was swift, his voice gentle. Eric. Lucia's eyes locked onto his, her voice laced with disbelief. Edric Eurasian, the Emperor. She was in utter shock, her body trembling with the weight of his revelation. Eric's smile was soft, his eyes filled with warmth. No, just Eric. My being the Emperor doesn't change anything. But Lucia's reaction was instinctive, her body pulling away from him as if seeking refuge from the truth. Eric's eyes narrowed, his voice tinged with concern. Why are you pulling away? Are you afraid of me? He took a step closer, his eyes locked onto hers. It's me, Eric. I may have hidden my name behind the Lord Chamberlain, but I never hid who I am inside. Lucia's movement was slight, her body rustling away from him as if seeking distance from the Emperor's presence. The air was heavy with tension, the weight of Eric's revelation hanging like a shadow over them. He added, his voice gentle, At least to you, nothing has changed. Are you afraid even so? Lucia's reply was barely above a whisper, her eyes fixed on him. Yes, Your Majesty. Her mind raced with thoughts, her heart pounding in her chest. I feel like he'll come at me if I let my guard down for a second. How could I not be afraid? He's the Emperor! She couldn't help but think of Alvis, another member of the imperial family she had encountered regularly. Eric's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with concern. Why are you so scared? He asked, his voice soft. Lucia's thoughts continued to swirl, her fear palpable. Because it's scary. He's the Emperor, and I'm just a noble. I can't help but feel like I'm walking on thin ice around him. Her eyes locked onto Eric's, her voice barely audible. Now that I know, he seems so much more intimidating. The air was heavy with tension, Lucia's fear and uncertainty hanging like a shadow over them. That's not the same. It's not even close. Lucia's voice was laced with frustration, her eyes wide with disbelief. She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. That's, Eric's expression was calm, his voice reassuring. Still, there's nothing to be afraid of. He asked, his eyes locked onto hers. What will you do now? We can't simply return to the way things were. He paused, his voice filled with intention. Now that you know who I am, our relationship must naturally go in a new direction. For example, Lucia's eyes narrowed, her mind struggling to understand what Eric was implying. What if you were to become my wife? Eric's words hung in the air like a challenge, his eyes gleaming with seriousness. Lucia's response was instantaneous, her voice laced with shock. What? She stared at Eric, her eyes wide with disbelief. You shouldn't joke about, oh. Her voice trailed off, her eyes fixed on Eric's face. You weren't joking. Eric's expression was solemn, his eyes burning with intensity. Lucia's mind raced with thoughts, her heart pounding in her chest. What the hell? How do I even answer that? She thought, her eyes fixed on Eric's face. After a moment of silence, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. You said you'd never marry anyone from Rose Palace. Eric's response was swift, his voice firm. I changed my mind. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her mind racing with questions. Is it because I found out your true identity? Eric's reply was calm, his eyes locked onto hers. No. I've enjoyed my time with you. Because of you, I stayed as Lord Chamberlain for much longer than I planned. Lucia's gaze dropped, her voice barely audible. Meeting you face to face is scary and just kind of a lot. I don't even know how to meet your eyes now that you're looking down at me. Her words were laced with vulnerability, her heart exposed like an open book. She thought, her mind racing with doubts. I enjoyed spending time with Eric, But now that I know he's the infamous emperor behind the mask, I don't know what to do anymore. Her body tensed, her thoughts consumed by uncertainty. Eric as the emperor may be different from the Eric I know. Eric's eyes gleamed with understanding, his voice gentle. So it scares you if I look down on you? He reached out, his hands grasping her waist, and lifted her up to his level. What about now? Now that we're on the same eye level? Lucia's scream was instinctive, her body rigid in his grasp. Please put me down, she thought, her mind frantic. This isn't something that can be solved with eye level. Eric's expression turned soothing, his voice calm. There's no need to think so hard about it. All you have to do is keep making your rose dishes. As long as you do it next to me. His words were laced with reassurance, his eyes locked onto hers. Lucia listened intently, her eyes fixed on Eric's face. She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Why are you doing this? Eric's response was immediate, his eyes shining with sincerity. I like you. I like you so much that I'm willing to change everything I had planned. He asked, his voice filled with hope. If I give you some time, will you think it over? Lucia's expression was confused, her brow furrowed in misunderstanding. Huh? What do you mean? She trailed off, her eyes searching his face for answers. Eric's smile was gentle, his voice reassuring. I'm not asking for an answer right now. I'll give you some time. With that, he turned and left, leaving Lucia to her thoughts. She wandered through the Rose Palace, her feet carrying her wherever they pleased. Her mind was a jumble of emotions, her thoughts consumed by Eric's words. She couldn't shake the feeling that her life was about to change in ways she couldn't imagine. She thought to herself, her mind racing with anxiety. What do I do? This is insane. She clenched her hands, her eyes welling up with tears as she sniffled. Lovely, did you know that Eric is the emperor? What do I do? I can't just pretend not to know. Lependon appeared beside her, his voice calm and soothing. Do you really need me to tell you? I'd say you lucked out. Remember what I told you before? Make him part of your family. He offered her a suggestion, his eyes filled with wisdom. The sense of discord around you has decreased. It seems that the fate binding you to the Emperor has depended. Lependon sat beside her on the sofa, his presence comforting. If you marry him, you won't die and your servants won't be buried alive. Lucia's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes filled with doubt. That's true, but... She trailed off, her thoughts consumed by the weight of Lependon's words. Lependon asked, his voice filled with curiosity. But what? Don't you like him? Lucia sighed, her eyes gazing downward. It's not about that. This isn't something you can take so lightly. We were always so comfortable with each other, now it feels like there's so much distance between us. Lependon's expression turned serious, his voice filled with wisdom. That's all in your head. Just having a fancy title doesn't change who he is inside. Besides, you haven't escaped death completely. You've only bought yourself a little time, so don't relax just yet. Lucia nodded, her eyes still fixed on the ground. Okay. Meanwhile, Eric sat in his office, dressed in his royal attire. A sly smile spread across his face as he thought to himself. Ha! What a mess, Eric thought to himself, his brow furrowed in concern. Maybe I shouldn't have told her. But I couldn't keep it hidden forever. Whatever her choice, all I can do now is wait. Just then, a knock at the door broke the silence. Your Majesty, it's Romeo, a voice called out. Eric's response was immediate. Come in. Romeo and Walter entered the office, their faces grave with concern. We're in trouble, Romeo announced, his voice urgent. Prince Damien has sent an urgent message. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with possibilities. What is it? He asked, his voice firm. Romeo's words were laced with alarm. Marquis Marshal's soldiers are currently advancing on the capital. 1,000 cavalrymen are in the vanguard, and they're approaching fast. Walter's voice joined in, his tone dire. This is a rebellion, Your Majesty. There will be war. Without hesitation, Walter turned to leave. I'll go alert the soldiers and tell them to be on guard, he called out, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Eric's eyes locked onto his advisors, his mind racing with strategy. Soldiers, how long until they reach the capital? He asked, his voice firm. Romeo and Walter exchanged a brief glance before responding. At their current rate, it'll take them about 3 days, Romeo announced, his voice laced with concern. Eric's expression turned thoughtful, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Then there's no need to alert the soldiers. Have them continue their daily duties. Your Majesty. Walter began to protest, but Eric's raised hand silenced him. I have a plan, Eric declared, his voice filled with confidence. Just stand by for now. With a deep sigh, he clasped his hands together, his eyes fixed on some distant point. 3 days. The words hung in the air like a challenge, a promise of a plan yet to be revealed. On the other hand, Lucia was busily directing her servants to carefully load her precious jam bottles onto the ride. Please be careful not to break any bottles, she admonished, her eyes watching anxiously as they worked. The lady servant replied obediently. Yes, my lady, Lucia added, her voice filled with emphasis. And please don't get scratches on anything. We want all our products to be perfect. As she watched the servants work, Lucia couldn't help but think to herself, ugh, what a day. I almost completely forgot about the store thanks to all that business with Eric. She let out a deep sigh, her shoulders sagging with exhaustion. Turning to Serena, she asked, Do you have the pass, Serena? Serena, busy lifting bottles, replied, Yes, I have it with me, my lady. Lucia nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. I know it's a lot, but you'll have to come back in the morning. I'm sorry about this. Serena smiled understandingly, her hands carefully placing the bottles on the ride. Not at all, my lady, she replied, her voice soothing. Lucia smiled back, her eyes filled with relief. Once we're done with this, we'll be able to get some rest. Meanwhile, Eric arrived at the scene, his eyes fixed on the jam bottles. Hold on, he said, his voice commanding attention. I'd like to buy some rose wine before you leave. He swept his arm expansively, his smile charming. I'll take that whole box. Serena rushed to him, her eyes shining with excitement. Yes, Lord Chamberlain, she exclaimed, her hands moving quickly to prepare his purchase. Eric added, his voice generous. Allow me to add a tip. Serena's face lit up with gratitude. Oh, thank you. She carefully placed the box of bottles in front of him, her hands wrapping it securely. Here you go, she said, her voice smiling. We wrap it well so the bottles don't break, but do be careful. She was laughing while telling him. We haven't even opened the store yet, and we already have our first customer. I expect the rose wine will be quite popular, Lucia added, her voice a little shaky. Why, yeah. I think so. Eric smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I'll be back soon, my lady. Lucia offered, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, okay. Get back safe, Serena. An awkward silence fell between them, the only sound the rustling of the wind through the trees. Eric broke the cold silence, his voice gentle. Shall we? While thinking, Lucia took a deep breath, her mind racing with thoughts. This is so awkward, she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. Eric and Lucia strolled through the palace, surrounded by an uncomfortable silence. The weight of recent events hung in the air, leaving them uncertain about how to initiate a conversation. Eric broke the silence by stepping forward, his eyes fixed on Lucia. She paused, her mind racing with thoughts. Why isn't he saying anything? This is so awkward. She worried, her inner turmoil evident on her face. Eric turned back to face her, his expression inquiring. I don't understand. Why would you reject my offer? He asked, his tone gentle yet probing. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise, her voice laced with alarm. What? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. She trailed off, her shock palpable. Eric's eyes locked onto hers, his explanation forthcoming. When I asked you to become my wife, is there something more you want? He inquired, his voice filled with a hint of vulnerability. Lucia's response was immediate, her words tumbling out in a rush. What? No, of course not, she replied, her tone firm, yet her eyes betraying a glimmer of uncertainty. Eric continued, his voice filled with persuasion. If you marry me, you can have power. My power will become yours. Everyone except me will bow down to you. You can live a life of luxury, surrounded by servants. Instead of responding, Lucia posed another question, her tone curious. What do I need power for? Besides, I already have servants. Eric took a deep breath, his expression introspective. Is it my face then? I didn't think I looked so bad. Lucia's face flushed with embarrassment as she denied his suggestion. And no, it's not that. She thought to herself. He's just gotten more full of himself ever since he told me he's the emperor. After a moment, Lucia asked, her voice laced with inquiry. Well, why do you want me to become your empress? You've only ever talked about the potential political gains. Eric conceded, his tone thoughtful. You have a point. Do I still make you uneasy? Lucia struggled to find an answer, attempting to escape the conversation. It's getting late. I should get going. Eric interrupted her, his voice firm. 3 days. Lucia's eyes widened in confusion. What? She asked, her tone uncertain. Eric's eyes locked onto Lucia's, his voice filled with determination. Give me 3 days, and I'll have everything back the way it was. Lucia's brow furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Eric's expression turned introspective, his hand reaching out to place a cap on Lucia's head. As I told you before, I never hid my true nature from you. My being the emperor doesn't change anything. His hand lingered on her shoulder, his gaze warm. He put her cap back on her head. The days are getting colder. Please keep yourself warm. His eyes searched hers, his voice filled with vulnerability. So for just 3 days, see me not as the emperor, but only as I am. Please don't cut me off now that you know. The air was thick with emotion, Eric's words hanging in the balance, as he awaited Lucia's response. Lucia and Alvis sat in the Rose Palace, surrounded by the musty scent of old books. It was Alvis' class time, and he pored over a worn leather-bound volume, his brow furrowed in concentration. I couldn't understand part of this book, he said, his finger tracing the lines on the page. Especially this section. Lucia's gaze drifted off, her mind consumed by her own thoughts. She didn't respond, lost in her reverie. Alvis tried again, his voice a little louder. Ms. Lucia? Her thoughts swirled with embarrassment as she recalled her past interactions with Eric. This is driving me insane, she thought, her face flushing with memories. I went and did all those weird things in front of him. Alvis' voice broke through her reverie, his tone tinged with frustration. Ms. Lucia, Ms. Lucia! He sighed, his shoulders sagging. Do you not care about class anymore? I didn't learn anything this whole class. Lucia burst into laughter, her voice echoing through the room. Ha! I'm sorry, Your Highness. I keep getting distracted today, don't I? Her embarrassment was palpable as she composed herself. I just have a lot on my mind. Alvis' eyes widened in shock, his expression sparkling with surprise. What kind of teacher gets more distracted than her student? He asked, his tone playful. He found Lucia's behavior endearing, his thoughts betraying a hint of amusement. So cute. As Lucia gazed at Alvis, she couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance between him and Eric. How come I never noticed how similar they look? She thought. This must be what Eric looked like when he was younger. Alvis' voice brought her back to reality, his tone mock stern. You must be reprimanded for disrespecting the imperial family's valuable time. Lucia apologized, her voice contrite. I'm sorry. Alva's eyes narrowed, his arms crossing as he inquired. Did something happen between you and the Lord Chamberlain? Lucia's response was barely above a whisper. Yeah. She sighed, her thoughts drifting to the similarities between Alvis and Eric. They're both quick-witted to boot. Alvis' expression turned thoughtful, his voice measured. While I don't know the situation, if he did something wrong, please don't hate him too much. He may seem cold, but he's actually a nice person. He added, his eyes sparkling with warmth. He's just not the best at expressing himself, so please understand. His Majesty doesn't express himself well either, so he never really said anything nice to me. Alva's voice trailed off, his gaze distant, before refocusing on Lucia. But in his own way, he really took care of me when I was little. Lucia's heart swelled with affection, witnessing the depth of Alva's love for his brother. She recalled the cookies they had baked together and asked, Oh, then the cookies I told you to make for someone special, did you give them to His Majesty? Alva's expression turned irritable, his voice rising. Why would you bring that up? It's time for me to go. Lucia nodded, her tone polite. Sure. Thank you for the advice. Later, during a walk with Eric, he inquired about the class. What did you teach Alvis today, my lady? Lucia replied, her thoughts hidden behind a mask of serenity. Oh. We read a book. Meanwhile, she thought to herself. I can't tell him I kept spacing out the whole class. Eric's eyes narrowed, his voice low. There are many eyes at Rose Palace. Lucia interrupted him, her tone curious. But what's with the my lady? Eric's expression turned thoughtful. It must be hard for you to come up with different lessons every week. Lucia nodded, her concern genuine. Yeah, I'm starting to worry I'll run out of material. Lucia's mind wandered, her thoughts consumed by Eric's enigmatic nature. Now that I think about it, even though he's above everyone else, he doesn't hesitate to lower himself sometimes. A gentle breeze rustled her hair, leaves dancing around her face as she pondered. Maybe that's why no one suspected the truth. Maybe I'd been thinking too much into it. He's the Emperor and the Lord Chamberlain, but he's also Eric. Eric's gaze drifted to her hair, a leaf tangled in the strands. Wait, he said, his hand reaching out to gently remove the leaf. Lucia's thoughts swirled, her heart skipping a beat. Maybe he didn't need 3 days, she thought, her voice barely above a whisper. Your Majesty. There's something I must tell you, Lucia said, her voice hesitant. Yes? Go ahead, Eric replied, his expression encouraging. However, Lucia's attention was diverted by the sight of numerous leaves tangled in Eric's hair. She burst into laughter, unable to contain her amusement. Eric's confusion turned to embarrassment as he asked, Why are you laughing? Lucia's giggles subsided, her tone apologetic. Well, you have a ton of leaves in your hair. Eric's face flushed, his embarrassment evident. Lucia's expression turned sincere, her voice filled with emotion. I'm sorry. Maybe I was being overly sensitive. At the end of the day, you're still just Eric. No matter what your title is, you're just you. She continued, her words heartfelt. I'm sorry I didn't respond well when you were so honest with me. But just telling me out of the blue like that was kind of a lot. Please just treat me like before, Eric. Eric's face lit up with a warm smile. Now we can have a proper conversation. Lucia's gaze was drawn to his smile, her thoughts wandering. What was that? Did he always smile like that? Eric's eyes crinkled at the corners as he observed Lucia's joy. You seem very happy, my lady. You can't stop smiling. Lucia's grin faltered for a moment before she replied. Oh, that's because I'm so happy. I didn't like it either, how we pulled apart the past few days. She repeated herself, her emotions sincere. Lucia's expression turned reflective, her voice tinged with regret. I regret some of the things I said, but I'm glad we were able to work things out. Eric's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are you confessing your feelings? Lucia swiftly denied it, her tone playful. No, she countered with a question. Are you going to keep pretending to be the Lord Chamberlain? Eric's smile turned enigmatic. I'm not sure. At least for now. The Emperor is surrounded by people who wish to use him, so it's easier to remain as Lord Chamberlain. I can find out what people are really thinking, and I can freely roam the palace. Lucia's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, I see. Just then, Felix arrived, his voice urgent. Your Lord Chamberlain! There's been a problem. Please come with me. Eric's expression turned concerned. What's wrong? Felix's face was grim. Lady Isla has collapsed. Lucia's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. What? Isla? Eric stepped forward, his tone commanding. What happened? Felix hesitated before answering. Well, they say she drank poison. Upon learning about Isla's poisoning, Lucia rushed to the library, her mind racing with questions. Isla drank poison? That makes no sense. Someone must be behind this. She began searching through a book, flipping the pages of Lucia's diary. There must be some answers in Lucia's diary from before she was poisoned. Lucia sighed, her concern for Isla growing. What happened to Isla? I really hope she's okay. As she read on, a cryptic message caught her attention. Beware the black rose floating in the water. This was the last sentence Lucia wrote. It must mean something. Meanwhile, Eric, as the Lord Chamberlain, entered Isla's room, where she lay unconscious on her bed. Servants surrounded her, their faces worried. A lady servant approached Eric, her voice soft. The doctor said she ingested only a small amount of poison. Eric's expression remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Eric inquired, his voice firm. Is that why she's in so much pain? Isla's labored breathing filled the room, her voice weak. Huff, huff, ah! Isla, hurts, ah, huff. I want to meet His Majesty B before I die. She feebly reached out, trying to grasp Eric's hand. The lady servant intervened. I believe she wants you to take her hand. Isla's unconscious murmurs continued. Hick, it hurts. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open, and she pleaded. Please, let me meet His Majesty. Lord Chamberlain. Eric turned to leave, his expression unreadable. Keep an eye on her. The servant nodded. Yes, sir. As Eric walked away, he asked the servants. Who did she have tea with? His tone was low and deliberate, hinting at a deeper investigation. The servants flinched at Eric's question, before Felix hesitantly replied. Well, Lady Swan. Meanwhile, Lucia showed Serena a rose petal, inquiring. What does this look like to you, Serena? Serena examined the petal, responding. It looks like an ordinary rose petal, my lady. Lucia nodded in agreement. Right? It seems totally normal to me too. Her thoughts, however, betrayed a deeper curiosity. Is this the black rose she was talking about? This dried rose petal was wedged in the last page of the diary. Why did Lucia put it there? She wouldn't have done that if it wasn't important. Lucia's eyes sparkled with determination as she added. I have a lot of dried rose petals stocked up too. I need to investigate further. Lucia's thoughts continued. And I use all kinds of roses in my cooking. It just looks like any other rose petal. If I put it in with the others, no one would know. Oh? What if someone tried to poison her with roses? No way. She turned to Serena, inquiring. Serena, was there someone else besides me who cooked with roses? Serena nodded. I'll look into it. Lucia's mind racing with possibilities added. A rose with such a sweet, subtle scent would be better for a lipstick than a perfume. I didn't use this rose for cosmetics, I used it for cooking. Someone who's cooked herself. Someone who's made things out of roses. Serena assured her. I will look into everyone who's involved in this. Lucia's determination grew. I need to find out who did this. And why. Eric's expression was etched with worry as he adjusted his cuffs, thinking, one ordeal after another. Just then, a voice called out to him. Lord Chamberlain. It was Swan, her tone laced with sarcasm. We have to stop running into each other like this. Without turning to face her, Eric replied. Lady Swan? I was just on my way to see you. Swan's curiosity was piqued. To see me? About what? The poisoning? She crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing. Oh, I heard about it. But I'm afraid you're wasting your time. I don't know anything about who poisoned Isla's tea. Eric's gaze remained fixed ahead, his voice firm. I sincerely hope it wasn't you. Swan let out a dismissive laugh. PFT, I don't think you should be saying that now. You should be more concerned about never seeing His Majesty again. Eric feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Swan's expression turned cold, her voice dripping with malice. This is the last time we'll be seeing each other. Her eyes flashed with determination as she gritted her teeth. You have no idea what I'm willing to do to become Empress. Eric's composure faltered, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Swan's monologue continued, her voice laced with venom. I thought the Emperor was the only one who would suit someone perfect like me. I was certain I could make the greatest man in the Empire mine. I may not know what he looks like, but I always thought I'd be the one sitting next to him. And everyone would envy and worship me. Her words hung in the air, a chilling declaration of her ruthless ambition. Swan's eyes flashed with anger as she recalled Isla's words. Everyone will bow down to you, Swan. But there are some people in your way. There's Lucia, who chopped off your hair, and the Lord Chamberlain, who stopped you from meeting the Emperor. You must take care of him. She took a menacing step forward, her voice venomous. Why do you keep getting in my way? Eric's senses were alert, his nose picking up a familiar scent. This scent. I can smell roses. Swan's face twisted in rage, her plans foiled once again. My plans are all ruined because of you. With a swift motion, she drew a sword, its blade glinting in the light. I won't kill you. All you have to do is take a nice long rest. The air was charged with tension as Swan's true intentions were revealed, her sword poised to strike. Eric tried to reason with her. Lady Swan. But Swan was beyond reason, her sword flashing in the light as she attacked. Eric dodged her strike, his reflexes saving him from harm. Swan snickered. I knew it'd be difficult to take you on by myself, so I got some help. Eric warned her. Don't resist. You're only wasting your strength. As he spoke, Eric felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind racing. Was that rose scent some kind of anesthetic? He shook off the feeling, his grip on Swan's wrist tightening. How foolish of you. Swan struggled against his grasp, her eyes blazing with determination. If I can get to Lucia next, not even my grandfather could get mad at me. Her words trailed off, her body weakening, but her eyes still burned with a fierce ambition. Lucia's next. Swan spat, her sword clashing with Eric's. Eric's eyes narrowed, his grip on the sword tightening. Say that again. Swan laughed, her voice dripping with malice. Why? Aren't you worried about yourself right now? Eric's expression turned cold, his patience wearing thin. Enough jokes. With a swift motion, he disarmed Swan, sending her sword flying across the castle. Swan's eyes widened in shock, her body crumpling to the floor as she growled in pain. How dare you? I'll never forgive you. She snarled, her anger and humiliation boiling over. Eric's face remained impassive, his voice firm. Damn. Swan lunged at Eric, but he deftly parried her attack, sending her sword flying across the castle. Swan's eyes widened in shock, her body crumpling to the floor as she growled in pain. How dare you? I'll never forgive you. She snarled, her anger and humiliation boiling over. Eric's expression remained impassive, his voice firm. Damn! As he spoke, he realized he had sustained an injury from the sword fight. Just then, the rustling of leaves caught his attention. Felix emerged from his hiding spot, looking embarrassed. Oh! Your Majesty! Felix stuttered, his eyes wide with surprise. Eric nodded, his voice calm. You can come out, Felix. Felix hurried to his side, still looking flustered. I didn't want to intrude, Your Majesty. Allow me to take care of things here. He glanced at Swan, who was still seething on the floor. What should I do with Lady Swan, Your Majesty? Eric instructed Felix. Leave her be for now. She's bound for a fate worse than death. The next day, Eric sat in his office, resplendent in a blue and white royal dress, complete with long boots. He let out a sigh, his eyes fixed on the bandage covering his wound. The wound was deeper than I thought, he muttered to himself. He stood up, his expression turning to matters of state. When is Marquis Marshal due to arrive? He asked. A nearby attendant replied. This afternoon, Your Majesty. He's coming with approximately 20,000 soldiers. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind working strategically. Leave the smallest number of soldiers possible on the outer wall, he ordered. His gaze turned inward, contemplating the impending arrival of Marquis Marshal and the potential implications for the kingdom. Eric crossed his arms, adding, and station soldiers in the area to protect the people. Romeo and Walter stood before him, their faces etched with concern. Romeo asked, Are you going to let his soldiers come to the palace? Eric nodded, his expression resolute. Yes. Romeo's brow furrowed. I still didn't understand what you're thinking. Eric's gaze turned introspective, his voice taking on a hint of nostalgia. Have you already forgotten about your time on the battlefield, Romeo? Fighting isn't the only way to end the war. Sometimes you need power, but other times you need to be able to see through your enemy. You need to use their strategy against them. He paused, his eyes clouding over. I suppose my days as Lord Chamberlain are over. The weight of his words hung in the air, a sense of resignation settling over the room. Meanwhile, Trudy and Lucia engaged in a concerned conversation. Trudy said, I can't believe something so horrible happened to Isla. She's not the type to try to kill herself. Lucia nodded in agreement. I agree. Trudy let out a sigh, her brow furrowed with worry. My father is in the palace right now. Marquis Marshal's soldiers have the castle surrounded. Lucia's thoughts turned grave, her mind racing with the implications. That must be it. It's a rebellion. Trudy's voice took on a determined tone. They'll reach the palace soon. I'm dying to take up my sword and fight for His Majesty, but instead I'm stuck here waiting. Lucia held a cup of tea, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You're really cool, Trudy. Her thoughts turned inward, indulging in a desire to be more proactive. I wish I could do something to help out. Lucia took a deep breath, her concern evident. I hope Eric is okay. Just then, Serena burst into the room, her voice laced with urgency. My lady, there's trouble! Lucia's eyes snapped towards her, alarm rising. What's going on, Serena? Serena's face was etched with worry. The Lord Chamberlain was attacked. He's now unconscious. Lucia's eyes widened in shock, her mind reeling. What? Eric? Serena's expression was grim. I'm afraid I don't know more than that. I also have a message from His Majesty. Lucia's anxiety grew as Serena continued. He ordered all the ladies to gather in front of the inner castle's main gate. Lucia's thoughts turned frantic, her mind racing with worst-case scenarios. What's going on in this palace? She silently pleaded with Eric, her heart racing. Eric, you're acting as the Emperor now, right? Please tell me you're okay? Upon the Lord Chamberlain's order, all the ladies gathered at the castle's main gate, their voices filled with curiosity and concern. I can't imagine why he ordered us to come here, one lady said. Another lady turned to Lady Swan, her voice laced with worry. I heard the Lord Chamberlain was attacked and knocked unconscious. Do you think it's because of that? Or could it be about Marquis Marshall? Lady Swan's expression turned calculating, her thoughts hidden behind a mask of indifference. What on earth is happening? She thought to herself. I know I failed, but when did he fall unconscious? A sly smile spread across her face as she considered the possibilities. Maybe the poison took effect a bit late. Or maybe the wound deepened and got worse. Her hand clenched into a fist, her thoughts turning ruthless. It doesn't matter. So long as he never wakes up, now it's only a matter of time until I become Empress. Outwardly, she remained composed, her voice dismissive. What happened to him doesn't concern us. Everyone must be waiting, let's go. The other lady nodded in agreement, and the group began to move forward, unaware of the sinister thoughts lurking beneath Lady Swan's serene facade. A deafening rumble and roar echoed through the air as Marquis Marshall's soldiers arrived. The committee members gathered on the palace terrace, their faces etched with concern as they watched the soldiers swarm towards the castle. Count Jarnus let out a despairing sigh. How could this happen? I can't understand why His Majesty won't allow us to organize the troops. Grand Duke Bahamut's expression remained enigmatic. We'll just have to wait and see. The others turned to him, seeking clarification. What do you mean? They asked. Bahamut's voice took on a hint of intrigue. Don't you find it odd that His Majesty is doing nothing in the face of such an invasion? Those soldiers are also citizens of the Eurasian Empire. His words hung in the air, heavy with implication, as the committee members exchanged uneasy glances. How can you say that when they have their spears pointed at us? Count Jarnus exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. Grand Duke Bahamut remained calm, his expression serene. Let's wait and see. Everything will go according to His Majesty's will. Count Jarnus pressed for reassurance. How can you be so sure? It's just the hunch of someone who knows His Majesty's face. Bahamut's response was non-committal, a simple, Just then, Marquis Marshall arrived on horseback, his voice booming across the courtyard. Come out, Emperor! How long will you hide your face in the shadows? If you don't come out, I will storm your castle by force. The committee members exchanged nervous glances, their anxiety palpable as Marquis Marshall's ultimatum hung in the air. The crowd erupted into a chorus of whispers and gasps, all centered around the Lord Chamberlain. There's no way His Majesty will come out. He didn't even attend his own coronation. Just then, Romeo, Walter, and Eric emerged, resplendent in royal attire. Eric's voice rang out, firm and authoritative. You have some nerve, Marquis Marshall. The committee members were stunned, their eyes fixed on Eric in disbelief. What? Why is the Lord Chamberlain? Count Taegun started to say, his voice laced with incredulity. After all this time as His Majesty's messenger, has he deluded himself into believing he is the Emperor? Taegun continued, his tone dripping with disdain. Grand Duke Bahamut's voice cut through the commotion, his words stern and commanding. Watch your mouth. That's no Lord Chamberlain. That's the Emperor himself. Pandemonium broke out, the crowd clamoring in shock and confusion. What's going on? He's the Emperor? The ladies were equally stunned, their faces pale with surprise. Lucia's eyes were fixed on Eric, worry etched on her face. Lady Swan's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice barely above a whisper. He's the Emperor? As Marquis Marshall arrived at the castle, the committee members and ladies gathered in the courtyard, their faces filled with a mix of curiosity and concern. Eric emerged, resplendent in royal attire, his presence commanding attention. He approached Marquis Marshall, who remained seated on his horse, his expression defiant. What brings you here, Marquis Marshall? Eric asked, his voice firm and authoritative. Marquis Marshall sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. At last you show yourself? I came here because I refuse to serve an emperor who's too much of a coward to show his face. He paused, his gaze narrowing. But I must ask, why did you send aid to my land? If you'd just left us alone, you would have been able to quash a rebellion with ease. You brought this upon yourself. Eric's expression remained calm, his voice unwavering. I sent no aid to your land. As punishment for neglecting your estate and inciting rebellion, I hereby revoke your land and title. The committee members exchanged tense glances, their faces etched with worry. They thought to themselves, everyone here knows he sent support to the Marshall estate. What's the good of revoking his land and title in the face of a rebellion? The air was thick with unspoken questions and doubts, as the crowd waited with bated breath for Marquis Marshall's response. The Marshall estate will henceforth be known as Helium and will be passed on to a new owner, Eric declared, his voice firm and resolute. The knights present shifted uncomfortably, their faces reflecting their unease. Eric's gaze turned to Marquis Marshall, his expression a mix of disappointment and sadness. My father thought so highly of you. What a shame. Marquis Marshall's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with thoughts. He's lying about not sending aid, he thought to himself. He took a deep sigh, his voice laced with defiance. I didn't look after my estate because I was preparing for this rebellion. I accepted the Emperor's help but turned around and tried to use it against him. His gaze locked onto Eric, his eyes burning with intensity. You look just like your father, he said, his voice dripping with malice. He dismounted his horse and stepped forward, his movements deliberate and menacing. Eric's expression remained calm, his voice unwavering. I wonder if anyone would follow me if I were to succeed in such a revolt. Who would follow a traitor rebelling against the very leader who helped him? His words hung in the air, a challenge to Marquis Marshall's claims and a testament to his own conviction. Marquis Marshall's thoughts were a jumble of emotions as he gazed up at Eric. And yet he's covering for me by insisting he didn't send help, he thought to himself, a mix of shame and gratitude swirling in his chest. With a heavy heart, Marquis Marshall dropped to his knees before Eric, his voice trembling. I beg your forgiveness for not recognizing your sincerity all this time, he said, his words laced with remorse. As he knelt, he presented his sword to Eric, his eyes cast downward. I'm not worthy enough to bear this sword given to me by the late Emperor. I accept whatever punishment you deem fit. I hereby pledge my undying fidelity. The soldiers behind him erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause, their faces filled with admiration. Marquis Marshall's voice rose above the din, his words clear and resolute. I greet His Majesty, the son of the Empire. Your Majesty! A lady standing beside Lucia whispered in excitement, her eyes wide with wonder. He's the Emperor? Another lady added, her voice filled with awe. He put down a rebellion with words alone. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, their faces filled with a mix of shock, admiration, and curiosity. Eric's expression remained calm, his eyes fixed on Marquis Marshall, as he accepted the pledge of loyalty. Lucia's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, her heart overflowing with happiness as she gazed at Eric. She thought to herself, Eric! The Lord Chamberlain's voice rang out, his words filled with conviction. I knew you wouldn't follow me simply because of my imperial blood. I gave sufficient time to all those who would oppose me after I ascended the throne. Eric's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes shining with determination. I don't want you to pledge your loyalty to me just because my hair has a hint of gold. I believe my actions have sufficiently proven what I'm capable of. His voice turned stern, his expression firm. Marquis Marshall will receive punishment for his insurrection. Then, his tone shifted, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Additionally, I've reached a decision today about Rose Palace. Rose Palace will remain, but only for 1 year, until I find an empress. 1 year later, I will revisit this decision. Grand Duke Bahamut nodded in approval at Eric's decision, thinking to himself, of course he should. Eric's voice continued, firm and resolute. And I will find and punish the poisoner of Rose Palace, and the one who harmed the Lord Chamberlain, who has acted as my eyes and ears. Lady Swan's eyes widened in shock, her face pale as she realized she had been discovered. Soldiers moved to grab her, and she began to scream, her voice trembling with fear. I didn't poison Isla, Your Majesty. And hurting the Lord Chamberlain, no. Your Majesty, she added, desperation creeping into her voice. I was tricked by that fake doctor. Please give me another chance, Your Majesty. Her grandfather's face turned red with anger as he shouted at her. Swan! What are you talking about? What have you done? Lady Swan trembled violently, her eyes darting wildly around the room as she realized the gravity of her situation. Lady Swan pleaded with her grandfather. Grandfather, I swear, I wasn't the one who poisoned. Your Majesty. Grand Duke Bahamut, overcome with shame and responsibility, knelt down before Eric, his voice heavy with regret. It's my fault for not educating her properly. Please punish me instead. Eric's expression remained firm, his voice unwavering. Step aside, Grand Duke. As Bahamut rose and stepped back, Eric approached Lady Swan, his eyes locked onto hers. Remember what you said before, Swan? He asked, his voice low and even. Lady Swan's eyes widened as she recalled her own words, spoken in a moment of malice. Why do you keep getting in my way? I won't kill you. All you have to do is take a nice long rest. Lucia's next. Lady Swan's eyes darted wildly as she began to deny her previous words. I don't remember, but I really didn't poison Isla. What are you going to punish me for? Eric's expression remained unyielding, his voice firm and authoritative. For disrupting order in Rose Palace. For hurting my right-hand man, the Lord Chamberlain, which is the same as pointing your sword at me. So, attempted assassination of a member of the imperial family. With a swift motion, he ordered the soldiers, take her away. As they dragged her away, Eric added, his voice cold and unforgiving. And don't think you'll ever get out of prison alive. I won't kill you. All you have to do is take a nice long rest in prison. Lady Swan's screams echoed through the hall as she was pulled away, her voice growing fainter with each step. What? Please just kill me, Your Majesty. No. I didn't poison her. I swear. The sound of her despairing cries lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the consequences of treachery and deceit. Eric's expression softened slightly as he replied, Don't worry, I'll find the culprit. Lady Swan's tears flowed freely as she protested, her voice shaking. Hick! I didn't poison her. I was just there when she drank the poisoned tea. That's it. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with connections. Isla and Swan were together at the moment of the poisoning. Lucia's thoughts drifted to her friend, concern etched on her face. Isla, what happened? Eric's gaze turned towards Lucia, his eyes locking onto hers. And lastly, Lucia, you will report to my bedroom tonight. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment, her face pale. What? She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. At Eric's behest, Lucia made her way to his palace, her heart racing with anticipation. As she entered the grand estate, she was struck by its sheer scale and opulence. The castle's facade sparkled like a beacon, its white stone gleaming in the soft light. The chandeliers within cast a warm, golden glow, their crystals refracting the light into a kaleidoscope of colors. Lucia's eyes widened in awe as she stepped inside, her thoughts racing. Wow, I had no idea this place existed. It's huge! Eric emerged from the shadows, a warm smile spreading across his face. My bedroom is this way, Lucia, he said, his voice low and inviting. Lucia drew closer, her curiosity getting the better of her. Eric? I mean, Your Majesty? When did you get here? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric's smile faltered for a moment before he replied, his tone polite and gentle. You can relax, Lucia. Please use my name when we're alone. His eyes crinkled at the corners, putting Lucia at ease as she followed him deeper into the palace. Lucia's face flushed with embarrassment as she began to beg. More importantly, how could you order me to your bedroom in front of everyone like that? Eric's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, Ahaha, I see I put you in a predicament. But I had no choice. He took a deep sigh, his expression turning serious. Now that everyone knows who I am, they'll be after me to pick an empress from Rose Palace. Everyone will want to force their daughters on me, but I have eyes only for you, Lucia. Lucia interrupted him, her voice laced with exasperation. Yeah, but still. Her thoughts drifted, a hint of frustration creeping in. He just can't lay off the cheese. Eric's smile returned, his eyes crinkling at the corners. And there's something I wanted to show you. He gestured for her to follow him, his movements fluid and confident. Lucia trailed behind, her curiosity piqued despite her initial reservations. What could Eric possibly want to show her that required such secrecy? Lucia's curiosity got the better of her as she asked, Really? What is it? Eric's smile grew wider as he removed the cloth covering a portrait, revealing a stunning image of Lucia herself. She gasped in astonishment. Huh! But I had a monkey portrait. Or a monkey-looking portrait, to be exact. Eric's laughter filled the room. Haha, this is the real one. Lucia's thoughts drifted, her mind racing with wonder. I've never gotten such a good look at Lucia's face. I wonder if the old Lucia would have made the same expression too. Eric's eyes locked onto hers, his gaze filled with sincerity. There's something special about you that I've never felt from anyone else before. His voice took on a tender tone. I always look at your portrait before I fall asleep and try to imagine what you're thinking. He took a deep breath, his words spilling out in a heartfelt declaration. I'd like you to become my wife, Lucia. The air seemed to vibrate with emotion, Lucia's heart racing with the weight of Eric's words. Lucia's gaze met Eric's, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric. Her thoughts swirled with trepidation. I do like him a lot, but I'm not the real Lucia. If he ever finds out, will he still want to marry me? After a moment of hesitation, Lucia's expression turned solemn. Eric, there's something I have to tell you. Eric's brow furrowed, concern etched on his face. Are you worried about becoming empress? I don't need an answer right now. Lucia's voice trembled as she revealed the truth. No, it's not that. The truth is, I'm not Lucia. Lucia died when she drank that poison, and I woke up in Lucia's body after having too much to drink. All this time, I've been pretending to be her. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth, Lucia said, her voice laced with conviction. My soul has entered her body, and I'm pretty sure Lucia's soul is gone. Eric's eyes widened, his expression flinching slightly at the revelation. I see. Lucia's eyes searched his face, seeking reassurance. Huh! Do you actually believe me? Eric's expression turned thoughtful, his voice measured. I've heard stories throughout history. A priest's body was too weak to relay God's message, so an angel granted him a new one. And once, an old man tried to possess a young man's body and failed. And sometimes, a man who sold himself to a demon would possess another. Lucia's gaze remained fixed on Eric, her voice barely above a whisper. I have Lucia's body, but someone else's soul. Are you really okay with that? Eric's smile returned, his eyes crinkling at the corners. It doesn't matter. I never met Lucia before she took the poison. Lucia's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so that's why he never figured it out. Eric's expression turned gentle, his voice reassuring. Is that all you had to say? I like you the way you are, regardless of whose soul you have. I want the Lucia standing in front of me right now. Lucia's hands clenched into fists, her voice trembling. But there's one more thing. There's a bigger problem. The fact that my soul hasn't completely settled in her body. And as time passes, my soul and her body will start to separate. Her words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. And once we're completely disconnected, I'm dying. Eric's face paled, his eyes locked onto Lucia's with a mix of shock and concern. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, the weight of Lucia's words settling between them like a challenge. Lependon's voice was laced with concern as he asked Lucia. So you told him you're not the real Lucia? Lucia nodded, her expression solemn. Yeah. And that was it. Lependon's eyes narrowed, his tone pressing. You don't have much time left. You know, you might actually die if your body and soul separate anymore. Becoming Empress isn't a permanent solution. Lucia's frustration boiled over, her words tumbling out in a rush. It's not as simple as it sounds. Everyone acts so awkward around me. And the ladies in Rose Palace keep staring daggers at me. Her thoughts screamed in exasperation. How long is this gonna keep going on? Lependon's voice was a gentle balm, trying to soothe her worries. Everything will be resolved in time. You just have to wait. Lucia's gaze drifted, a small smile playing on her lips. Plus, Eric keeps coming to see me. Her voice trailed off, lost in thought, as Lependon's words of comfort hung in the air, a beacon of hope in the midst of turmoil. Lucia sat in the living room, lost in thought, when Eric suddenly appeared, his royal attire sparkling in the dim light. She startled, her heart skipping a beat. Lucia! Have you had dinner yet? Eric asked, his voice warm and inviting. Come eat with me. The ladies gathered for tea in the adjacent room fell silent, their eyes fixed on the exchange. Lucia's exhaustion got the better of her, her voice laced with fatigue. Ugh, I'm exhausted. It's been the longest week. Only now can I finally catch my breath. I just want to be alone for a while. Just then, Serena rushed in, her words tumbling out in a frantic whisper. My lady! The Marquis General is at our store. Marquis Adelaide came by a while ago, and she asked who the owner is, so I told her. Lucia's thoughts groaned in exasperation. So much for being alone for a while. The brief respite she had hoped for seemed to slip through her fingers like sand. Lucia's skepticism was evident as she asked, Marquis Adelaide? What was she doing at the store? Her mind flashed back to her own inexperience in high society, a nagging feeling of uncertainty. Serena's response only added to Lucia's growing unease. She'd like to buy some of our products in bulk. It seems you'll have to leave the palace tomorrow. Lucia's thoughts echoed Serena's words, a plaintive cry rising within her. Is a break really too much to ask for? She let out a deep sigh, resignation etched on her face. Leave the palace? Her mind began to wander, a sense of inevitability settling in. In that case, I have to go see Eric again. The weight of her responsibilities threatened to overwhelm her, the brief respite she had hoped for slipping further away. Meanwhile, Prince Damien arrived at the castle, his presence commanding attention. Romeo, ever vigilant, greeted him with a nod. It's been a while, Prince Damien. Damien's expression was serious, his eyes gleaming with a hint of intrigue. It has, Romeo. Romeo's curiosity got the better of him. How did you manage to arrive later than Marquis Marshal? Damien's response was measured, his voice low and mysterious. I had to stop by the secret library. Romeo's eyes widened in shock. Secret library? Damien's gaze turned intense, his words dripping with gravity. His Majesty gave me a mission. I'm investigating the secret treasures of the palace, namely, Lependon. Damien's conversation with Romeo turned to the secret library, with Romeo asking, What's this about a secret library? Damien's expression turned serious. I'm investigating the secret treasures of the palace. Romeo's eyes widened in surprise. Sounds like you have a lot on your plate. Damien's laughter was low and smooth. Haha, it's all right. He turned the conversation to Romeo, his curiosity piqued. Oh, I heard His Majesty invited someone from Rose Palace to his bedroom. Romeo's smile was wry. So you've heard already. Word travels very quickly. Damien's eyes sparkled with interest. I heard Trudy entered Rose Palace. As her brother, you must be upset. Romeo's laughter was hearty. Haha, sure. But this'll only serve to make her stronger. Damien's gaze was piercing, his voice tinged with amusement. I can see you shaking. Still, you're a great brother. I thought you'd step in at some point. Romeo's expression turned proud. Well, Trudy's a wonderful girl. She'll do just fine. Damien nodded in agreement. That's true. Romeo's expression turned serious, his voice laced with concern. But lately, I'm more concerned about the monster attack on the palace. I'm not sure how much you know, since you were gone at the time. Romeo's expression turned grave, his voice laced with concern. I tried to find out if anything similar had happened in the past. I think someone made a deal with the demon and summoned those monsters to attack the palace. Damien's eyes widened in shock. Someone made a deal with the demon? Who? Romeo's response was measured, his eyes narrowing. I don't know yet. I'm still looking into it. He gave Damien a hint, his voice low and mysterious. But it must be someone terribly resentful of the imperial family. Damien's gaze turned thoughtful, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Resentful of the imperial family, who could that be? Meanwhile, in Eric's office, a different conversation unfolded. Eric, resplendent in royal attire, sat behind his desk, while Lucia, radiant in a green gown, stood before him. Leave the palace? That would be rather difficult, Lucia, Eric said, his voice firm but gentle. Lucia's determination shone in her eyes. But this is our first commission since we opened the store. I want to see what I'm capable of. Eric let out a deep sigh, his expression understanding yet firm. I understand where you're coming from, but ever since I revealed my identity, everyone's on edge. They want to know whom I'll choose as Empress. He rose from his seat, his hand leaning on the table as he emphasized his point. It's not only me. People will be watching you too now. Going outside is dangerous, and I don't have the time to accompany you. Lucia's determination remained unwavering, her voice laced with conviction. But this is really important to me. Can't you do something? Eric's expression turned intense, his eyes searching hers as he rushed towards her. I've thought a lot about what you said. Why are you so desperate to do this? Lucia's confusion was evident, her brow furrowed. What do you mean? Eric's face slumped, his voice tinged with emotion. How could you tell me you were dying to my face like that? He reminded her of her earlier words, spoken with a smile that now seemed haunting. I'm dying. Lucia's voice was gentle, her words a soft correction. I didn't say it all perky like that. Eric's deep breath was audible, his expression a mix of frustration and concern. Humph. That's what it felt like. Lucia's gaze turned introspective, her voice laced with contemplation. Actually, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. There are a lot of things I can't understand about this world. Her eyes refocused on Eric, her determination evident. And I've been thinking about what I can do to contribute. The first thing that came to mind was helping the girls live a good life instead of getting buried alive. It's the first thing I did when I got here. It's really important to me. Please let me go. Eric's hand extended towards her, his palm open in a pleading gesture. But it sounds like you're planning to accept death. His hand cradled her face, his touch warm and gentle. I can't just watch you die. Please don't give up just because you believe it's your time. Eric's voice was a heartfelt beg, his eyes locked onto hers. Please. For me. Lucia's gaze fixed onto Eric, her expression softening. Her voice was polite, yet laced with a hint of resolve. Eric, okay. I'll try. Lucia arrived at the meeting with Marquis Adelaide's attendant, apologizing promptly. Sorry to keep you waiting. The attendant, Pedro, smiled graciously. Not at all. I'm Pedro, Marquis Adelaide's attendant. The Marquis is planning a dinner party, and she sent me to place an order. As they sat at the tea table, Pedro elaborated on the Marquis's requirements. Ideally, every dish would be unique, but if that's too difficult, you could just prepare 50 plates of food and decorate them differently. We were hoping you could fill the table with beautiful food. Lucia's eyes narrowed slightly, her mind already racing with the logistical challenges. When do you need all this by? Pedro's response was crisp and efficient. I'll come tomorrow afternoon to fetch everything. Lucia thought to herself. That's not much time, but I think I can handle it. She steeled herself for the challenge ahead, her mind racing with menu ideas and logistics. Meanwhile, Marquis Adelaide's attendant, Jude, approached Serena, inquiring, "Where's the owner of this store?" Serena's response was polite but cautious. "Can I help you?" Jude explained his urgent request. "I need some food prepared by tomorrow." However, Pedro, who had been discussing his own order with Lucia, intervened. "I'm afraid that's not possible, Jude. I placed my order first, and as you can see, there aren't many workers here." Jude's expression turned firm, his voice laced with a hint of entitlement. "Are you the owner? I'm sorry, but my master gave me very specific orders. If the store can't fill both orders, they can choose one." Jude's finger wagged accusingly at Pedro as he declared, "Let's see if they choose the Marquis order or the order from Count Fermil, the most influential man in the capital." He added, his voice dripping with condescension, "My master is planning to entertain a woman who's caught his fancy. You don't need to make a lot of food. All you need to do is create a special dish using roses." With a parting shot, Jude turned to leave, saying, "I'll let the guard know you're coming. Deliver the food by 5. Pedro's shoulders slumped in defeat, his voice laced with worry. Oh dear. The Marquis was so looking forward to this. Lucia let out a deep sigh, her eyes rolling heavenward. How did we end up here? The tension was palpable, the conflicting demands and looming deadlines leaving Lucia and Pedro in a precarious position, torn between two powerful patrons with competing interests. In the dimly lit castle, a mysterious figure handed a package wrapped in red cloth to a man shrouded in black. "Here you are," he said, his voice low and gravelly. The man in black took the package and sniffed it, a sly smile spreading across his face. "I was wondering whose soul stole the power of the moon. It turned out to be a charming young lady." He chuckled to himself, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "She had a pure soul, better suited to that body." As he spoke, a glimpse of pink hair and a small sword became visible, hinting at the identity of the young lady. "Indeed, I saw her before. She had such captivating eyes." The man in black continued, his voice dripping with malice. "All that's left is for Lucia to take this sword." He turned to the mysterious figure, seeking guidance. "What should I say to her when we meet?" Alvis and Lucia sat in the living room of Rose Palace, bathed in warm rays of sunlight streaming through the window. The room was filled with a sense of clarity and radiance, but Lucia's mind was elsewhere. Deep in thought, she worried. "I have to fill 2 orders by tomorrow. What do I do?" She sighed, weighing her options. "I should accept Marquis Adelaide's order, since it came first. But I can't ignore someone as influential as Count Fermil." Alvis, noticing her distraction, asked, "You don't seem very focused on class lately." Lucia's composure faltered, and she admitted, "I'm sorry, Prince Alvis. I'm just having some trouble with my store. I got 2 orders at the same time. What would you do in this case?" Her eyes pleaded for guidance, seeking the wisdom of her friend and student. Alvis's expression turned thoughtful, his mind already racing with potential solutions to Lucia's dilemma. Lucia informed Alvis about the orders, stating, "One is for a Marquis who needs 50 plates of desserts, and the other is for Count Fermil, who wants to entertain a woman who's caught his fancy." She further explained, "The second order isn't that big, but he wants me to use roses as a special ingredient." Alvis responded, "Well, I've never fancied a girl before, so I don't know how it works. Do you have to eat together?" He offered a suggestion, saying, "I think it'd be better to just enjoy each other's company than eat a meal. Same with you and His Majesty." Lucia nodded in agreement with Alvis, her eyes sparkling with understanding as she said, "Enjoy each other's company. You're right, they don't have to eat together." Her voice was filled with conviction, and her slender fingers drummed a gentle rhythm on the armrest. She pondered, her brow furrowed in thought. What do a man and woman need to spend a nice evening? Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Eric entered, asking, "How's class, Lucia?" while casually twisting his arms in a relaxed gesture. His eyes scanned the room, locking onto Lucia with a hint of warmth. Lucia and Alvis were both astonished, exclaiming in unison, "Your Majesty!" Their voices were laced with surprise, and they exchanged a brief, knowing glance. Lucia added, "I thought you were busy." Her tone was laced with skepticism, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Eric replied, "Ahem. I'm simply checking on class." His tone was formal, but his eyes betrayed a hint of mischief. Alvis and Lucia both thought, "Liar." Their unspoken agreement was evident in their identical expressions of disbelief. Alvis began grumbling in anger. "You liar! You came here to see Lucia." His voice was low and even, but his words conveyed a sense of indignation. Eric issued a command to Felix, his voice firm but polite. "Felix, take Prince Alvis back to his room." His eyes flicked to Alvis, his expression hinting at a subtle warning. Felix replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He turned to Alvis and asked for permission, his tone deferential. "Allow me to escort you, Your Highness." As they departed, Alvis expressed his reluctance, his voice tinged with disappointment. "I wanted to talk to Lucia more." He cast a longing glance at Lucia, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Eric approached Lucia, his movements fluid and confident. He said, "Alvis seems to have taken a liking to you." His tone was laced with amusement, and his eyes crinkled at the corners. Lucia laughed, her voice melodious. "Haha, yeah? I've learned a lot from our classes too." Her smile faltered for a moment, and she hesitated before responding to Eric's next question. Eric asked her, "How was your outing? No problems, I trust?" His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze piercing as he awaited her response. Lucia's expression turned uncertain, her brow furrowing as she weighed her words. She took a deep sigh, her shoulders rising and falling with emotion, and said, "Well, things got complicated." Her voice trailed off, hinting at the turmoil brewing within her. Lucia shared her concerns with Eric, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. "The store is still small, but we got a couple of orders at once. Eric, what do you think a couple needs for a romantic evening? They don't need food, do they?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, seeking his insight. She added, "One customer said he wanted a dish made of roses, but what if I made something else?" Her brow furrowed, weighing the possibilities. "I was thinking of making candles instead. Something rose-scented would be nice." She sought his suggestion, her tone hopeful. Eric's expression turned thoughtful, his eyes narrowing as he considered her question. He replied, "I think that's an excellent idea. You don't just sell food, after all. You have all kinds of rose products at your store." His voice was filled with encouragement, his smile warm. Lucia agreed, her face lighting up with understanding. "Right? So that means I have to leave the palace again." Her voice trailed off, hinting at her reluctance. "I'm supposed to deliver Count Vermille's order myself. Can I?" She sought Eric's permission, her eyes locked onto his. Eric remained silent, his expression contemplative, as Lucia began to think aloud. "He's been acting so protective of me ever since I told him I was dying." Her eyes drifted off, lost in thought. Seated close to her on the sofa, Eric's proximity was comforting, yet his silence was unsettling. Lucia's gaze met his, searching for reassurance. She said, "You told me before that you couldn't just watch me die. I feel the same way. I can't just sit around waiting to die. For your sake." Her voice was laced with determination, her eyes shining with conviction. She added, "And naturally, for mine too." A soft smile played on her lips. "So don't worry. I won't give up no matter what." With a gentle touch, she kissed his forehead, seeking to soothe his concerns. Then, with a polite pat on his face, she said, "Just wait. I'll be right back. Her tone was reassuring yet firm. Eric's expression turned stern, his eyes narrowing. All right. But it's dangerous outside the palace. Please bring a bodyguard. His voice was laced with concern, his jaw set in determination. Lucia dismissed his worry with a wave of her hand. Just to drop some stuff off? Her tone was incredulous yet playful. Eric insisted. You're not leaving without a guard. His voice was firm, brooking no argument. Lucia relented, her expression softening. Okay. She agreed, knowing that Eric's concern stemmed from his care for her. Lucia and Jace arrived at the other palace, their brown overcoats billowing behind them. Jace approached the guard and announced, "We have an order from Rose Perfume." His voice was clear and confident. The guard nodded and replied, "The butler is waiting for you. Please come in." His tone was formal, yet polite. As they entered the palace, Lucia couldn't help but notice the eerie silence. The halls were empty, and the only sound was the soft echo of their footsteps. Jace's warning was whispered in her ear. "Stay close, my lady. Something doesn't feel right." His eyes scanned the surroundings, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Lucia reassured him. "I'll just explain that I made candles instead of food, then we'll leave." Her voice was steady, but her heart beat slightly faster. The guard led them deeper into the palace, his directions punctuated by the creaking of old wooden floorboards. "This way. My master will be here soon." As Lucia stepped into the designated room, she was enveloped in pitch darkness. She thought, "Why is it so dark in here? Is he seriously going to meet a girl here?" Her eyes strained to adjust to the darkness, her senses on high alert. At that moment, the sound of a door slamming shook the air. Someone had slammed the door shut, and Lucia's heart skipped a beat. She turned back and rushed towards the door, her hands pounding against the wood as she shouted, "Jace!" But instead of Jace's response, a low, melancholic voice drifted through the darkness, accompanied by the soft flicker of candlelight. "There was a woman I loved once. She loved roses too. She would give me the biggest smile when I brought her roses from the Empress Garden." Lucia's eyes adjusted to the dim light, and she saw a figure standing before her, a nostalgic smile on his face. She demanded, "Who are you?" The figure's smile grew wider as he replied, "We meet at last." His eyes seemed to hold a deep sadness, yet a spark of warmth. Lucia's mind raced as she reminded him. "That guy. I saw him in my room after the palace got attacked." The figure scratched his neck, his expression turning sheepish. "Nice to see you again, Lucia." "No, Lucia is dead." "What's your name?" Lucia's thoughts reeled as she realized. "He knows about me?" The figure's laughter echoed through the room, a low, husky sound. "Haha, don't worry. Only I know your secret. I'm Harry. Harry Eurasian." Lucia's eyes widened as she thought. Harry Eurasian. The prince who died when he tried to become emperor? Harry stepped forward, his eyes glinting in the candlelight. "I didn't think Edric had it in him, but he slashed my throat." His voice was laced with a mix of sadness and irony. Lucia's curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Harry, "If you're dead, how are you moving?" Her eyes narrowed, seeking clarification. Harry's smile grew wider as he expanded his hand, his fingers splayed in a gesture of explanation. "Thanks to my deal with the demon, my soul is still very much alive." His voice was laced with a hint of irony. "But I can't do anything in this form." He glanced down at his translucent body, his expression tinged with regret. He added, "When my body died, I lost the imperial gold tint to my hair." His gaze drifted off, lost in thought. Lucia's mind reeled as she connected the dots. "So you're the one who placed that order under Count Vermill's name?" Her eyes locked onto Harry's, seeking answers. "What do you want with me?" Harry's laughter echoed through the room once more, a low, husky sound. "Haha, easy now. I just want to talk to you." His eyes crinkled at the corners, his smile reassuring. He asked her, "Are you happy with your life in this world, Lucia?" His gaze pierced hers, seeking the truth. Lucia's thoughts whirled as Harry continued. I'll give you a chance to choose. I can get a new body, and you can go back where you came from. His words hung in the air, a tantalizing offer. As Lucia arrived at the customer's location to deliver the order, she was met with an unexpected surprise. Harry. His ethereal form seemed to shimmer in the dim light, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. He began to explain the circumstances of his existence. Thanks to my deal with the demon, my soul is still very much alive. His voice was low and husky, sending a shiver down Lucia's spine. But I can't do anything in this form. His gaze drifted off, as if remembering the life he once knew. Then, his eyes snapped back to Lucia, and he presented an offer that made her heart skip a beat. So I have a proposal for you. His hand waved in a languid gesture, as if beckoning her towards a tantalizing prospect. I can get a new body, he continued, his voice dripping with persuasion. And you can go back where you came from. The words hung in the air, a tempting promise that left Lucia reeling. She flinched immediately, her mind racing with the implications. She didn't know what to say, her thoughts tangled in a web of confusion and curiosity. The silence between them grew thick, heavy with the weight of Harry's offer. A girl, dressed in a crisp white shirt, sat behind the wheel of her car, navigating through the heavy traffic with growing frustration. She honked the horn repeatedly, her irritation evident in her tone. Ugh, I hate traffic. Why are they making us go all the way to Seoul? Her eyes rolled in exasperation, her brow furrowed in disappointment. She glanced at the clock on the dashboard, her expression turning dismayed. This is bad. I'm gonna be really late. She let out a deep sigh, her shoulders sagging in defeat. I'm so sick of this. On the passenger seat, a framed photo of a girl and an older woman caught her eye. She picked it up, her voice softening as she spoke to the image. Hello? Hey, Mom. Don't worry, I got it. Okay. Just then, Harry's voice cut through her thoughts, his words weaving a mysterious tale. I never expected you to enter this body. It was a complete coincidence. Our souls collided, throwing me from the body. That's how all this came about. His voice was low and hypnotic, drawing her into a world beyond the confines of her car. Harry's sigh was heavy with longing as he asked, Don't you want to go back to your old life? His eyes seemed to bore into Lucia's soul, as if searching for a glimmer of desire. Lucia's thoughts whirled as she considered his question. Go back to my old life. Now? Her mind raced with the implications, her heart torn between two worlds. She added, her voice barely above a whisper. But if my real body is in a coma, then Mom. Her words trailed off, concern etched on her face. Harry's hand extended, his palm upturned in a gesture of reassurance. The problem is, I couldn't use that body even if you left it. Once a vessel has been possessed, it's impossible for yet another soul to take it. His voice was laced with a hint of regret. His eyes locked onto Lucia's, his gaze intense. But then, a sly smile spread across his face, and he snickered. It'll all work out if you do as I say. You know you're going to die if you stay in that body. I can change that. His words dripped with persuasion, his tone confident. Harry's hand emerged from the shadows, holding a dagger that seemed to gleam with an otherworldly energy. He presented it to Lucia, his voice low and urgent. Take this dagger. The blade began to swirl towards her, as if drawn by an invisible force. Lucia's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing with trepidation. Harry's words were laced with an air of mystery. I've imbued it with my power. Take this and do what I tell you. His eyes seemed to bore into her soul, as if willing her to comply. He added, his voice dripping with persuasion. Then you can go back to your own world. You don't even need to carry it around with you. I cast a spell on it so that it'll just appear when the time's right. The dagger seemed to pulsate with an eerie glow, as if alive. Just as Lucia hesitated, Jace burst into the room, slamming the door open. His voice was laced with concern. Lady Lucia! Are you all right? His eyes scanned the space, searching for any signs of danger. Lucia turned towards him, her voice trembling. Jace! There! He's gone! Her words trailed off, her mind still reeling from Harry's ominous presence. But Harry's parting words still echoed in her ears. If you want to go back, you'd better make sure there's nothing still holding you here. The dagger, now vanished, seemed to leave behind a lingering sense of unease. Lucia entered Eric's room, her heart heavy with secrets. Eric sat on the bed, his eyes warm with affection as he held her hand. Lucia's voice trembled. Eric, there's something I have to tell you. I'm not worthy of your love. Eric's expression changed from calm to shocked. What do you mean? What happened? His grip on her hand tightened, as if sensing her turmoil. Lucia took a deep breath before revealing the truth. I went to Count Vermil's place today and I met the dead Prince Harry. Eric's eyes widened, his face pale with surprise. She continued, her words spilling out in a rush. He knows about me. He showed me my world. He said he could help me go back there. Not that there's much point in going back now, but I feel bad for my mom. I left her all alone there. I don't think I can be happy here when I think of her like that. Eric's voice was laced with concern. You met Harry? His eyes searched hers, seeking answers. Lucia nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. She paused, collecting her thoughts. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit tempted. So I heard him out. Her gaze drifted off, lost in memories. When I first got here, it was so hard for me to adjust. The other women in the palace were really intimidating, and there was so much I didn't know. Her eyes refocused on Eric, her expression vulnerable. Lucia's words poured out in a heartfelt confession. Relationships are weird here too. All these girls from noble families stuck in a one-sided love. But now that I've finally started to adjust, I've found a way to go back. And, if I go back, maybe I don't have to die. Her voice trembled with emotion. He didn't tell me any specifics, but there's definitely a way. She continued, her thoughts spilling out in a rush. There are people I love in this world and in the world I came from. I'm a bit torn. But I love you, Eric. And there are other people I treasure in this world too. I just don't know what to do. Eric's expression was gentle, his eyes filled with understanding. He held her hand, his voice soft and polite. What do you call lovers in the world you came from? Lucia replied, her voice barely above a whisper. We usually call them a couple. Eric's smile was tender. Then let's become a couple. His words hung in the air, a heartfelt request. I won't force you to stay here or choose me. I won't try to stop you, go back to the people you love. But please just love me until you leave. Stay by my side until then. Lucia's eyes welled up with tears. I can't. What happens to you after I leave? Eric's expression turned resolute. It's better to return to your world than to die here. His voice was firm, yet laced with a hint of sadness. Eric's arms wrapped tightly around Lucia, his voice filled with emotion. Just leave me a memory of your love I'll never forget. I don't want to waste another minute. His words were a heartfelt plea, his hug a desperate attempt to hold on to her. Lucia's tears flowed freely, her heart overflowing with love. They lay beside each other on the bed, their bodies entwined. Lucia's smile was radiant, her eyes shining with happiness. What a day! I went to the store in the morning, then I made rose candles with Prince Alvis, then I went to the Count's place. It's so nice spending time together like this after a long day. Her eyes closed, her voice barely above a whisper. And now we're a couple. I've never been happier in my life. It's like a dream. Her face glowed with joy, her heart full of love. Eric gazed at her, his eyes filled with adoration. Sweet dreams, Lucia. His thoughts turned inward, his mind racing with determination. Harry, even in death you haven't given up, and now you've dragged Lucia into this. I know why he unleashed those monsters in Rose Palace. I'll make sure the palace stays out of harm's way from now on. I won't let her die. His jaw clenched, his resolve strengthened. He would protect Lucia at all costs, ensuring her safety and happiness. Lucia slept peacefully in Eric's bed, surrounded by the warmth and comfort of his room. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow over everything. Eric's gentle kiss on her forehead roused her from slumber. "Good morning," he whispered, his breath tickling her skin. Lucia's eyes fluttered open, and she smiled sheepishly. "Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to sleep so late again." Eric's smile was reassuring. "No, I just woke up early." His fingers stroked her face, his touch tender. She asked, her voice still husky from sleep. "Why didn't you wake me?" Eric's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Then I wouldn't be able to watch you sleep. Don't worry about a thing now." Lucia's cheeks flushed. "I probably look weird when I sleep." Eric's voice was filled with sincerity. "No, you're gorgeous." He leaned in closer, his lips inches from hers. Lucia moved away, laughing. "It's no fair doing that all of a sudden." Eric's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Why not?" He started to wrap his arms around her neck, pulling her closer. But before he could kiss her, Lucia's gaze shifted to the door, where Prince Alvis stood, his arms crossed and a stern expression on his face. "Prince Alvis!" Lucia exclaimed, startled. Alvis's voice was dry. "What did you do now?" His eyes narrowed, his gaze flicking between Lucia and Eric. Lucia's face grew hot with embarrassment as Eric asked, innocent, "What's not fair?" Eric's face darkened with anger. "You dare wander into my chambers?" His voice was low and menacing. Alvis remained calm, his expression unruffled. "It was time for class, but Ms. Lucia didn't show up. I came looking for her." His eyes flicked to Lucia, his gaze softening. Lucia's eyes widened in realization. "Oh no, the time. I'm so sorry, Your Highness." She turned to Serena, who stood nearby. "Serena, can you get me something to eat?" Serena curtsied. "Yes, my lady." Alvis sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly. Damien, who had been quietly observing the scene, stepped forward. While you're at it, could you prepare something for me too?" Eric's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing. "What are you doing here?" Damien chuckled. "There aren't a lot of places I can go comfortably." He seemed to be hiding a secret, his eyes glinting with amusement. Eric thought to himself, "I probably shouldn't say I came to join in on the fun." The group made their way to the breakfast table, Alvis joining Eric and Lucia. As they ate, Alvis exclaimed, "Wow! It's so nice having breakfast together." His smile was genuine, his eyes sparkling with warmth. Lucia smiled warmly. "Yeah, we should do this more often." Eric's laughter was infectious. "Haha, I hope you don't mind if I join." Damien arrived, looking a bit frazzled. "There are so many nobles in the palace that there's nowhere for me to rest." He took a deep breath, his expression turning wry. "Ever since he showed his face, everyone has been lining up to meet His Majesty." Alvis nodded thoughtfully. "This is the only quiet place left. But I'm happy to see the palace bustling again after so long." Damien added, his voice filled with excitement. "Everyone wants to meet His Majesty in person, and I even heard people are coming from all over to declare their loyalty to him." Alvis's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Wow, that must mean there'll be a ball this year." Damien turned to Eric, his curiosity piqued. "I was just about to ask His Majesty about that." Lucia's eyes widened with interest. "A ball?" Eric began to explain, his voice filled with nostalgia. "The palace traditionally hosts a ball every year. Although there hasn't been one for a while, since His Majesty wouldn't show his face." The group's conversation was filled with anticipation, their excitement building at the prospect of the upcoming ball. Alvis's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's great! There's lots of food and so much to see. You can try desserts from all over the world, too." Lucia's thoughts whirled with wonder. "A real ball! I've only ever read about them in books." she added, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Plus, I get to try lots of different desserts? That'll help me create some new recipes for my store. Meanwhile, Eric arrived at the Holy Temple, seeking guidance. Father Benedict knelt in prayer, his eyes closed in devotion. Eric's voice broke the silence. It's been a while, Father Benedict. Father Benedict replied without turning back. Your Majesty. He slowly turned to face Eric, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. He bowed his head, his voice filled with reverence. It's been a very long time. I feared I'd never see you again. Eric's question was laced with a hint of skepticism. God didn't say anything about it? Father Benedict's eyes narrowed, his tone cautious. Did you come all this way just to pick a fight? You're not still mad, are you? Eric's irritation flared. Ugh, who, me? Mad? His voice rose, his emotions simmering just below the surface. Eric's voice dripped with sarcasm. No, I've completely forgotten how you pretended to know nothing when I was accused of being possessed by a demon. I only nearly died on the battlefield because of it. Father Benedict's expression remained calm, but his eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. He asked, his tone neutral. More importantly, what brings you here? You didn't come here because you missed me, did you? Eric's gaze turned cold, his eyes narrowing. Isn't Harry buried under this temple? Father Benedict's nod was slow, his eyes cautious. That's right. Why do you ask? Eric's words sent a shiver down Father Benedict's spine. I want to dig up his grave. Father Benedict's shock was palpable. What? His mind racing, he thought. I suppose even the Emperor needs permission before touching a grave on temple land. His eyes locked onto Eric's, a silent challenge issued. Father Benedict's thoughts were laced with disbelief. I can't believe that's why he came back here. He may have committed a grave sin, but he was still part of the Eurasian family. There's no reason to unearth his grave. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't give you my permission. Just then, Lependon appeared, his majestic white fur gleaming in the temple light. Father Benedict's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my! Master Lependon! What brings you here? Eric's thoughts were filled with curiosity. Isn't that Lucia's white tiger? He turned to Father Benedict, his voice laced with skepticism. Does he still look like a kid to you? Father Benedict's expression turned solemn. You've done your part. He's become an emperor worthy of following. But still, digging up a prince's grave dash. Lependon's voice cut him off, his tone authoritative. As a guardian spirit, I give you my permission. Follow me, Your Majesty. Father Benedict's eyes locked onto Eric's, his gaze filled with a deep meaning. Everything you went through, it was all for you. Eric's voice was laced with uncertainty. For me? Would you still say that if I had died? Father Benedict's words were cut off by Eric's interruption. That's enough. I've forgotten about the past. From now on, I only want to look ahead. Eric's eyes seemed to bore into the future, his jaw set in determination. Eric stood resolute before the holy temple, his purpose clear, to uncover the secrets buried with Harry. He had sought permission from Father Benedict, but the old man had refused, his expression a mask of sorrow. Undeterred, Eric declared, I've forgotten about the past. From now on, I only want to look ahead. His words hung in the air, a testament to his unwavering determination. Father Benedict's gaze lingered on Eric's face, his eyes clouding with memories. The last time I saw you, you were just a boy, he whispered. You've grown, Your Majesty. With a gentle nod, he relented, leading Eric to the grave. The coffin came into view, its wooden surface weathered and worn. Eric's eyes fixed upon it, his thoughts a jumble of emotions. Lependon's voice cut through the silence, his tone laced with impatience. Well? What are you waiting for? Eric's response was a surprise, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you know how to save Lucia? His eyes locked onto Lependon's, his gaze burning with a desperate intensity. The air was heavy with anticipation, as if the fate of the world hung in the balance. Le Pendant's eyes narrowed, his voice low and curious. "Why do you ask?" Eric's response was curt, his jaw set in determination. "Do I need a reason?" Le Pendant's gaze lingered on Eric's face, his expression thoughtful. Her soul needs to settle completely into her body. You must do your part to keep death at bay. Eric nodded, his mind racing with the weight of Le Pendant's words. "I'll keep that in mind." In a flash of movement, Le Pendant transformed into his beast form, his massive paws swiping at the coffin. The wood splintered, the lid cracking open. Eric's heart raced as he lifted the lid, his eyes scanning the interior. But instead of the expected sight of Harry's remains, the coffin was empty. Eric's voice was laced with confusion. "It's empty." Le Pendant's beast form loomed over the coffin, his eyes gleaming with a knowing intensity. The air was thick with tension, the silence punctuated only by the sound of Eric's ragged breathing. The question hung in the air: what did Harry want with Lucia, and why was his coffin empty? Damien burst into the office, a look of urgency etched on his face. He clutched a worn leather book, its pages yellowed with age. "I've investigated the mystery of the coffin, Your Majesty," he announced, his voice breathless. Eric's eyes narrowed, his interest piqued. "Go on," he commanded, his voice firm. Damien opened the book, revealing pages filled with ancient text and illustrations. "This book tells all about humans making deals with demons," he explained, his finger tracing the lines of text. "It also talks about humans summoning monsters. The demon is called Devilus. He grants humans a new body in exchange for their souls." Eric's eyes widened, his face pale. He flinched, as if the words had struck him physically. Damien continued, his voice steady. "Once a contract is made, the human becomes branded with the demon's seal. This is the same symbol we found on the coffin." Eric's gaze was fixed on Damien, his attention riveted. He sat motionless, his mind racing with the implications. The air was thick with tension, the silence heavy with foreboding. Damien exhaled heavily, his expression grave. "It seems Prince Harry is back. You must do something. There must be a reason he's going after Rose Palace." Eric's eyes darkened, his mind racing with the implications. Damien continued, his voice laced with a mix of shock and disgust. "Harry, back when you were alive, you did all you could to get the throne. But to imagine you going so far as to make a deal with a demon." Eric's jaw clenched, his thoughts consumed by the urgency of the situation. "We don't know what he's planning. In order to buy some time, we need to distract him." He turned to Damien, his eyes narrowing. "How much time left before the ball?" Damien's brow furrowed, his voice laced with concern. "About a week, Your Majesty." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression anxious. "But considering the ogre attack, don't you think it'd be better to postpone the ball?" Eric's gaze turned inward, his thoughts weighing the options. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. "No. We will proceed with the ball." His voice was firm, his jaw set. Damien's eyes widened, but he nodded nonetheless. Eric's orders were clear. "Before then, I want you to find out everything you can about this contract. We don't know what to expect, so we need to be prepared for anything." Damien bowed his head, his response crisp. "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, in a cozy kitchen, Lucia was engrossed in her task, her hands moving with precision. The sweet aroma of baked goods wafted through the air, mingling with the soft clinking of utensils. Dough and a rolling pin lay on the counter, while Lucia held a whipping bag, poised to ice the cake. Her thoughts drifted to Eric, a warm smile spreading across her face. "I can't wait to share this cake with Eric. It's been a minute since I made a cake. I hope it tastes all right." Just then, Alvis burst into the kitchen, his voice cheerful. "Ms. Lucia! What are you making?" Lucia's eyes sparkled with surprise, her whipping bag momentarily forgotten. "Prince Alvis! How long have you been there?" Alvis grinned mischievously. I just got here. Lucia's smile returned, her hands resuming their task. I made a cake. Lucia's eyes sparkled with creativity. What do you think? I'm going to add some more cream and decorate it with roses. Alvis's curiosity got the better of him, and he dipped his finger into the cream on the cake, taking a taste. Lucia's eyes widened, awaiting his response. Instead of answering her question, Alvis asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Why are you putting so much effort into this cake? Lucia's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Well, I was planning to give it to Eric, but I'm not sure what he likes. Alvis's face lit up with a knowing smile, his hands clasped behind his back. You're in luck. I know him better than anyone. He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I think that one looks best. Why don't you give him that? The cake was a masterpiece, its beauty and aroma captivating. Strawberries and cream adorned its surface, making it almost too beautiful to eat. Lucia's eyes shone with excitement. Sounds good. A knock at the door broke the spell, and Trudy slipped into the kitchen, her voice soft. Lucia? Are you in here? Lucia's eyes widened in surprise, her hands still clutching the whipping bag. Oh, hey Trudy. Alvis, still holding the cake, turned to face the newcomer. Trudy's eyes landed on him, and she curtsied, her movements graceful. Oh, Your Highness! Her voice was laced with reverence. What an unexpected pleasure! I'm Trudy Venedilla. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. Alvis's response was curt, his gaze already drifting away. He ignored Trudy's outstretched hand and turned to Lucia. See you later, Ms. Lucia. Lucia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Going so soon? But Alvis was already gone, leaving the two women alone. In the living room, Lucia and Trudy sat amidst plush cushions, their conversation flowing easily. Trudy's voice was tinged with wistfulness. It feels like the Emperor and even the Prince always just look right through me. Lucia's expression was empathetic, her hand reaching out to offer comfort. Don't worry about it too much, Trudy. Her voice was soothing, a gentle balm to Trudy's fragile ego. Trudy's hands cradled her cup of tea, her voice tinged with a mix of resignation and determination. To His Majesty, I'm nothing but a single rose in a blooming garden. I'm just a resident of the palace, not deserving of any special attention. She took a sip, her eyes gazing into the distance. But the funny thing is, even though I know that, I can't leave. Thanks to you, I think I'll have a chance to meet the Emperor soon. I know he's already in love with you, but I still have to try. So I came to apologize in advance. Lucia's laughter burst forth, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Trudy's face scrunched in confusion. Why are you laughing? I'm serious. Lucia's giggles continued, her words barely intelligible. You're just so cute. Trudy's expression turned skeptical, her voice laced with conviction. My brother always says that too, but I know when I'm being teased. I can't deny my feelings. I'm really going to try. As Lucia's laughter subsided, her thoughts turned introspective. If I can't escape death, then I hope someone like Trudy becomes Eric's wife, someone who will truly care for him. Her voice was barely audible, her lips moving silently. It doesn't have to be me, Trudy's ears perked up, her eyes narrowing. Did you say something? Lucia shook her head, her smile enigmatic. Nope, nothing. But her thoughts continued, a silent plea. It doesn't have to be me, but I want Eric to be loved deeply by someone. The next day, the breakfast table was transformed into a culinary paradise. Lucia, radiant in a yellow outfit, clapped her hands excitedly. It's a present! Before Eric lay a majestic cake, surrounded by an assortment of pastries and bakery items. Lucia's eyes sparkled with creativity. These were originally for Count Vermil. They said the roses didn't have to be used in food, so I used them for scented candles instead. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she picked up a fork, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm not sure if the cake will be to your liking, though. Eric's gaze locked onto hers, his smile warm. I like everything you make. Lucia's blush deepened as she sliced a piece of cake, her fork trembling slightly. Come on. Have a taste. Eric's eyes twinkled with mischief. Will you feed it to me? Lucia's face turned crimson, her voice stammering. Huh! That's so embarrassing. But Eric's grip on her hand was gentle, his voice persuasive. Why not? We're a couple, aren't we? Lucia's heart skipped a beat, her mind reeling. She started feeding him the cake, their fingers intertwined. Lucia's voice was barely audible, her heart racing. Are you serious? Eric's smile was his only response, his eyes shining with affection. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her voice playful. You're teasing me, aren't you? Eric's laughter was warm, his eyes crinkling at the corners. It tastes better when you feed it to me. Lucia's face lit up with a smile. Well? Do you like it? Eric's nod was enthusiastic. It's good. Lucia's happiness was palpable, her voice bubbly. Glad to hear. As they finished their breakfast, Lucia's expression turned serious. Eric, I have the real Lucia's diary. Eric's interest was piqued, his brow furrowed. The real Lucia's diary? Lucia nodded, her voice filled with determination. Yeah. It sounds like her father forced her to come here before she got poisoned. Her eyes locked onto Eric's, her gaze intense. I'm trying to find out who really killed her. There was a dried rose petal tucked in the book, and I realized it was an edible variety. She extended her hand, her palm open. In case there's a connection, I'd like to know how Isla was poisoned. Eric's grip was polite, his voice reassuring. We're still looking into it. I'll let you know if I find something out. Lucia's gaze held his, her eyes searching. And I was wondering if we could release any other women who were forced to come here like Lucia. Her voice was soft, yet laced with conviction. Eric's expression was thoughtful, his nod slow. Eric's brow furrowed, his voice laced with concern. Release them? Lucia's nod was emphatic, her eyes shining with conviction. Yeah. I want them to go find whatever it is they love and be happy. Eric's expression turned serious, his voice measured. Lucia, the reason those women are still in the palace is because we haven't found the culprit yet, the person who poisoned the real Lucia. Meanwhile, in the Rose Palace, a flurry of activity filled the air. Ladies in waiting bustled about, preparing for the upcoming ball. A lady servant busied herself taking measurements, her tape fluttering as she moved from one lady to the next. One of the ladies whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. On the night of the full moon, they're holding a ball in the grand hall. She snickered, her voice barely audible. I'll finally see His Majesty up close. Swan's friend, Rachel, sat nearby, her nails being attended to. She rolled her eyes, her thoughts dismissive. Humph, babbling fool. There's no way the Emperor will notice you just because you're at the same ball. Inviting everyone in Rose Palace is just an excuse to invite Lucia. The lady beside her noticed her quiet contemplation and nudged her. Rachel! The lady's voice was tinged with concern. Why are you so quiet? Rachel's sigh was audible, her response laced with sarcasm. I doubt His Majesty will notice us unless we're naked. The lady's eyes widened, her face aghast. What? You're not actually going naked, are you? Rachel's gaze drifted away, her thoughts dismissive. Ha! Is she seriously that stupid? Swan made me uncomfortable, but at least I could talk to her. Looks like Count Taegun will send just about anyone to Rose Palace. The lady's hands began to tremble, her voice laced with desperation. But if His Majesty doesn't notice me, the Count will force me to leave. It's all because of that Lucia. Don't you think we should do something about her? Rachel's thoughts were cynical, her eyes rolling inwardly. Everyone is out for her head. The air was thick with tension, the lady's whispers and glances weaving a web of intrigue and competition. The mention of Lucia's name had sparked a fire, and it seemed that Rachel was not the only one harboring resentment towards the mysterious woman. Serena's voice was crisp, her words punctuated with a curtsy. "The ball is in 3 days, my lady." Lucia's thoughts whirled, her mind racing with possibilities. So soon? Is this what Trudy meant? Is this how she's going to use me to meet Eric? Serena's smile was warm, her eyes sparkling with good news. Marquis Adelaide will also be at the ball. She was so satisfied with your food that she placed another order to bring to the ball. Lucia's interest was piqued, her ears perked up. Serena continued, her voice filled with excitement. And she seems to have taken a liking to Spooky's and Lua's younger siblings. She said she wished to sponsor their education, but if you're uncomfortable, why dash? Lucia's interruption was swift, her voice filled with delight. What? That's great news! Spooky will be thrilled. Lucia's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes shining with warmth. The news had brought a ray of sunshine to her day, and she couldn't wait to share it with Spooky. The ball, once a source of anxiety, now seemed like a promising opportunity. Serena's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Wow, thank you, my lady! Lucia's brow furrowed, her mind turning to practicalities. But Serena, do I have a dress to wear to the ball? Serena's nod was reassuring. The tailor will come by soon. The tailor is ready for your fitting, my lady. Lucia's sigh was laced with reluctance. This is too much work. Can't I just wear a dress I already have? Serena's expression was firm, her voice gentle but insistent. All the other ladies will be wearing splendid dresses in the latest fashion. Lucia's shrug was nonchalant. Who cares? Serena's smile was knowing, her eyes twinkling with amusement. I do. She gestured towards the door, her voice coaxing. Go in, my lady. Lucia's agreement was playful, her tone teasing. Okay, fine. She knew Serena would not rest until she was dressed to perfection, and a part of her was excited to see what the tailor had in store. As Lucia stood there, a woman emerged from the room, her eyes locking onto Lucia with an intensity that made her skin prickle. Lucia's thoughts whirled, trying to place the woman. Who's that? I feel like I've seen her around Swan at tea time. The woman's smile was enigmatic, her voice low and mysterious. Lucia, can we talk? So many people are looking for you lately. It's not easy to see you. She gestured towards a nearby room, her eyes glinting with invitation. Let's have a cup of tea. Lucia's excuse was polite, her hands gesturing apologetically. I can't right now. I have a fitting. But the woman's laughter was mocking, her words dripping with venom. Ha! When His Majesty already thinks so much of you? You still want to look even better for him. Lucia's mind reeled, her thoughts racing to keep up. What did she just say? She wondered, her voice firm. What's that supposed to mean? The woman's wave was dismissive, her eyes flashing with warning. Think about it. All the women around us want the same thing you do. Her voice dropped to a whisper, her words barely audible. And I know you want him all to yourself. I won't stand by and watch any longer. As Lucia stepped out of the trial room, she was confronted by the same woman from earlier, her eyes blazing with an unnerving intensity. The woman's voice was laced with malice, her words dripping with venom. I know you went out of your way to approach him after finding out his identity. Lucia's heart skipped a beat, her mind racing to comprehend the woman's motives. She felt a shiver run down her spine as the woman continued, her tone dripping with condescension. You've been lucky enough to gain his affection, but how long do you think that's going to last? The woman's gaze seemed to bore into Lucia's soul, her words cutting deep. You even took the poison. Well, I suppose it worked since it earned you His Majesty's attention. Lucia's sigh was exasperated, her voice firm. I didn't exactly try to poison myself, you know. The woman's laughter was shrill, her eyes glinting with a knowing light. Are you serious? I know everything. Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a threat, leaving Lucia feeling unsettled and wary. The woman's eyes flashed with anger, her voice dripping with venom. You can drop the act. Or did you somehow forget who gave you the idea of taking poison in the first place? Lucia's shock was palpable, her mind reeling as she tried to process the woman's words. The woman's voice was laced with malice, her eyes glinting with a sinister light. We were talking about what we could do to attract the Emperor's attention, and I saw your father, Marquis Padwin, eavesdropping. Lucia's thoughts whirled, trying to connect the dots. The woman's rage was barely contained, her words spilling out in a torrent. Everyone else took just enough poison to attract attention, but then you went and nearly killed yourself. I thought you were just crazy, but in the end, you managed to steal him. Lucia's mind was racing, her thoughts screaming. Lucia's dad? Lucia's voice was firm, her eyes locked on the woman. If you think I'm crazy, why are you telling me all this? The woman's shrug was dismissive, her eyes cold. Look, I don't care about you. I'm just going to use you to get to the Emperor. Wherever you go, he goes. Lucia's sigh was exasperated, her words cut off mid-sentence. What are you, Dash? But before she could finish, Eric stepped in, his presence commanding attention. Romeo and Halo flanked him, their eyes scanning the scene. Eric's voice was authoritative, his eyes narrowing. What's going on here? You're making quite the fuss. The woman, Chloe, turned back towards him, her movements fluid as she knelt. Her voice was sugary sweet, her words dripping with insincerity. Speak of the devil. It's an honor, Your Majesty. I'm Chloe Antonia. Lucia's told me so much about you. She held out a crinkled candy wrapper, her eyes sparkling with fake enthusiasm. She just gave me a piece of her handmade candy to try. They're really good, Lucia. Lucia's eyes rolled, her voice dry. I was wondering who's been stealing all my candy. Chloe's embarrassment was palpable, her stuttering laugh awkward. What are you talking about? Lucia's thoughts were incredulous, her mind racing. Did she seriously just tell such a bold-faced lie right in front of me? The air was thick with tension, the scene unfolding like a twisted game of cat and mouse. Lucia's sigh was laced with frustration, her words tinged with accusation. Sounds like you've run a pretty thorough investigation on me. Chloe's face turned beet red, her voice rising in indignation. Investigation? I've done nothing of the sort. Lucia's voice escalated, her words tumbling out in a rush. Then how do you know so much about me? The argument was becoming increasingly heated, with the two women standing nose to nose. Halo's voice was dry, his words interrupting the fight. You have trust issues, you know that? Romeo chimed in, his eyes narrowing. When did you take my candy? Lucia's shout was exasperated, her hands thrown up in the air. How did you even know I make them? Chloe flinched, her voice stumbling. Well, everyone in Rose Palace knows that. Eric's glare was intimidating, his eyes boring into Chloe's. She took a step back, her eyes darting around the room before snapping and turning to leave. Apologies for keeping you, Your Majesty. Her laughter was shrill, her parting shot laced with malice. I'll see you at the ball. With that, she swept out of the hallway, leaving the others in an uncomfortable silence. As they watched Chloe disappear into the distance, Lucia's voice was tinged with a hint of warning. Please don't forget me. Today was fun, Lucia. She turned to Eric, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Eric, where I come from, there are two kinds of women. Cuddly bears and sly foxes. I suppose that woman was a fox. Eric's smile was enigmatic, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Anyway, what brings you here? He asked, his voice low and smooth. As they strolled through the castle gardens, the sound of the fountain provided a soothing background hum. Lucia's curiosity got the better of her. Was the Rose Palace the late Empress's garden? She asked, her eyes scanning the beautifully manicured lawns. Eric's nod was solemn, his expression introspective. Yes. She loved roses so much she planted them everywhere. Lucia's gaze fell upon the vibrant blooms, her thoughts philosophical. Roses are so peculiar. There are lots of flowers that symbolize love, But roses are always the first that people think of. Eric's voice was filled with nostalgia, his eyes gazing into the past. Mother said roses have a kind of power that attracts people. She always put others first and valued love above all else. Lucia's heart swelled with admiration, her voice barely above a whisper. She must have been very kind. Eric's smile was serene, his eyes locking onto Lucia's with a deep intensity. He took a step closer, his voice filled with longing. Please take care of these roses, Lucia. I'd like to see them bloom beautifully again. I couldn't do anything other than watch them blossom and wilt. His words hung in the air, heavy with emotion. Lucia's heart skipped a beat as Eric's gaze bore into hers, his eyes pleading. In the same way my mother loved roses, I hope you'll love me too. The air was electric, the tension between them palpable. The sound of the fountain seemed to fade into the background, leaving only the two of them, suspended in a moment of raw vulnerability. On the day of the ball, Lucia stood before the mirror, resplendent in a royal blue gown that hugged her curves in all the right places. Her hair was tied loosely, a few stray strands framing her face, and long earrings sparkled like diamonds against her neck. She looked like a true princess, and Spooky's eyes widened in awe as she took in the sight. Simply stunning, my lady! Spooky exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Lucia's smile was warm, her eyes crinkling at the corners. How are you feeling, Spooky? Spooky's face crumpled, and she began to sob, her words tumbling out between gasps. Much better, thanks to you. But I can't believe my one-sided love has come to this. Lucia's expression softened, her voice gentle. Ah, right. You had a little crush on the Lord Chamberlain. Spooky's nod was vigorous, her tears slowing. That's all right. If it had to be someone else, I'm just happy it's you. Lucia's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Uh-huh. Thanks. Spooky's smile was bright, her eyes shining with excitement. Are you ready? Let's go! She offered Lucia her arm, and together they swept out of the room, ready to face whatever the night might bring. As Lucia stepped out of her room, she was met with a sight that took her breath away. Every corner of the castle was transformed into a fairy tale setting, adorned with intricate decorations, sparkling chandeliers, and vibrant flowers. The air was alive with the sweet scent of blooming roses and the soft strains of music. Ladies and gentlemen, dressed in their finest attire, mingled and laughed, their faces aglow with excitement. The tables groaned under the weight of delectable delicacies, from succulent meats to sweet pastries, and the bakery items were a feast for the eyes as well as the taste buds. Lucia, resplendent in her royal blue gown, felt like a true princess as she made her way through the crowds. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a real ball!" as she took in the spectacle. People were dancing and singing, lost in the joy of the moment. As she watched, Lucia's thoughts turned practical. If they have any more of these, the Empire is gonna run out of money soon. She wondered. I wonder if Lucia's family will be here. Her eyes scanned the crowds, searching for familiar faces, as she made her way into the heart of the celebration. At that moment, Felix's voice boomed through the hall, his announcement commanding attention. Announcing His Majesty, the Emperor! The band erupted into a lively tune, the instruments ringing out in joyful harmony. Everyone's eyes turned towards the entrance, their faces filled with anticipation. As the doors creaked open, Eric stepped into the room, his presence commanding the space. He was resplendent in his blue and white royal attire, a red shawl draped elegantly over his shoulders. His eyes sparkled with warmth as he smiled, his voice booming out across the hall. Let the ball begin! Lucia's thoughts were consumed by Eric's dashing appearance. I've never seen Eric all dressed up before. He looks even hotter somehow. She felt a flutter in her chest, her heart skipping a beat as their eyes met. Just as she was indulging in the sight of him, a voice broke the spell. Lucia. She turned to see who was calling her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she realized she had been caught staring at the Emperor. Lucia turned towards the voice, her eyes narrowing slightly as she took in the stranger's appearance. He was a tall, slender man with a distinctive purple hue to his hair, and a smile that seemed to hold a hint of smugness. She replied, her tone cautious. The man's smile broadened, his eyes gleaming with pride. Ah, well done. I knew you'd win the Emperor's love. You've given me much to be proud of. Lucia's mind raced, trying to place this stranger, but his face remained unfamiliar. Then, like a blow to the gut, he spoke the words that made her heart skip a beat. You know you'll always be my daughter, no matter what. Lucia's thoughts reeled as she realized who this man was. Bastard Padwin, her father, the one who had forced her into Rose Palace. Her mind flashed back to the events that had led her here, the poison, the manipulation. She thought, this must be Lucia's dad, the guy who forced her into Rose Palace. I have to find out if he's the one who gave Lucia so much poison. Bastard's voice cut through her thoughts, his words dripping with calculation. Don't let the Emperor down, understood? You're the only chance I have to get my foot in the door. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her heart heavy with the weight of her father's schemes. Bastard's smile grew wider, his eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. Marquis Hanaka has spoken highly of you. It's all thanks to my brilliant choice to put you in that palace. He twisted his arms, his voice dripping with smugness. And after you get your power, what next? TSK. I see you still haven't learned to talk sense. Lucia's eyes widened in horror as she realized the extent of her father's ambition. You poisoned your own daughter just for power? She thought, her mind reeling. He's insane. Bastard's words cut through her thoughts, his voice cold and calculating. You have a duty to restore the honor of your family. Lucia took a deep breath, her mind racing with the implications. Just how high are you planning to go? She wondered. A spark of ambition ignited within her. If I marry into the Emperor's family, I could become a duke. No, I could even become a Grand Duke. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Bastard's voice brought her back to reality, his words laced with a hint of menace. You have no idea how hard I worked to become a marquis. I'm the one who raised you, Lucia. Don't you forget it. His eyes seemed to bore into her soul, reminding her of the debt she owed him. Bastard's advice was laced with a sinister tone, his eyes glinting with a ruthless intensity. Never disappoint him. If he starts to grow distant, poison yourself again if you must. It shouldn't be too hard to do a second time. Lucia's mind recoiled in horror, her thoughts screaming in protest. Poison myself? She thought, her heart racing with fear. Her voice trembled as she asked, Did you have anything to do with me taking that poison? Bastard's laughter boomed out, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. Do you have any idea how hard that was to arrange? He exclaimed, clearly proud of his own cunning. But now you've met the Emperor. All's well that ends well. He expanded his hands, his gesture expansive. See, if you want a man's attention, you must be willing to take risks. But Lucia's interruption cut him off, her voice sharp with accusation. You told her to take the poison? She demanded, her eyes blazing with anger. Bastard's smile faltered, his eyes flashing with alarm. He took a step back, his face paling as he realized he had revealed too much. Just as the conversation was reaching a boiling point, Eric arrived, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What a charming family reunion! Bastard's eyes widened in alarm as he immediately dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. Why, Your Majesty! It's an honor! I'm Bastard Padwin, at your service. Eric's gaze narrowed, his eyes fixed intently on Bastard. What a coincidence! I was planning to summon you at some point. So you're Lucia's father? Bastard nodded eagerly, his face pale. Indeed. I was quite pleased to hear that you've taken a liking to her in spite of her shortcomings. Eric's expression turned skeptical. Why haven't you come to visit your daughter before? Bastard's eyes darted nervously around before settling on Eric's face. It wasn't on purpose, I assure you. I came to see Lady Swan to ask her to fetch Lucia for me. Bastert's voice took on a nervous tone, his words spilling out in a rush. Just then, all the ladies that were talking about poisoning themselves to get your Majesty's attention, but Lady Swan refused to do so and left. I didn't hear the end of the conversation. The air was thick with tension, Eric's gaze piercing as he absorbed Bastert's words. Bastert's voice trailed off into a nervous mumble, his words barely audible. After that, I received a letter saying Lucia would be poisoned, but not enough to kill her, so I need not worry. Nobody was trying to kill her, you see, she just wanted you to notice her. He added, his tone laced with a twisted sense of pride. And it worked, didn't it? Lucia has earned your favor because of it. Lucia's mind reeled in horror, her thoughts consumed by the revelation. That's why he never visited when I was unconscious? She thought, her heart heavy with the weight of her father's neglect. Lucia, what kind of life did you have? What were you feeling when this man sent you here? Eric's voice cut through the tension, his words sharp as a knife. So you allowed her to be poisoned for attention because she wouldn't die? And you have the gall to speak so boldly about it. Who sent that letter? Bastert's eyes darted wildly around the room, his mind racing for an escape. I'm afraid I don't know, he stammered, his thoughts screaming in panic. This isn't going how I expected it to, he added, his voice trembling. But I'm sure one of the other ladies would know. Eric's smile was cold, his eyes glinting with disdain. So you received an anonymous letter and didn't do anything to protect your daughter? Bastert's face slicked with sweat, his eyes wide with fear. Well, the thing is, I suppose that's technically true. His thoughts were a jumbled mess of desperation. I'm finished. Eric's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. So you received an anonymous letter and didn't do anything to protect your daughter? Bastert's face paled, his eyes wide with fear as he stuttered out a reply. Well, the thing is, I suppose that's technically true. His thoughts were a jumbled mess of desperation, his mind screaming, I'm finished. But he tried to compose himself, his voice trembling. I don't know who sent it, but I do remember everyone who was there. Eric's smile grew wider, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Romeo, he called out, his voice commanding. Take Marquis Padwin to the ballroom and find out who else was there that day. Romeo stepped forward, his expression stern as he grasped Bastert's arm, leading him away. Romeo nodded, his expression stern. Yes, your Majesty. He led Bastert away, his grip firm on the Marquis's arm. As they walked, Bastert pointed out various ladies, his voice trembling. That woman, and the one with the long hair. Romeo noted each name, his face impassive. Finally, he returned to Eric, a list in hand. Your Majesty, I have a list of all the ladies Marquis Padwin pointed out. Bastert's eyes darted nervously around the room, his thoughts racing. This is making me nervous. I didn't expect this at all. He wouldn't dare hurt Lucia's father, would he? Eric's gaze swept over the list, his expression unreadable. Then, his eyes locked onto Bastert, his voice cold. Marquis Padwin, after you abandoned her, your daughter was poisoned to death. Bastert's face went white, his eyes wide with shock. What are you talking about? He stuttered, his voice barely audible. Eric's voice was icy, his words dripping with condemnation. She's right there, he said, his gaze flicking to Lucia before returning to Bastert. Walter, see that Marquis Padwin receives proper punishment for committing murder. Walter nodded, his expression grim. Yes, your Majesty. Bastert's face contorted in a mixture of fear and desperation as he screamed. Why, your Majesty? This is all a mistake. It was such a small amount of poison. It couldn't have killed her. And look, Lucia is clearly alive and well. But Eric's expression remained unyielding, his eyes cold and hard. He didn't listen to Bastert's protests, his voice firm as he ordered. What are you waiting for? Take him away. The soldiers moved forward, their grip brutal as they grabbed Bastert and started dragging him out of Eric's sight. Bastert's screams grew louder, more frantic, as he was pulled away. Lucia! Say something! Help me! But Lucia remained silent. She didn't move, didn't speak. As Bastert was dragged away, his fate sealed. Bastert knelt down in front of Lucia, his eyes wild with desperation. Lucia! What's going on? How could you do this to me? He pleaded, his voice cracking with emotion. You can't do this to your own father! I only did it to bring honor back to our family name. Lucia took a deep sigh, her eyes filled with a mix of sadness and contempt. Lucia must have been pretty stupid to allow herself to be used by her only family like this, she said, her voice laced with bitterness. Bastert's face went white, his eyes wide with shock. What are you saying? Tell His Majesty to forgive me, he begged, but Lucia cut him off. You will never be forgiven, she said, her voice cold and hard. I can't imagine how Lucia must have felt when her father forced her here against her will. And then that same man tried to poison her. Are you seriously saying it was all for her? Her words dripped with disdain as she continued. Poor Lucia was just used by you her entire life. It's up to me to get revenge for her. She turned to leave, her voice firm. You must pay the price for driving her to her death. As she walked away, Bastert's face contorted in anguish, his screams echoing through the hall. Lucia! My daughter! Please forgive me! But Lucia didn't look back, her heart set on justice for the wrongs committed against her. Bastert's face was a picture of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lucia! What are you saying? I don't understand, he stuttered, his voice trembling. Lucia's gaze drifted off, her mind consumed by thoughts of her past. Lucia, I don't know what you would have wanted from me, she whispered to herself, her heart heavy with regret. But then, a spark of determination ignited within her. She promised herself, but from now on, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. As the scene unfolded, the room erupted into a flurry of whispers and speculation. There's no way Lucia's dad planned this all by himself, someone murmured. Someone had to get the poison to Lucia inside the palace. That person is the real culprit. The air was thick with suspicion, eyes darting around the hall as people wondered who could have been involved in the sinister plot. Lucia's name was on everyone's lips, her fate a topic of heated debate. But Lucia herself remained resolute, her eyes fixed on a future where she would take control of her own destiny. A lady's laughter echoed through the hall, her voice dripping with amusement. Swan said she didn't poison Isla. Of course, she could have been lying, but that doesn't seem like Swan. So, if she was telling the truth? Lucia's eyes narrowed, her mind racing with possibilities. She spotted Rachel chatting with a lady across the room and her heart skipped a beat. She stepped forward, her movements graceful, and called out, Rachel. Rachel turned, a smile on her face, and Lucia stood before her, holding out a delicate rose cake. It's been a while. Would you like to try this rose cake I made? She asked, her smile warm. Rachel took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. This is wonderful. It's amazing how you can make so many dishes out of roses. But Lucia's expression turned serious, her voice low. Did you know? Roses can be used for their fragrance, but they can also be used as a poison if you wish to hurt someone. Rachel's eyes flinched, her hand hesitating as she put the cake back. Lucia's gaze locked onto hers, intense. Rachel, if you know about someone who used roses beside me, I need you to tell me. The air was thick with tension, the room falling silent as they waited for Rachel's response. Lucia's eyes bore into Rachel's, her voice firm. I have a feeling you know. I think you know who poisoned me. Rachel's face twisted in anger, her voice rising. What are you saying, Lucia? Everyone knows you poisoned yourself to get Dash. But Lucia cut her off, her words tumbling out in a rush. You know that's not what happened. Who is it? Who poisoned me? Her eyes pleaded for the truth, her voice cracking with emotion. You're the only one who can tell me the truth. Swan trusted you, and she must know who's behind all this. She was there when Isla collapsed, and so were you. Am I wrong? Rachel's expression crumpled, her eyes welling up with tears. She looked around the hall, her voice barely above a whisper. There are too many ears here. Follow me. She turned and hurried away, Lucia close behind, their footsteps echoing through the silent hall. The air was thick with tension, the promise of secrets and revelations hanging heavy over them. Lucia's determination to uncover the truth drove her to confront Rachel once again. Who poisoned me? She asked, her eyes locked onto Rachel's. Rachel's expression turned defensive, her voice firm. I don't know what you're talking about, Lucia. But Lucia's words poured out, a relentless stream. Swan trusted you, and she must know who's behind all this. She was there when Isla collapsed, and so were you. Am I wrong? Rachel's eyes darted nervously around the room, her face pale. Finally, she nodded, a small, almost imperceptible movement. There are too many ears here. Follow me, she whispered, turning to lead Lucia outside. The cool air enveloped them as they stepped into the garden, the sound of fountains and birds filling the silence. Rachel twisted her arms, her eyes searching Lucia's face. Why are you asking me all this? She demanded, her voice low and urgent. What do you hope to gain? Lucia's gaze never wavered, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. I want to know the truth, she said, her voice firm. I want to know who poisoned me, and why. Rachel's eyes dropped, her shoulders sagging in defeat. She knew she had to tell Lucia the truth. Rachel's eyes narrowed, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Did you think you could get an answer out of me? She taunted, her voice dripping with amusement. Lucia's gaze never wavered, her expression resolute. Look, I still don't know for sure who's behind all this, she admitted, her voice firm. Rachel's smile faltered, her eyes searching Lucia's face. You really don't remember anything, do you? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Lucia's eyes locked onto Rachel's, her voice firm. If you tell me the truth, what will you gain in return? Rachel's eyes sparkled with ambition. I want you to help me become Empress, she said, her voice low and urgent. If you do, I'll answer all your questions. Lucia's eyes widened, her mind racing with the implications. That's not exactly something I have control over, she pointed out, her voice cautious. Rachel's expression turned persuasive, her eyes pleading. The Emperor will do anything you ask. If you just put in a good word for me, I could at least become a candidate. Lucia's gaze turned skeptical, her voice firm. And what if I say no? She asked, her eyes never leaving Rachel's face. The air was thick with tension, the promise of secrets and power hanging heavy over them. Rachel's face twisted in fury, her voice rising to a shout. Then I guess you're not desperate enough to know the truth, she spat, her words dripping with venom. Look at you, all full of yourself just for getting the Emperor to notice you. You can't let your guard down just because you're under the Emperor's protection. Her eyes blazed with intensity, her voice cracking with emotion. As long as you're in Rose Palace, you could get poisoned at any time. Lucia's expression remained calm, her voice firm. And do you think you're safe? She asked, her eyes never leaving Rachel's face. Rachel's laughter was harsh, her eyes flashing with desperation. I put my life on the line to come here. If I can't get the Emperor to notice me, I'd rather be dead. That's how desperate I am. Lucia's gaze turned sympathetic, her voice soft. Your life is more valuable than that, Rachel. You can come give me your answer at any time. I'll be waiting. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Rachel alone in the garden. Rachel's eyes watched her go, her expression twisted in a mix of anger and desperation. She stood there for a long moment, her chest heaving with emotion, before finally turning to disappear into the shadows. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the garden, leaving behind a trail of secrets and unfinished truths. Rachel's thoughts consumed her, the darkness of the night mirroring her turbulent emotions. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, their voice low and mysterious. That's not bad. Rachel's heart skipped a beat as she flinched, her eyes scanning the darkness. A lady stepped forward, her blonde hair glowing in the faint moonlight. Her face remained hidden, obscured by the hood of her overcoat. Rachel's instincts screamed at her to be cautious. "Did you follow me here?" she asked, her voice wary. The lady's response sent a shiver down Rachel's spine. "Actually, I was following Lucia. I get nervous whenever she's out of my sight." Rachel took a step back, her eyes narrowing. "Then if you don't need anything from me." But the lady cut her off, her voice dripping with malice. "What did you tell Lucia?" Rachel's eyes widened in feigned innocence. "What are you talking about?" "I didn't tell her anything." The lady's scream echoed through the night, her rage palpable. "Liar! I know you'll do anything to get the Emperor's attention. How do you expect me to trust you?" Rachel's voice trembled, her words spilling out in a rush. It's true. You and I always got along." But the lady's laughter was cold, her words cutting. "Did you think we were friends or something?" The air was thick with tension, the darkness seeming to pulse with secrets and lies. Rachel's voice trembled as she protested. It's true. You and I always got along. We were always together." But the lady's expression remained skeptical, her eyes glinting with amusement. She raised a finger, her nail tracing the curve of her lip. "When?" she asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Rachel's eyes darted nervously around the garden, her voice barely above a whisper. "You know I always kept your secret. I was trying to be considerate of you." The lady's snicker sent shivers down Rachel's spine. "You did all that for me, you say? You just did it because you don't want to die." She stepped closer, her eyes blazing with intensity. "Do you know why I left you alone until now?" Rachel's heart raced as the lady's words hung in the air. "I was hoping to shift the blame to you, so I could get away with the poisonings. But instead, you ended up tattling to Lucia." Rachel's fear was palpable, her voice shaking. "I swear, I never mentioned your name. I just—" The lady's laughter cut her off, the sound echoing through the garden like a cold wind. The lady's eyes gleamed with malice as she attacked, her hands outstretched towards Rachel. "Any last words?" she taunted, her voice dripping with cruelty. Rachel backed away, her eyes wide with fear. "If you try anything here, people will find out what you are. This isn't Rose Palace," she warned, her voice shaking. The lady's smile grew wider, her eyes glinting with excitement. "True. This wasn't part of my plan. I won't be able to erase all traces of myself like I did at Rose Palace." She held up a small bottle, the liquid inside glinting in the moonlight. She dripped the liquid onto a nearby rose, her eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "It's a shame, but nothing to be done for it." She inhaled deeply, her voice barely above a whisper. "This feels so exciting. Maybe because it's been so long." Rachel tried to step back, her eyes fixed on the rose in horror. Please don't kill me," she begged, her voice trembling. But the lady just laughed, her eyes glinting with cruelty. She held the rose closer to Rachel's face, the sweet scent filling the air. "Too late," she whispered, her breath cold against Rachel's skin. The ball palace shimmered in a dazzling display of white and blue decor, its grandeur and beauty almost ethereal. As the night wore on and the ball drew to a close, Lucia let out a deep sigh, her voice laced with exhaustion. "Ugh, I'm exhausted." "I wonder if the ball's over yet," she said, her eyes scanning the crowded hall with a mix of relief and longing. Her gaze drifted to the spot where her father had caused a scene earlier, her expression softening with sympathy. "I don't see any sign of Lucia's dad now. He caused such a scene. Poor Lucia, having to grow up with that man." As Lucia reflected on the events with Bastard, a startling realization dawned on her. "So there wasn't just one person who poisoned me. There's my father, who let it happen, and the person in the palace who actually gave me the poison." She recalled the conversation between Eric and Bastard, Eric's words echoing in her mind. So you received an anonymous letter and didn't do anything to protect your daughter? Bastert's response had been hesitant, his voice laced with guilt. Well, the thing is, I suppose that's technically true. Lucia's thoughts raced as she connected the dots. I'm certain that whoever poisoned me also sent that letter to my dad. They wanted to manipulate him, to use him to get to me. Her mind then turned to Rachel's demand, her voice firm and resolute. I want you to help me become Empress. If you do, I'll answer all your questions. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her determination growing. She would uncover the truth, no matter what secrets lay hidden in the palace. Lucia's hands clenched into fists as she thought, her mind racing with determination. I don't know what secrets Rachel is keeping, but she must know about the culprit. She took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with resolve. But I don't want to give Rachel what she wants. Is my only option to try to convince her? Lucia's voice was barely above a whisper, her words laced with frustration. Her thoughts then turned to Eric, her heart skipping a beat as she mumbled to herself. I don't want to see Eric with another woman. That had better not happen before I leave. A pang of jealousy shot through her, her eyes narrowing. Is that selfish? She asked herself, her brow furrowed in concern. I just can't stand to think about it. Lucia's thoughts were a jumble of emotions, her mind torn between her desire for justice and her feelings for Eric. She pushed aside her doubts, her focus returning to the task at hand. Well, anyway, I hope he doesn't mind that I left the ball without saying. Her voice trailed off, her thoughts drifting to the uncertain future ahead. Just then, Eric appeared beside her, his sudden presence making her jump. There you are, Lucia, he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he smiled. Lucia rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Oh, hi, Eric. You still like popping out of nowhere, huh? I'm pretty sure you were a ninja in a past life. Eric's laughter echoed through the hallway, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I just didn't see you, so I came looking for you, he explained, his expression turning serious. Are you all right? He asked, his voice laced with concern. Lucia's brow furrowed, unsure what he meant. What did you mean? She asked, her voice hesitant. Eric's eyes softened. That business with your father. I mean, he's not your real father, but you must still be upset. Lucia's shoulders relaxed, a small smile playing on her lips. It's okay, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I actually feel like Lucia can rest a bit more easily now. Eric's expression turned quizzical, but Lucia just shook her head, her thoughts still whirling with the secrets and lies that had haunted her for so long. Lucia let out a deep sigh, her eyes clouding with worry. But still, there's so much going on. I'm exhausted. Eric's gaze never wavered, his smile warm and reassuring. You're doing great, he said, his voice low and soothing. But Lucia cut him off, her mind racing with questions. Wait. Is it okay for the Emperor to just wander away from his own ball? She asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Eric's chuckle was low and husky. I'm sure everyone can relax and enjoy themselves more in my absence, he replied, his eyes glinting with amusement. Lucia nodded in agreement. True, it's the same in my world. People can't relax around their boss, she said, a wry smile twisting her lips. Then, her expression turned hopeful. Then can you stay with me? I've had the longest day today, she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric's smile softened, his eyes crinkling at the corners. As they strolled through the palace, Lucia's grumbles continued. This is my first ever ball. I'm kinda sad I didn't really get to enjoy it. I was so excited too. I heard there were gonna be desserts from all over. Eric's laughter echoed through the hallway, his presence a comforting balm to Lucia's frazzled nerves. Eric's eyes sparkled with amusement as he asked, Is that so? He smiled, his voice low and inviting. If you'd like, we can have another ball tomorrow. Lucia's face lit up, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Wow, that's okay. I don't want the servants to hate me. Did you know how much work it is to put on a ball? She exclaimed, her eyes shining with gratitude. Just then, a faint voice carried on the wind, making Lucia's head turn. Did you hear that? She asked Eric, her brow furrowed in concern. Eric's expression turned serious. I think it came from the fountain outside, he replied, his eyes narrowing. Lucia's heart skipped a beat as she remembered. Rachel was just at the garden fountain, she whispered urgently. Without hesitation, Eric turned to leave. I'll be right back. You can go on, he said, his voice firm and reassuring. Lucia's eyes clung to his, her voice barely above a whisper. Okay, be careful, Eric. As Eric disappeared into the night, Lucia's thoughts whirled with a mix of fear and anticipation. The fountain continued to dance in the moonlight, its gentle melody a stark contrast to the sense of unease that settled over the garden. An odd breeze stirred, sending leaves scattering everywhere. Eric's instincts screamed at him to act, and he swiftly ordered Walter, his trusted knight. Walter, check the perimeter, he commanded, his voice low and urgent. Walter bowed and hurried off, only to return moments later with a grim expression. She appears to have been poisoned, Your Majesty, he reported, his voice barely above a whisper. Eric's eyes widened in shock. Poisoned? He exclaimed, his mind racing with the implications. Without hesitation, he issued a swift order. Stop the ball immediately. And have everyone stay in the palace, except for this woman's family. Keep them under the knight's surveillance. Walter nodded, his face set in a determined expression. Yes, Your Majesty, he replied before hurrying off to carry out Eric's commands. The next morning, Lucia sat in the grand living room of Rose Palace, her thoughts still reeling from the events of the previous night. Serena entered, her expression somber. My lady, did you hear what happened last night? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lucia nodded, her eyes clouding with concern. Yes, Spooky told me, she replied, her mind racing with questions. As she thought about Rachel, her eyes welled up with tears. Rachel, is it because I asked her about the poisonings and the culprit knew she'd spoken to me? She wondered, her voice cracking with remorse. I never should have left her alone, she repented, her heart heavy with guilt. But as she delved deeper into her thoughts, her mind turned to the mystery of the poisonings. It was poison again. But why was she murdered so quickly? What did Rachel know? She pondered. Suddenly, a memory flashed before her eyes. Swan's words. I didn't poison Isla. I was just there when she drank the poison tea. Lucia's eyes widened as she recalled Isla's face, her voice calling out to her. Lucia! The pieces began to fall into place. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Swan swore she wasn't the poisoner. But if Swan was there, Rachel must have been there as well. And besides them, there was one other person, Isla. Lucia thought, her mind racing with the implications. Lucia's thoughts swirled with the memory of Rachel's death. The poison used to silence her still shrouded in mystery. But one detail stood out: Isla's presence at the scene. Lucia's mind turned to their past encounters, a peculiar comment Isla made resurfacing. Isla said to me, "You always smell like roses, Lucia," she recalled, her eyes narrowing as she pondered the significance. She remembered their second tea time together, Isla's words echoing in her mind. Isla picked up on that, and she smelled like roses too. It was so faint, no one else could have noticed, Lucia thought, her senses on high alert. As she delved deeper into her memories, another conversation came to mind: Serena's question. "You'd like to know what you were doing the day before you collapsed?" Lucia's thoughts raced, connecting the dots between Isla's comment, the rose scent, and her own poisoning. The pieces began to fall into place, a sinister plot unfolding before her eyes. Lucia's heart quickened, her determination growing. She would uncover the truth, no matter how complex the web of secrets and lies. Serena's words trailed off, but Lucia's mind was already racing. "Let's see, you met Lady Chloe in the morning, And Lady Isla came by while I was cleaning, Serena added, her voice a gentle prompt. Lucia's eyes snapped into focus, her breath catching in her throat. The day before that, you told me never to open the door for Lady Isla, she recalled, her voice barely above a whisper. The truth hit her like a tidal wave. Lucia knew. She knew Isla was going to poison her. She didn't know what would happen to her, so she left clues about the culprit in her diary. Lucia thought, her heart heavy with regret. She took a deep sigh, her eyes welling up with tears. Why didn't I realize it sooner? So many people have died, she lamented, her voice cracking with emotion. But as she thought of Rachel, her resolve hardened. Even Rachel, no. I can't waste any more time. There's no use just sitting and thinking, she told herself, her jaw setting in determination. With newfound purpose, Lucia opened her eyes and turned to Serena. Serena, I'd like to go out, she ordered, her voice firm and resolute. The time for contemplation was over. The time for action had begun. Serena's eyes widened in surprise as Lucia rose from her seat. Oh? Do you have plans to meet someone? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Lucia's gaze turned resolute. How far is it to Isla's quarters? She asked, her voice firm and determined. Serena's astonishment grew. Lady Isla? I believe she's still recovering from the poisoning, she replied, her brow furrowed in concern. But Lucia's mind was already racing ahead. Then, before that, she thought, her eyes narrowing as she pieced together the clues. Without hesitation, Lucia asked Serena, Can you help me prepare to go out? Her voice was firm, her resolve unwavering. Serena nodded, her expression solemn. Yes, my lady. As Lucia arrived at Isla's quarters, she was struck by the beautiful yellow and peach interior. Isla stood beside the window, her slender figure silhouetted against the light. Lucia entered the room, her heart pounding in her chest. Isla turned, a smirk playing on her lips. It's been a while, Lucia. What brings you to my rooms? She asked, her voice dripping with malice. Lucia stood still, her eyes locked on Isla's, her determination burning brighter than ever. The time for confrontation had finally arrived. Isla's smirk faltered for a moment, and Lucia seized the opportunity. You don't look so happy, Lucia said, her voice low and even. Isla's expression transformed into a mask of innocence. Isla is doing much better now, she said, her voice dripping with sweetness. Lucia's eyes narrowed as she stepped forward. Can we talk? She asked, her tone firm. Isla's arms swirled in a dramatic gesture. Of course. Tea, please, she exclaimed, her smile widening. As the servant poured the tea, Isla's eyes sparkled with malice. Isla miss you, Lucia. How've you been? She asked, her voice sugary sweet. But Lucia was not fooled. She glared at Isla, her cup clattering as she set it down. Let's cut to the chase. Why did you murder Rachel? And why did you poison me? She demanded, her voice cold and detached. Isla's eyes widened in feigned shock, and she gulped her tea. Lucia, Isla isn't sure what you're talking about. Isla was poisoned too, remember? She stammered, her voice trembling with false innocence. Lucia's eyes blazed with accusation. The women who were with you that day, Swan and Rachel, have both been taken out of the picture. So you poisoned yourself to make yourself look innocent, she said, her voice firm and resolute. Isla's smirk returned, her eyes glinting with amusement. Why are you poisoning people in Rose Palace? Is it for the Emperor's attention? Lucia pressed on, her voice unwavering. Isla's laughter was like a delicate bell, her smile widening. Oh, Lucia, now why would I care about someone like him? She said, her voice dripping with disdain. Lucia's silence was oppressive, the air thick with tension. Then, with a deliberate movement, she placed a small bottle on the table, filled with a pinkish liquid. I tried to recreate your poison, she said, her eyes locked on Isla's. Isla's gaze fell on the bottle, her eyes widening in surprise. "Oh my, it really does look like mine. Such a beautiful color. I'll bet it even smells the same," she said, her voice laced with fascination. "But I'm wondering if it'll have the same effect," Isla added, her eyes glinting with a sinister light, as she leaned forward, her voice barely above a whisper. Isla's smile grew wider as she held up her own bottle of poison, her eyes glinting with malice. "Would you like to see for yourself?" she asked, her voice dripping with sweetness. Lucia's eyes never left Isla's face as she replied, "Sure." With a steady hand, she poured some tea into her cup and dripped the poison into it, mixing it well with a spoon. Isla's gaze was riveted on the cup, her eyes widening in surprise. "You really figured it out," she said, her voice laced with admiration. But her expression quickly turned cold, her smile twisting into a snarl. "If you had time to make your own poison, you should have worried about protecting yourself," she spat, her eyes flashing with anger. Isla's hand tightened around her own poison bottle, her knuckles white with tension. "I have no choice but to kill you now, Lucia," she hissed, her voice venomous. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the poison bottle flying through the air, its contents glinting in the light. "I had no idea I'd have to take you out so soon," she said, her voice dripping with regret. But her eyes told a different story, gleaming with a sinister light as she added, "I'm sad things didn't go according to his perfect plan, but there's nothing else we can do." The poison bottle seemed to dance in the air, its presence menacing, as Isla repeated, "I have to kill you now, Lucia." Lucia's heart raced as she approached Isla, her mind reeling with the revelation of the poisonings. "Why did you do that?" she demanded, her voice firm and accusatory. Isla's smile was tinged with sadness, her eyes glinting with a hint of regret. "I'm sad things didn't go according to his perfect plan, but there's nothing else we can do," she said, her voice dripping with malice. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the poison bottle flying through the air, its contents glinting in the light. "I have to kill you now, Lucia," she hissed, her eyes flashing with anger. But Lucia's mind flashed back to her earlier conversation with Eric, just 2 hours prior. She had been with him, her worry etched on her face. Eric's concern was evident as he asked, "Are you really all right on your own?" Lucia had brushed off his concern, saying, "Yeah, I just need to ask Isla something." But Eric's instincts had been on high alert. "I don't like this," he said, his voice laced with unease. "Here, if you feel yourself in danger, press the jewel on this bracelet. Help will always come find its wearer." Lucia had taken the bracelet, feeling a sense of reassurance with Eric's words. But now, as she faced Isla's deadly intentions, she wondered if she would have time to call for help. Lucia's eyes widened as she gazed at the golden bracelet, adorned with a blue button that shimmered like a diamond. "This seems a bit extra," she said, her voice laced with amusement. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Eric, "What happens if I press it?" Eric's expression turned serious, his eyes clouding with uncertainty. "I don't know. I've never used it before. It's a treasure that's been passed down my bloodline," he replied, his voice tinged with reverence. Lucia's astonishment grew as Eric continued, "It contains the tears of a holy animal." Her eyes sparkled with wonder. "The tears of a holy animal?" she exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper. As she turned the bracelet over in her hand, she asked Eric, "Are you sure it's okay to just give away a family heirloom?" Eric's smile was enigmatic, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Whose permission would I need?" he replied, his voice low and mysterious, as if implying that he was the sole guardian of the treasure's secrets. Lucia's eyes sparkled with amusement as she said, "Oh, right! You are the emperor after all." Eric's expression turned serious, his voice laced with concern. "Remember, you suspect her of committing murder. Please try not to provoke her." He took a deep breath, his eyes locked on Lucia's. "If anything happens, I'll be right there. Please be careful." Lucia's laughter was dismissive, her voice confident. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But as she faced Isla's deadly intentions, her thoughts raced with uncertainty. What do I do? Should I use the bracelet? She wondered, her mind torn with indecision. Isla's words echoed in her mind. I'm going to kill you now, Lucia. Lucia's heart skipped a beat as she thought. The potion is levitating? Isla can use magic? With a surge of determination, Lucia pressed the button on the bracelet, her voice barely above a whisper. Arg! Whatever! As the button clicked, a warm light enveloped her, and Lucia felt a strange energy coursing through her veins. She steeled herself for what was to come, her heart pounding in her chest. As soon as Lucia pressed the button, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the room. In the same instant, she felt a surge of energy and agility flow through her body. With lightning-fast reflexes, she snatched the bottle of poison from Isla's hand, her fingers closing around it like a vice. I really did think you were using magic, Lucia said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. But hanging a bottle on a thread to pretend is low, even for you. Isla's eyes widened in shock and outrage. What was that light? How dare you? She exclaimed, her face reddening with rage. Lucia smirked, her eyes glinting with triumph. Did you think I wouldn't have a backup plan if I couldn't poison you? Come on, Lucia! Turn that smile upside down! Isla's eyes flashed with fury, but before she could react, Lucia flung the bottle of poison back at her. Time seemed to slow as the bottle hung in midair, its contents glinting ominously. Isla's eyes went wide as she realized her own poison was coming back to haunt her. What? She shrieked, her voice rising to a panicked crescendo. The bottle shattered in midair, its shards and poison droplets raining down on Isla's head. She screamed, her hands frantically trying to brush off the deadly liquid. How dare you? She stammered, her face contorted in agony and shock. Just as Isla's screams filled the air, a figure emerged from the shadows. Harry, dressed in a sleek black outfit, strode confidently into the room. Isla, still reeling from the poison, rushed to his side, her eyes pleading for help. Help me, Harry! She begged, her voice trembling. Harry's expression was calm and collected as he enveloped Isla in a gentle embrace. What's wrong, my love? He asked, his voice soothing. Isla's eyes blazed with fury as she demanded. Kill Lucia for me! Lucia's eyes narrowed, her mind racing with connections. So the woman who liked roses was Isla, she said, her voice laced with understanding. Isla's gaze locked onto Lucia, her eyes flashing with anger. That's right. She's been my beloved ever since we were little. She spat, her voice venomous. She turned back to Harry, her voice rising to a hysterical pitch. Kill her now, Harry! She's ruining everything! But Harry's smirk was enigmatic, his eyes glinting with amusement. No, Isla. I won't kill Lucia. I need her, he said, his voice low and mysterious. He turned to Eric, who had just arrived on the scene, his face thunderous with rage. Isn't that right, brother? Harry asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Eric's eyes blazed with fury as he screamed. Keep her name out of your filthy mouth, Harry! He demanded. How dare you do such a thing in the palace? Harry's smirk only grew wider, his eyes glinting with mockery. You haven't changed a bit, brother, he replied, his voice dripping with contempt. Lucia's eyes blazed with determination as she confronted Isla, the truth finally out. You're the one who's been poisoning everyone, she accused, her voice firm. Isla's smile faltered, her eyes widening in shock as she realized her plan had been foiled. But before she could react, Harry appeared, his presence calm and collected. Isla's eyes locked onto Harry, her voice pleading. Kill Lucia for me, Harry. She's ruining everything. But Harry's response was unexpected. No, Isla. I won't kill Lucia. I need her, he said, his voice low and mysterious. Isla's face contorted in rage, her hands grasping Harry's arm. Kill her now, Harry! She's ruining everything, she demanded, her voice rising to a hysterical pitch. Just then, Eric burst into the room, his face thunderous with anger. How dare you do such a thing in the palace? He thundered, his eyes blazing with fury. Harry's smirk only grew wider, his eyes glinting with mockery. You haven't changed a bit, brother, he replied, his voice dripping with contempt. As the scene unfolded, Isla's grip on Harry's arm tightened, her voice growing more desperate. Kill her, Harry! Please! She's going to ruin everything we've planned. Isla's face contorted in shock and rage. What? What are you saying? She exclaimed, her voice rising to a deafening pitch. She grasped Harry's arm, her nails digging deep into his skin. Harry, look at me! I'm the woman you love! She screamed, her eyes blazing with fury. But Harry remained silent, his expression unreadable. Isla's grip on his arm tightened, her voice growing more hysterical. You're going to let her live after everything she did to me? She shouted, her words echoing off the walls. Enraged, Isla snarled. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll just kill her myself. She grabbed a sword, its blade glinting in the light. If you won't do it, I will. She spat, her eyes flashing with malice. We have to get rid of everything in our way. Let's kill Lucia and her boyfriend and take over the empire. With a fierce battle cry, Isla charged towards Lucia, sword raised high. The air was electric with tension as the two women clashed, their fates hanging in the balance. Isla's eyes blazed with fury as she turned towards Lucia, sword in hand. If you won't do it, I will, she snarled, her voice dripping with malice. Lucia's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing with fear. Isla raised her sword, ready to strike. Die, Lucia! She screamed, her blade flashing in the light. But before she could land the blow, Eric's voice rang out. Lucia! He shouted, his warning coming too late. Harry's gaze was fixed on Isla, his eyes cold and calculating. In a swift, deadly motion, he stabbed his sword into her back, the blade slicing through her flesh with ease. Isla's body trembled with pain and shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ha! Harry! She gasped, her voice barely audible. She raised a trembling hand to her chest, where blood was pouring out of the wound. Her eyes locked onto Harry's, filled with confusion and betrayal. What? Why would you? She stammered, her words trailing off into silence. Harry's expression was cold and detached as he gazed down at Isla's crumbling form. I told you, Isla. I need Lucia so I can come back to life. Why do you never listen? He said, his voice devoid of emotion. Isla's eyes fluttered weakly as she whispered, Harry, before her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Harry sighed, his shoulders sagging in a gesture of mock regret. Ha! I never wanted this, he said, his voice dripping with insincerity. He gazed down at the sword still lodged in Isla's back, his hand fluttering over the hilt. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Isla. If you had just listened to me, you could have lived, he said, his words laced with false remorse. Eric's eyes blazed with fury as he grasped his own sword, his voice low and menacing. You're just as insane as ever, Harry. You committed another murder in the palace. This time, I will not let you get away with it. Harry's gaze locked onto Eric's, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Ah, right. It feels like only yesterday I killed father and his wife, he said, his voice dripping with dark nostalgia, as if reminiscing about a fond memory. Eric's face turned beet red with rage as he shouted, How dare you speak of that? His voice echoing off the walls. Harry's smile grew wider as he gazed at Eric, his eyes glinting with sadistic pleasure. He fluttered his hand over the sword, the blood on the blade seeming to mesmerize him. I'll never forget the feeling of driving my sword through our beloved older brother, he said, his voice dripping with nostalgia. And seeing my little brother shaking in fear. His gaze locked onto Eric's, his expression softening for a moment. You know, I was fond of you ever since we were kids. I'm still fond of you, he said, his voice tinged with a twisted sense of affection. But then, his expression hardened, his eyes flashing with a deadly intensity. With a sudden burst of movement, he jumped forward, his sword flashing in the light. But, he said, his voice dripping with malice, I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill you, Eric Eurasian. The air was electric with tension as the two brothers faced off, their swords at the ready, their destinies hanging in the balance. As they circled each other, their swords at the ready, Harry's eyes gleamed with a mix of nostalgia and malice. With a sudden burst of movement, he jumped forward, his sword flashing in the light. You know, I was fond of you ever since we were kids, he said, his voice tinged with a twisted sense of affection. I'm still fond of you. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill you. I'm going to take back what's mine, the throne. Eric stood firm, his eyes blazing with determination. He was ready to defend himself, his sword poised to strike. As Harry charged towards him, Eric rushed forward to meet him, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. I never cared about the throne, Eric gritted out, his sword flashing in the light. I didn't become emperor because I wanted to. With a fierce battle cry, Eric launched himself at Harry, their swords ringing out as they clashed in a deadly dance. The fate of the empire hung in the balance, as the two brothers fought for dominance. The two swords clashed in a flurry of steel and sparks, the sound of their impact echoing through the room. But in the end, it was Harry's sword that clattered to the ground, defeated. Harry snickered, a maniacal glint in his eye. Impressive as ever, brother, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Eric stood tall, his chest heaving with exertion. You've been trying for the throne for so long now. It's time to give up, Harry, he said, his voice firm and commanding. Lucia stood beside him, her eyes fixed intently on Harry. But Harry just smiled, a cold, calculating smile. Do you have any idea how long I've been preparing to take my rightful place? He said, his voice low and menacing. I'm so close now. I'm finally going to get what's rightfully mine. With a mocking bow, Harry sat down, his eyes glinting with triumph. I bid you farewell for now. But I'll be back. We'll see each other very soon. Eric's eyes narrowed. Where are you going? He demanded. But Harry just laughed, a loud, maniacal sound. He, that day is almost here. I can't wait, he said, his eyes glinting with madness. And then, he turned to Lucia, his smile growing wider. Oh, Lucia. You haven't forgotten, have you? Our deal is still on. Think about it, he said, his voice dripping with malice. With that, Harry disappeared into the shadows, leaving Eric and Lucia wondering what he had planned next. Lucia stood still, her mind reeling in shock as she remembered the deal Harry had proposed. Don't you want to go back to your old life? He had said, his words echoing in her mind. She was lost in thought, her eyes glazing over as she considered the possibility. Go back to my old life. Now? She wondered, her mind racing with the implications. But Harry's words cut through her reverie, his voice dripping with malice. The problem is, I couldn't use that body even if you left it. Once a vessel has been possessed, it's impossible for yet another soul to take it. But I know what to do. His smile grew wider, his eyes glinting with triumph. It'll all work out if you do as I say. You know you're going to die if you stay in that body. I can change that. With a flourish, he presented her with a dagger, its blade glinting in the light. Take this dagger. Take this and do what I tell you. Then you can go back to your own world. And with that, Harry vanished into thin air, leaving Lucia and Eric staring at each other in shock. They turned to leave, but Lucia staggered, her legs trembling beneath her. Eric's eyes narrowed with concern. Are you all right? He asked, his voice low and urgent. Lucia nodded, her eyes still fixed on the spot where Harry had disappeared. Why, yes, I'm fine, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. But her eyes told a different story, her mind still reeling from Harry's words. Thank God I came when I did, Eric said, his voice filled with relief. Lucia nodded, still looking a bit shaken. I'm okay. How about you? Eric rubbed his hand through his hair, his expression grim. To think he could break right into the palace. He's moving faster than I thought. He turned to Lucia, his eyes narrowing with concern. What did Harry mean by a deal? Lucia hesitated, her mind still reeling from the encounter. I'm not sure, everything happened so fast. She thought back to their conversation, trying to remember the details. What did we talk about back then? She wondered. Shaking her head, she said, I need some rest. Let's get out of here. Eric agreed, his expression worried. All right. But Lucia's mind was still elsewhere, her thoughts consumed by Harry's offer. Use this dagger to stab. Lucia. She flashed back to his words. Then you can go back to your own world. When Eric saw her zoning out, he asked, Lucia, are you all right? She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I just feel a little dizzy. And with that, she staggered in front of him, her eyes rolling back in her head. Eric screamed, Lucia! Lucia! As she became unconscious in his arms. Eric's mind wandered back to his childhood, a fond memory resurfacing. He remembered a lady holding a baby swaddled in cloth, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. Wow, he's so small but moves around so much! Eric exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. The lady smiled and asked, Would you like to hold him, Eric? Eric's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he couldn't believe it. Can I? He asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. The lady nodded, and Eric carefully took the baby into his arms. The baby snuggled his hands towards Eric, and the lady said, Look at these tiny hands. You must protect him from now on. Eric's face set in determination. I will, he promised. But then, he thought of his older brother, Harry. I'm sure he and Harry will love him, Eric said, trying to sound convincing. Just then, Harry appeared at the door, listening in on the conversation. His thoughts revealed a hint of jealousy. I want to hold him too, he thought. We may have different mothers, but he's still my little brother. He must feel so small and soft. Harry's eyes narrowed, his mind working overtime. Little did Eric know, this moment would be the start of a lifelong rivalry between the two brothers. Harry's eyes scanned the shelves of the library, his mind racing with wonder. I had no idea so many worlds existed outside the palace, he thought, his curiosity piqued. I want to visit them all. Will brother let me go if I ask? His fingers trailed over the spines of the books, searching for one that caught his eye. And then, he found it a tome bound in green leather, adorned with strange symbols. The title read, How to Make a Deal with a Demon. Just as Harry opened the book, a voice boomed from the entrance, making him flinch. Harry Eurasian! A tall man strode towards him, his presence commanding attention. What are you doing cooped up in here? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Harry's eyes widened as he recognized his brother. Brother, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. His brother's gaze intensified. I heard you visited the Queen in her quarters, he said, his tone accusatory. Harry nodded, his eyes darting back to the book. Why, yes. I saw the new baby. He was so small and sweet. Harry's words were cut short as his brother's hand connected with his face, sending him reeling. The book fell from his grasp, its pages scattering across the floor. His brother's face was red with rage as he shouted. What were you thinking? You went to see the Queen's new baby? Do you have any idea how many eyes are on you right now? Harry cowered, his eyes welling up with tears. I am sorry, brother, he stammered. But his brother's anger only intensified. Useless brat, he spat. I'm ashamed to share the same blood as you. Meanwhile, in the palace hallway, two lady servants were sweeping the floor, their hushed conversation filled with concern. Did you hear? One of them asked. His Majesty placed the first prince under probation. The other servant's eyes widened. Again? Why? The first servant leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. You know how cruel he can be. Apparently, he beat a servant quite severely. I'm almost too scared to come here some days. The two servants exchanged a nervous glance, their faces pale with worry. They knew that the palace was a treacherous place, where one misstep could lead to severe punishment. How dare they talk about my brother that way? He thought, his mind seething with indignation. He spat, his eyes flashing with a deadly intensity. Just then, his brother arrived, his face twisted in disgust. You useless brat! He shouted, slapping Harry across the face. You never should have been born! How am I even related to you? Harry's head snapped back, his cheek stinging from the blow. But his anger only intensified, his heart burning with a fierce resentment towards his brother. Harry's eyes gleamed with a malevolent triumph as he stood amidst the carnage, the sword still clutched in his hand. The blade was smeared with the blood of his brother and sister-in-law, their lifeless bodies slumped at his feet. Ha ha! I've dreamed of this moment for so long, he exclaimed, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. He snickered, his gaze fixed on the sword as if mesmerized by the bloodstains. It's even better than I imagined. The throne room was now a scene of utter devastation, the throne itself splattered with blood. Eric's voice cut through the silence, his tone laced with horror. Harry! Without turning to face Eric, Harry replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, hello, brother. It's been a while. How was your time on the battlefield? You were sent there to die, but here you are, still alive. Harry's words hung in the air like a challenge, his posture radiating an aura of superiority. He knew he had crossed a point of no return, and his brother's presence only seemed to fuel his madness. Eric's voice was laced with disgust and incredulity. Do you think you can get away with this? He asked, his eyes fixed on the blood-stained throne. Harry's smile grew wider, his eyes glinting with a manic intensity. You're too late, he replied, his voice dripping with triumph. Eric took a step back, his face pale with horror. You're insane, he whispered. Why would you do this? Harry's hands fluttered in a dismissive gesture. I had no other choice, he said, his voice rising in a defensive crescendo. No one ever acknowledged me. I was always in the shadows, overlooked and underestimated. His eyes blazed with a fierce ambition. The only way to be appreciated is by becoming emperor. And I will stop at nothing to achieve that. He turned to leave, but not before delivering a chilling promise. Just you wait. I will return. Eric's gaze drifted out the window, his mind lost in the shadows of his past. The memories of his brother's blood-stained faces still haunted him, a constant reminder of the price he paid for the throne. Halo's voice broke the silence, his words laced with urgency. Your Majesty, the nobility is revolting because you didn't appear at your own coronation. They say they refuse to follow an emperor whose face they don't know. You must attend the next meeting. Eric's sigh was heavy with resignation. Then tell them not to follow me, he replied, his voice cold and detached. Halo's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you serious, Your Majesty? He asked, his tone incredulous. Eric's thoughts were a jumble of emotions, his heart heavy with the weight of his responsibilities. I don't care about a throne I ascended at the price of my brother's blood, he thought. I'm not here because I want to be. But if I refused, my younger brother would be going through all this. He's far too young. Eric's voice was laced with exhaustion. I'm tired, he said, his eyes drooping with fatigue. Halo nodded sympathetically. Being Lord Chamberlain is even more tiring, Your Majesty. So much goes on in the palace. I wander around all day but still can't attend to everything. Eric's gaze drifted off, his mind consumed by the weight of his responsibilities. But the Lord Chamberlain can roam about the palace at will, he said, a hint of envy in his voice. Halo agreed, his expression understanding. That's true, Your Majesty. Eric's eyes snapped back into focus, a sudden determination burning within them. Prepare a uniform, he ordered, his voice firm. Just like yours. Halo's eyebrows rose in surprise. Your Majesty? Whatever for? Eric's expression was enigmatic, his intentions unclear. Just get me one, he said, his voice brooking no argument. Halo bowed, his curiosity piqued. As you wish, Your Majesty. Lucia's eyes flickered open, her mind foggy from the intense thinking and stress that had consumed her. She groaned, her body feeling heavy and unresponsive. As she slowly came to, she realized she was in Eric's room, lying on his bed. Startled, she sat up with a jolt, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. How long was I asleep? She wondered, her memories hazy. I don't remember. Eric entered the room, a gentle smile on his face. You're awake, he said, offering her a glass of water. Here, you must be thirsty. Lucia took the glass, her eyes fixed on Eric's concerned expression. Oh, thank you, Eric, she replied, her voice still husky from sleep. As she gulped down the water, Eric asked, How do you feel? Lucia nodded, still trying to clear her foggy mind. Fine, she replied. But then Eric dropped a bombshell. I changed you into something more comfortable, he said, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise, and she spat out the last of the water, coughing in shock. Eric sat beside her on the bed, his expression puzzled. What are you so surprised about? He asked, his voice laced with concern. Was that not all right? Lucia's face flushed, her mind racing with the implications. She had no idea what she was wearing, or how Eric had changed her clothes. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Lucia's face turned bright red as she stuttered. And no. It's just. She frantically wiped away the dripped water from her face, her mind racing with the thought, he must have seen me naked. Eric's expression turned from amusement to concern as he realized the effect of his joke. I'm just kidding, Lucia. Your servants helped me change your clothes, he said, trying to reassure her. But Lucia was having none of it. Why would you joke about that? She exclaimed, her voice shaking with embarrassment. You freaked me out. She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. Wait, what about your brother? And is Isla dead? Eric's expression turned somber, his eyes clouding over. Worrying about it won't change anything, he said, his voice gentle. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her close. What's most important is that I'm here with you, he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. Lucia nodded, feeling a sense of comfort in his embrace. You're right, she agreed. But her concern lingered. But what if it happens again? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric's hold tightened. It won't, he promised. From now on, I'm going to stay with you all day long. Lucia turned to him, her eyes searching. Don't you have to work? She asked, her brow furrowed with worry. Eric strode into the committee room, his royal attire commanding attention. Romeo stood beside him, a somber expression on his face. Let's begin, Eric ordered, his voice firm. Romeo nodded, unrolling a parchment. Yes, Your Majesty. The first item on the agenda is Rose Palace. Isla was found to be the murderess. She has admitted to her sins and chosen execution in retribution for her crimes. The room erupted into chaos, members clamoring in shock and outrage. What? The ladies of Rose Palace, one of them exclaimed. A blonde-haired man jumped to his feet, his face red with indignation. Impossible! My sweet girl never would have done such a thing. Your Majesty, my daughter must have been framed. Romeo's voice cut through the commotion, his tone stern. Behave yourself before the Emperor. The blonde-haired man flopped back into his seat, muttering under his breath. But... Eric's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the man. How well do you know your daughter, Viscount? he asked, his voice dripping with skepticism. The Viscount's eyes darted nervously around the room before meeting Eric's gaze. I know her well, Your Majesty. She's a kind and gentle soul. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Eric's expression remained unconvinced. Viscount's eyes misted as he began to describe his daughter. She was a shy girl who loved roses and books. Even a single flower from Harry could make her smile. My daughter couldn't have killed anyone. Eric's expression remained skeptical, his eyes glinting with challenge. He clacked a poison bottle onto the table, the sound echoing through the room. If you trust her, drink this, he said, his voice dripping with malice. Viscount's eyes widened in horror as he picked up the bottle, his hands trembling. He examined it carefully, his face pale. Romeo's voice cut through the silence. This is Isla's bottle. It contains the poison used on the other ladies. Why don't you see for yourself? Viscount's silence was deafening, his eyes fixed on the bottle as if it held the secrets of his daughter's soul. The other members began to stir, their voices rising in urgency. Your Majesty, we can't allow this to happen again, one of them exclaimed. Another member jumped in, his face flushed with excitement. He's right. You must choose an empress as soon as possible, before more misfortune befalls Rose Palace. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, all clamoring for Eric's attention. But Eric's eyes remained fixed on Viscount, his expression unyielding. Lucia rubbed her temples, her eyes scanning the papers scattered before her. Ugh, my head! She muttered, exhaustion etched on her face. Felix approached her, a gentle smile on his face. Thank you for helping us sort all these papers out quickly, my lady. Now that we're done, you should get some rest. Lucia coughed, a faint hint of melancholy in her voice. Oh, it's not because of work, Felix. I just have a lot on my mind. She paused, her thoughts drifting away. I am me and not me at the same time, and it wasn't mine, but now it is mine. Felix's expression turned puzzled, his brow furrowed in confusion. I have no idea what that means, he thought. Lucia waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. I'm just talking nonsense. Felix waited patiently, his eyes filled with concern. After a moment, he spoke up. My lady, if I may, there's no need to be confused. His voice took on a gentle, encouraging tone. You should focus on what hasn't changed. Even if your surroundings are different, you're at the center, and you'll never change. You were always so confident in my eyes. He added, his words filled with conviction. I'm sure His Majesty fell in love with your honesty and confidence. In the committee room, Romeo's voice rang out, addressing the next topic. The Helium estate has asked to be exempted from paying taxes for 3 years, citing excessive war costs. A member spoke up, skepticism etched on his face. What about all the food we sent? They're not exactly living on a wasteland. Romeo's expression turned somber. The food you sent all went to the army, and now they're running out of funds. Eric's eyes narrowed, his interest piqued. I see. I want you to go down there, look for yourself, and report back to me. Romeo bowed. Your Majesty! Another member ventured. Your Majesty, rumors are going around saying Lady Lucia is staying in the Empress room. Eric's gaze turned cold, his voice firm. That's right. Count Jarnus frowned, his voice laced with disapproval. Lady Lucia hasn't been made Empress yet. It's against protocol to have her stay in that room. Eric's eyes flashed with annoyance. Do you think I need your permission to let her stay in an empty room? Jarnus insisted, his face reddening. That room is for the woman who will become the Emperor's wife, one who's a pillar of the Empire. It's very important to follow procedures. Eric's smile was icy. Procedures. He paused, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Then I will follow these procedures and make Lucia my Empress. In the Emperor's palace, Lucia sat at the dining table, her eyes fixed on the door as she waited for Eric's arrival. Halo entered, his expression courteous. Please wait here, Lady Lucia. His Majesty will arrive shortly, he said, bowing slightly. Lucia smiled, her voice warm. Thank you, Halo. Just then, Prince Alvis burst into the dining room, his face flushed with excitement. Ms. Lu, I mean, Your Majesty, he exclaimed, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment as she rose from her chair, her hands hovering over the food laid out before her. Prince Alvis? What are you doing here? She asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Alvis's grin faltered for a moment before he replied. I came to see you, of course. Lucia's eyes sparkled with amusement. And did you just call me Your Majesty? She asked, her voice teasing. Halo sighed, his expression disapproving. Prince Alvis, why did you call Lady Lucia that? If she's to become Empress, over half the nobility must agree. You can't just… Alvis interrupted him, his words tumbling out in a rush. It's a long story, but they decided it during the meeting today. I heard on my way here. Ask Romeo if you want. Lucia's eyes darted between Alvis and Halo, her mind reeling with the implications. Could it be true? Was she really to become Empress? Prince Alvis grasped Lucia's hand, his eyes shining with excitement, and started spinning her around the room. It'd be great if you married my brother, he exclaimed. Then you could live in the palace with me forever. Lucia laughed, trying to extricate her hand from Alvis's grasp. Prince Alvis, I don't think… But before she could finish, Eric stepped into the room, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in the scene. Someone might think you were already Empress, he said, his voice dry. Alvis released Lucia's hand and bowed low. You're late, Your Majesty. You shouldn't keep the Empress waiting. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment. Eric, what's going on? She asked, her voice confused. Alvis grinned mischievously. You must be hungry, Your Majesty. Let's eat. You can sit next to me. Lucia couldn't help but laugh at Alvis's antics. Prince Alvis, why do you keep calling me that? She asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Eric raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Is she marrying you? He asked Alvis, his tone teasing. Alvis chuckled. Your innocent little brother just wants to sit next to the Empress. Eric smiled wryly, taking a seat at the dining table. Yes, I suppose I kept my Empress waiting too long. Let's eat. Lucia's curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Eric. Eric, what is everyone talking about? Eric's expression turned serious, and he replied. Something we decided at the meeting today. I'll tell you while we eat. Alvis, still trying to be helpful, chimed in. Try some of this, Your Majesty. This soup has a floury taste that makes it even better than normal. Lucia took a deep sigh, her mind reeling with the sudden turn of events. To become Empress so suddenly, she thought, her eyes fixed on Eric. Alvis, oblivious to Lucia's growing frustration, continued to offer her dishes, saying, Your Majesty! Try this too! Your Majesty! Lucia's irritation boiled over, and she exclaimed, Please stop calling me that! Stop it! Alvis, finally sensing Lucia's discomfort, bowed low and said, I'll be off now, Your Majesties. I hope you two have a great time. As soon as Alvis left, Lucia turned to Eric, her eyes wide with worry. Eric, what's all this talk about becoming Empress? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Eric's eyes locked onto Lucia's, his gaze intense. I announced today that I would take you as my wife. It'll be made public soon. Lucia's face fell, her voice laced with concern. But I already told you, I have to return to my own world soon. Eric's expression turned pleading, his voice filled with emotion. There's only one thing I want, Lucia. Please be my wife until the day you return. Lucia's brow furrowed, her mind racing with the implications. It doesn't make sense. What if I marry you and then die in this world? Where does that leave you? She added, her voice cracking with worry. If I disappear, you'll have to spend the rest of your life alone. Eric's face set in determination, his eyes burning with conviction. I'm doing this for me. I want you to live in my memory as my wife, he added, his voice barely above a whisper. I want to know what it's like to be wed to you, even just for a few days. I'm doing this for me, Lucia. Lucia's eyes welled up with tears, her heart aching at Eric's words. Eric, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Lucia sat beside Lependon on the sofa, her eyes wide with surprise. Did you know I was going to become empress? She asked, her voice laced with incredulity. Lependon, still lying down, replied nonchalantly. Huh! Of course I did. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her mind racing with questions. And you didn't tell me? So what else are you hiding? Lependon shifted onto her lap, his eyes gleaming with knowing. Want me to tell you? Do you want to hear about your future? Lucia's hand fluttered over his head, her touch hesitant. And no, I don't want to know. Lependon's voice took on a wise tone. Good choice. Knowing the future doesn't mean you can escape it. You'll have to make a decision soon. Lucia sighed, her thoughts swirling. We always make decisions. But I never even thought I'd marry an emperor. Lependon's expression turned enigmatic. No need to overthink it. Just watch how things play out. Since you two were fated to meet, no matter what you might think, you'll never be able to break apart. He asked, his voice low and curious. So what are you going to do now? Lucia held a cup of tea, her hands cradling it as if seeking comfort. I don't know, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Just then, a soft knock at the door broke the silence. My lady, a voice called out. Spooky stepped in, his expression formal. The tailor is here. Lucia's thoughts were interrupted, and she thought to herself. Already? She gave permission. Send her in. A lady wearing a black frock stepped into the room, her eyes shining with excitement. I'm Celico. She introduced herself. I've received orders to make a dress for you. I'll make sure you have the loveliest wedding dress in the world. The lady servants helped Lucia with her measurements, their hands moving deftly as they worked. Lucia's mind began to wander, her thoughts consumed by her predicament. Turning someone down hurts for a moment, but if you gain happiness only to lose it, how long must you suffer for it? She thought. She sighed inwardly, her heart heavy. I don't want to become empress. But I can't keep refusing. I have to do it for him. Her thoughts trailed off, her love for Eric shining like a beacon in her mind. Because I love him. Lucia turned back to reality, her eyes focusing on Spooky. Hey, how are things going at Rose Perfume? She asked, her voice a welcome distraction from her thoughts. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile as she asked Spooky. How are things going at Rose Perfume? Spooky's expression mirrored Lucia's, her eyes shining with delight. Business is good, my lady. Although it's common to see people carrying around the food they buy instead of eating it. Lucia's brow furrowed in curiosity. Huh? Why's that? Spooky chuckled. Apparently, the smell is so good that people like to keep things like candy on them. They like to give them as gifts to other people too. Lucia's confusion deepened. That's odd. Why don't they just buy our perfume? Spooky's smile grew wider. It just has a different feeling to it. The rose candies are very popular among children, so we always run out. She added, her voice filled with amusement. If they buy one rose pie and one apple pie, they tend to eat one and just keep the other. Lucia's laughter echoed through the room, her eyes sparkling with mirth. They just carry it around instead of eating it? That's a first. Her thoughts turned to her impending wedding, and she asked, If I'm being made empress, I guess we'll have a wedding, right? Spooky's face lit up with excitement as she clapped her hands. Of course. In your wedding dress, you'll be the most beautiful bride in the world. Lucia's cheeks flushed with pleasure. Thank you, Spooky. Eric and Lucia prepared for the grand event, their excitement palpable. Eric looked dashing in his formal attire, his eyes shining with happiness as he gazed at Lucia. Lucia, resplendent in her olive green gown, her side braid perfectly complementing her elegant look, was a vision of beauty. She seemed almost ethereal, her loveliness leaving Eric breathless. As they stood together, Lucia's eyes widened in wonder. "Eric, are we getting married?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eric's smile was radiant. "Yes," he replied, his eyes never leaving hers. Lucia's cheeks flushed as she bent her head, her thoughts racing. "I can't believe I get to marry someone so attractive," she thought, her heart skipping a beat. Eric, oblivious to Lucia's inner turmoil, gazed at her with adoration. "I'm glad you're here with me," he said, his voice filled with emotion. "Just the thought of you being my bride makes me happy," he added, his voice sincere. "Thank you for agreeing to this marriage. Even if you leave, you'll live on in my memory as my wife." Lucia's eyes snapped up, her expression playful. "Hold on, I didn't say yes yet," she teased. "You can't just decide to get married all on your own." Eric's smirk was charming. "So is that a refusal?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Lucia's face turned pink as she replied, "That depends on you." Without warning, Eric pulled her close, his lips inches from hers. "Then stay with me today," he whispered. "I want you to be happy every moment we're together." As he spoke, he drew her closer, his arms wrapping around her. Lucia's heart raced as Eric's lips met hers, their kiss sending shivers down her spine. Meanwhile, Lependon watched the scene unfold with a discerning eye. Pathetic, he thought, his tail twitching with disdain. He can't even ask her to stay. He's got a long way to go to become a true emperor. Lependon's ears perked up, his mind racing with thoughts. The wheels have been set back in motion. Everything stopped while the Empress made up her mind. But now that she's opened her heart to the Emperor, it's all moving again. He added, his voice low and introspective. She's the only being who's out of place in this world. Whatever choice she makes, I hope she doesn't regret it. In another part of the palace, Lucia stood before a mirror, her olive green gown rustling softly as she moved. She took a deep sigh, her thoughts consumed by doubt. Should I go through with this wedding? She wondered, her heart heavy with uncertainty. As she pondered, her mind wandered to Eric, his smile and laughter etched in her memory. When I think about Eric left all alone because of my selfishness, will I be able to live in my world without him? She thought, her eyes clouding with tears. Lucia's thoughts were interrupted by Lependon's gentle voice. Why so blue? He asked, his eyes filled with concern. Lucia sighed, her shoulders sagging. It just feels weird when I think about actually getting married. Lependon sat beside her on the sofa, his tail wrapping around his legs. Why? Don't you want to get married? Lucia's expression turned wistful. Of course I do. Lependon's ears perked up, his curiosity piqued. Then what's wrong? Lucia's voice dropped to a whisper. I love Eric. In fact, I've never loved anyone this much before. Just being with him fills me with happiness. But when he's not around, I become selfish again. I couldn't tell him no, even knowing I had to leave. It feels like he's sacrificing so much for me. But I was happy to see him do that for me. Selfish, isn't it? Lependon's expression turned wise. You're lucky to have someone you can love with all your heart. You're just thinking too much. He added, his voice gentle. If you're that upset, why don't you just stay with him? Why are you trying so hard to leave anyway? Lucia's eyes dropped, her thoughts tangled in a web of emotions. She knew Lependon's words made sense, but a part of her still hesitated, unsure of what the future held. As they stepped out onto the terrace, the cool evening air enveloped them, carrying the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Lucia gazed out at the breathtaking view, her thoughts still swirling with uncertainty. Lependon, sensing her turmoil, jumped up onto the railing, his tail twitching with excitement. I'm sure you have people you love in your world, but there are people you love in this world too, he said, his voice filled with conviction. You have to decide what you want to do. Follow your heart. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile, Lependon's words resonating deep within her. Lovely, she whispered, her eyes shining with gratitude. Without warning, she scooped up Lependon, cradling him in her arms as she laughed. Does that mean you want me to stay? She teased, her voice playful. Lependon's eyes widened in mock horror. Ack! Put me down! He squeaked, his paws flailing wildly. As night fell, the moon rose high in the sky, its silvery light casting a magical glow over the landscape. Lependon, still in Lucia's arms, gazed up at her with wise eyes. You never said anything, so I thought you were fine, he said, his voice soft. Where did all this sulking come from? There's no right answer. You just don't want to end up with any regrets. He wriggled free from Lucia's grasp, his chest heaving with mock exhaustion. And let go of me. I can't breathe, he requested, his tone dramatic. Lucia chuckled, releasing Lependon from her grasp. Fine, she replied, her smile still radiant. Meanwhile, Felix snuck into Lucia's chambers through a side door, his eyes scanning the room for the lady. He thought to himself, I came to get some advice from Lady Lucia, but it sounds like she has enough on her plate. As he listened in on Lucia's conversation with Lependon, Felix's eyes widened in understanding. Maybe it's because of the wedding, he thought, his mind racing with connections. He took a deep breath, his shoulders sagging in empathy. Becoming Empress certainly won't be easy, he murmured to himself. Just then, Eric appeared beside him, his voice low and teasing. Is marrying me that much of a chore? Felix startled, his eyes darting to Eric's face. He bowed down hastily, his voice trembling. Please kill me, Your Majesty, he thought to himself. Stop popping out of walls like a ghost. Eric's expression turned concerned. How's Lucia doing? He asked Felix. Felix hesitated, his eyes darting to the window where Lucia stood. I'm not sure. She just came out to look at the moon, but her face was so serious. Eric's eyes clouded with worry. She seemed troubled when I asked her to marry me. I wanted to get on my knees and beg her to stay with me, but I couldn't do anything when I saw her smile. He added, his voice laced with self-doubt. It's selfish of me to ask her to stay. I'm worried that I'm making things harder for her. Felix shifted uncomfortably, his eyes downcast. I'm not sure, Your Majesty. I have no idea. He ventured a hesitant joke. If I may say so, perhaps it's because you're as frightening as a tiger. Even I wouldn't want to marry someone who's known as the war ghost. Felix's face turned bright red as he realized his mistake. I'm just joking, Your Majesty, he stammered, his eyes wide with embarrassment. In the old, abandoned gymnastics room, Harry's anger boiled over. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white with rage, and gritted his teeth so hard they seemed to tremble. His eyes blazed with fury as he gazed at his hands, his fingers crumpling as if they were fragile, brittle twigs. Damn it! He bellowed, his voice echoing off the peeling walls. I can't do anything in this rotting body. If it weren't for this useless, decaying flesh, I could have killed him by now. As he raged, Harry stumbled, his legs trembling beneath him. A tattered brown cloth wrapped around his torso, a makeshift bandage that seemed to be the only thing holding him together. He paused, his chest heaving, and indulged in dark thoughts. Ugh, my body is reaching its limit. The day is growing near. When the moon soaks through the light, everything will change. A sinister smirk spread across his face, his eyes glinting with malevolence. On that day, I will be reborn. The words dripped with malice, a promise of transformation and vengeance. On the moonlit terrace, Lucia stood lost in thought, the gentle breeze rustling her hair. Eric stepped beside her, his eyes shining with warmth. Lucia's face lit up with a smile as she turned to him. Hey Eric, remember when we secretly ate leftovers here? The soft wind carried the sweet scent of blooming roses, and leaves and petals fluttered around them. Lucia extended her hands, catching the delicate petals as they danced through the air. Eric's eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled. Yes. I'd never eaten leftover food before. Lucia's eyes sparkled with mischief. You liked it, didn't you? Eric gazed up at the big moon, its light illuminating the night sky. That night I couldn't sleep, so I came here to look at the moon. Lucia's voice turned wistful. It was comforting, I guess. Everything in this world was strange to me except the moon. Eric's eyes met hers, filled with understanding. So you have the same moon in your world? He added, his voice low and hopeful. I hope to see it with you one day. Lucia's smile returned, and she asked, How about sharing a bottle of rose wine? Eric's face lit up with delight. I'm always happy to drink your rose wine. As they sipped their wine, Lucia's happiness grew. She smiled, her eyes shining. Wow, you keep granting all my wishes. It makes me want to wish for more things. Eric laughed, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Just say the word, and it's yours. As Lucia poured more wine into their glasses, she said, I want to go on a normal date. The kind of date normal people in this world would go on. Eric clinked his glass against hers, his smile radiant. Let's think about it after we have a drink. Lucia's smile returned, her eyes sparkling. Okay. The next day, Eric and Lucia sat together in a cozy restaurant, surrounded by the warm aroma of freshly baked goods. Lucia's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Eric. We haven't gone out together in so long. I was so excited I jumped out of bed and started getting ready. Eric adjusted his tie, his smile charming. It's nice going out somewhere like this. We should do this more often. As they chatted, a young couple beside them caught Lucia's attention. The girl's eyes widened as she spotted a decadent pastry on their table. Wow, this looks so pretty, she exclaimed. The guy, holding a fork, encouraged her to try some. I heard you like to eat this cake on special occasions. The girl hesitated, her eyes shining with excitement. Let's get a box for this. It's almost too pretty to eat. The guy smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. As you wish. Actually, there's somewhere I'd like to take you, Jessie. Jessie's face lit up, and she clapped her hands together. Really? Where? The guy glanced at her, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I'd hate to ruin the surprise. Lucia listened to their conversation, a thoughtful expression on her face. She thought to herself, she's so moved by one small piece of cake. As she gazed at the array of bakery items in front of her rose tart, waffles, and pastries, Lucia's mind wandered to the simple joys in life. The gentle hum of conversation, the sweet scent of baked goods, and the warmth of shared moments with loved ones. Lucia turned to Eric, a hint of embarrassment on her face. When I said a normal date, I didn't mean anything this luxurious. I don't need this much food. Eric's eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled. Are you worried about having leftover food? We could get a box for it. Lucia's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head. No, it's not that. Maybe I was wrong. I guess there's no such thing as a normal date. Eric's curiosity was piqued. Why not? Because of my position? Lucia's gaze met his, her eyes shining with sincerity. No, not that. It's not normal to be with the person you love. Eric's expression turned thoughtful. Even without going on some kind of fancy date, I'm happy just to be with you. Lucia's voice was barely above a whisper. I'll always treasure the memory of this moment spent with the man I love. She took Eric's hand, her touch sending shivers down his spine. I'll never forget it either. As they departed, the lady servants bowed and bid them farewell. Thank you. Have a safe return, my lady. Stepping out into the evening air, Eric turned to Lucia with a mischievous grin. A special date? That sounds difficult. For our normal, special date, I sent back the carriage. Lucia turned to Eric, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Okay, what should we do next? Do you want to see the market? Eric's smile was charming. Shall we? I haven't gone out in public for a long time. As they strolled hand in hand, Lucia asked, Do you know the way? Their leisurely walk led them to a dead-end alley, where a fence blocked their path. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. Oops, this looks like a dead end. Let's double back around. But Lucia's attention was diverted by hushed voices on the other side of the fence. Hey, you're crushing the box. Move it carefully so we don't get caught. Eric noticed Lucia's distraction and asked, What's wrong? Lucia's fingers shot up, silencing him. Sure. She stepped on the box and peeked over the fence. On the other side, 3 men were huddled together, one of them holding a struggling Jessie, the same girl who had been sitting beside them at the restaurant. One of the men asked, Is this really okay? The guy holding Jessie snickered. Nobody forced her to come here. Who's gonna say anything about her coming of her own free will? Lucia's eyes met Eric's, her expression urgent. Hey, that guy was just at Rose Perfume. Eric's eyes narrowed. Yes, he kept looking over at you. Lucia's voice was barely above a whisper. It looks like a kidnapping. We have to save her. Eric's expression turned resolute. Leave it to me. He stepped back and called out to his guards, his voice low and commanding. Walter, Romeo. The guards responded instantly, their voices firm. Yes, Your Majesty. Eric issued his orders, his eyes locked on the scene unfolding before them. Walter, you follow me. Romeo, protect Lucia. Romeo bowed down, his movements swift and precise. Yes, Your Majesty. As you command. He turned to Lucia, his expression serious. Lucia, wait here. Lucia nodded, her eyes wide with concern. Okay. Be careful, Eric. With that, Eric and Walter slipped inside the fence, leaving Lucia and Romeo to watch anxiously from outside. Romeo and Lucia stood side by side, the tension between them palpable. Lucia fidgeted, shuffling her hands nervously, while Romeo shifted his weight, his eyes fixed on the ground. Lucia's thoughts raced. This is Trudy's brother, right? It's pretty awkward with just the 2 of us. Romeo broke the silence, his voice low and smooth. It's incredible, the effect you have on His Majesty. Lucia's laughter was a little too loud, a little too forced. Haha, it was nothing. So awkward. She changed the subject, her curiosity getting the better of her. How's Trudy doing? Romeo's expression softened, a hint of a smile on his lips. She's turning back into the Trudy I know. He replied, his voice filled with warmth. She's been busy practicing her swordsmanship lately. Lucia's eyes lit up with interest. That's good. Romeo turned to her, his eyes locked on hers. And how are you, my lady? Do you really want to become empress? Lucia's hesitation was palpable. Well, I still have a lot to think about. Romeo's voice was low, his words sincere. I never really got the chance to talk to you alone. I'm glad I was finally able to. Lucia's mind wandered, her thoughts consumed by Romeo's words. He's always hanging around the palace. What does he mean he didn't have a chance before? Her eyes narrowed, suspicion creeping into her voice. Did you arrange this incident to separate me and Eric? Meanwhile, the scene inside the fence unfolded with urgency. The guy who picked Jessie begged for mercy, his voice trembling. Please don't kill me. Jessie lay unconscious on the floor, her limp form a stark contrast to the chaos around her. Eric's eyes blazed with intensity as he demanded answers. Where were you planning to take her? The guy stuttered, his eyes darting wildly. We were just having a lark. Walter's grip on his shoulder tightened, his voice firm. Stop fooling around and tell me the truth. The air was thick with tension, the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. The guy begged for mercy, his voice cracking. I'm sorry. Walter's patience wore thin, his voice thundering. I'm going to give you one last chance. Where were you planning to take her? The guy's eyes went wide, his body shaking as he sobbed. "Ach! To sell her in the red light district." Walter's face fell, his expression horrified. "Red light district?" The guy's words tumbled out in a desperate bid for survival. "I only did it because as the daughter of a baron, she'll fetch a good price." Jessie flinched, her eyes flashing with anger. The guy turned to Eric, his voice laced with malice. "I was planning to marry her and earn a title, but then she disowned her family. I had no other choice." The other guys protested, their voices rising in a chorus of denial. "He planned this all by himself. We had nothing to do with it. Please let us go." Walter turned to Eric, his eyes seeking guidance. "What should we do?" The guy, still weeping, begged for his life. "Please don't kill us." Eric's gaze bore into him, his expression unreadable. Romeo shook his head, his expression sincere. "Of course not. I wouldn't do anything like that." Lucia apologized, her voice soft. "Sorry. Guess I misunderstood." She asked him, her curiosity piqued. "Then what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" Romeo's eyes locked onto hers, his voice filled with concern. "Out of all the ladies in Rose Palace, you're the only one who ever caught his eye. But you never said you wanted to become his wife," he added, his tone gentle. "I know it might be out of line, but I only ask out of concern for His Majesty. You see, we've known each other since we were young, ever since we fought together in the war." His expression turned somber, his eyes clouding over. "I know very well what he was like on the battlefield. How it changed him. I thought it wasn't a bad choice for his father to send him to war. Because back then, the other princes were jealous of him. But now I realize he was only pretending to be fine. No one could cure the wound deep inside his heart." Romeo's voice dropped to a whisper, his words urgent. "Don't believe him if he says he's all right. You're probably the only person he'll ever open his heart to." Lucia's question hung in the air, unfinished. "If I go?" Her mind raced, wondering why Romeo would confide in her like this. Why would Romeo tell me something like this? He doesn't know I have to leave soon. She turned to him, her voice soft. "Romeo." But before she could finish, Walter appeared, Jessie limp in his arms. "My lady, I've recovered the young woman." Lucia's concern shifted to Jessie. "Oh, is she okay?" Walter gently placed Jessie on the ground. "She's unconscious, but she doesn't seem to be hurt." As Jessie's eyes fluttered open, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Who are you?" Please don't hurt me." Lucia rushed to her side, her voice soothing. "Calm down. You're safe now." She knelt beside Jessie, her hands gentle. "We're not here to hurt you. Actually, we saved you." Jessie's eyes darted wildly, her fears slowly giving way to confusion. Jessie's sobs shook her entire body as she repeated, "What? You saved me?" Lucia's voice was gentle, her eyes filled with compassion. "You're Jessie, right? I saw you at Rose Perfume. Later, I saw some guy carrying you over his shoulder, and I couldn't just stand aside." Jessie's sniffles turned into uncontrollable weeping. "I loved him so much that I even left my parents for him, but he betrayed me." Lucia's arms enveloped Jessie in a warm hug. "Don't cry, Jessie. You're safe now." Jessie's tears slowly subsided, replaced by gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Lucia smiled, her eyes kind. "I'll walk you home." Jessie nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, okay. Thank you." As they strolled together, Eric by their side, Jessie's eyes shone with tears. "I'm so glad I met you." Lucia's smile was warm. "Thank God I happened to be passing by." The three of them walked in comfortable silence, the evening air filled with a sense of hope and new beginnings. Jessie's curiosity got the better of her. So what happened to him?" Eric's voice was firm, yet gentle. "We spared his life." Jessie's eyes widened, a mix of emotions on her face. I see. Lucia's expression turned thoughtful. Jessie, if you had married that guy, you never would have been able to see your parents again. Is that really worth it? Jessie's eyes dropped, her voice barely above a whisper. My parents opposed our love, so I was forced to choose between him and them. I thought about which goodbye would be harder. If he and I lived happily ever after, I'm sure my parents would have come to respect my choice. She added, her voice filled with regret. A choice for my happiness. Why did I only think about making my parents happy? Lucia's mind wandered, her thoughts mirroring Jessie's. Why didn't I think about my sadness, and how Eric would have felt being left all alone? If it's for my happiness, then I don't think I can leave Eric. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks, her heart heavy with emotion. She glanced at Eric, his eyes locked on hers, filled with a deep affection. Harry paced back and forth in the old gymnastic room, his mind consumed by worries about his future. He gazed down at his hands, his thoughts laced with determination. I will only remain for 2 more days. This is the last time. With a deep breath, he donned a royal attire, the fabric rustling as he moved. He knelt down, his eyes locked on the demon before him. Are you sure you can't come with me? The demon's response was firm, its voice low and gravelly. I will not leave this place. Demons only reveal themselves to those they've made contracts with. The energy of the moon is filling up. Harry's jaw clenched, his resolve strengthening. I'll definitely take Eric's body this time. The demon's warning was clear. Make sure to take the sword. Harry's hand closed around the hilt, his grip tight. This time, the throne will be mine. With a fierce cry, he rose to his feet, the sword at the ready. The air seemed to vibrate with his determination, the shadows cast by the flickering candles dancing across the walls like dark specters. As Lucia and Eric arrived back at the palace, Eric turned to her with a warm smile. I had fun today. Lucia's eyes sparkled in agreement. So did I. Her gaze softened, concern etched on her face. It looks like you're having trouble sleeping. I'm worried about your health. Eric's hand rose, his fingers stroking her face gently. Oh, don't worry. I'm all right. His voice was soothing, his touch calming. You must be tired. You should go get some rest. Lucia nodded, her eyelids drooping. Okay. As she turned to leave, Eric's smile hinted at a secret. You'll have something to look forward to tomorrow. I prepared something for you. Lucia's curiosity was piqued, her heart racing with anticipation. Later, seated at her desk, Lucia began writing a letter, her thoughts pouring onto the page. Now that I have decided not to go back, I want to tell him how I feel. She sighed, her mind racing. What should I write? The first words flowed onto the page. Dear Eric, ever since meeting you, I've thought this over long and hard. But I've decided to stay with you. But Lucia wasn't satisfied, her words not fully capturing her emotions. She crumpled a couple of pages, starting anew. Lucia's frustration mounted, her pen scratching out words only to cross them out again. Ugh. I have no idea what I'm saying. What should I do? Her shoulders slumped, her eyes welling up with tears. I've never written a love letter before. How can I express how I really feel? Just then, a voice broke the silence, making her jump. Hello, Lucia. Would you like me to help you write that letter to my brother? Lucia's heart skipped a beat as she turned to face Harry, his eyes glinting with amusement. He continued, his voice dripping with malice. Eric never left his room on the anniversary of my and our parents' deaths. Do you know why? Lucia's curiosity was piqued, her mind racing with possibilities. Harry's snicker sent shivers down her spine. It's because he killed everyone who got close to him. No one was able to approach the Emperor who had gone crazy. His words hung in the air like a challenge, his eyes boring into Lucia's soul. Do you really want to be with that crazy Emperor? Lucia's eyes widened, her heart pounding in her chest. She rose from her seat, her mind reeling with doubts and fears. Lucia's eyes widened as she recognized Harry's voice. She screamed out, her anger and fear boiling over. This voice. Do you always hide like this? Stop being a coward and show yourself! Harry materialized in front of her, his smile twisted and cruel. He stepped closer, his eyes glinting with malice. Did you know? Eric was going crazy in his own little world he created in his head. And I was always in that world with him. His voice dripped with venom. He was haunted by the nightmare of slitting my throat with his own 2 hands. Isn't that funny? You don't even feel guilty about killing your own parents. Harry's laughter was cold, mirthless. Haha, that's right. I don't feel an ounce of guilt, just like you said. Even at this very moment. Lucia's eyes blazed with anger. Why are you doing this to him? He had to protect himself for every moment of his life. Her voice cracked with emotion, her heart aching for Eric's pain. Harry sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. He's stupid, isn't he? It might have been better for him to rest easy in a grave. Lucia's eyes flashed with anger. Don't make me laugh! She stepped forward, her voice rising. That's what I was going to say. You're dead, so why are you still among the living? What unfinished business do you have? Harry's laughter was cold, his eyes glinting with malice. What? Unfinished business? I'm just trying to get what's rightfully mine. Lucia's voice was laced with disgust. I can't believe you're trying to kill those who love you. How sad. I can't believe you're trying to take the throne rather than repenting. It's creeping me out, being in the same room as someone who would become a demon to ascend the throne. Harry's gaze turned menacing, his eyes narrowing. I suggest you stop getting on my nerves. Just then, the door slammed, and Eric's voice boomed from outside. Lucia! Harry exclaimed. Finally! With a swift motion, Harry gestured with his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through the room, carrying Lucia's body away from Harry. Lucia called out to Eric again, her voice laced with helplessness. Eric. Eric responded from outside, his voice calm and collected. Now's not the time. Just you wait, Lucia. Meanwhile, she continued to shout at Harry. Whatever you're trying to do, it won't work. Just go away. Harry's smile was sinister. This is just the beginning. He stepped closer to the door, his voice dripping with malice. Oh. Now that everyone's here, are you there, brother? Eric slammed the door, his voice thundering. Harry! Damn it! Open the door. He was joined by Romeo, Walter, and soldiers, their faces set in determination. Eric called out to Lucia, his voice urgent. Lucia! Step back. I'm going to break the door. Harry's warning was clear, his eyes glinting with malice. If you want Lucia to be safe, I suggest you don't do that. Lucia's mind racing, she thought to herself. If I'm here, that means Eric. I have to get out of here no matter what. He's really after Eric. This must be a trap. We can't give him what he wants. With newfound determination, Lucia rushed to the door and slammed it shut, her voice firm. Eric, don't come in! Harry's warning was laced with menace. Don't try anything stupid, Lucia. I need you in one piece too. His hand grasped her chin, his fingers digging into her skin. It'll all be over soon. I'll give you what you want. Don't you miss your family? I bet you're dying to go back. Lucia's voice trembled. And no. I already. But Harry didn't listen, his grip tightening. Then there's something I need you to do. I'll reunite you with my brother soon. Just do as I say. His breath was hot against her ear, his voice dripping with malice. Don't you want to know how things will end for you and my brother? You'll find out soon. Lucia's body trembled in front of him, her heart racing with fear. Harry's fingers tapped against Lucia's skin, his grip unyielding, as the sound of slamming doors and shouting soldiers echoed outside the palace room. Meanwhile, Felix burst into the scene, his face etched with urgency. Your Majesty! We're in trouble! A herd of monsters is approaching the palace. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with strategy. How many are there? Felix's voice trembled. There must be at least a couple thousand. The soldiers who were guarding the gates have all been killed. Eric's jaw clenched, his orders swift and decisive. Walter, take every able soldier and kill the monsters. Walter bowed, his voice firm. Yes, Your Majesty. As you command. Eric's gaze turned to Halo, his voice commanding. Lord Chamberlain, gather all the nobles right now. Halo bowed, his movements swift. Yes, Your Majesty. Eric grasped his sword, his eyes blazing with determination. I'm going in alone. Everyone wait outside. But Lependon stepped forward, his voice cautionary. Don't go in yet. Just wait. Eric turned back, his eyes locked on Lependon. No. Lucia is in there. Lependon's expression was insistent. Just wait a little longer. Eric's jaw clenched, his patience wearing thin. Eric's stubbornness was unwavering. Not yet. Lependon's voice was laced with urgency. The red moon will rise soon. Inside the room, Lucia felt her strength waning, her body trembling with fear. Tears streamed down her face as she thought. And my body. Harry's voice was smooth, his words dripping with deceit. You want to go back to your world, don't you? Don't worry. You'll be able to go there soon. Lucia's voice was barely audible. And no. Harry's thoughts were consumed by his sinister plan. Once Lucia stabs Eric in the heart, I will be able to take his body while my soul is filled with the energy of the moonlight. He grasped Lucia's shoulders, his grip unyielding. Don't cry. Just do as I say. He presented a dagger to her, its blade glinting in the dim light. Here. Take this. Stab the man you love in the heart with this. Lucia's hands trembled as she took the dagger, her heart heavy with despair. Harry's thoughts turned cold, his calculations devoid of emotion. Your soul can't return to its original body anyway. I wanted to make you my queen. What a pity. I have no choice if I want to take Eric's body as my own. He ordered her, his voice devoid of empathy. Look out the window, Lucia. It's almost time. The red moon cast an eerie glow through the window, its light illuminating the tense scene unfolding within. Harry stepped forward, a sly smile spreading across his face as he opened the door. It's time to meet my dear brother. Eric's rage was palpable, his sword flashing in the moonlight as he charged at Harry. Harry! Harry protected himself from the attack, his movements swift and calculated. He snickered, his voice dripping with malice. Now, brother. You ought to fix that little habit of acting before you think. Eric's anger boiled over, his words laced with venom. You still like to run your mouth, Harry. Harry's laughter echoed through the room, his eyes glinting with amusement. Killing your brother twice is just cruel. Eric's teeth were clenched in rage, his voice low and menacing. If you just told me you wanted to become emperor, I would have stepped down from the throne. But you went so far as to murder your parents and brothers for the throne? Harry's sigh was dramatic, his expression one of mock hurt. No, that's no fun. Just being handed the throne would hurt my pride. Eric's eyes blazed with fury, his voice rising. Say that again. Do you really think you can beat me? The air was electric with tension, the brothers' animosity hanging like a challenge between them. Harry stepped forward, his grip on Lucia's arm like a vice as he dragged her in front of him. Not alone. But maybe we can. Eric's voice was a desperate scream. Lucia! Lucia stood still, her expression blank, her eyes vacant. Harry's smile was twisted, his voice dripping with malice. I'm controlling her mind. It won't be easy for her to wake up. The door slammed shut, trapping Eric and Harry inside. Outside, the soldiers grew restless, their voices urgent. How long are you going to keep us waiting? We have to protect our emperor. Romeo's reply was firm, his eyes fixed on the door. I'm following His Majesty's orders. Please just wait. Romeo's gaze drifted helplessly to the moon, his thoughts consumed by worry for Eric. Inside, Eric's sword flashed in the dim light, his eyes blazing with fury. What are you doing? Why not show me all you can do? Harry's snicker was like a snake slithering through the grass, his voice dripping with venom. Just defending yourself is no fun. Lucia wants to kill you and return to her world. He leaned in, his breath hot against Lucia's ear. You have to attack properly too. His hand closed around Lucia's, the dagger glinting in her grasp. If you really want her to be happy, you should let her go so she can return to her own world. And if that's what Lucia wants, then you have to die. Eric's fury boiled over, his sword flashing in the dim light as he screamed. Lucia, wake up! Harry's snicker was like a razor's edge, his voice dripping with malice. I told you, there's no use talking to her. Honestly, you never listen, do you? He whispered in Lucia's ear, his breath hot against her skin. Use this dagger and stab him straight in the heart. And you will go back to where you came from. Eric's sweat-drenched face contorted in anguish as he pleaded with Lucia. The door burst open, and soldiers rushed in, but Eric stopped them with a raised hand. Don't come any closer! His voice was gentle, his eyes locked on Lucia's vacant expression. Lucia! The dagger in her hand trembled, its point wavering before settling on Eric's heart. Eric's grip on her shoulder was firm, his voice filled with emotion. Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. Lucia stepped back, her eyes still blank, but Eric's words seemed to penetrate the fog. Thank you for all the unforgettable memories. You can go back now. When you go back, forget everything that happened here. Eric's steps were slow, deliberate, as he closed the distance between them. Be happy with the people you love in your world. Forget all the painful memories. His voice cracked, his eyes brimming with tears. Goodbye, my love. Lucia stood before him, her expression still frozen, but Eric's words seemed to stir something deep within her. Eric's voice was barely audible, his heart shattered into a million pieces. I love you. As Eric poured out his heart to Lucia, his words hung in the air like a desperate plea. But Harry's scream shattered the moment, his voice like a knife cutting through the tension. Kill him! Lucia's hand trembled, the dagger glinting in the dim light as she stabbed it into Eric's shoulder. Blood dripped from the wound, staining his shirt crimson. Romeo burst into the room, his soldiers at his heels, but Eric raised a hand, his eyes locked on Lucia's. Don't come any closer! Lucia's hand, still grasping the dagger, was smeared with Eric's blood. Harry's whispered words echoed in her mind. As long as you do as I say, it'll be good for you. Stab him in the heart. Eric's gaze never left Lucia's face, his voice barely above a whisper. Goodbye, Lucia. I love you. The air was heavy with tension, the only sound the soft dripping of Eric's blood onto the floor. Lucia's expression remained frozen, her eyes locked on Eric's, as if trapped in a nightmare from which she couldn't awaken. When Harry saw Lucia still standing, his face twisted in a snarl. Why are you hesitating? Stab him right through the heart. But Lucia's eyes flashed with sudden clarity, and she burst into tears as she broke free from Harry's influence. Oh, Eric. Eric's voice was calm, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. Don't cry. That'll only make it harder for me to let you go. He took a deep breath, his shoulders squaring. I have no right to stop you. Lucia rushed to Eric, her face contorted in anguish. Are you joking right now? You're willing to sacrifice yourself for me? She sobbed, her words tumbling out in a desperate plea. You should have stopped me no matter what. Why do you keep trying to give up? Your brother is walking all over you because you're too quick to give in. Her tears fell like rain, her voice cracking with emotion. You deserve to be happy, Eric. Lucia's words poured out like a river, her voice passionate and urgent. You ascended the throne when you didn't want to, just to protect the people you love. You're the emperor, you can afford to be a little selfish sometimes, for your own happiness. Eric's laughter was tinged with pain, his hand clutching his wounded shoulder. Haha. Lucia's gaze turned icy, her eyes fixed on Harry. This isn't just your fight anymore. Harry's face fell, his eyes wide with astonishment. What? Why did you stop? Lucia stepped forward, her voice dripping with contempt. What was your name again? Harry? Harry's voice was laced with confusion. Why didn't you kill him? Why? Lucia's smile was a thin, mirthless line. I thought about what you said about getting a new body. She wafted the dagger, its blade glinting in the dim light. If you get a new body, that means you have to enter an empty body with no soul. That's why you gave me this dagger. Her eyes locked on Harry's, her gaze piercing. You wanted me to kill Eric, so you could take his body, didn't you? Eric sat beside the table, his face contorted in pain, his growls barely audible. Lucia's voice was a steady stream, her words pouring out like a confession. If I kill Eric, you'll take over his body and become the emperor. But I don't want to go back to my world if it means killing the man I love. She took a step closer to Harry, her eyes blazing with accusation. Why did you have to use me? Does the one who absorbed the energy of the moonlight have to do the stabbing? Her voice dripped with disdain. If you tried to enter Lucia's body, your soul wouldn't be able to properly adapt, just like mine. That's why you first tried to kill Eric by entering Lucia's body. You wanted to work your way up to a whole body. Harry's silence was oppressive, his eyes fixed on Lucia with a mixture of shock and anger. Lucia's words continued to flow, her voice gaining strength. But you failed, so I entered her body instead. I figured out that the visions you've been showing me aren't really of my world. Her voice rose, her words a scream. When I decided that I wouldn't leave Eric behind, I grew even more sure that you were lying. She turned away from Harry, her eyes scanning the room until they landed on Lovely. Lovely! Help me! The air was electric with tension, the silence between them a living, breathing thing. Lucia's words were a challenge, her eyes flashing with determination. Since you have a demon helping you, it's only fair that I get a deity to help me. Harry's rage was palpable, his teeth clenched in fury. How dare you! But before he could continue, Lependon roared to life in his beast mode, his voice thundering through the room. So we meet again, carrier of Eurasian blood. Harry snarled. There's no place for you here. This is between humans. You are not human. As he spoke, he twisted his arms to protect himself, thinking, Damn it! I can't move. He sneered. There's no use. When the full moon rises, no one will be able to stop me. With a wave of his hand, he cast a spell, saying, Finally, it's time. I guess I have no choice. I'll kill all of you and become the emperor. I will absorb the energy of the moon. Just then, the Lependon beast interrupted him, saying, You're not the only one who is waiting for the full moon. I also absorbed the energy of the moon and entered Lucia's body. Harry's eyes widened in shock. What? What are you? The air was electric with tension, the full moon rising outside casting an eerie glow over the scene. Harry's grip on Lucia's shoulders was like a vice, his fingers digging deep into her skin. Impossible! How can you use that power? How dare you? But Lucia's eyes blazed with a fierce determination, her hand grasping Harry's wrist. Eric may have gone easy on you, but I won't. I have no intention of making this a fair fight. Her voice was a low growl, her words dripping with venom. You must have thought everything was going your way, but everything we did was to kill you. Harry's eyes widened in horror as Lucia's words hung in the air, his mind reeling with shock. Lucia's final words were a whispered promise. With the dagger dipped in the blood of a living member of the imperial family. Harry's eyes went wide, his mouth opening in a silent scream. What? That's impossible! And with that, she stabbed the dagger deep into Harry's abdomen, her hand twisting with a fierce precision. Lucia's voice was a cold whisper, her eyes never leaving Harry's face. Goodbye. The dagger seemed to glow with a malevolent light, its blade drinking in Harry's life force as he stumbled backwards, his eyes fixed on Lucia with a mixture of shock and hatred. As Lucia and Harry clashed, their rivalry palpable, Le Pendant burst onto the scene in his beast mode, his voice thundering through the air. The only one who was waiting for the full moon. I also absorbed the energy of the moon and entered Lucia's body. Harry's shock was evident, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? What are you? Lucia's mind flashed back to her conversation with Le Pendant, his words echoing in her mind. A way to stop yourself from returning to your world? Your soul has been interlocked with your body, so you probably won't die. You're not going to go, she had replied, her voice uncertain. I'm not sure. I still can't decide. And we don't know when Prince Harry will reappear. Le Pendant's irritation was clear, his voice dripping with disdain. I have no idea why the Emperor fell for someone like you. I prefer meat. Lucia's eyes welled up with tears, her voice cracking as she called out for help. Lovely! Lucia's voice was a low growl, his words dripping with disdain. That dead prince is seriously getting on my nerves. If he sold his soul to a demon, he's probably going to be out of his mind. But Prince Harry is already dead. What should we do? Le Pendant paused, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. There is only one way. You need to stab him with a dagger imbued with the energy of the moon dipped in the blood of a living member of the imperial family. He probably gave his blood when he sold his soul to the demon. Lucia's hand trembled with determination as she raised the dagger, its blade shining with a soft, lunar glow. With a swift, deadly motion, she stabbed the dagger into Harry's abdomen, her voice cold and detached. Goodbye. Harry's knees buckled, his body crashing to the ground as he begged for mercy, his voice cracking with desperation. No. Please don't. I can't die like this. I have to become the Emperor. His hands were drenched in blood, his coughing fits punctuated by gouts of crimson. Tears streamed down his face, his eyes wild with fear. I have to ascend the throne so everyone will bow down to me. His voice was a barely audible whisper, his eyes fixed on Eric with a pleading expression. That's where I'm supposed to be. Eric, save me. Please. Blood dripped continuously from Harry's wounds, his body trembling with each labored breath. Eric's gaze was fixed on his brother, his eyes filled with a mix of sadness and regret. Lucia's hand rose again, the dagger flashing in the dim light as she stabbed Harry in the chest once more. Harry's voice was a desperate scream, his words barely audible. I can't die like this, he called out to Eric, his voice cracking with fear. Please help me. I don't want to die. Eric's voice was a gentle whisper, his words pouring out like a confession. Harry, I never hated you. I could never hate you, even if you killed our parents. That's why I took all the blame for what you did. I was labeled as the prince who killed the emperor and empress just to ascend the throne. He paused, his eyes filled with tears. And after I became emperor, I was plagued by nightmares due to the overwhelming guilt of taking my own brother's life. I didn't want to admit that I was the new ruler. I could only breathe after putting on the mask of the Lord Chamberlain. Eric's voice cracked, his words barely above a whisper. From the moment I became emperor, every time I closed my eyes, I could only think of you. I'm so sorry that I couldn't help you when you were in pain. I should have been there for you. Harry's mouth was filled with blood, his voice barely audible as he called out to Eric. Eric! I'm sorry, Eric! His body went limp, crashing to the ground with a soft thud. Lucia rushed to Eric's side, her voice filled with concern. Are you okay? Lucia's body shook with sobs, her voice trembling as she apologized. I am sorry. I had no choice. Lovely said we needed the blood of a member of the imperial family. I didn't want Harry to find out. Does it hurt? Eric's gaze was soft, his eyes filled with understanding as he reassured her. I'm all right. It'll be all right now. No matter what happens. The next day, Eric's shoulder was bandaged, his face pale as he groaned in pain. Lucia sat beside him on the sofa, her eyes filled with concern. Does it hurt? Eric's response was a gentle lie. No, it doesn't hurt at all. Lucia's smile was teasing, her voice playful. Liar! Eric's sigh was wistful, his eyes gazing into the distance. I can't believe we have to postpone the wedding because of something like this. Lucia's laughter was music, her smile radiant. It's only 2 days, and I'm not going anywhere. I have nowhere to go now. Without you, I'd probably starve to death. Eric's chuckle was low, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I'm sure you could make food from wildflowers if you had to. Lucia's smile was radiant as she replied. I'll take that as a compliment. She slid open the drawer, her hands trembling with excitement. Right, there's something I wanted to show you before the wedding. Eric's curiosity was piqued, his eyes locked on hers. What is it? Lucia's voice was barely above a whisper as she opened the letter. It's a declaration. I was going to write a letter, but ahem. I love you. As she unfolded the letter, her eyes welled up with tears. I'm in love with you. I love you. Her voice cracked as she read the letter, her emotions pouring out. I don't think I've ever told you that I love you. Whenever I thought about you, it made my heart break. Why did the man I love have to live in another realm? But it doesn't matter which realm you're in anymore. You and I were destined to meet each other. Eric's eyes shone with love as he replied. Lucia, there's something I want to give you as well. He clicked open a small box, revealing a beautiful ring inside. Lucia's gasp was audible, her eyes widening in wonder. Wow, it's so pretty! Eric's smile was tender as he placed the ring on her finger. I want to make you happy. This is a token promising you that I'll make you happy for the rest of your life. Lucia's eyes sparkled with tears as she gazed at the ring. I think it's a little big for me. Eric chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. This one's mine. I prepared yours separately. He produced another ring, his fingers brushing against Lucia's as he slid it onto her finger. The fit was perfect, the ring glinting in the light like a promise of forever. Eric's arms wrapped tightly around Lucia, his voice filled with emotion. I love you. Please stay with me forever. Lucia's response was a gentle whisper, her heart overflowing with love. Of course. We'll be together for an eternity from now on. Eric's smile was shy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm not finished yet. Lucia's curiosity was piqued, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Huh! There's more? A beautifully crafted piece of cake appeared in front of them, Eric's handiwork evident in every delicate detail. I made this just for you, he said, his voice trembling with nervousness. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the cake. You made this yourself? It looks amazing! She took a bite, her eyes closing in rapture as the flavors melted in her mouth. Wow! You've got talent, Eric! It's so good! Her enthusiasm was infectious, Eric's face lighting up with pride. But then, Lucia added, we could sell this at Rose Perfume. It just melts in my mouth. Eric's face fell, his eyes darting towards the cake in horror. No, wait. Hold on. Lucia's smile was teasing, her voice playful. I'll eat the rest later. Come sit with me. But Eric stumbled towards the table, his hands shaking as he checked something. Wait. I need to check, there's no way. He turned towards Lucia, his face pale. It's gone. It can't be. Lucia's smile faltered, concern etched on her face. Huh? What is? Is everything okay? Eric's response was a forced laugh, his eyes avoiding hers. It's nothing. The wedding day had finally arrived, and the palace was transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful setting, adorned with pink roses that filled the air with their sweet fragrance. The crowd gathered to witness the union of Eric and Lucia, their faces filled with joy and anticipation. Lucia emerged, a vision in white, her gown shimmering with intricate details, and diamond jewels sparkling around her neck and wrists. She carried a bouquet of pink roses, their delicate petals matching the flush on her cheeks. Her white heels clicked on the stairs as she stepped forward, her smile radiant. Eric stood before her, dashing in his white and black royal attire, his eyes locked on hers with adoration. "Come on up," he said, his hand extended to help her ascend the stairs. As she reached his side, Lucia whispered, "You look so handsome today." Eric's response was a gentle smile, his voice filled with emotion. "You're far lovelier." Lucia's eyes sparkled with happiness. "Let's live happily ever after together." Eric's promise was a tender whisper, his hand holding hers gently. "Let's. I'll make you happy for the rest of our lives." Just then, Lependon's voice boomed in his beast mode. "An empress protected by an esteemed guardian stands next to the emperor. The name of the empire will be renowned from this day forth." The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the palace. "All hail the emperor! All hail the empress! All hail the emperor!" As the cheers subsided, Eric turned to Lucia, his eyes filled with concern. "Lucia, how was your stomach this morning?" Lucia's response was a gentle smile. "Fine. Why? Are you not feeling well?" Eric's reply was a tender whisper, his eyes locked on hers. It's nothing. I love you." Lucia's response was a soft whisper, her lips inches from his. "I love you too." Their lips met in a tender kiss, the crowd's cheers fading into the background as they sealed their love forever.